This is an era where everyone tames beasts. Here, beast tamers are the supreme profession, holding wealth and status. They control the operation of the entire society by making contracts with various powerful beasts. Whether they are business tycoons, entertainment stars, or ordinary people, they are all competing for survival around the core of taming beasts. But Jiang Fan is a lucky man like you. The egg he picked up at random is the legendary top-level SSS grade beast taming egg. Jiang Fan's fate begins to turn, and his life will completely change at this moment. In the previous story, we have already talked about Jiang Fan telling Chen Cece the training direction of the Ice Flower Civet Cat egg. Chen Cece said to Jiang Fan, if it can be successfully hatched, she will give him unexpected rewards. Jiang Fan looked at the Ice Civet Cat egg in his hand and felt a little amused, which meant that his strategy had achieved great results. But in order to win the beauty, Jiang Fan still needs to work hard. Hey everyone! This video is the second part of he randomly selected a top SSS-level demon egg and hatched a beautiful succubus queen at home. If you haven't watched the previous part, you can find the link in the video description. Now, I will explain the new story for you starting from Chapter 81. Chapter 81, if you don't obey, I will exclude you. It was a gloomy Wednesday. At 9 in the morning, Linh High Middle School held a mobilization meeting for Jiang Fan, who was about to go to war. But Jiang Fan didn't need to be mobilized at all. The ones who really needed to boost morale were the cheerleaders and substitute players. Jiang Fan should have been there theoretically, but he didn't even show up. Jiang Fan was pretending to be so arrogant, but he had no interest in joining in the fun. Jiang Fan would at most wait until Jiang Fan failed to challenge the club and was beaten badly by Yi before making his debut. Jiang Fan had never seen Jiang Fan's armored Tyrannosaurus, but his mental power was enough to sense the approximate range of the other party's chi and blood value. It's only about 130 points of health. Yi's Articuno had 120 points of health when it was nearly dead last time. When attending the Yi family banquet last week, Jiang Fan also specifically observed that Articuno's health value had reached 140 points. Taking into account that the chi and HP value will fluctuate with the state, 150 points is not impossible when Yi bursts out with all her strength. Therefore, when Yi said she would teach Jiang Fan a lesson on her behalf, it was not just bluffing, but she really had the ability. Jiang Fan sighed. The Yi family has a rich heritage. It's no surprise that they cultivated a genius like Yi. He was not being modest, but was evaluating from a higher perspective. Jiang Fan looked at people as either a strong rival or a peer worth admiring. After the mobilization meeting, Jiang Fan led the team to set off, with the target being Xuanyang Middle School. There were many familiar faces in the group, such as Zhou Hao, Long Kuan, Wang Jing, and Zhou Ping, the monitor of Class 4 who had previously had an unpleasant experience with Class 10. Sitting on the bus arranged by the school, everyone was in high spirits. The challenge was an officially recognized challenge activity. If you win, the school will be famous, but if you lose, you will lose face. But they had only one thought in their minds. There was no way they could lose. Inside the car, the team leader, Yang, called out the name, Jiang Fan. Is Jiang Fan here? I called out 3 times, but no one responded. Is Jiang Fan dead? If he's not dead, reply me. Rio frowned and spoke in an unfriendly tone. Teacher May, Jiang Fan was probably so scared when he heard that we were going to challenge him that he didn't dare to come. Zhou Ping sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. He still remembered the hatred he felt for being crushed by Jiang Fan's 113 points of health, which made him work extra hard in training. Now his health value has increased to 114 points. Although it is only a little more, it makes him full of confidence. In Zhou Ping's mind, everyone was considered a defeated opponent, except Jiang Fan. Hearing Zhou Ping's words, Mei Tianyang's face turned even colder. Have other students seen Jiang Fan? If not, just mark him as absent. Zhou Hao stood up and defended Jiang Fan. Teacher, this is a school activity. It's not appropriate to record it as an absence, right? He thought Jiang Fan was a good person, so he offered to help, but Rio interrupted him mercilessly. Anyone who helps speak will also be treated as disrupting order. Zhou Hao was so angry that his face turned red, but he didn't dare to refute. Jiang Fan said calmly in the front row, Zhou Hao, everyone knows how timid Jiang Fan is. Before, my servants chased him and beat him, but he didn't even dare to fart. He definitely wouldn't dare to participate in something like a challenge. Jiang Fan's words contained a threat. Don't speak for him anymore, otherwise I don't mind having one less substitute in the team. Zhou Hao was suddenly speechless and dared not speak again. He sighed inwardly. Jiang Fan, you missed such a good opportunity. I don't know if you are too stupid or have other plans. The day's classes ended quickly. After school in the afternoon, Old Man Lu did not appear at the classroom door as usual. Everyone knew the situation. Ji Xianxin led the team to challenge the master, and some teachers were also selected to accompany him. However, Teacher Lu was able to go, not only because Jiang Fan was a gifted student, but also because he had so much experience that he could almost retire. Old Man Lu is not here. Can we just leave? Su Jiwei packed his school bag, walked over to Jiang Fan and asked. Jiang Fan was discussing a question with Chen Cece, and Chen Cece answered first. You can study on your own when the teacher is not here, but I won't stop you from leaving. But next time the teacher asks, I won't lie. Su Jiwei's heart sank, and he suddenly felt that Chen Cece was somewhat protective of his people. The monitor doesn't like Jiang Fan, does he? I'm the third party? Su Jiwei had a complicated expression. Jiang Fan smiled and added, Su Jiwei, wait for me, let's go together. Su Jiwei was speechless, cursing in his heart. Waiting for you. Do you still want me to see you two showing your affection? He left angrily, throwing his school bag around, but bumped into a hurried boy at the door. The other person was wearing glasses, his face flushed, his excitement evident in his words. Good news! Good news! Ji Xianxin has completely defeated Xuanyang Middle School. Chapter 82, The Devil's Egg Cracked. Good news! Good news! Ji Xianxin has completely defeated Xuanyang Middle School. A boy wearing glasses rushed into the classroom, shouting breathlessly, his face filled with excitement and excitement. The news page was still on the screen of the phone in his hand. Ji Xianxin represented our Linh High Middle School and successfully challenged all the top students from Xuanyang Middle School. The Linh High Daily has reported it. The students who were packing their bags to leave were stunned. After a brief silence, cheers suddenly broke out. Did they really win? Too strong. The discussion in the classroom became louder and louder, and the emotions gradually became more and more heated, even spreading to the entire teaching building. The entire Linh High Middle School seemed to be boiling. Ji Xuanxin's victory not only made them proud, but also seemed like an injection of confidence. Their school might really be able to occupy a place in this beast taming arena. This group of people are like chicken blood. The noise is giving me a headache. Su Jiwei muttered and glanced at the bustling teaching building with dissatisfaction. If they win but don't share the prize money with them, why are they excited? Su Jiwei was very angry. He had long had a prejudice against Ji Xianxin, and now he was even more furious when he heard the news that the other party had won a great victory. This is called collective honor. You don't understand. Chen Cece couldn't help but smile and glanced at him, but there was also some doubt in her tone. But their reaction is indeed a bit exaggerated. Su Jiwei snorted, Humph, I don't think Ji Xianxin can be so arrogant for long. Sooner or later he will be beaten to a pulp. Jiang Fan stood aside with a calm expression. He dared to challenge Yuling Academy. He must be very confident. It may not be easy to make him lose in a short period of time. Su Jiwei glared. Jiang Fan, why are you speaking for him? I'm not speaking for him. Jiang Fan shrugged, his lips slightly raised. I just hope he can hold on until the battle against Yuling Academy before falling. Otherwise Yi Euro won't have the chance to educate him. Chen Cece chuckled. Su Jiwei, you still need to learn more from Jiang Fan in terms of magnanimity. Su Jiwei became even more depressed when he heard this. He was really trying to defend Jiang Fan, but was teased by Chen Cece instead. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment. Forget it, forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Su Jiwei waved his hands and walked in front with his school bag. At the same time, Linh High Middle School Principal Zhou Yufu was sitting in his office, clapping his hands on the table excitedly. Ha! I knew Ji Xianxin wouldn't let me down. He is simply the second Song Yunqi. Dean Wang, the director of education, was sitting nearby and was much calmer. Today is only the first game, and there are still 3 tough games to come. Don't be too happy too soon. Zhou Yufu shook his head and laughed. Look at this report. Ji Xianxin used the earth-splitting tail move, and Xuanyang Middle School collapsed completely, without even a chance to fight back. He even had the leisure to play a juggling game, and I guess he didn't even use 50% of his strength. Director Wang frowned and reminded. Although Xuanyang Middle School does not have many top players, their average blood value is very high. Ji Xianxin did win this time, but we can't take it lightly. If Xuanyang Middle School hatches more beasts, the situation will be different. Zhou Yufu disagreed. If you are not as skilled as others, then you are not as skilled as others. It is useless to control more beasts. Ji Xianxin is now the hope of Linh High Middle School. I have decided that as long as he can win 4 schools in a row, I will pay for him to get a high-level beast egg as a reward. Giving so many beasts to a novice beast master, aren't you afraid of rushing things? Director Wang was a little worried. What if they lose the game, or the substitutes win? As long as we win, we'll give you the reward. Zhou Youfu laughed, his face full of confidence. Even if the cleaning lady helps us win, I won't be stingy. A few days later, Thursday, sunny. Ji Xianchen challenged Shangda Middle School and won a great victory. Friday, sunny. Ji Xianchen challenged Ahaying Middle School and won again. Next, everyone's attention was focused on the final challenge, Yuling Middle School. However, weather conditions began to deteriorate and 3 consecutive days of rain caused the game to be postponed. Yuling College and Linh High Middle School finally decided that the competition would be officially held on Tuesday regardless of the weather. During this period of time, Ji Xianchen was extremely popular and almost became a hero in the school. However, Jiang Fan, who was once known as the #1 in terms of vitality and blood value, has long been forgotten. When students talked about Jiang Fan, what they thought of was not his strength, but the scene of him being excluded, humiliated, and fleeing in embarrassment by Ji Xianchen. In the eyes of everyone, Jiang Fan seemed to have become a complete laughingstock. However, just as everyone was paying attention to Ji Xianchen, the devil egg in the corner of Jiang Fan's dormitory quietly cracked. A weak but strange wave spread out, and 2 cracks appeared on the eggshell, revealing 2 sharp corners. Jiang Fan gently stroked the eggshell, a faint smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Is it finally about to hatch? There was a glimmer of anticipation and confidence in his eyes. The hatching progress of the devil egg showed 25%. Chapter 83 come out, Black Bear. On Monday night, the lights in Jiang Fan's room were soft, but there was a hint of anxiety in the air. After holding the devil eggs in the sun for 10 consecutive days, he encountered a serious problem. The hatching progress seemed to be stuck. Half-hatched? Only 2 horns are exposed. Jiang Fan frowned, looking at the protruding red devil horns of the devil egg, and couldn't help muttering, "This is unscientific. Normally, it will either not hatch or hatch directly." Uneasy, he opened the system interface again and checked carefully. Beast Tamer Egg A-Type, Demon Beast Tamer Egg, Talent Level, SSS-Level, Race Value. 100 points, Evolvable, Hatching Progress, 25%, Health, 150 points, Spirit, 65 points, Talent Skills, Demon's Touch, Newly Unlocked, Devil's Touch. Effect: launches an attack through the demon horns, causing heavy damage and causing enemies of the same or lower level to fall into fear for 30 seconds. Devil's Touch? Jiang Fan was stunned for a moment, then a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It can fight before it's fully hatched? This beast is really not simple. What surprised him even more was that this skill actually triggered the fear effect 100% of the time. Enemies of the same level were completely unable to fight back in front of him. Jiang Fan stroked the eggshell and looked at the 2 bright red devil horns. He immediately thought of testing the power of the skill. But the question is, who should I test it on? While he was still thinking, the doorbell suddenly rang. Tang Ro poked her head out of the kitchen, glanced outside the door, and was stunned for a moment. Several people in police uniforms were standing at the door, led by a middle-aged man with a strong aura, followed by several followers, and it was obvious that they were of high status. "Who are you?" Tang Ro was a little nervous. "Hello, Ms. Tang. We are from the Linh High Security Bureau, and this is Chief Lu Tianfeng." The leading police officer said respectfully, "We are here to see Jiang Fan. We need to consult him on something." Tang Ro's face changed, and she instantly became alert. The last time Jiang Fan went to the security bureau, he almost didn't come back. This time they came to look for him again. Could something have happened again? "Jiang Fan is not here." She was about to refuse, but Jiang Fan's voice came from the room. "Aunt Tang, let them in." Tang Ro turned around and saw Jiang Fan walking out slowly with a calm expression and even a hint of a smile. She immediately swallowed back what she was about to say. "Director Lu?" Jiang Fan glanced at Lu Tianfeng and smiled. "No one comes to visit you for no reason. Director Lu came to visit me personally. Does it seem like he has trouble with me?" Lu Tianfeng coughed dryly, his expression somewhat awkward. "Mr. Jiang is indeed very discerning. This matter is indeed a bit tricky, and I need your help. Just say it straight." Jiang Fan waved his hand, not wanting to beat around the bush. Lu Tianfeng hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Have you heard of Zhang Weimin?" Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows. "I've heard of it. I think I met him last time when I had dinner at Ye's house." "What happened to him?" Lu Tianfeng said seriously, "This is what happened." Lu Tianfeng told Jiang Fan everything about the unusual underground movements in Linh High City, and emphasized that Zhang Weimin hoped that Jiang Fan could participate in the exploration of underground beast taming. Director Jong discovered that the underground movement is likely related to the habitat of a special beast, and there is even a very high probability that a powerful beast will be hatched. Jiang Fan fell into deep thought after hearing this and asked, "How come such an important matter has come to me?" "Because you have demonstrated extraordinary beast control in front of you, Euro. Even Director Zhang praised you highly." Lu Tianfeng continued to persuade. "This mission will not delay the college entrance examination. On the contrary, it can add points and even have the opportunity to enter the top 10 beast taming universities. Moreover," he added, "the probability of encountering rare beasts during the operation is very high. You may be able to tame another one you like." Jiang Fan had no interest at first, but after hearing the words rare beast, he was immediately excited. More importantly, he could feel the throbbing of the devil egg, as if it was calling him to go to that mysterious underground world. "Okay." Jiang Fan nodded and agreed, "But before that, I need you to do something for me, Director." "What is it?" "Training partner." "Training partner?" In the dimly lit open space of Evergrande Plaza, Jiang Fan and Lu Tianfeng stood opposite each other, about 10 meters apart. Lu Tianfeng lit a cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, and said with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, Yicheng and Director Zhang both said that you have unique insights into beast training, and I admit that. But when it comes to beast taming battles," Lu Tianfeng shook his shoulders and raised his voice slightly, "I am the director of the Security Bureau and a first-level beast tamer. I will not lose to a high school student. Come out, Black Bear Demon." A heavy vibration sounded, and a burly black bear demon appeared from the spirit beast space, his body covered with ink-black hair, his muscles flexed, and his aura as imposing as a mountain. Jiang Fan smiled slightly and touched the protruding horn of the devil egg. "Interesting. Let me see if your black bear spirit can resist my devil touch." The aura in the devil egg suddenly spread out, bringing with it a strange pressure that made the black bear demon subconsciously take a step back. "Let's start," Jiang Fan said calmly, his eyes flashing with a fiery fighting spirit. Chapter 84. If Mr. Jiang doesn't take action, Linh High Middle School is not hopeless. It was a dark night, and the open space of Evergrande Plaza was slightly chilly. Lu Tianfeng confidently summoned his beast, the black bear spirit. However, the size of the black bear spirit made Jiang Fan couldn't help but smile. "Black bear spirit? Are you sure it's not a black bear cub?" Jiang Fan stared at the furry, little bear and teased softly. "Mr. Jiang, don't underestimate it," Lu Tianfeng said seriously. "Its real name is Black Wind Bear, and it is a wind-attributed beast. When I was promoted to a first-level beastmaster, I entered the dimensional space to contract it. Don't look at its small size, but its power is definitely not bad." Jiang Fan nodded. He had already seen the attribute panel of the black bear demon through the system, and it was indeed not weak. But the focus today is not to compare whose beast tamer is stronger, but to test the power of the devil egg skills. "Okay, let's give it a try." Jiang Fan lightly threw the beast-controlling ball, and the devil egg slowly appeared in front of the black bear monster. Mr. Jiang, is this a beast egg?" Lu Tianfeng's eyes widened, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "Are you kidding me? I'm serious." However, Jiang Fan was too lazy to explain and just said softly, "The touch of the devil." As soon as he finished speaking, a scarlet halo suddenly spread out from the devil egg, and the atmosphere in the entire square suddenly turned cold, as if the air had solidified. The red halo surged towards the black bear demon like a tide, and under the night sky, it actually gave off a strange sense of oppression. Black bear demon. Lu Tianfeng's heart tightened, and he was about to command the beast to fight back, but he was surprised to find that the black bear demon was lying on the ground, trembling, and had completely lost the will to fight. "This?" Lu Tianfeng's face suddenly changed, and he was so frightened that sweat instantly oozed from his forehead. "Stop." Jiang Fan said a word lightly, and the scarlet halo dissipated instantly, as if everything just now was just an illusion. However, Lu Tianfeng's face was pale, and the cold sweat on his back had already soaked through his clothes. After returning to Jiang Fan's home, Lu Tianfeng's hand holding the teacup was still shaking slightly. He looked at Jiang Fan with lingering fear, and there was a trace of awe in his eyes. "Mr. Jiang, you are indeed a genius. Not only is he good at training beasts, but his strength is also ridiculously strong." Jiang Fan chuckled. "Don't brag too early. I haven't officially passed the first-level Beastmaster certificate yet. With your level, the certification is just a formality." Lu Tianfeng smiled bitterly. He was now completely convinced. Jiang Fan was not only a master in theory, but also a monster in actual combat. After the two chatted for a while, Tianfeng turned the topic to the recent kick-out incident. Mr. Jiang, aren't you from Lin High Middle School going to challenge Yuling College tomorrow? I was originally worried that you would get into trouble, especially the student union president Li. Now it seems that I was really worrying too much. President of the student union? Jiang Fan was slightly stunned. Yes, Li. He is the strongest student in Yuling Academy, even stronger than Yi Euro. Tianfeng explained. Li could have been admitted to one of the top 10 beast-controlling universities last year, but he was ambitious and wanted to challenge the top universities in Kyoto, so he chose to repeat a year. He opened his phone and pulled up Li's detailed information. This man is very powerful, has a brilliant record, and his beast control is a carefully selected powerful existence. In tomorrow's challenge match, Lin High Middle School may be in trouble. Jiang Fan glanced at the information and said calmly, "It sounds really strong. Let me tell you, this Li is an outsider, and his household registration was transferred to us. A similar case is Ji Xianqin from your school." Tianfeng said with some resentment, "These people are just taking advantage of the situation. They have taken up all our educational resources, leaving very few opportunities for local people. Look at it from another angle. This kind of person also proves that your police department's household registration management is not strict." Jiang Fan joked. Tianfeng's face darkened. "You were just teasing me. But speaking of which, Mr. Jiang, are you really not going to take action? Ji Xianqin can't hold on. What does it have to do with me?" Jiang Fan shrugged. "I just want to watch the fun."
Alas.
Tianfeng sighed. It seems that Lin High Middle School is really hopeless. Although he was somewhat disappointed, he also knew that Jiang Fan was not someone who could be easily persuaded. In the early morning, it was drizzling. Jiang Fan took a taxi to school and just stepped into the school gate. He saw more than 10 buses parked in front of the teaching building. Students were queuing up to get on the buses. The atmosphere was extremely lively. "What's this for?" Jiang Fan frowned. After returning to the classroom, he finally learned from his classmates' discussion. Principal Zhou chartered more than a dozen cars at once, intending to take all the students taking the Beast Taming College entrance examination to the Yuling Academy to watch the decisive battle. Is the duel between Ji Xianqin and Li so grand? Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and sneered in his heart. "I hope this guy doesn't lose too badly." In the classroom, the students were talking about it. Some were excited, some were nervous, and some were secretly guessing how many rounds Ji Xianqin could last. Jiang Fan sat by the window, his eyes fixed on the gloomy sky outside. He gently touched the devil egg in his arms, feeling its throbbing and restlessness, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that this battle will not be too boring. Chapter 85 PY Transaction. The bus slowly drove towards Yuling College. The scenery outside the window gradually changed, and the buildings gradually became more modern and luxurious. Su Jiwei leaned back in his seat and looked sideways at Jiang Fan, who was sitting by the aisle. He couldn't help but mutter, "Principal Zhou is really willing to spend a lot of money, more than a dozen buses, and it's so grand. It seems that he regards Ji Xianqin as a treasure." He complained, but in his heart he was somewhat envious of Ji Xianqin's treatment. Jiang Fan leaned back in his chair and said casually, "For college entrance examination candidates, watching beast battles can indeed teach you a lot. Just think of it as a short trip." Su Jiwei curled his lips. "Oh, yes, you still have to write a review when you go back, right?" Jiang Fan shrugged, speaking more to Su Jiwei and Chen Sisi beside him. After all, he himself didn't need this kind of learning opportunity at all. "Jiang Fan, how is my egg?" Chen Sisi asked. Today, she was wearing a black and white dress with 2 golden ears of wheat embroidered on her chest, which made her look more gentle. Jiang Fan looked down, and his heartbeat quickened for no reason. He quickly raised his head to hide his embarrassment. "Ahem, I asked Aunt Tang to cook it for you. Pa, I helped you cultivate it." "Nonsense." Chen Sisi raised her hand as if to hit Jiang Fan, her face slightly red. The two of them were playing around, and Su Jiwei, who was sitting next to them, suddenly interrupted, "Are you two done yet?" However, at this time, the old class teacher Lu stood up and clapped his hands. "Be quiet. On the way to school, let's play a video of Ji Xianqin's battles in the past few days. Everyone watch it carefully and try to learn more." As soon as he finished speaking, the car TV screen lit up and Ji Xianqin's figure appeared on the screen. The battle video sparked discussion. In the video, Ji Xianqin stood in the center of the venue with his aura fully open. As soon as his armored Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared, it attracted the attention of all the students on the bus. "Wow, it's so big. Does the bigger the beast, the stronger it is? It would be great if the Tyrannosaurus Rex was mine." There was a lot of discussion, especially when the video showed the Tyrannosaurus Rex spit out a shock wave and directly knocked down the opponent's beast. All the students in the car couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Ji Xianxin will probably be written into the school history. Someone sighed. However, a harsh voice suddenly sounded. "Tsk, Jiang Fan is still too rubbish. Look at Ji Xuanqin's armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then look at himself. The gap between the ordinary class and the key class is really huge." This made the carriage fall into silence, and then the low-pitched discussion began again. "You're right, Jiang Fan was powerful before, but now Ji Xianxin is the pride of the school. Humph, he is just a loser who was chased by Ji Xianxin." The sarcasm in their words was not concealed, as if Jiang Fan had fallen from the peak to the bottom and became the object of their ridicule. Chen Cici's expression changed slightly, and she stood up suddenly. "Hey, Chao Bin, do you have the guts to say it again?" Chao Bin was a little frightened by Chen Cici's stare, but he still said stubbornly, "Did I say something wrong? How much blood do you have? Don't you think it's ridiculous to call others trash? You are like a supporter." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole car fell silent, and even Su Jiwei couldn't help but secretly laugh. After Chen Cici finished speaking, she realized that she was a little agitated. She glanced at Jiang Fan secretly, and when she saw that he didn't react, she breathed a sigh of relief. But she still blamed herself in her heart. "Why have I become so impulsive recently? I need to calm down." Jiang Fan looked at the angry Chen Cici and gently held her hand. "Don't be angry, let them say whatever they want. I won't lose a piece of meat anyway." Chen Cici was stunned for a moment, looked down at her hand that was being held, her cheeks slightly red, but she did not pull it back. In the car, others watched the interaction between the two. Some were secretly jealous, while others continued to whisper behind their backs. Half an hour later, the convoy arrived at Yuling College. When the doors opened and the students got out, they were instantly shocked by the luxurious architecture of Yuling College. The architectural style here is luxurious and grand, and every detail reveals wealth and refinement, which is in sharp contrast to Linh High Middle School. "This place is much better than our school. I heard that this school has the best educational resources in the city and the strongest beast training facilities." Jiang Fan stood at the school gate. His eyes swept across the campus, but he felt a little uneasy in his heart. Is Ji Xianxin really that confident? Does he have a backup plan? Or has he already made a PY deal with Yuling Academy? He was thinking when the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. "Who is it?" Chen Cici came over and glanced at the screen. Her expression changed slightly when she saw the note. "The eldest lady of the Yi family?" She raised her eyebrows and looked at Jiang Fan, with a hint of sourness in her tone. "Friends." Jiang Fan explained casually, then answered the phone. "You guys follow the teacher first. I'll come right over after I get a call. Hurry up and catch up. If you fall behind, I won't care about you." Chen Cici snorted and turned away. On the other end of the phone, Yiruro's voice came with some urgency. "Jiang Fan, where are you?" Jiang Fan frowned slightly. "I just arrived at Yuling Academy. What's wrong?" On the other end of the phone, "I have something important to tell you about Ji Xianxin." Chapter 86. Jiang Fan. "What? I want to play too." Jiang Fan stood under the awning. Rain dripped down the roof. The accumulated water on the ground had spread to his feet, reflecting a blurry figure. "What?" Jiang Fan frowned when he heard that, almost thinking he had heard it wrongly. "Master, you just said let me play?" Old Man Lu spoke in a calm tone, but revealed a bit of toughness. "That's right. You reserve players must also prepare to play." Jiang Fan's mouth twitched slightly. "I'm not here to join in the fun. Are you mistaken?" Old Man Lu pushed up his glasses and said in a more serious tone, "This is not the time to discuss. The principal has approved the temporary adjustment. All reserve team members are on standby at any time, including you." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Kuan, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Haha, Jiang Fan, you have come to this day too?" He crossed his arms across his chest, a look of gloating on his face. "Aren't you the number one in chi and blood? Now you have to be cannon fodder with us ordinary people. Are you upset?" The students around were whispering, and it was obvious that many people were talking about Jiang Fan's joining. Didn't he say he was very powerful before? Who knows? Maybe it was just blown up, otherwise they wouldn't have been pulled up to save the situation. To put it bluntly, he is far inferior to Ji Xianxin. Jiang Fan glanced around, his eyes calmly passing through the discussions and finally landing on Long Kuan's face. "Long Kuan, right?" Jiang Fan smiled slightly, his tone teasing. "From your tone just now, it seems that you really want me to perform worse?" Long Kuan's face froze, and then he sneered. "I don't care how you perform, but I advise you not to embarrass yourself. Oh. Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows. Don't worry, I never embarrass myself. I just like to embarrass others. You. Long Kuan was choked and speechless. His face turned pale and blue, and a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Jiang Fan ignored Long Kuan and turned to ask the old man Lu, Old class, I can play. But my beast is still in the hatching stage. Are you sure you want me to fight? Old man Lu's eyes narrowed. Do you think I don't know your strength? Your beast egg is not ordinary. If there is an unexpected situation in this competition, your beast may be the key to breaking the deadlock. Jiang Fan's heart was slightly shaken. He knew that his devil egg was definitely not an ordinary beast, but the hatching progress was only 25%, and he himself was not sure whether it could play a role in actual combat. What's more, although the devil egg skill, Devil's Touch, is powerful, it requires precise control. Once it gets out of control, it will affect the team's battle situation. Thinking of this, he frowned slightly, but finally nodded and agreed, Okay, I will try my best. As time went by and the game was about to begin, the rain still did not abate and the entire football field was soaked with water like a quagmire. The students in the audience were talking a lot under the makeshift shed. Their emotions were high, some were excited, some were nervous, and more were looking forward to witnessing Ji Xuanqin's brilliant achievements. Jiang Fan stood in the crowd, his eyes fixed on Ji Xuanqin, who was adjusting his condition in the distance. This guy doesn't look nervous at all, Jiang Fan thought to himself. At the same time, his eyes inadvertently swept to the man in casual clothes beside Ji Xuanqin. It was the friend who had been whispering with Ji Xuanqin before. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes. Li Yi? Although the other party was dressed in a low-key manner, the aura that he inadvertently revealed and his close interaction with Ji Xuanqin almost confirmed Yi Yuro's guess. Sure enough, he is playing some tricks. Jiang Fan sneered and was secretly alert. At the same time, on the other side of the audience, Yi Yuro was standing next to Articuno with her arms folded, staring at the venue with cold eyes. There was a faint layer of cold air surrounding Articuno, and even under the rain, the oppressive feeling was still heart-wrenching. Don't worry, Jiang Fan. I will not let Ji Xuanqin succeed easily. A sneer appeared on her lips, and a determined light flashed in her eyes. All contestants get ready. The referee's voice rang out, and the atmosphere on the field suddenly became tense. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, touched the beast-controlling ball at his waist, felt the faint throbbing of the devil egg inside, and his heart gradually calmed down. No matter how weak it is, it's still SSS level. He said to himself, what's coming will come sooner or later. Let me see what this competition will turn out like. In the rain, Ji Xuanqin had already walked onto the field. His armored Tyrannosaurus let out a low roar, shocking the entire audience. Jiang Fan also slowly walked towards the reserve team's assembly point, ready to meet the upcoming challenge. Chapter 87A Draw is a win. Jiang Fan stood under the awning, looking at the field in the distance that was soaked and reflective by the rain, frowning slightly. We have to go on the field too? And I haven't hatched my beast yet. How can I compete? He looked at old man Lu helplessly. Let the students who haven't hatched their beasts go on stage? Do you want us to throw the beast eggs and then stare at each other face to face? He couldn't help but imagine the funny scene of two students staring at each other while holding the beast tamer eggs, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The old man Lu said solemnly, the school's top management has discussed this. Just comparing the battles of the hatched beasts cannot reflect the overall strength of a school. So in addition to Ji Xuanqin's Battle of the Beasts, we also added a blood resonance contest. This is also the key content of the 5-school joint entrance examination. A comprehensive comparison of the two events? Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows. So, we must achieve at least one win and one draw to be considered successful? That's right, old man Lu nodded. And our school has great confidence in you for the Qi and blood resonance competition you participated in. Confidence? Jiang Fan's mouth twitched. Master, my beast is still lying in its eggshell. How can I compare with them? Old man Lu said, Qi and blood resonance is a comparison of Qi and blood value. Your Qi and blood value is stronger than many people now, so just perform normally on the spot. Old man Lu patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder and said firmly, what's more, Zhou Ping, Zhou Hao and other people who participated in the seed plan have significantly improved their vitality and health. It will be easy to tie, and there is no need to be too stressed. Jiang Fan glanced at the rostrum in the distance. Why did you call me over specifically for such a small matter? Is the principal worried that I will quit? Old man Lu smiled awkwardly. Principal Zhou did ask me to come here to give you a shot in case you get upset. Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows. I'm not emotional. but I haven't received the compensation that the principal promised me before. How can I explain this? Principal Zhou said, as long as you perform normally, I will give you triple the compensation. 3 times. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up, and then he grinned and said, deal. But I can only guarantee a draw. I can tell you irresponsibly that whether you win or not depends on Jixianshan. A draw is enough. Old Man Lu was overjoyed. Okay, I'll report to the principal right away. Old Man Lu left in a hurry, and Jiang Fan leaned against the pillar of the shed, half closing his eyes to rest. On the other side, on the rostrum, Principal Zhou patted Ji Xianxian on the shoulder with a look of satisfaction on his face. Ji Xianxian, you have performed outstandingly these past few days. Today is the last competition. Don't feel pressured. The whole school supports you. Ji Xianxian smiled slightly, confident. Thank you, Principal. Don't worry, I won't lose. Don't be careless. Director Wang pushed his glasses. There are 3 students in Yuling Academy who are hatching beasts. The first one is the Student Union President Li Yi, but he didn't come today. The second one is the Vice President Cui Yingjun. His fire monkey has been in poor condition recently and has limited combat effectiveness. The third one, Ji Xianxian interrupted. Yuro? Don't worry, she has been bought by Brotherly, and she will definitely not use her full strength. Director Wang frowned. Try to be careful, but the key is the resonance of qi and blood. Get the advantage before the competition. Let's compare qi and blood first. That will be easier. Ji Xuanqian's face was full of confidence. He turned his head to look at the Lin High Middle School team in the distance. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. In the venue, the teams on both sides were ready. The 10 tents were divided into 2. One side was Lin High Middle School, and the other side was Yuling College. Jiang Fan stood in the center of the venue, looking at the testing platform under his feet that looked like a large electronic scale, feeling a little uneasy. Qi and blood resonance? Changes in qi and blood values before and after the test? This thing is really scientific. Referee Serchen stood in the middle and raised the megaphone. Dear students, now we will have a qi and blood resonance contest. The rules are very simple. In the first round, we will test your basic qi and blood values. In the second round, we will test again after you pass the resonance and take the highest value. The competition time is 10 minutes, and you can end the resonance at any time. After explaining the rules, the referee smiled and added, 3 minutes to prepare. Don't feel any psychological pressure, just play it easy. Jiang Fan stood in his position, folded his hands across his chest, and closed his eyes to rest. But this appearance aroused dissatisfaction among some people. As the footsteps approached, Jiang Fan opened his eyes and saw Zhou Ping standing in front of him with a provocative smile. Jiang Fan, long time no see. Yes, Jiang Fan said calmly. How much has your qi and blood improved? Zhou Ping raised his chin and said proudly, after the seed plan, my qi and blood broke through to 114 points, which is much higher than your previous 113 points. How about you? Jiang Fan glanced at him and smiled playfully. That's not bad. But are you sure your numbers are stable? Zhou Ping's face froze. What do you mean? Jiang Fan shrugged. Nothing, you will know later. Zhou Ping was so angry that his face turned red, but he couldn't refute it. Finally, he said, just don't cry and admit defeat when the time comes. Jiang Fan turned his gaze towards the contestants from Yuling Academy and felt a vague sense of oppression. The qi and health of these people are not low either. It seems that today's competition will not be easy. He looked down at his beast egg, and his 2 devil horns trembled slightly, as if sensing the upcoming challenge. Although it's still a long way to go before it hatches, this competition. Jiang Fan raised his lips slightly. Maybe it can help it break out of its shell sooner. Chapter 88. The Clown Zhou Ping. Jiang Fan looked at Zhou Ping's raised mouth corners, and that slightly disdainful smile made Zhou Ping's face darken. Jiang Fan, I'll show you later how easy it is to crush you with my strength. Zhou Ping gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, as if he had already foreseen the glorious moment when he would crush Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was too lazy to pay attention to him, and closed his eyes to pretend to sleep, as if he had no pressure on the game. This attitude made Zhou Ping even more angry. His face flushed, and he was so angry that he almost jumped up. The 3 minutes of preparation time passed in a flash, and with the whistle of referee Chun, the qi and blood resonance test officially began. Lin High Middle School sent out the first contestant, Zhou Hao. He took a deep breath, jumped suddenly, his face flushed, and the test board under his feet trembled slightly. Zhou Hao, your health value is 112 points. The player from the opposite Yuling Academy was a fat man with a sturdy build. When he stepped on the detection board, the entire board shook twice. Wang Bin, Your health value is 113 points. Hiss. The students watching gasped. The fat man Wang Bin was actually a little taller than Zhou Hao. This was not a good sign. Zhou Hao's face turned slightly pale, as if he had not expected his opponent to be so strong, but he quickly adjusted his mentality. It's okay, it's only 1 point away, and I can catch up with resonance next time. When it was Zhou Ping's turn, he looked very confident, and even raised his chin slightly towards the students watching him, with an attitude of, watch my show. Let me show you what a true qi and blood genius is. After saying that, he suddenly jumped up, and the detection board under his feet vibrated with a bang, and a string of numbers quickly appeared. Zhou Ping, qi and blood value 114 points. Wow. There were exclamations from the crowd, especially from the students of Linh High Middle School. They still remember Jiang Fan's 113 points of qi and blood clearly. Now, Zhou Ping actually broke through to 114 points, which immediately sparked heated discussions. Zhou Ping is so powerful. I feel like he's even more powerful than Jiang Fan. This is 114 points of HP. Has Jiang Fan been surpassed? Listening to the discussions around him, Zhou Ping became more and more proud, and looked at Jiang Fan provocatively. Jiang Fan, you have to look carefully. This is what we call a real strong man. Jiang Fan glanced at him and said calmly, that's it? Zhou Ping's face froze. You? Before Zhou Ping had the chance to show off, the opponent sent by Yuling Academy had already jumped onto the testing board. A petite girl wearing glasses, who looked extremely weak and did not look like someone with high qi and blood values at all. But the next moment, Yi Fangfang, the health value is 119 points. The whole audience was silent, and then an uproar broke out. 119 points? She is 5 points higher than Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping froze in place as if struck by lightning, his face pale. This is impossible. Laughter rang out from the crowd. Zhou Ping turned around suddenly and happened to see Jiang Fan's playful expression. He couldn't help but get angry. Jiang Fan, what are you laughing at? Do you think you are so strong? Anxious. Jiang Fan shrugged, speaking lazily. Who laughed? Did you see the wrong person? After saying that, he even stretched out his middle finger and shook it, which made Zhou Ping almost jump in anger. Okay, you go on stage too. As long as your health value is not over 119 points, you won't be able to laugh again today. Zhou Ping roared with gritted teeth. Okay. Jiang Fan smiled faintly, then raised his foot and stepped on the test board. The numbers jumped instantly. Jiang Fan, qi and blood value 120 points. There was a dead silence on the field, and then there was an uproar. 120 points? He is really higher than Zhou Ping. Is Zhou Ping going crazy? Zhou Ping's expression was completely broken. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. His face turned from red to pale. Jiang Fan, however, looked calm, as if the 120 points were just a joke. Now, can I laugh? On the rostrum, Principal Zhou stared at Jiang Fan's grades intently, frowning slightly. Did Jiang Fan let the kid off? Director Wang analyzed in a low voice. The last time he measured it at the Security Bureau, it was 128 points. Today it is only 120 points. It may be that he is not in good condition. Even so, 120 points is not bad. Principal Zhou nodded and turned his gaze back to Ji Xianchen. The key still depends on Ji Xuanchen's performance. After the first test, the overall qi and blood value of Linh High Middle School was obviously lower than that of Yuling Academy. Except for Jiang Fan, the other four all fell behind, which made the students of Linh High Middle School a little worried. What should we do? We are behind in the first round. Zhou Hao stepped forward to boost morale. It's okay. The values before the test are just for reference. The subsequent resonance of qi and blood is the key. Don't be afraid. We have the support of national resources and the best training methods. Moreover, we have resources sponsored by Master Jack Ma. Jiang Fan listened to these passionate slogans, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Master Jack Ma? What era is this? Can you still brag about it? Zhou Ping stood aside with his head lowered, his face looking extremely ugly, but he dared not say another word. Chapter 89. Qi and Blood Resonance Competition begins. Jiang Fan was no longer in middle school, so he did not feel his blood boiling after hearing these guys' heroic words. On the contrary, he even felt a little ashamed. The preliminary qi and blood test cannot determine the outcome. Only the test value after qi and blood resonate is the standard for measuring results. The preliminary blood and qi tests have been completed. The average initial health value of Yuling Academy is 115 points. The average initial Qi and blood value of Linh High Middle School is 113 points. Students, you can take out your beast eggs now. After referee Chen finished speaking, the 10 contestants released their beast taming eggs from the beast taming balls one after another. The surface of Zhou Ping's red flame dragon lizard egg was covered with cracks, and it looked as if it had faintly broken out of the shell. The same is true for Zhou Hao's palm-sized red presale egg. Jiang Fan, when I went with you to pick up senior sister Song, she said that you were the most likely among us to hatch a beast before the beast taming college entrance examination. My flame puppet is about to hatch. Where is your beast egg? Zhou Hao still remembered the conversation between Song Yunqi and the others. Although he did not argue with them as strongly as Long Kuan did, he was secretly resentful in his heart. I heard that these days Jiang Fan brings his beast taming egg to the school playground every day to bask in the sun. With such a stupid method, how could he possibly hatch a beast before himself? He wanted to see how Jiang Fan's beast taming egg was hatching, and whether there were as many cracks on the eggshell as his own. My beast taming egg is just ordinary, nothing special. Jiang Fan shrugged and released his devil egg. Among the 10 people present, Zhou Ping and Jiang Fan were probably equally matched in terms of who had the biggest beast taming egg. As soon as their beast taming eggs were released, they attracted a lot of students' attention, especially Jiang Fan's beast taming egg, with 2 red horns protruding from the eggshell, which surprised all the students and even the leaders on the rostrum. Has Jiang Fan's beast-controlling egg hatched? Zhou Youfu asked doubtfully. Even though he was knowledgeable and experienced, he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Jiang Fan's beast-taming egg. No, the beast is still inside the eggshell. I've never seen a beast that is half-hatched but not yet out. His situation is rare. It's probably a new species of beast. Director Wang also scratched his head in confusion. I'll go ask the organizing committee of the competition how to deal with this situation. Director Wang turned and left, but returned soon after. How about it? Treat it as if the beast tamer has not been hatched and have the competition as normal. Director Wang shrugged. He had guessed this result before he went. That's good. Don't you think the reason why Jiang Fan's Qi and HP are so high is because of this strange beast? Zhou Youfu rubbed his chin and tried to analyze the reason for Jiang Fan's sudden rise. There may be some reasons, but now is not the time to think about it. Next, let's see how the students' Qi and blood resonance points perform. While Zhou Youfu and Director Wang were puzzled by Jiang Fan's strange beast-taming egg, so were the others. On the side of Class 10 of Linh High Middle School, Su Jiwei was so surprised when he saw Jiang Fan's beast-taming egg that his jaw almost dropped. Fuck, Jiang Fan's beast egg wasn't like this yesterday. What method did he use to create such a strange effect? Su Jiwei had been with Jiang Fan for a long time, so he naturally knew what Jiang Fan's beast-taming egg originally looked like. Chen Cece, who was next to Su Jiwei, was stunned when she saw Jiang Fan's beast-taming egg. Originally, she was a little worried about handing the Ice Flower Civet Cat egg to Jiang Fan Huahua, but now after seeing Jiang Fan's strange beast-taming egg, the big stone in Chen Cece's heart finally fell. Not only that, she was now secretly looking forward to the scene of the Ice Flower Civet Cat egg hatching. Jiang Fan, your beast-taming egg looks a little unusual. After seeing Jiang Fan's beast-taming egg, Zhou Hao felt a slight sense of fear in his heart for some reason. Oh, it's just fancy stuff. Look at the eggshell. There's no sign of cracks at all. Even if a beast is hatched, it will be after me. Zhou Ping said coldly. He felt that Jiang Fan took out such a beast-taming egg purely to attract attention. After all, Jiang Fan's family is ordinary. If they want to obtain good resources, they can only attract the attention of big shots. Jiang Fan, I will not let you stand out through this competition. You will always be a piece of trash that I will trample under my feet. After everyone was ready, the competition officially began. The time for Qi and blood resonance is 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, Qi and blood will be tested again, and then the average value of the 5 people will be taken to determine the winning score. Of course, if the participants have confidence in themselves, it does not necessarily take 10 minutes. When they feel that the resonance is almost reached, they can directly conduct a second blood value test. The competition had just begun when everyone put their hands on the beast-taming egg. Some even held the egg in their arms and stroked it, while others even knelt down and kowtowed in front of the egg, which was extremely outrageous. Compared to others, Jiang Fan seems much more normal. He recalled the scene of fighting with Zhong Liang, who was hiding in his bedroom that night. At that time, I was hiding outside the door, closing my eyes and concentrating, and I seemed to feel the subtle connection between me and the devil egg. Then his energy and blood surged, instantly overwhelming the first-level Beastmaster Zhong Liang, and he successfully defeated the opponent. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan closed his eyes again. He focused his whole body and mind on the beast-taming egg in front of him. Unknowingly, his two hands actually grasped the two red devil horns protruding from the devil egg. Jiang Fan inexplicably wanted to sit astride the devil egg, as if he was riding a donkey looking for a horse. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, his body suddenly trembled as if it had been electrocuted. This electric shock feeling is like static electricity. It will not cause much harm to people, but it will make people feel refreshed in an instant. Jiang Fan suddenly opened his eyes, and his powerful mental power made him aware that countless pairs of eyes were staring at him. Jiang Fan turned his head to look at Zhou Hao, then looked at Zhou Ping and several other students from the same school, and finally his gaze turned to the Yuling Academy across the street. Everyone is looking at him. What are you all looking at me for? Jiang Fan was confused, and at this time, the voice of Referee Chan rang in his ears. Jiang Fan, there is only 1 minute left for the qi and blood resonance. Everyone except you has completed the resonance and tested the qi and blood values. Please hurry up. Jiang Fan was confused when he heard that. He just squinted his eyes for a while and 10 minutes passed by. He looked up at the hourglass not far away, then looked at the scoring panel next to the hourglass. The numbers on it were unexpected. Chapter 90 Linh High Middle School lost. Yuling Academy, the average qi and HP is 127 points. Linh High Middle School, the average qi and blood value is 123 points. The numbers clearly reflect the situation between the two sides. After the 5 people from Yuling Academy experienced qi and blood resonance, their qi and blood values jumped from the previous average of 115 points to 127 points. In other words, the average increase in qi and blood value of the 5 people in Yuling Academy has exceeded 10 points. The average qi and blood value of Linh High Middle School has only increased by 10 points from the initial 113 points to the current average qi and blood value after the qi and blood resonance. The comparison of these two average data does not include Jiang Fan's, but it is already very telling. 127 points and Ji Xian points seem to be not much different, but it should be noted that this is an average, not an ordinary numerical comparison. If Linh High Middle School wants to tie with Yuling College, Jiang Fan's health value must reach at least 139 points. Everyone at Linh High Middle School was dumbfounded. This result was something they had never expected. What's going on? How come the average blood and qi of Yuling Academy is so much higher than ours? Zhou Youfu was anxious, as this was something he had never expected. As the principal of Linh High Middle School, Zhou Youfu also has a very detailed understanding of the other 4 key middle schools in Linh High. Although the students of Yuling Academy have enough money at home to buy various blood and qi supplements, those things have limited effect on improving blood and qi. During the student stage, especially when the beast tamer egg has not yet hatched, it is generally difficult for the top students in each middle school to widen the gap. It shouldn't be that big of a gap, right? Moreover, the students of Linh High Middle School also participated in the seed plan. With the support of Master Jack Ma, how could they be inferior to the students of Yuling Academy? There's something wrong with these people from Yuling Academy. When Zhou Yufu's mind was in a mess, Director Wang's voice came from afar. Look, the 5 students from the opposite side of the Yuling Academy have basically never appeared at the top of the first and second beast taming mock exams. But why are they popping up in such large numbers today like bamboo shoots after a rain? After Director Wang's reminder, Zhou Youfu immediately became alert. Are you saying that Yuling Academy has invited foreign aid? They actually did such a despicable thing in order to win. No, the names and photos of these students can be found in the records of Yuling Academy in the past 3 years. They may have been deliberately hidden by Yuling Academy. Hidden for 3 years just for this? Zhou Yufu's eyes widened. Could it be that there is a prophet in Yuling Academy who can predict what will happen 3 years later? No. Maybe they wanted to attack all the middle schools in Linh High like we did 3 years ago. Director Wang shook his head and smiled bitterly. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river, you will get your feet wet. I didn't expect that Linh High Middle School would suffer a setback at Yuling College today. Zhou Yufu's face looked very ugly. He had previously hoped that Ji Xianxin could defeat Yi Euro and bring glory to Linh High Middle School, but now it seemed that this fantasy was going to be aborted. We're done for now. With such a big commotion, I'm afraid the leaders above can't stand it anymore. Zhou Yufu slumped in his chair. He was full of energy before, but now his face was full of worry. It's not that there is no chance. As long as Jiang Fan's health value can reach 139 points, we can catch up with Yuling Academy. Director Wang said this, but his voice became smaller and smaller. Hee, do you think it's possible? Yes, is it possible? Jiang Fan's first blood test just now was only 120 points. He had not undergone systematic training in qi and blood resonance like Zhou Ping, Zhou Hao and others. Even if he could figure out how to achieve chi and blood resonance, the improvement would not be able to reach as much as 19 points. The challenge to Linh High Middle School has come to an end here. On the other hand, Jiang was dumbfounded after seeing the average value of 127 points of Yuling Academy. His heart was beating wildly. He ran to a corner when no one was paying attention and called Li Yi, the student union president of Yuling College. "Brother Li, what's going on? How come the average chi and blood value of your school is so high? How can I compete next?" Jiang felt like crying but had no tears. He even felt that all this was a trap set by Li Yi. "Oh, I don't know either. You only gave me 10 million. I'm lucky I can help you persuade Euro. I'll give you an idea. If your school loses the test of chi and blood resonance, you should insist on competing with Euro. This will not only highlight your tenacity, but also make people look up to you. And most importantly, as long as you beat Euro, you can pass the blame to those losers in your school. In this way, you are still the uncrowned king in the hearts of your school and the entire Linh High City Middle School. Even if your elders at home know about this, they will definitely praise you for doing a good job." Jiang, who was originally as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, suddenly felt enlightened after listening to Li Yi's words. Yes, why worry about their own pot? Just do your best. Brother Li's realm is so high that I admire him deeply. Hey, it's nothing. Just prepare for the next competition. If Yi Euro doesn't want the Yi family's business in Jinling to be eradicated, she will definitely let them win. You can rest assured about this. Li Yi's tone was like that of an elder brother, and after Jiang heard it, the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Li and prepare for the next beast battle competition. That shouldn't be the case. If Li wanted to help Jiang, why would he send out 5 people with such high HP values? Zhou Ping, Zhou Hao and the others are no match for them at all. Jiang Fan was puzzled, but that was all. Since Old Man Lu said he wanted a draw, then just give him a draw. In fact, Jiang Fan didn't really care about Principal Zhou's compensation. He agreed to it first to give face to Old Man Lu, and second to earn some chi and blood potions and chi and blood pills for Chen Cece. Of course, Jiang Fan would not favor one over the other. He would also give it to his deskmate Su Jiwei, but the prerequisite was that Su Jiwei had to call him dad. Jiang Fan, hurry up and test your chi and blood values. What are you still dawdling about? Don't waste everyone's time. It's really unlucky to stand here. Zhou Ping's face turned extremely dark, and Zhou Hao and the others also looked the same. The outcome was already determined. Linh High Middle School was doomed to fail. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to these top students of Linh High Middle School. Student Jiang Fan, please take a second blood test as soon as possible. Otherwise, the first blood test value will be calculated into the average value. Oh! Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan gently raised his foot, then suddenly stepped on the blood testing tablet under his feet. It was just an ordinary kick. Jiang Fan didn't even resonate his chi and blood. Chapter 91: The shock brought by 139 points of chi and HP. 100, 110, 115, 120. As the numbers on the blood pressure test tablet under Jiang Fan's feet continued to rise, everyone who saw this scene was nervous. Still rising, still rising, still rising. Zhou Youfu was so excited that his face turned red. Although he felt that Jiang Fan could not turn the tide, he still couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. Everyone hopes for a miracle to happen, even if this miracle is somewhat illusory. Like Zhou Youfu, Jishuanshan's originally low spirits were suddenly ignited after he saw Jiang Fan's blood and energy values constantly increasing. Although he was prepared for failure, had he never imagined defeating Yuling Academy in a real sense? The uncrowned king sounds powerful, but the honor he gets is far less than the victory. Jiang doesn't want to be the uncrowned king. He wants to be the true god of victory. 125. 130, 135, 139. When everyone stared at Jiang Fan's blood and chi test values with wide eyes, Jiang Fan's blood and chi values finally stayed at 139 points. Just the right amount, no more, no less. Jiang Fan pursed his lips and smiled. It's 139 points. It's 139 points of chi and health. It's unbelievable that Jiang Fan's chi and health has reached such a terrifying level of 139. Back then, our Linh High City's pride, Song Yunqi, only had 140 HP points. Referee Qian was incoherent, and he was obviously frightened. A health value of 139 points is top-notch in the entire Linh High City, not to mention that Jiang Fan achieved it without hatching the beast-taming egg. Such an achievement is simply shocking. Of course, it wasn't just Referee Chen. Everyone who saw this scene was frightened. Among them, Zhou Ping, Zhou Hao and others who were close to Jiang Fan were the most shocked. They knew that Jiang Fan's family conditions were not good, so when they found out that Jiang Fan's qi and blood values were very high, they did not regard him as an opponent. Moreover, Jiang Fan did not participate in the seed program, and no one gave him the resources to cultivate beasts. All these factors made everyone look down on Jiang Fan. But who would have thought that such a kid from an ordinary class, a kid without any background, a kid who was just lucky, would shine so brightly in today's qi and blood resonance competition? Jiang Fan, how did you do it? He saw it very clearly just now. Jiang Fan didn't even use much strength to step on the qi and blood testing tablet, but it had already reached a terrifying 139 points. If he stepped on it with all his strength, Zhou Hao stuttered. Because of Ji Xuanqin's threat, Zhou Hao had not planned to have too much interaction with Jiang Fan. But now seeing Jiang Fan's horrible performance, Zhou Hao felt a surge of regret in his heart. Fuck, 139 HP, maybe even more. With this score, can't he easily choose any of the top 10 beast-controlling universities? He can probably even go to the 2 top beast-controlling universities in Kyoto. Jiang Fan's future is definitely limitless. I missed such an opportunity to expand my network. Zhou Hao was in extreme distress. Like him, Zhou Ping's expression was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. He couldn't accept this result. He had worked so hard to cultivate the beast to the point where it had 114 points of health, and he thought he could prove himself by stepping on Jiang Fan. But now, he has not even proven himself, and he has been suppressed by the people from Yuling Academy. Jiang Fan even ignored him, as if he no longer considered him an opponent. Zhou Ping had never experienced this feeling of being despised so seriously before. This feeling was just like what the people in Class 10 felt when they were despised by him, leaving a bitter taste in their mouths. Jiang Fan, how did you do it? Did you really do what they said and just go outside in the sun with the beast egg to get this much energy and health? Really? It really is 139 HP points. On the podium, Zhou Yufu himself didn't even notice that his voice was trembling. He was really scared just now. The incident of challenging the opponent caused such a big stir. If Linh High Middle School lost, it would become a clown middle school that was laughed at in the education industry. Moreover, this situation was created by himself as the principal, which Zhou Yufu could not accept at all. Good. I knew this boy would live up to my expectations. Zhou Yufu repeatedly clapped his hands on the seat next to him, unable to conceal his excitement. Director Wang, who was standing by, also nodded repeatedly as he looked at Jiang Fan. I discovered a long time ago that Jiang Fan was extraordinary. It turned out to be the right choice to let him participate in the qi and blood resonance competition. It's a pity that he failed to hatch a beast. Otherwise, he would have been able to bring glory to the school like Ji Xuanqin. After calming down his excitement, Zhou Yufu analyzed Jiang Fan's situation. Based on your previous different attitudes towards Jiang Fan and Ji Xuanqin, it's good enough that Jiang Fan can help the school. What else do you want him to do? Director Wang rolled his eyes at Zhou Yufu. The latter knew he was in the wrong, scratched his head and smiled. It's up to Ji Xuanqin now. His iron-armored Tyrannosaurus is one of the best first-class beastmasters, and he is a member of Jinling Ji's family, so he should not lose to Yi Yuro. After Jiang Fan revealed his qi and blood value, on the other side, in front of the Yuling Academy camp, today Yi Yuro was wearing a black and white college uniform. The uniforms of Yuling Academy highlight a sense of dignity and customization. Although everyone's uniforms are generally the same, the details are different. There is a pair of gilded phoenixes carved on the collar of Yi Yuro's school uniform, which is very similar to her Articuno. The red silk tie was draped over her perky white breasts, and the school uniform that fit her body tightly brought out her graceful figure. The black pleated skirt did not reach the knees, and underneath it were 2 calves covered in stockings that were purer than ice and snow, holding the stockings tightly. A small strap tied with a white bow goes straight up from the junction of the stockings and the fleshy legs, and reaches into the empty space. Yi Yuro was just sitting there, but from time to time she would glance over here, accompanied by the slight sound of swallowing saliva. However, these peeping people will never be able to see the deeper beauty beyond the current scene in their lifetime. Hey, what does Mr. Jiang mean? Yi Yuro let out a light sigh, then walked to an empty corner under the gaze of many eyes. With the sound of beep beep beep, the phone rang. Yi Yuro's call was connected. Hey Mr. Jiang, didn't you say that I could beat Ji Xuanqin? Why? Just do everything according to plan. I'm just making some extra money along the way. Extra money? Mr. Jiang, do you still need to make extra money? As long as you are willing, our Yi family can hire you. The price is guaranteed to satisfy Mr. Jiang. Yi Yuro was puzzled. Well, then just treat me as a game player. Yes, I knew it was like that. The saying great hermit hidden in the city refers to great talents like you, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Fan. Chapter 92 I win. Have dinner with me. The twists and turns that occurred in the Qi and blood resonance competition were unexpected to everyone present. 139 points of Qi and health. If it was last year, it would only be 1 point lower than Song Yunqi. Could it be possible that Jiang Fan will become the next Song Yunqi this year? Many people couldn't help but think so. However, at this time, the leaders of Linh High Middle School were more focused on Ji Xianxin. Jiang Fan's performance only ensured that the students from Linh High Middle School did not return home early. The real decisive round would still depend on the beast taming battle between Ji Xianxin and Yi Yuro. Although Yi Yuro hatched a beast very early, I heard that because she used a strong stimulating and catalytic hatching drug, the frozen bird she hatched had a congenital disease and would not live long. Zhou Yufu had a very detailed understanding of Yi Yuro. After all, there were only a few high school students who could hatch a Beastmaster during this period of time. And there might be only a few who could take the Beastmaster college entrance examination, so of course he would keep it in mind. Didn't they say that he had been cured by a beast-taming master? Director Wang had a thoughtful look on his face. This disease is not so easy to cure. Look at Jack Ma, Wang Xikong, and their many beasts. Didn't some of them die because of illness and could not be treated? Do you think their power is not stronger than the Yi family? Why can the Yi family find such a powerful beast-training master, but they can't? You mean, even if Yi Yuro's Articuno is cured temporarily, there may be sequelae. This is why I agreed to let Ji Xianxin challenge Yuling Academy. Zhou Youfu showed a mysterious smile, as if everything was under control. Old Wang, let the teachers in our school prepare the banners. As long as Ji Xianxin defeats Yi Yuro, we can just hang the banners to celebrate. Oh, and your beastly volcano turtle. Put some fireworks on its volcanic back, and we'll set off fireworks to celebrate later. Director Wang, isn't this a bit inappropriate? What's wrong? Do you think our Linh High Middle School will lose? I even invited people from the TV station to come and support our school, and we are just waiting for Ji Xuanqin's performance. Do you trust Ji Xianxin too much? Director Wang couldn't help but frown when he heard that. I don't trust it, but I trust myself and the Jinling Ji family. Zhou Yufu looked up at the sky. After all, even Song Yunqi failed to hatch a beast last year when his Qi and HP reached 140 points, but Ji Xianxin did it. Director Wang stopped talking after hearing this. He looked at the football field through the layers of mist. At this time, Ji Xianxin was standing on the flooded football field. The rain soaked his clothes and eroded his body, but Ji Xianxin was not aware of it at all. Opposite him, Yi Yuro stood tall and gracefully holding an umbrella with a white pattern. There was no expression on her pretty face, neither sad nor happy. You're good-looking. I wonder if your strength is as irresistible as your looks. Ji Xianxin bowed to Yi Yuro like a gentleman. His upbringing seemed very elegant and calm under the rain. This idiot, doesn't he think he's handsome like this? In the team of Class 10, Su Jiwei pretended to retch when he saw Ji Xuanqin's appearance. Chun Sisi beside him also nodded in agreement. No, I think this is very gentlemanly and charming. Chun Sisi's desk mate Xiaowei looked infatuated after seeing Su Jiwei's appearance. Haha, I watched a TV series before. The hero and heroine in the TV series ate Western food outdoors in the rain on a rainy day. The scene was quite romantic. Ji Xuanqin's behavior is similar to that of the idiot male protagonist. Su Jiwei had long been accustomed to secretly criticizing Ji Xianxin, and the sarcasm in his mouth did not diminish at all. You're the only one who thinks so, right? Look, there are girls from our school and the Yuling Academy throwing flowers and clothes to Ji Xianxin. Wait, what is that triangle? It's so embarrassing, isn't it? Xiaowei's face turned red, and she quickly covered her eyes with her hands. Just as Xiaowei said, Ji Xuanqin's popularity seemed to be very high among all the people in the audience. He has a handsome appearance, a slender figure, and displays proper gentlemanly manners at the right time. Such a boy is very attractive to young girls who are not very worldly wise. After all, no matter what era, the majority of people look at appearance. Not only in Linh High Middle School, but also in Yuling College, there are many crazy girls calling his name. The sound of rain, along with the voices of people shouting Ji Xuanqin's name, pushed the atmosphere on the field to an unprecedented height. Haha, it's really warm. Ji Xianxin smiled and then looked at Yi Yuro. Miss Yi, if I win this competition, I would like to treat you to a simple meal as a token of my appreciation. What do you think? You can't win. I'd rather dine with the other learned gentlemen here than with you. Hee hee. Ji Xianxin knew very well that these were just polite words Yi Yuro said in response to the people around her. She would definitely lose to me today. But who was this learned gentleman she was talking about? Brotherly? Ji Xianxian, who had no clue, simply stopped worrying about it. He took out the beast-controlling ball containing the Tyrannosaurus Rex and held it in his hand. Then let me show you how powerful the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex is. When the huge armored Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared, everyone in the audience gasped. Most of the people present had not hatched any beastmen, so they were inevitably surprised when they suddenly saw Ji Xianxian, a big guy. Articuno. Yi Yuro threw the beast-controlling ball in her hand to the ground. A bright light flashed and Articuno, which was only 1/5 or 1/6 the size of Tyrannosaurus Rex, stood firmly in the water on the football field. Its feathers are as pure white as snowflakes, and it looks like a white dove. When it stands still, it looks like an ice sculpture. How dare such a small beast man stand in front of my Tyrannosaurus Rex? Tyrannosaurus Rex, use earth-shattering slash. At Ji Xianxian's command, the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex stomped its feet suddenly down to the ground. This seemingly light kick actually caused a crack in the ground. The crack spread towards Articuno not far away, and when it was about to arrive, a blade-like thorn suddenly stabbed towards Articuno. Ice barrier. Yi Yuro shouted softly, and a hexagonal white ice wall appeared in front of Articuno. The ice wall actually blocked all the spikes that were bigger than Articuno. In the first round of battle, the two beasts were evenly matched. Seeing this, Ji Xianxian frowned slightly. Her resistance is quite strong. She acted well. The two of them were acting, but Ji Xianxian didn't want to win too easily, as this would make people suspicious. Yi Yuro's resistance is just right for Ji Xianxian now. Chapter 93, You Don't Keep Your Promise. Yes, I long for a worthy opponent. You are just what I want. Ji Xianxian narrowed his eyes slightly and stuck out his tongue to lick his lips. The brief confrontation just now happened in a flash, and many people didn't even know what happened. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, while experts see the details. Compared to the many confused students present, Zhou Youfu and Director Wang seemed to understand much more. When they saw Ji Xianxian use earth-splitting slash before, there was a gleam of surprise in Zhou Youfu and Director Wang's eyes. This move, earth-splitting slash, is extremely terrifying. It is both offensive and explosive, making it hard to defend against. If I had faced Ji Xianxian's earth-splitting slash 10 years ago, I would have been defeated. Zhou Youfu shook his head and sighed. As the saying goes, the waves behind push the waves in front. He felt that he was about to become the wave that died on the beach. Look! Zhou Youfu was just about to praise Ji Xianxian a few more times when he suddenly heard Director Wang beside him exclaim in horror. He turned his head to look in the direction Director Wang pointed, and just happened to see Euro commanding Articuno to block the earth shatter. This kind of reaction speed, this kind of defensive ability, how is it possible? Seeing this, Zhou Youfu couldn't help but cry out in horror. You have to know that Yi Yuro's Articuno has an inherent disadvantage. If it could dodge the earth-splitting slash, Zhou Youfu would have looked up to it. But now Articuno actually blocked the earth-splitting slash of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Zhou Youfu was caught off guard by the scene before his eyes. Do you think Yi Yuro's Articuno has been completely cured by the mysterious beast tamer? Otherwise, how could she be so strong? Director Wang frowned and analyzed. He found that many things were beyond his expectations, and he didn't know whether this was good or bad. No, it's impossible. There is no such a powerful beast master. Zhou Youfu shook his head slowly, and then he suddenly widened his eyes as if he suddenly remembered something. Oh, why did I forget about this? Articuno is an ice-type beast, and rainy weather is good for it. That's why it was able to achieve a surprise victory. After Zhou Youfu's reminder, Director Wang suddenly realized what was going on and a look of, so that's what it is, appeared on his face. Ji Xianxian is not a fool. He must have discovered this. Zhou Youfu stared at Ji Xianxian, who had his back to him. It seemed that he trusted the latter very much. Is it the rain? If I beat your Articuno in a rainy environment, does it prove that I am much stronger than you? Ji Xianxian chuckled and let the sound spread around, so that the scene seemed realistic enough. But do you think I'm not prepared at all? Ji Xianxian laughed, then took out a scroll and threw it into the sky. The scroll was extremely strange. After Ji Xianxian threw it into the air, it automatically floated up and extended a blue light curtain towards Zhou Wei. The light curtain completely blocked the fight between him and Yi Yuro, and not a drop of rain fell. Moreover, in the center of the light curtain, there is actually a yellow light ball that emits a scorching temperature like a small sun. This is a small, disposable weather-changing scroll that can slightly change the weather on the field, with a range of about half the size of a basketball court. That way, your reliance on weather is completely irrelevant. Nest props. The referee is cheating. Small weather change scroll? What is that? Are there so many tricks for a beast master? Oh shit, I've never seen this before. Is it only for beast masters? Seeing Ji Xianxin throw out such a strange scroll, there was a lot of discussion on the field, and many people directly questioned Ji Xianxin for a foul. Beep, 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 quiet. The weather change scroll, health recovery potion, mana recovery potion, beast taming ball, etc. are all items. Using them is not a violation. The competition continues. As soon as referee Chun blew the whistle, the legitimacy of Ji Xuanxin's scroll became immediately clear. I spent 1 million on this scroll, and I used my family's connections to buy it. The rainy day turned into a sunny day, and the advantage is mine. You better admit defeat. Now that he had used the weather change scroll, Ji Xianxin didn't want to waste any more time. It's reasonable for me to defeat Yi Euro after I played all my cards, right? Moreover, the sentence in his previous words, just admit defeat obediently, was also a secret signal to Yi Euro. After getting the secret signal, she should know what to do. Thinking of this, Ji Xuanxin's chest became more upright. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus absorbs the power of the sun and the earth and performs scorching spikes. The so-called scorching spikes are a means of attack by the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex to mobilize the power of the sun and the earth, shaking the gravel on the ground to form spikes with high temperature. This skill has a high attack frequency and fast speed, and if hit, it will cause a burning effect on the enemy, which is extremely terrifying. Scorching ground thorns is the innate skill that the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex possessed when I hatched it. I never used it when I fought against other schools before. Now that you can feel the power of scorching spikes, you should be proud of yourself. Ji Xianxin grinned. Just when he thought he had won, Yi Euro, who was holding a white patterned umbrella, pursed her lips gently. I happen to have a trick that I learned when I cured Articuno. I'll take this opportunity to try it out. To be honest, I have to thank Mr. Jiang. Yi Euro's voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough to reach Ji Xuanxin's ears. The latter was slightly stunned when he heard this. That's not right. Shouldn't she have said to him in secret, "Come on, I won't lose to you"? What the hell is this bullshit about destroying and then establishing? Who is Mr. Jiang? Ji Xianxin was completely confused. When he reacted and was about to command the Tyrannosaurus to attack Yi Euro's Articuno, a chill unexpectedly penetrated his body and reached his nerves. It's so cold. What's going on? Ji Xianxin looked around in confusion, and suddenly he noticed out of the corner of his eye that something seemed to be wrong with Tianshan. There seemed to be something floating in the sky, white and cold, like snow. Why is it snowing in Lin High in this month? The invisible cold slowed down Ji Xuanxin's thinking. By the time he reacted and suddenly widened his eyes to let the Tyrannosaurus Rex dodge, he discovered that a thick layer of frost had formed on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's feet and his own feet. Yi Euro's voice, light and as cold as snowflakes, echoed in Ji Xuanxin's ears, ice and snow. In an instant, the dazzling white light directly covered Ji Xuanxin's eyes. At the last moment of being frozen, Ji Xianxin slowly uttered a sentence. You didn't keep your promise. Chapter 94. Pretend to be good. Act big. Quiet. Deathly quiet. Apart from the sound of raindrops dripping, everyone present was too stunned to utter a word. On the rostrum, when Zhou Youfu saw Ji Xianxin and his armored Tyrannosaurus Rex frozen into an ice sculpture, his pupils suddenly widened. Even if someone said that his eyes would pop out in the next second, no one would believe it. How is this possible? Zhou Youfu's voice was hoarse, as if he was a person who had been walking in the desert for a long time without a drop of water, and his voice was very dry. When Ji Xianxin took out the scroll of weather changes just now, Zhou Youfu thought that Lin High Middle School was sure to win. The beast taming competition is a competition between beast tamers and beast tamers, and between beast tamers and beast tamers. It is also a competition of their respective backgrounds. Ji Xianxin threw out a disposable scroll worth 1 million and still lost? How did Yi Euro win? Isn't there something wrong with her beast master? Zhou Youfu was originally in his prime, but after seeing this scene, he staggered and fell directly to the ground. Could the Mr. Jiang that Yi Euro mentioned just now be the one who helped her cure Articuno? Director Wang's psychological endurance is much stronger. Now that Lin High Middle School has already been defeated, it would be best to analyze and review the situation carefully rather than accepting it pointlessly. Old Wang, do you think it was a wrong decision for me to pin my hopes on Ji Xianxin from the beginning to the end? Zhou Yufu's voice was a little choked. He regretted it. He regretted it very much now. What a shitty Ji Xianxin. What a shitty Tyrannosaurus Rex. What a shitty Jinling Ji family. It's all bullshit. Actually, I think if we only compete with other middle schools in the Qi and blood resonance test, our school's chances of winning will be very high. Isn't Jiang Fan a living example? You always lack confidence in students from ordinary classes and ordinary backgrounds. Of course, this is not just you. I am the same. Instead of paying too much attention to those top students, I think we need to pay more attention to. Last year there was Song Yunxi, this year there is Jiang Fan. Who knows if there will be Chun Fan or Yi Fan next year? Next year? Haha, do you think there will be a next year for the two of us? Zhou Youfu smiled foolishly with a sad look in his eyes. Director Wang's eyes darkened when he heard this. After the joint entrance examination of 5 schools, he and Zhou Youfu were thrown into the team to explore the underground of Linh High City. By then, he really didn't know whether the two of them would be able to come back alive. The other side. Ji Xianchen lost? In the Linh High Middle School camp, everyone was staring at the scene in front of them in amazement. Damn it! Jiang Fan worked so hard to save the situation for you, and you just wasted it like that? You are useless. Su Jiwei didn't mind the big deal and started yelling. Jiang Fan had already returned to Class 10. When he heard Su Jiwei's words, he frowned. Su Jiwei, don't talk. Everyone is in a low mood right now. You will easily become the target of public criticism if you continue like this. Chun Cece quickly told Su Jiwei to shut up. As the class monitor, she has a good grasp of the status of the class members. If Su Jiwei said this now, it would be easy for people to hold a grudge against him and beat him up. Yi Yuro is really amazing. She can actually create a world of ice and snow that is half the size of a basketball court. If her Articuno evolves, the range of this icy land might be able to expand to dozens of meters in radius. When Jiang Fan saw this scene, he did not mock Ji Xianchen, but paid attention to the situation of Yi Yuro and Articuno. He was much more interested in the latter two than in Ji Xianchen. After a brief moment of shock and confusion, everyone came to their senses. The entire football field of Yuling Academy was noisy and the rain gradually stopped. A girl in white stockings walked gently on the flooded football field. With every step she took, a block of ice formed under her feet. An entire football field's worth of rain was not enough to soak her little black leather shoes. When Yi Yuro arrived in front of the podium, the leaders of Yuling Academy greeted her with smiles on their faces. Principal Zhou, Director Wang, we won. Yi Yuro came to the two leaders of Linh High Middle School and said calmly. Zhou Youfu and Director Wang looked at the girl in front of them with complicated expressions and finally sighed softly. Even we couldn't think of a way to deal with your ice and snow move just now. It's only natural that Ji Xianchen lost to you. Director Wang sighed, then changed the subject and asked, Student Yi, is Mr. Jong the one you mentioned just now, the master who helped you treat and cultivate Articuno? Yeah. Yi Yuro nodded slightly. Then, can you introduce us to each other? Zhou Yufu's face became excited when he heard that. He had already accepted the fate of being thrown into the ground. So he thought of inviting the master to come and work on his beast, Taming, while he had a few free days left, and maybe he could get an extra life-saving trump card. No, we have only met twice by chance. And the two leaders should also know that it is difficult for ordinary people to invite a person like you. Yi Yuro pursed her lips and smiled obediently. Just by looking at her expression, Zhou Youfu and the others couldn't help but believe her. Oh, so that's the case. Okay then. Zhou Youfu knew there was no hope, so he simply stopped asking. Two leaders, I came here to say hello, but I also want to ask for your opinions on something. To be frank, you are the winner of this competition. We will definitely consider your opinion. If I could, I would like to add one more friendly. During the Qi and Blood Resonance competition just now, didn't you have a student named Jiang Fan from Linh High Middle School who had very strong Qi and Blood values? I want to compete with him. Yi Yuro spoke calmly, but Zhou Youfu and Director Wang's expressions changed dramatically from confusion to surprise. Really? Do we really want to compete again? Zhou Youfu asked stutteringly. Yes, the official competition is over. The outcome is already determined. But if the students from Linh High Middle School beat Yi Yuro in the friendly match, the situation would be different. Friendly matches also have wins and losses. As long as you can beat Yi Yuro, you will win. Even if the news here spreads later, Linh High Middle School will still be the champion school, invincible. This is an opportunity that everyone at Linh High Middle School cannot refuse. But Zhou Youfu and the others couldn't understand why Yi Yuro did this. What good will it do you? Yi Yuro, secret. Of course, she would not tell Zhou Youfu and the other that she had added this friendly match based on the suggestion of Lin Fu, the steward of Yes Manor who loved reading novels. In Steward Lin's Guide to How the Protagonist of a Novel Should Show Off, it is clearly written. The protagonist must show off well, and show off very much. Ji Xianchen can cheat. So why can't I help Mr. Jiang cheat? Anyway, the reputation of Yuling Academy is now preserved. If I lose to Mr. Jiang, Won't everyone look up to Mr. Jiang? Chapter 95. King Kong Gorilla withered with one skill. But how do we play this friendly match? Although Yi Yuro's proposal sounds tempting, it actually has big problems. She is a beast master who hatches beasts, but Jiang Fan's beast has not yet hatched. If it was a beast taming battle competition, Jiang Fan would definitely not win. If it was a blood and chi resonance competition, Jiang Fan's blood and chi value would definitely not be as good as Yi Yuro, a beast tamer who has already hatched a beast. If neither of these two methods work, then what other methods are there to compete? Zhou Youfu and Director Wang both discovered this problem after looking at each other. After all, the most powerful Ji Xianxin has already lost, and their Lin High Middle School can no longer find a second person to compete with Yi Yuro. The three of them looked at each other, and at this moment, a figure suddenly stood out from the crowd. Since Lin High Middle School has already lost, then just get out of here. Oh, by the way, don't you like to challenge others? After the 5-school joint exam is over, I will bring the students from Yuling Academy to the gate of your school to challenge you until the beast taming college entrance examination is over. I hope that Lin High Middle School can hold on. A loud and clear voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, and many people from the Yuling Academy couldn't help but exclaim after hearing this voice. It's the student union president Li Yi. Many people in the crowd recognized the person who spoke. The person strode to the podium and smiled at Zhou Youfu and others. Principal Zhou, Director Wang, what do you think of the proposal I just made? Li Yi's look was obviously a naked provocation. Zhou Youfu clenched his fists in anger. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Just as he was about to teach this disobedient boy a lesson, Yi Yuro beside him suddenly frowned and said, Li Yi, aren't you at home? Why are you making trouble here? I have just told the college leaders and 2 leaders of Lin High Middle School about the friendly match. Don't act so recklessly here. Yi Yuro didn't have the slightest favorable impression towards Li Yi. She had already disliked Li Yi when this guy threatened her and asked her to go easy on Ji Xianxin. Haha, friendly match? Competing with that kid named Jiang Fan? Li Yi sneered at the words, then glanced at Jiang Fan not far away. No need to go through so much trouble with a friendly match. As long as he can stand firm under my King Kong aura, he wins. Having said this, Li Yi suddenly threw out a beast-controlling ball. After a flash of light, a large chimpanzee about the size of a truck appeared directly on the football field. When this big chimpanzee stamps his feet lightly, even the ground shakes. Is this the King Kong gorilla? Judging from its size and the richness of its blood and energy, I'm afraid it's about to break through to the second level, right? When Zhou Youfu and Director Wang saw the big chimpanzee, their eyes suddenly became blank. Only 1 or 2 of their beast tamers have reached the peak of the first level, which is about level 10 in strength. But how could the beast tamer of Li Yi, a repeater, already have such terrifying strength? If Ji Xianxin had faced Li Yi instead of Yi Yuro just now, he would probably have been defeated in the first round, right? Zhou Youfu and Director Wang immediately realized that they had underestimated the strength of Yuling Academy. The number of students that could be trained in this aristocratic academy was beyond their imagination. As soon as King Kong released by Li Yi appeared, he immediately frightened everyone and made them scream. Some of the timid ones even ran away, and the scene was in chaos for a while. At this time, Ji Xianxin had already recovered from the frozen state. As soon as he and the Tyrannosaurus Rex turned their heads, they found that King Kong jumped over their heads. For a moment, Ji Xianxin was almost scared to death. The Tyrannosaurus Rex beside him was crawling on the ground, holding its head with its 2 claws, and was extremely scared. This is Brother Li's King Kong. Is it going to attack Jiang Fan? When Ji Xianxin saw the direction King Kong was rushing, he immediately guessed what was going on. Losing to Yi Yuro made him depressed. Moreover, he lost one and tied the other in the 2 matches. Judging from the results, he was the one who held Jiang Fan back. This was something Ji Xianxin could not accept no matter what. But now, if Brother Li attacks Jiang Fan and can cripple him, no one will care about him anymore. Ji Xianxin thought darkly in his heart. At this time, King Kong had already come to Jiang Fan, and Su Jiwei and Qin Sisi stood on both sides of Jiang Fan, looking as if they were ready to die bravely. Damn it, I heard that the boy surnamed Li lost to Senior Sister Song in the college entrance examination last year, and he was very upset, so he chose to repeat the year. Seeing your high chi and health value this year, he must have been frightened and was ready to attack you. You are such a piece of shit, ugh. Su Jiwei spat at King Kong. Qin Sisi clutched Jiang Fan's clothes tightly, looking nervous. The 3 of us are not afraid of this big chimpanzee. Hearing this, Jiang Fan was speechless. I just told you 2 to leave. This chimpanzee is coming for me. I can handle it myself. Come on, you're so delicate and timid. If I wasn't there to support you, you would have been scared to death. Su Jiwei curled his lips. You haven't helped me hatch the ice civet cat eggs yet. I can't let anything happen to you. Chun Sisi also added. Both of them were very stubborn and Jiang Fan couldn't persuade them at all. With a bitter smile, Jiang Fan stepped forward and said, Stand back a little. I'll take care of it. After saying that, Jiang Fan directly released his devil egg with 2 horns. Devil's Touch. Devil's Touch. A move that uses the devil's horns to attack. Effect. Causes a large amount of damage to the enemy, while making the enemy with a lower level than you enter a state of fear for 30 seconds. This move almost makes Jiang Fan invincible in the same level. 30 seconds of fear state is enough to make this big chimpanzee GA over. At Jiang Fan's command, the demon's horn began to vibrate and emit a red halo. The whole space was covered with a gray hue. A pair of big scarlet eyes suddenly opened from the void of space when King Kong's fist was about to hit Jiang Fan and the other two. The next second, it was as if King Kong's brain waves were intercepted, and his body was frozen in midair. Then, in the surprised and horrified eyes of everyone, King Kong suddenly fell to the ground, a stream of scarlet blood oozing from the corner of its mouth, and then King Kong fell to his knees on the ground like a little kid who had made a mistake, looking as miserable as possible. This scene happened in a flash, and before anyone could even react, they saw King Kong kneeling on the ground as if he had been frightened by something. The whole place was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Gurgle. Several sounds of people swallowing hard could be heard from the podium. Chapter 96. Exposing Ji Xianqin and Li Yi's PY deal. What's going on? Zhou Youfu and Director Wang were completely dumbfounded. Before this scene, they always thought that Jiang Fan was just a dark horse with a relatively high blood value. Apart from having only qi and blood, Jiang Fan had no way of being compared with Ji Xianqin, Yi Yuro, and others who had hatched beasts. But it is this kind of person whose repeated outbursts always shock people to the point of being speechless. Is that thing of his a beast egg or a beast? Zhou Youfu and Director Wang looked at each other, both dumbfounded. Of course, apart from them, the most shocked person was Li Yi. Li Yi knew best the situation of his own Beastmaster. Although it cannot be invincible in the same level, it is more than enough to defeat Ji Xuanqin's armored Tyrannosaurus. How could it be scared by Jiang Fan, a student who has not hatched a beast tamer? This is unscientific. Yi Yuro was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and asked Li Yi, do you want to kill someone? If you put such a large beast directly into the crowd, if anything happens, you will be expelled from the academy. Yi Yuro had the confidence to say this because his father Yi Cheng was one of the directors of Yuling Academy, so it was not impossible for him to expel Li Yi. But now Li Yi had no time to worry about what Yi Yuro said. His face was extremely ugly, he was breathing heavily, and his head was hot. King Kong, get up. Stand up now. Li Yi roared at King Kong a few times, but the only response he got was King Kong's trembling body. How dare you touch our students? Li Yi acted too quickly just now, and Zhou Youfu and Director Wang were unable to react for a while. But this time it would be different. After Jiang Fan took action to deal with King Kong, the two of them quickly walked to Jiang Fan's side and threw out a beast-controlling ball at the same time. In front of veteran first-class beastmasters like Zhou Youfu and Director Wang, even Li Yi had to temporarily avoid the limelight. Yuling Academy is not satisfied with its victory and wants to attack us ordinary students? Is this what your college leaders mean? Or is this your personal opinion? Jiang Fan's voice came out slowly, pointing directly at Li Yi. He was very displeased with Li Yi's behavior. The other party's reckless look just now was like that of a madman who abused the power in his hands without considering the consequences. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Fan would not pay any attention to such a madman, but the other party's target was himself, which made Jiang Fan feel the danger signal, so he questioned him out loud. He doesn't need any results. He just wants to express his attitude and let Yuling Academy express its attitude at the same time. This incident has nothing to do with our college. It was all done by Li Yi alone. Moreover, he is on sick leave today, and any of his actions have nothing to do with the academy. Our Yuling Academy has not issued him even a single mission. Yi Yuro stood up directly. She is not the president of the student union of Yuling College, but what she says is more effective than what Li Yi, the president of the student union, says. The fact that the vice president of the student union, Jun, has to call Yi Yuro's sister, and that Yi Yuro is fully responsible for the challenge to Linh High Middle School is enough to give us a glimpse of the situation. Yi Yuro, you. Li Yi's face darkened. She didn't expect Yi Yuro to dare to disobey her. I came from Jinling, and she should be grateful to me for being able to study at Yuling Academy, but how dare she go against me? Yi Yuro, don't you plan to keep the Yi family's arrangements in Jinling? Li threatened in a voice that only he and Yi Yuro could hear. What? You want me to play the recording? Okay, as you wish. Yi Yuro answered irrelevantly. She raised her jade hands gently and clapped them twice. Then, Li's deep voice was heard from the loudspeaker on the football field. You are the one who will be in charge of the challenge competition at Linh High Middle School. You must let Ji Xinshin win. Otherwise, you know the consequences? The voice was so recognizable that with the help of the expensive audio equipment of Yuling Academy, Li Yi's voice was perfectly restored. You actually recorded it? Li was so angry that his mouth was crooked. But now is not the time for him to lose his temper. At this moment, everyone in Yuling Academy is looking at him, and he has to give an explanation. On the other hand, at Linh High Middle School, some people looked at Li Yi, while others looked at Ji Xinshin. Li could say such words, and if Ji Xinshin didn't know about it, they would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. Granny Li. So that's what happened. Ji Xinshin had no confidence in defeating Yi Yuro, so he teamed up with Li Yi to put pressure on Yi Yuro. They clearly had a PY deal. This is outrageous. Li Yi is crazy. He still wants to keep evidence for such a thing. Why doesn't he just do it himself? Don't you know? Li Yi and Ji Xinshin are both from Jinling, so they probably knew each other a long time ago. He definitely didn't show up to avoid suspicion, and it would definitely not be appropriate for him to show up as a repeater. Everyone was talking at once, and they imagined all the things that happened between Ji Xinshin and Li Yi. In today's information-rich age, it is very easy to get all kinds of information. Ji Xinshin and Li Yi are not yet strong enough to avoid being trapped. Maybe they had been banned for a long time, and their relationship was just brought up at this opportunity. Hearing everyone's discussions, Ji Xinshin tiptoed to escape the scene. But if Linh High Middle School agrees, will the people from Yuling Academy agree? By doing this, Ji Xinshin was bullying the Yuling Academy to the extreme. Who could tolerate this? Ji Xinshin, whose iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex was put back into the beast taming ball for healing, no longer had any trump cards left. Looking at the students from Yuling Academy walking towards him eager to fight, he stepped back in a hurry. Somehow, Ji Xinshin retreated to the side of Jiang Fan, Su Jiwei and others. He sat down on the ground, grabbed Su Jiwei's trouser leg, and was about to turn around to ask for help. But as soon as Ji Xinshin turned his head, he found Jiang Fan looking at him indifferently and Su Jiwei who was pinching his palm joints until they creaked. Jiang Fan, try yourself how it feels to be trampled by a bunch of big men. Su Jiwei, hey, here I come. Tear. With a noise, Jiang Fan found that a corner of his clothes was torn off. He looked puzzledly at Chen Cece, who was fidgeting and clutching the torn corner of her clothes with a bit of embarrassment behind her. I'm too excited. This Ji Xinshin is really hateful, just like a Korean who likes to cheat. I'll help you teach him a lesson. After saying that, Chen Cece carefully wrapped her fist with the corner of Jiang Fan's clothes before hitting Ji Xinshin on the forehead. Judging from her appearance, she probably doesn't want to get her hands dirty. Chapter 97, Another Earthquake, A Rich Harvest. As Ji Xuanshin's screams rang out, Li's face on the other side also became extremely ugly. He came to Linh High City Yuling College to study with pride and dignity. That kind of arrogance is like a student from a big city running back to the countryside to study and thinking everyone is trash. This is how Li feels now. He was caught off guard by the out-of-control situation. After all, he was just a student of Jiang Fan, not scheming enough, so he left a handle for Yi Yuro. Li, your actions have had a serious impact on Yuling Academy. If you do not actively admit your mistakes, Yuling Academy will give you a serious punishment. Yi Yuro came up with the punishment without even having to discuss it with the leaders of Yuling Academy. Humph, do you think your little threat can scare me? At worst, I'll just stop studying here. Tomorrow, I will ask the housekeeper to help me with the withdrawal procedures. I just don't know what the old guys at the Beast Taming College will think when they hear that I have been admitted to the 2 top beast taming universities in Kyoto in more than a month. Ha 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 ha. Li let out a long roar towards the sky. Then without caring about anything else, he took King Kong and left. After King Kong recovered to normal, no one dared to stop Li. His condition was obviously much better than Ji Xuanshin's. When passing by Jiang Fan, Li paused. Jiang Fan, I will remember you. Although I don't know what moves you used to make King Kong look like that, I think that should be your trump card. You have the qualifications for me to take you seriously, just like Song Yunchi last year. But that's all. By the time I get admitted to Beastmaster University in Kyoto, the gap between us will become even bigger. Just like Song Yunchi, you will sink and drown in the shallow water near the sea. Li Yi's words were aggressive, and he was very confident. Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows when he heard this, but didn't say much. Apart from the mess that happened in college, Jiang Fan felt that there was something wrong with what Li Yi said. His devil's touch is just an ordinary skill, not a special trick. Jiang Fan can use a move like this at least 5 times in a game. This is the result of the combined effect of chi and blood value and mental strength. Of course, if you give the devil egg a few bottles of blue medicine, it will be no problem to use it 7 or 8 times. Li might have misunderstood something. However, he did not tell Li Yi about this, and there was no need to tell him. Watching Li Yi walking further away with his hands in his pockets, Su Jiwei, who was beating Ji Xianqian, took some time off and slowly displayed the 20-centimeter solid wooden stick in his hand. Look at his arrogance. Do you want me to hit him with a club? Jiang Fan, you'd better take it easy. If you get caught by the police and have a criminal record, you won't have any hope of passing the college entrance examination. Jiang Fan had just finished speaking when an unprecedented earthquake occurred on the entire ground. The vibration was several times stronger than before, as if a huge monster was turning over underground, making people's scalps tingle. There's an earthquake. Panic broke out, and everyone ran towards the center of the football field. Jiang Fan already knew the reason for the abnormal vibrations in Linh High City, so he did not seem too panicked at this time. He glanced casually and immediately found Li Yi walking away slowly with his hands in his pockets. When the vibration came, Li Yi had difficulty maintaining his balance with his hands in his trouser pockets, and when he tried to take his hands out, his hands were inexplicably stuck by the fabric. Li Yi hit the ground with his head, and his skull hit the concrete road hard. Finally, Li Yi, who had fallen heavily, stood up. With his head buzzing, he picked up 2 white stones from the ground and his hands were shaking. Jiang Fan had good eyesight and could tell at a glance that the 2 small white stones were Li Yi's front teeth. Poochie, Jiang Fan laughed. He didn't know why it was so funny. After the earthquake ended, everyone from Linh High Middle School returned home under the arrangement of their teachers. Unlike when he came, Jiang Fan no longer took a bus when he returned, but Director Wang's Alpha. Jiang Fan remembered that Ji Xianqian didn't seem to have this treatment. Director Wang was driving in the front, while Zhou Yufu and Jiang Fan were sitting side by side in the second row of seats. At this time, Zhou Yufu's attitude towards Jiang Fan has changed from admiration to subservience. You should know that Jiang Fan's qi and blood value reached 139 points when he just underwent qi and blood resonance. Zhou Yufu had discussed with Director Wang before that if Linh High Middle School had another dark horse like Song Yunqi with 140 health points, then Linh High Middle School would be able to maintain its top 3 position in the joint entrance examination of 5 schools. There is only 1 point difference between 139 points and 140 points. At this moment, Jiang Fan is no different from a life-saving straw to Zhou Yufu and Director Wang. After all, if Linh High Middle School fails to make the top 3 in the joint entrance examination of the 5 schools, the 2 of them will be sent underground. The mission is extremely dangerous, and it is not as comfortable as being the principal or director of a middle school. Student Jiang Fan, what is the current level of your qi and blood value? The joint entrance examination of 5 schools is imminent, and the school must know the details clearly. Zhou Yufu rubbed his hands and asked carefully, Principal Zhou, before you ask me about my qi and blood value, I also have something to ask you. You should have remembered the last time Ji Xianqian had someone beat me up, right? Although that incident did not cause any harm to me, I am a timid person and was frightened and became ill. See if you can find any tonic medicine that can help me recover. Maybe when I recover, my blood and qi will improve. Hearing this, Zhou Yufu's face suddenly froze. Classmate Jiang Fan, hasn't this matter been exposed, and the compensation has also been given to you? Nonsense, that compensation is for mental damages. What about my mental health expenses? Zhou Yufu. He always felt that the mental damages Jiang Fan mentioned were the same as the psychological medical expenses. Only now did Zhou Yufu realize that Jiang Fan was so sinister. He was different from those who clamored about contributing to their alma mater. He just wanted to maximize his benefits. Such people are very scheming, very rational, and very unlike middle school students. Counting the qi and blood pills distributed by the school, and the qi and blood pill and several bottles of qi and blood potions given to me as compensation, there is also the triple compensation I should get for my efforts in the qi and blood booming competition this time. In this way, I took a total of 5 qi and blood pills from the school and from you, Principal Zhou, plus several bottles of qi and blood potions. The value is about 4 million. I have to say that Principal Zhou and the school are really generous. Zhou Yufu. Jiang Fan, I can only give you another 1 million at most. Counting the previous ones, all my assets are basically here. Zhou Yufu felt like crying but had no tears. He had saved up this little fortune bit by giving lectures and running cram schools. The cost of training and cultivating beasts is really too high. Even he, A school principal cannot afford it. Director Wang. While they were talking, the three of them took a car back to Linh High Middle School. At this time, someone was already waiting at the gate of Linh High Middle School, waiting for Jiang Fan to come back. Chapter 98. Underground Incident. Yeqing, Song Yunxi in danger. Mr. Jiang, you are finally back. At the gate of Linh High Middle School, Lu Tianfeng, director of the Security Bureau, quickly walked over to start a conversation with Jiang Fan. Director Lu, what's the urgent matter? Mr. Jiang, can we talk for a moment? Lu Tianfeng glanced at Zhou Yufu and Director Wang, smiled apologetically at them, and then pulled Jiang Fan into the police station's car. Mr. Jiang, there has been some problems with the underground beast taming exploration operation. We need your help now. Lu Tianfeng looked embarrassed, with a look of worry between his brows. Jiang Fan did not respond immediately, but listened quietly to Lu Tianfeng's next words. Just yesterday, an expedition team that was the first to enter the underground to explore lost contact with the surface. To be honest with you, Mr. Jiang, the person leading the team was Yicheng, a third-level Beastmaster. They lost contact, and the team led by a third-level Beastmaster lost contact. This situation is very serious. What happened? Tell me in detail. Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows. From Lu Tianfeng's few words, he could tell that the underground journey was not simple at all. If he didn't understand it clearly, Jiang Fan himself would not feel at ease. We don't know the details. There seems to be a beast hidden under the ground that can control people's minds. Mr. Ye's team was not destroyed by the mysterious power, but killed each other, and finally lost contact with us. Lu Tianfeng is in a state of great difficulty now. The appearance of the underground space in Linh High City has made the burden on his shoulders many times heavier than before. It is the first time that he feels it is so difficult to be the chief of the Security Bureau in this remote small city. A beast tamer that can control people's minds? So magical? Jiang Fan was a little unconvinced. If this was true, wouldn't the beast tamers directly transform into beast masters, and humans become the beast tamers controlled by them? I didn't believe it at first, but it's true. Oh, by the way, in addition to the information provided by Mr. Ye's team, we also received news from Miss Song's team. It is said that those strange beasts are afraid of light, and light will drive them to hide and escape. At this point, Lu Yunfeng's expression did not ease. It has been almost a day since Miss Song sent this news, and there has been no second news. I am afraid they also. The Miss Song that Lu Tianfeng was referring to was naturally Song Yunxi. Although no one knew why she got involved, it was not difficult to tell from Lu Tianfeng's expression that her situation was not good at the moment. Both of them are third-level Beastmasters. How could such a thing happen? It seems that this trip underground is very dangerous. Jiang Fan rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Is it inconvenient for Mr. Jiang to go? Lu Tianfeng told Jiang Fan these things, also anticipating that Jiang Fan might go back on his word. However, he did not hold any grudge against Jiang Fan because of this. After all, people only have one life, and who doesn't want to exorcise evil and avoid danger? If he wasn't the director of the Linh High City Security Bureau, Lu Tianfeng would definitely not have gotten involved in such matters. However, without Jiang Fan's participation, it would be difficult to explain to Director Zhang. I'm just saying this, don't worry about it. Since I've already promised you, I won't go back on my word. But I am a little curious, after such a big incident, the relevant departments can't send more people to die, right? The underground space was more dangerous than expected. Since Yicheng and Song Yunxi had lost contact, they were probably finished. Even 2 third-rank Beastmasters were killed one after another. If the relevant departments handling this incident sent someone down to escort them, Jiang Fan would definitely not go. He could die for various reasons, but he must not die because of the inexplicable and useless orders given by the decision-makers. Hearing that Jiang Fan had no intention of going back on his word, Lu Tianfeng looked slightly surprised. Even an experienced person like himself was so frightened that his face changed drastically after hearing about what happened underground. But Jiang Fan was able to remain calm. Even if the other party was pretending, Lu Tianfeng knew that he was far inferior to the middle school student in front of him. Mr. Jiang is right. We have already found out that the underground space has 3 layers: upper, middle, and lower. Mr. Yi and Miss Song lost contact with us at the bottom layer. Linh High City is under the jurisdiction of Jiling City. Soon, a special rescue team from Jiling City will come to the lower levels. In addition, Jiling Beast Taming University also sent a 5-member team, including a beast taming doctor, 2 beast taming graduate students, and 2 undergraduate students studying at Jiling Beast Taming University. The goal of these 5 people is to enter the upper level of the underground space and capture a sample of underground beast for research. Mr. Jiang, your mission is to go to the upper level with these 5 people and help them capture an underground beast. Lu Tianfeng tried his best to explain to Jiang Fan in clear and concise sentences. Is the upper space safer than the middle and lower spaces? So far, apart from one person who fell unconscious due to lack of oxygen due to a ruptured oxygen tank, there have been no accidents on the upper floors. Oh, that's good. Jiang Fan nodded when he heard that. The mission sounded simple, and as long as it didn't ask him to rescue Yi Cheng or Song Yunqi, Jiang Fan felt it was acceptable. By the way, Director Liu, if this is accomplished, you will get the admission quota to the top 10 beast taming universities you told me about. Jiang Fan was hinting at something. Lu Tianfeng smiled and said, of course I know this. If the mission is successfully completed, I will apply to the city. If you fail to complete it, I will also apply for extra points in the beast taming college entrance examination for you, Mr. Jiang. I can still do this little thing. Director Liu is indeed an open-minded person. I found you very pleasing to the eye when I first met you. Oh, by the way, let me interrupt and ask. Can you give the admission quota to the top 10 beast-controlling universities 2 years later? Or change it to rice or something? Jiang Fan winked at Lu Tianfeng. Hearing this, Lu Tianfeng's eyes widened, and then he leaned close to Jiang Fan's ear and whispered, in principle, this is not allowed. After saying this, Lu Tianfeng revealed a mysterious expression. He could roughly guess what Jiang Fan was thinking. Based on Jiang Fan's current strength, it is a sure thing that he will be admitted to one of the top 10 beast taming universities. The only attraction of the admission quota to him is the advantages of giving people away or exchanging rice. If Jiang Fan really wants to do this, Lu Tianfeng can help him. However, the admission quota is given to students who have won certain honors or made certain achievements and have good grades. If the person Jiang Fan wants to send is not good enough, he will be found out afterwards. Mr. Jiang, if you really want to do this, at least that person has to be able to convince others. At least 120 points of qi and blood are indispensable. I hope you understand this. 120 points of qi and blood is the minimum passing score that meets the requirements. Only when this critical point is reached can the admission quota be given out with a legitimate reason. Well, I understand these principles. So when do we set off? We will arrive at our destination at 12 noon tomorrow. Okay, I'll go back and make some preparations tonight. Chapter 99. Upgrade, Skill Evolution. At 6 p.m., Jiang Fan returned home and Tang Rou was already in the living room. Just as Jiang Fan said, Tang Rou really took 10 days off for Chen Cc's beast taming egg. As soon as Jiang Fan entered the room, he heard the gurgling sound of boiling water in the kitchen. Xiao Fan, what are we having for dinner tonight? I'll go buy some now. The food in the refrigerator was already empty. Tang Rou was waiting for Jiang Fan to come back from school so that she could help watch the egg in the kitchen and buy some vegetables when she had time. Just a simple meal will do. I just ordered a few dishes from the braised food shop downstairs, and they will deliver them to me later. Jiang Fantua changed his shoes in one go. He walked to the living room and filled a glass of water for himself before saying to Tang Rou, Aunt Tang, the school is organizing a training session to help us train beasts. This training session may take a few days, so I won't be home these days. Ah. Tang Rou's eyebrows slightly frowned when she heard this, but she soon relaxed. I'll prepare some gifts for you, and some biscuits, so you don't go hungry. After saying that, Tang Rou pretended to put on her shoes and leave to go to the supermarket downstairs to buy some goods. No, I'll only be gone for 2 or 3 days. By the way, when Xiao Xiao comes back in a few days, give her these books to read and preview. She keeps whining all day long. It's time to let her concentrate. Jiang Fan took out a bunch of books from his school bag, including Introduction to Beast Taming, Analysis of the Geographical Distribution of Beast Taming, Biology of Beast Taming, History of Beast Taming, etc., are dazzling. These are all books about taming beasts? Tang Rou was a little surprised after reading them. Yes, when the time comes, ask her if she likes beast taming. If she does, let her learn. I have prepared everything for her. The beast tamer admission quota that Jiang Fan wanted was actually prepared for Tang Xiaoxiao. Of course, if Tang Xiaoxiao didn't live up to his expectations, he would consider selling it. Now he was just giving Tang Xiaoxiao a chance. Whether she can grasp the future depends on herself. This is not possible. The family no longer has the money to support Xiaoxiao to study at the Beast Taming University, and you still need money. Aunt Tang, don't worry about the money. Jiang Fan talked with Tang Rou for a while, and only returned to the room after he finally stopped Tang Rou from leaving all the money to him. I've gained a lot these days. Apart from the system points I spent to raise the demon egg's racial value to 100, I now have 94 system points left. However, the qi and blood pills and other items given by Principal Zhou and others are very valuable, but they are not converted into my wealth points and system points. Do I have to sell these things for money? Jiang Fan carefully calculated his current wealth value. If I sell all the items on me, I conservatively estimate that I can obtain 4 million wealth points, which is 400 system points. Since there is no way to increase the race value for the time being, why don't I just add all the remaining system points to other attributes first? Jiang Fan opened the panel of the Devil Egg. Beast Tamer Egg. Type: Demonic Beast Tamer Egg. Talent level: SSS-Level. Racial value: 100 points, can be further increased after the beast evolves. Hatching progress: 25%. Chi and blood: 150 points. Spirit: 65 points. Exoskeleton: 0. Endoskeleton: 0. Remaining system points: 94. Just add it all to the chi and blood and see how much is enough. Jiang Fan clicked frantically on the chi and blood column. When the chi and blood value finally stopped at 200 points, the system issued a prompt. Please improve the beast race value first. 200 points of health? Not bad. The rest can be put into spirit. After another round of crazy clicking, the spirit value increased from 65 points to 80 points. After 80 points, the system prompts were exactly the same as before. Jiang Fan spent a total of 65 system points out of 94, leaving 29 points. The rest of them were not a big deal, so Jiang Fan simply clicked on the attributes of the exoskeleton and endoskeleton. The endoskeleton did not respond, but the exoskeleton miraculously succeeded in adding points. The value of the exoskeleton changed directly from 0 points to 29 points. Not only that, the system prompt sound also sounded after the exoskeleton value increased. Evolution of Devil's Touch Effect. Devil's Touch, a move that uses the devil's horns to attack. Effect: while causing a lot of damage to the enemy, there is a 100% chance that enemies with a lower level than you will enter a state of fear for 30 seconds. Old. While causing a lot of damage to the enemy, there is a 100% chance that enemies with a lower level than you will enter a state of fear for 30 seconds, and you can issue orders to the frightened enemies during this period. In addition to the fear effect, a control effect was added. Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows and was overjoyed. The Devil's Touch is the Devil Egg's innate skill, and the Devil's Touch is activated by the Devil's Horn. While increasing the value of the exoskeleton, it also makes the Devil's Horn stronger, and the effect of the innate skill is also improved accordingly. If we think about this point clearly, we can explain the reason for the evolution of the skill, Devil's Touch. Overall it's not bad. I've used up all the system points I can, and the stats have basically increased to about the same level. Jiang Fan looked at the panel again. Health value 150, 200 points. Spirit 65, 80. Exoskeleton 0, 29. After these improvements, I feel more confident going into the underground space. At night, Jiang Fan rested normally. He didn't get out of bed until 9 o'clock the next morning. When Jiang Fan came out of the room, he found that the house was a little quiet. At this time in the past, Aunt Tang would either be watching TV or preparing delicious food in the kitchen. But why is she nowhere to be seen today? Jiang Fan was wondering when he suddenly found a suitcase in the middle of the living room. When he opened it, he found that it was full of his clothes. Of course, various neatly arranged snacks were also indispensable. Haha, I told you not to bother with that. Jiang Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he still packed his suitcase and went out. Aunt Tang, I'm going out. Jiang Fan called out to the inner room, and Lu Tianfeng's phone in his pocket rang. After he left, Tang Rose slowly opened the door of her room a crack. I'm left alone, so I'm bound to feel a little lonely. Xiao Fan, remember to come back early. Chapter 100, Dr. Tion from Jiling Beast University. In the car, Lu Tianfeng sat next to Jiang Fan. He had vaguely sensed something was not right when Jiang Fan got in the car just now. Mr. Zhang's energy and blood seemed to be much higher than when he saw him yesterday. Lu Tianfeng felt that if Jiang Fan yesterday was compared to a wild wolf, then Jiang Fan today could definitely be called a lion. This momentum, this pressure, are completely different from yesterday. No. How could someone's energy and blood be increased so much in one night? I must be overthinking it. Lu Tianfeng collected his thoughts. Mr. Jiang, although this mission is not that difficult, please still treat it with caution. Oh, by the way, I forgot one more thing. Mr. Jiang, your mission is to be a special commissioner of the Linh High Security Bureau. You need to unconditionally cooperate with the work of the Jiling Beast Taming University specialists. Lu Tianfeng mentioned this to Jiang Fan tentatively. He knew that the more capable a person is, the weirder his temper is. If he didn't inform Jiang Fan in advance and it caused a conflict between Jiang Fan and the people from Jiling Beast Taming University, it would be a loss. Okay, Jiang Fan replied casually, but to be honest, he would definitely not listen to Lu Tianfeng's words about unconditional cooperation. We took the security car all the way to our destination. This area is a construction site, surrounded by iron walls, and no outsiders are allowed. Following Lu Tianfeng to a foundation pit, Jiang Fan saw the so-called entrance to the underground space. The entrance is extremely small, only about the width of 2 adults. Although the entrance to this cave is small, the space inside is surprisingly large. Lu Tianfeng walked towards the dark cave entrance. When will the 5 people arrive? It was only 10 o'clock in the morning, and Jiang Fan came here so early because he wanted to make some preparations. It should take another hour. After all, we are leaving at 12 o'clock, so we must arrive early to make some preparations. Lu Tianfeng was not too sure either. The rank of Jiling Beast Taming University was much higher than that of a small police chief like him, and he had no right to interfere. Jiang Fan nodded without saying anything. He still had the patience to wait for others. 1 or 2 hours was not too long. However, Jiang Fan obviously miscalculated this time, because it was not until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that an Audi A6 with the Jiling Beastmaster University logo on the front of the car slowly drove into the construction site. As soon as the car stopped, Lu Tianfeng came forward with a smile on his face. "Dr. Tion, you are finally here." After the 3 men and 2 women got off the car, Lu Tianfeng said with a smile to a middle-aged man in a gray t-shirt, "I'm sorry, Chief Lu. I was delayed on the way. I hope you don't mind." Dr. Tion, whose hair was a little sparse, shook hands with Lu Tianfeng, an apologetic look on his wrinkled face. "What are you talking about, Dr. Tion? I'm so happy that you guys can come to help our Linh High city. Why would I mind? Now that everyone is here, let's get ready." Lu Tianfeng ordered his men to take Dr. Tion and the other 4 people to prepare oxygen tanks and other things, while he approached Jiang Fan and whispered, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jong. I didn't expect it would take so long for them to arrive. If I had known, I wouldn't have kept you waiting here so early." "It's okay, but I'm a little curious. Why did Dr. Tion's chi and blood value seem so low? Almost the same level as an ordinary person. This is unreasonable. In such a world where beast taming is respected, since the other party can become a doctor of Jiling Beast Taming University, it stands to reason that his blood value must be very high. How could he be inferior to Lu Tianfeng? Hey, if I talk about Dr. Tion's story, it would take me 3 days and 3 nights to tell it clearly. In short, Mr. Jong, all you need to know is that he was once a 5th-level Beastmaster. When Dr. Tion was at the peak of his career, for some unknown reason, he took the initiative to release all his beasts and terminated the contracts. He switched to beast control research, which lasted for 20 years. It can be said that there is no one in the entire Jiangnan province who knows beast taming better than him. Lu Tianfeng had a basic understanding of Dr. Tion's information, and he explained it clearly. Jiang Fan had a general understanding of the specific situation after listening to it once. The male and female graduate students are Dr. Tion's students and also his close disciples. They are both 2nd-level beast masters. With them protecting Dr. Tion and Mr. Jiang, there will be no problem. Jiang Fan nodded. Even Dr. Tion, who was no different from an ordinary person, could go underground. It seemed that the danger level on the upper level was not too high. The 5 people from Jiling Beast Taming University arrived at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After preparing for nearly an hour, they were finally ready at 5 o'clock. "Everyone, the situation underground is mysterious and unpredictable. I can't help you in any way. These 3 2nd-level beast-controlling rock spirits will take you underground. The oxygen tank can last for 3 days. When the 3 days are up, please contact us through the signal bracelet. I will send the earth spirits to bring you up." Lu Tianfeng threw 3 beast-controlling balls, and a beast-controlling object like a conical stone platform appeared in front of everyone. These 3 beasts are certainly not his, but are domesticated by the government. The gray rock elves are almost the same as stones. If they didn't have a pair of sapphire-like eyes, Jiang Fan would have thought they were stones. The cone surface of the geoglyph is not very large, just level with the cave entrance. After everything was ready, Lu Tianfeng did not waste any more time and directly ordered 3 earth spirits to send Jiang Fan and the other 6 people underground. Phew, I hope they are safe. After falling for an unknown amount of time, Jiang Fan finally found that his falling speed had slowed down. It was pitch black all around and I couldn't see anything. Fortunately, Lu Tianfeng prepared a high-power flashlight for them. Jiang Fan gently turned on the flashlight, and in an instant the entire underground space came into view. If Jiang Fan was asked to use one word to describe the underground scene he saw, it would be only one word: big. Bigger than you can imagine. The entire underground space is like a bottomless pit formed by a huge meteorite falling. The bottom of the pit was pitch black, and no one could see clearly what was inside. At this moment, Jiang Fan was standing at the very edge of the huge pit. On the gyroscope-like rock walls of the underground space, there are actually winding and rugged paths that are just wide enough for one person to pass through. The trail does not seem to be formed naturally, but rather seems to be man-made. Just when Jiang Fan wanted to inquire about the surrounding situation, he heard a shout. "Teacher Tion, where are you?" Chapter 101. Dr. Tion, washing his hair with ink. "Teacher Tion, where are you?" "Fong Fong, where are you?" The anxious voice echoed in the underground space, but apart from the echoes, no one received any response. Dr. Tion, who had just come down with them, disappeared as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Not only that, but disappearing with Dr. Tion was also a female undergraduate student from Jiling Beastmaster University in the second-level Earth Spirit. Screaming like this is not a solution. Everyone, gather together and don't get separated. The sudden reduction in personnel made the atmosphere in the team extremely solemn. In the team, Lu Long, a graduate student who was 1.8 meters tall and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, hurriedly gathered everyone together. Jiang Fan didn't know much about these people. He just knew their names on the ground. In addition to graduate student Lu Long, there is also a female graduate student with pockmarks on her face named Xian Feng. In addition to the two of them, there is a male student with a shaved head named Qian Yi. Everyone gathered together and listened quietly to Lu Long's arrangements. "Oh, this is really troublesome. Teacher Tion and Fong Fong are missing now, so our plans may have to change. In addition to capturing an underground beast, we also need to find Teacher Tion and Fong Fong. But this place is so big, where can we find it? And since I just came in, I felt that this space is very strange. Will something bad happen?" Qian Yi shrank his neck, and his height from 1.8 meters shrank directly to 1.7 meters. "Don't worry, Teacher Tion made sure we were fully prepared before we came. In order to prevent us from getting separated, Teacher Tion prepared a gopher sniffing machine for Xiao He and me. The sniffer has a natural sense of smell, which is very suitable for finding people." As Lu Long spoke, he took out a bunch of gray hair wrapped with tape from the backpack behind him. "This is Teacher Tion's hair. Let the sniffer mouse sniff it and lock onto the target." He sniffed the hair at the tip of the hamster's nose, and soon a squeaking sound came from the hamster's mouth. Obviously, it had gained something. This was not the first time that Jiang Fan had seen the beast taming ground rat. When he was at the Yi family manor, he knew that Zhang Weiman, the director of the special office, had won. "Is Teacher Tion's hair so white? I thought he was fine except that he had less hair." Yi Xinfeng's pockmarked face was full of confusion. She was also one of Dr. Tion's students, and she was a little unconvinced when she saw the white hair that Lu Long took out. "Haha, that's because you don't know that Professor Tion washes his hair every day with the juice of the ink octopus in his laboratory. The ink octopus's juice has a dyeing effect that lasts for about a day or two. If it dries for too long, the dyed item will fade." "Ah, there is such a thing?" Teacher Tion usually seems to be indifferent, but I didn't expect that he is so unwilling to accept his age, haha. Hearing such a strange story, everyone couldn't help but smile, and the solemn atmosphere eased a lot. According to previous intelligence, we are not currently in the upper level of the underground space. These winding paths on the mountain walls are merely the roads leading to the upper level of the space. "Let's go. Follow the spirit-sniffing mole. Maybe we'll get something." Lu Long asked everyone in the team to turn on their high-intensity flashlights, and then slowly followed the footsteps of the sniffing rat. Although the stone cliff path along the way is narrow, it shows no signs of looseness. This place looks like someone built it on purpose. It's really strange. I heard that many rock-type beasts build nests underground. Do you think these were made by those rock-type beasts? But the beastman's skills are too amazing, right? These stone paths are interconnected and well-organized, just like the cliff paths and scenic spots. If this was really done by the beastman, I doubt whether their chief engineer has learned systematically in our human world. Everyone was walking and chatting, and as the path continued to wind downwards, Jiang Fan, who was walking at the end, felt that something was not right. This feeling of unrest came out of nowhere, like a sixth sense. No one else noticed it, but Jiang Fan felt it. He always felt as if he and his people were being watched by a pair of black eyes. The further down he went, the stronger this feeling became. Everyone was walking quietly when a sudden voice broke the peaceful atmosphere. Jiang Fan was walking at the back. Xian Feng, who was in front of him, suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. If Jiang Fan hadn't reached out to protect her head in time, she would have probably hit the protruding stone on the stone wall next to her. What happened? The team leader Lu Long suddenly turned around. It seems like I sprained my ankle. Xianfeng let out a hissing sound and stroked her ankle with one hand. It looked like she was in great pain. No way. How can a second-level beast master like you sprain your ankle? If this gets out, won't you be laughed at to death? Lu Long glared at Xianfeng in annoyance. Who knows? You two were walking in front of me and nothing happened, but I tripped over a rock for no apparent reason. Who can I complain to? Fengxian yelled, bad luck. But at the same time, she did not forget to say thank you to Jiang Fan. You are the one who didn't pay attention when you walked. Besides, the road is so flat. How could there be any stones like you said? Look, it's right there. Fengxian pointed to the ground not far away, and sure enough, there was a stone as big as a fist blocking the way there. Hey, there wasn't any just now. Lu Long frowned slightly. He poked the stone with the detection rod in his hand, and then prepared to sweep the stone directly into the bottomless empty space. But who knew that as soon as Lu Long made a move, his detection rod was directly knocked off the stone. Everyone. This is a rock crab. Rock crabs have shells that resemble rocks, and their hobby is to stay still. Moreover, rock crabs live near water, and the discovery of this creature indicates that there is a water source nearby. Jiang Fan started to explain. He could tell the detailed information of the rock crab at a glance. Rock crabs can be considered a type of beast, but because they are too weak and cannot evolve, few people bothered to catch them. It turned out to be a rock crab. I was shocked, but it's a pity that it's not a new species of beast, so it has no reference value. After hearing Jiang Fan's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. No one was too surprised that Jiang Fan could figure out the name of this thing at a glance. After all, anyone who wants to become a beast master must be able to recognize dozens, or even hundreds of species of beasts. It was just a false alarm. Let's move on. Lu Long wiped the sweat from his forehead, but just as he turned his head, a sudden voice froze him in place. Chapter 102. Strange Voice. Attack of the Beast Tamer Black Bat. Will we die here? Yes, we are at our wits' end now. Damn it, the oxygen is getting thinner and thinner. My chest is feeling a bit tight and uncomfortable. Who is it? Who is talking? Come out. Lu Long held the high-intensity flashlight in his hand and shone it around. The sudden voice was very hoarse, like the whisper of an old man. Not only that, there are also tiny sharp cries mixed in with these sounds, which are difficult to hear if you don't listen carefully. What's going on? Is there someone here? Could it be the people sent by Linh High City? Xianfeng frowned. She took out the recording equipment and began to record what happened here one by one. These sudden voices were filled with confusion, fear, and anxiety, which directly made the atmosphere on the scene weird. Qian-yi, have you found out where the noise came from? Among the four people, Qian-yi was the only one who could detect signs of life with the life detector on his back, so Lu Long looked at him. No, there's no display. There's no one around us. No one? Then what's with that sound? Lu Long frowned when he heard that. It should be some special beast. I just saw a black shadow flash by not far ahead. Jiang Fan pointed in front of everyone. In front? Could it be that these strange noises are coming from the front? Come to think of it, this seems to be close to the entrance to the upper level of the underground space. In that case, let's go straight ahead and take a look. After hearing Jiang Fan's words, Lu Long did not hesitate and directly asked everyone to speed up. Apart from the rock crabs that appeared on the soil just now and the strange human voices, the group did not encounter any strange things along the way. Listen, there is the sound of running water. Led by the spirit-sniffing mole, everyone stopped in front of a cave entrance in the stone wall and looked at each other, and then Lu Long took the lead and entered. Ah, what's that smell? Ugh, it smells like the socks of those guys with stinky feet in our dormitory. Ugh ugh. Qian-yi dry-heaved several times, and then put on his oxygen mask. Although the air underground was thin, there was still some, so no one used oxygen masks. Now the strong stench made people very uncomfortable, so they had to wear them. This is the smell of wild beast feces. There should be a lot of wild beasts living here, so be careful. Lu Long frowned, then took a high-intensity flashlight and kept scanning the space inside the cave. This space is different from the cliff path outside. It is like a stalactite cave, with all kinds of strange stalactites hanging upside down. In addition to the soft feces under everyone's feet, there was also a small stream of water. It seems that there must be underground beasts lurking here. Why don't we capture the mission beast here first? Lu Long suggested. Brother, the most urgent thing is to find Teacher Tion. We can catch the beast later. Fengxian frowned and immediately objected. I have the most experience here, so just listen to me. It's just on the way anyway. After saying this, Lu Long actually put the spirit-sniffing ground rat back into the beast-taming ball. Brother, you? He Fengxian's eyes widened when he heard this. Teacher Tion has always been very sensitive to the dark. If we don't find Teacher Tion quickly, he might get into trouble. To put it bluntly, he's just a coward. After all, he was a 5th-level beastmaster before, and he even has a beast-taming ball with a 3rd-level beast on him. Nothing will happen to him. Rather than worrying about Teacher Tion, it would be better for the two of us to focus on our own projects. Lu Long's performance seemed very indifferent, as if catching the beast was the top priority compared to Dr. Tion's safety. The two graduate students had a disagreement on this matter. Qianyi stood on Lu Long's side. As soon as the latter gave the order, he hurriedly used the life detector to explore for possible beasts. For this reason, He Fengxian was so angry that she found a flat stone in the cave and sat down, obviously unwilling to pay any attention to Lu Long and the others. Jiang Fan did not join any side and just watched quietly. From the moment he entered the underground, he was like a transparent man. Lu Long and his companions were not familiar with him, so naturally they had no intention of talking to Jiang Fan. Walking all the way here, Jiang Fan seemed like he was just there to make up the numbers. However, even though he was just making up the numbers, Jiang Fan also had his own discoveries. The detection system on his body was always on. In addition to the rock crab he had just seen, Jiang Fan actually saw another kind of beast. The beast's name is Black Bat, and it is a flying beast. Jiang Fan didn't know why the life detectors brought by Qian Yi and the others had no effect, but he saw it with his own eyes. Black bats generally live in dark and humid places. They like to sleep and will indiscriminately attack any creature that disturbs their sleep. Their attacks are slightly poisonous and can make people unconscious for an hour or two. It can be said to be quite brutal. Of course, these black bats also have a weakness, which is that they hate light. But these were not what Jiang Fan was concerned about. When he observed Black Bat's attribute column, he found that the other party's condition was a little strange. Status: Bewitched. The bewitched Black Bat will follow the orders of the bewitched creature. This state is very interesting. It was obvious that the Black Bat he saw was affected by the skills of some creature. So what Director Lu said about the underground? Although he had doubts in his mind, Jiang Fan did not act rashly. Not long after, Lu Long and Qian Yi cried out in surprise from deep in the cave. It's an underground beast that has not yet been recorded in the book. What a huge bat. Its wings are as big as a chicken's when spread out, and its teeth are so sharp. It looks very suitable for beast-taming battles. Lu Long and Qian Yi's voices were high-pitched and passionate, as if they were singing high notes. However, it was nothing if they shouted, but the problem was that Jiang Fan had just seen that the black bats hated people who disturbed their sleep. If the two of them spoke so loudly in succession, one could imagine what the consequences would be. So, Jiang Fan didn't hesitate and ran directly to the plank road outside the cave. He Fengxian, who was sitting on a rock sulking, felt a little strange when she saw Jiang Fan's hurried look. Out of curiosity, he followed Jiang Fan out. Only after he ran out of the cave did Jiang Fan slowly breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Fan had just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw He Fengxian running out after him. "Why are you running?" He Fengxian gasped. She originally thought that with her strength as a second-level beastmaster, it would be more than enough to chase Jiang Fan, a middle school student. But who knew that he didn't catch up and almost fell down halfway? Listen for yourself. Jiang Fan was just about to explain the situation when he suddenly heard sounds like ghosts howling in the cave. He Fengxian naturally heard the noise, but she had a small question in her mind. How did Jiang Fan run away before anything happened? Could it be that he has spider sense? Chapter 103 Night Ghost. After a few minutes, the screaming stopped. Countless black bats flapping their wings and rushing towards Lu Long and Qian Yi disappeared without a trace. Jiang Fan quietly poked his head into the cave to observe the situation, then used the high-intensity flashlight in his hand to shine inside to drive away any black bats that might be there. Why is there no sound? Are they dead? After hearing the screams of Lu Long and Qian Yi, He Fengxian originally wanted to release her own beast to help them, but was stopped by Jiang Fan. The reason is, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. They won't die. They'll be unconscious for an hour or two at most. But they should be lying in the stinking pile of feces now. How about you pull them out? Ah, forget it. Let them both lie down first. He Fengxian glared at him and pretended to pinch her nose on the oxygen mask. Jiang Fan entered the cave, and after making sure that the two were not in danger of life and that the oxygen devices they were carrying were not broken, he pinched his nose and exited the cave to wait. The two men leaned against the cave entrance, one on the left and one on the right, like two door gods, silent and motionless. After a long while, Fengxian asked faintly, "How do you know so much about these bats? Have you been here before?" Jiang Fan's actions made Fengxian feel a little unbelievable. There is no information about the black bat even recorded on the ground, so it stands to reason that Jiang Fan should not know it. "I haven't done it. I just heard it from Director Liu." "That Liu Tianfeng? He probably doesn't know, right? Apart from the beast that can control people's minds, there is no information about this kind of bat." Fengxian looked at Jiang Fan steadily. "Really? Maybe I remembered it wrong." Jiang Fan scratched his head and didn't say much. He couldn't tell Fengxian that he had a system, so he could see it. Seeing that Jiang Fan was unwilling to say more, Fengxian tactfully stopped asking. After all, who doesn't have some little secrets of their own? With nothing to do, Fengxian simply started chatting with Jiang Fan. "You know, I heard from Teacher Tion that this underground space actually existed a long time ago. Someone even came here 20 years ago." The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. When Jiang Fan heard the words 20 years ago, his brows suddenly frowned. If he remembered correctly, he remembered that Liu Tianfeng had told him before that Dr. Tion gave up his qualification as a 5th-rank Beastmaster and switched to Beastmaster research 20 years ago. Is there any connection between the two? Teacher Tion said that only true warriors can conquer this underground space. He even said that Lu Long, I, and himself were not good enough. When we heard this, we both got angry. How can an old man like you who is afraid of the dark compete with us? So in order to prove ourselves and to better conduct animal control research, we followed Teacher Tion here. Dr. Tion is very timid? He's not very small, he's just simply afraid of the dark. Just like a muscular man is afraid of injections. Maybe he was born like this? Fengxian shrugged, quite speechless about her teacher's trait. "I see, but I still have a question. How did Dr. Tion know about this underground space? Has he been here before?" Jiang Fan felt that Dr. Tion would never say such a ridiculous thing, like, only true warriors can conquer. This sounded super childish. Who knows? It happened more than 20 years ago. I was probably only 4 or 5 years old at the time. I've revealed my age. Fengxian suddenly covered her mouth, then released it. If Teacher Tion had really been here, he wouldn't have come here to catch some beast for research. I guess he just heard about it and came here to join in the fun. Based on her understanding of Teacher Tion, Fengxian felt that her idea was very reasonable. Really? Dr. Tion's spirit of inquiry is beyond comparison. Jiang Fan smiled and said this, but he was muttering in his heart. Is he just joining in the fun by hearsay? What if he came here specifically? This matter was a bit strange, and Jiang Fan felt that he had accidentally been involved in a mystery. If you want to solve the questions in your mind, either find Dr. Tion or continue to explore in depth. It's troublesome no matter how I think about it. Why not find out the mastermind behind the black bat first? Maybe we can get some useful information from him. 2 hours later, Lu Long and Qianyi in the cave slowly woke up. When the two of them discovered their situation, they all cried out in shock, and it took them a long time to calm down. "Hey, you stink, stay away from me." Fengxian fanned at Lu Long, showing her disgust. "Don't worry about that. Do you know what we found in the cave just now? It's a beast egg. It's a dark beast egg. It might belong to these bats. We have to find a way to get it." Lu Long rubbed his hands excitedly. "Really?" Fengxian's eyes widened upon hearing this. Wild beasts were difficult to tame and difficult to put into the beast taming ball. But beast eggs were different. They were like fish on a chopping board and could be manipulated at will. If they could get the beast taming egg, this operation would be half completed. All that was left was to find Teacher Tion and Wang Fangfang. Fengxian became excited when she heard this. "Where are the beast eggs? I'll go take a look too." Jiang Fan has already accepted the fact that all beasts are hatched from eggs, so he didn't find it strange to hear that Black Bat has eggs. "What are you looking at? Can a middle school student like you understand it?" Jiang Fan had not spoken before, so Lu Long automatically ignored him. Now that Jiang Fan said he wanted to see the beast eggs, Lu Long remembered that there was such a person as Jiang Fan. He knew a little bit of the inside story. The middle school student in front of him was brought up by Liu Tianfeng, and he probably wanted to get a good resume to get into university. Lu Long was naturally disdainful of this, and did not even take Jiang Fan seriously. Originally, he wanted Jiang Fan to stay outside and make noise to attract the black bats to attack, but after some persuasion from Fengxian, he gave up the idea. Lu Long also learned from Fengxian that as long as no sound was made, the black bats would generally not attack people like them. This time, 10 people tiptoed deeper into the cave. At a fork in the road, Lu Long took the lead and turned in. The cave where the beast taming egg is located is like a small stone room, about the same size as an ordinary bedroom. Just stand here and don't move. I'll be back soon. Lu Long's eyes lit up when he saw the dark beast taming egg, and he tiptoed forward. Jiang Fan also opened the system to check the information of the beast egg. Beast tamer. Night ghost. Beast taming type. Dark. Level. Level 30. Features. Likes darkness and is good at moving in the dark. A dark beast that likes to tease people and play pranks. Note: Night Ghost has both dark and spiritual skills. His pranks are mixed with offensive skills, and his attacks have no boundaries. If you cannot stop him, you may be consumed to death. Status: Disguise. The Night Ghost disguised as a beast egg will launch a surprise attack on approaching enemies. Chapter 104. Difficult choice. It is a dark beast tamer and a third-tier beast tamer with both dark and spiritual skills. It is so terrifying. Jiang Fan took a breath of cold air. The moment Lu Long touched the dark beast taming egg, the beast taming egg trembled violently. Then, in the astonished eyes of everyone, it turned into a piece of black cloth with two blood-red eyes. Night Ghost used the skill, Concealment. After the system prompt sounded, Jiang Fan felt a black screen in front of his eyes. When he regained his vision, he found himself standing on the edge of a cliff. The surrounding mountains were as steep and towering as 1,000-foot cliffs. Jiang Fan felt scared whenever he leaned over the cliff. All around Jiang Fan, except for the protruding stone where he was standing, there was bottomless darkness. Of course, there is also a devil egg with two red devil horns. Jiang Fan didn't know why the devil egg sneaked out on its own. What the hell is this place? Wasn't I just in the cave? Jiang Fan looked at the ravine under his feet, then looked up at the blue sky, and unexpectedly felt a strange sense of disharmony. This situation is obviously abnormal. It's better to stay away from this cliff for now. Jiang Fan's eyes flashed, and he made a decision the next moment. But when he turned his head to look behind him, the scene in front of him made Jiang Fan stunned again. At some point, a huge brown bear appeared behind him. It was 4 or 5 times the size of an adult and had a golden V-shaped hair on its chest. When? The sudden appearance of the brown bear made Jiang Fan frown. With his 80 points of alertness, he couldn't even feel a bear less than 10 meters behind him. This situation was obviously unreasonable. Jiang Fan took a closer look and analyzed the information of the brown bear behind him. Beast Tamer. Golden-haired terror bear. Type: Power-type beast tamer. Level: Level 53, Stage 5. Status: Furious. The murderous golden bear wants to tear you into pieces. After seeing this information, Jiang Fan's eyebrows suddenly raised. A 5th-level beastmaster, he had no chance of defeating it at all now. But why did this 5th-level beast appear behind him? Looking at its furious expression, is it trying to force me into a dead end? The situation at the scene did not allow Jiang Fan to think at all, because not long after discovering the golden-haired bear, Jiang Fan suddenly felt a chill on his back as he faced the cliff. Turning his head to look, he saw a huge beast eagle about the same size as the one in the Return of the Condor Heroes, flapping its wings and hanging on the cliff. Just by feeling the aura emanating from this eagle, which was almost the same as that of a golden-haired terror bear, Jiang Fan could guess that the level of this eagle must be not low. Beast Tamer. Flying Eagle. Type: Flying Beast Tamer. Level: Level 50, Stage 5. Status: Gentle. It seems to want to help you out of trouble, but the heavy weight will cause the flying eagle to be attacked by the golden bear. Please choose between you and your beast to leave. After seeing the state of the flying eagle, Jiang Fan was not happy for a while. Then he saw the words that followed, and the rising joy in his heart came to an abrupt end. Nonsense. I'll just put the devil egg into the beast-controlling ball, and we can all go together, right? Jiang Fan searched for the beast-taming ball in the backpack behind him, but no matter how carefully he looked, he couldn't find it. How is that possible? If I forgot to bring the beast-taming ball, why would the devil egg be here? There was a hint of surprise in Jiang Fan's tone, but compared to surprise, he now had a more urgent problem to solve. So which one should I choose between me and the devil egg? In front of the 5th-level beast tamer, the golden-haired bear, resistance is futile. Jiang Fan has to make a choice no matter what. Or not make a choice and become food for the golden-haired bear along with the beast tamer egg. Haha, you must be kidding. Jiang Fan chuckled when he realized this. He felt that everything he was experiencing now was like being manipulated by someone to make choices. Whether it is the location, the people who appear, or the beasts that appear, it is just like the plot of a drama, with such coincidences that one can't help but doubt whether it is true or false. Since you want me to choose, I'll choose for you. As he spoke, Jiang Fan picked up the devil egg at his feet and threw it directly onto the back of the flying eagle without any hesitation. The devil egg that Jiang Fan had just thrown onto the back of the flying eagle trembled slightly, imperceptibly. At the same time, after Jiang Fan made his choice, the flying eagle let out a loud cry and flew away carrying the beast taming egg. Now the only ones left on the field were the golden-haired bear that was pressing forward step by step and Jiang Fan, who had retreated to the edge of the cliff with one foot hanging in the air. Brother Jong, if there is any conflict between you and me, why don't we sit down and talk? Golden-haired terror bear, roar, roar, roar. Okay, we don't have to talk about it. Look what this is, spicy dried fish. I'm sure you haven't tried it before. I'll give you some. As he spoke, Jiang Fan took out the snacks that Tang Ro had hidden in his backpack and threw them to the golden-haired bear. However, the golden-haired bear didn't seem to be very smart. After chewing the spicy dried fish packaging for 2 bites and finding that it had no taste, it threw the snack into the abyss below and continued to approach Jiang Fan. Spicy dried fish doesn't taste good? Then try this. Spicy bear paws, chewy bear skin, bear biscuits. How dare you name a bunch of flour-based foods like this? Jiang Fan's forehead was bulging with veins, and as he watched the golden-haired bear getting closer and closer, the smile on his face remained the same. Jiang Fan was taking things out of his backpack with a grin on his face, and just when the golden-haired bear was only 1 step away from him, Jiang Fan moved. Like a monkey, he grabbed the oxygen bottle behind him and smashed it directly at the golden-haired bear's head. Damn it, if you don't accept my toast, then I'll have to drink the wine for punishment. I have 200 points of health. How can I be afraid of you? Jiang Fan didn't care about anything and just used all his strength to release the energy and blood in his body. He was going crazy and didn't want to care about anything at the moment. He just let his instincts command his arms to rise and fall. The sound of dong 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 kept ringing in my ears. Hearing this voice, Jiang Fan showed a look of surprise on his face. Wait, is this the sound you make when you knock on a bear's head? No. Jiang Fan was shocked, and when he looked carefully again, he found that there was no bear in front of him, let alone a cliff, but just a dim stone room. This stone chamber was where he and his group encountered the night ghost. After noticing this situation, Jiang Fan instantly connected everything that had happened before. It turns out that everything I just experienced was just an illusion. Is this the method of deceiving people that Lu Tianfeng mentioned? Rather than deceiving, it would be more appropriate to say it is deceiving, right? Congratulations on completing the Courage Challenge. Chapter 105. Incubation progress increased, new skills unlocked. Jiang Fan had just taken a breath when he heard a voice coming from the stone chamber. The voice is very strange. It doesn't sound like the tone of a normal person's speech. Instead, it sounds like a computer-synthesized voice. It feels like taking sentences spoken by some people and breaking them down word by word, and then piecing them together to form new sentences. Ding, your performance has won the Night Ghost's favor, and the Night Ghost's intimacy has increased by 20 points. When the intimacy reaches 50 points, the Night Ghost will reveal its true form, and you can take this opportunity to capture it. Jiang Fan was slightly startled when he heard the system's prompt, but then he reacted and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. If my guess is correct, the illusion just now was cast by Night Ghost. I didn't expect Night Ghost to have such a skill. If I succeed in capturing it, then I can play the real version of Sword Art Online or Ready Player One. The more he thought about it, the more excited Jiang Fan's face became. Sometimes a boy's happiness is just that simple. After calming down his excitement, Jiang Fan looked around and saw the devil egg that he had hidden in the corner at first glance. Why did you get out by yourself? Jiang Fan walked over with the beast taming ball somewhat helplessly. Everything just now was an illusion, so he did not regard the devil egg taken away by the flying eagle as real. When Jiang Fan walked towards the devil egg, suddenly a shaking gadget caught his attention. It was a long black thing with interruptions shaped like spades on a playing card. Jiang Fan couldn't be sure what it was for the time being, so he reached out and touched it. However, the next second, the long thing stood up as if it had been electrocuted. No, it can't be the tail? There was a big question mark on Jiang Fan's head. After he used the system to check the situation of the devil egg, he finally understood what happened. Status: happy, shy. Your action of sending the devil egg away and putting yourself in danger just now has greatly increased the devil egg's favorability. The hatching progress has been increased to 50%. However, the beast egg is very dissatisfied with your sudden attack on the tail. If it were someone else, they would have been killed by now. Please be careful next time. Skill: Dragon's Tail, new. Skill description: unleash the power of the dragon god to deal a powerful blow to the enemy, and bring down the glory of the dragon god to protect yourself. Effect: the worse your status is, the higher the damage will be. When releasing the dragon's tail, if you receive a fatal attack, it will be offset. Jiang Fan. I didn't expect that my subconscious action would actually speed up the hatching progress. Not only that, but he also gained a powerful skill. With the Dragonclaw, wouldn't the demon egg have a chance to defeat a higher level beastman? After all, it's an SSS-level beast, so it's normal for it to kill enemies of higher levels. Jiang Fan shrugged and laughed wildly in his heart. In addition to the devil eggs, Jiang Fan also saw He Fengxian and others running around like headless flies in the stone chamber. They seem to be going through similar things as themselves. If you fail the courage challenge, you will be in a coma for 1 hour and the oxygen level in your oxygen tank will drop by 1/3. If you fail the courage challenge, you will be in a coma for 1 hour and the oxygen level in your oxygen tank will drop by 1/3. Congratulations on completing the courage challenge. When Jiang Fan was quietly waiting for these 3 people to end their sleepwalking state, 3 synthetic voices exactly the same as before sounded. Among the 3, 2 failed the challenge and 1 succeeded. Jiang Fan didn't even need to see who succeeded and who failed. Whoever regained consciousness first would definitely be the successful one. Sure enough, not long after the voice was heard, a hissing sound was heard, and He Fengxian, with pockmarked face, came back to her senses, covering her head with her hands. Where am I? He Fengxian had a confused look on her face. Jiang Fan, who woke up first, told her his guesses about what had happened. That's actually the case. But what on earth was that thing that cast the illusion on us? I didn't even use my beast tamer to get hit. It's really powerful. He Fengxian took a deep breath, still feeling frightened. She seemed to know nothing about the night ghost, nor did she know that passing the test could increase her intimacy with the night ghost. It's better this way, so that when the night ghost really appears, everyone won't have to rush to attack it. The less she knew, the more opportunity she had. Phew, these 2 unlucky guys. They have fainted twice in just a short time since they came in. The road ahead is long and difficult, and I guess the road ahead won't be smooth sailing either. Jiang Fan smiled when he heard this, and then asked He Fengxian about the illusion just now. After some understanding, Jiang Fan discovered that different people encountered different illusions. Take He Fengxian for example. She also encountered a multiple-choice question. However, her choice was to choose between her mother's delicious lunch and the dark dish made by the alpaca who couldn't cook. In order to live up to the expectations of the alpaca beastmaster, He Fengxian reluctantly spun around and even suffocated 2 or 3 times before she successfully passed the level. This challenge is really outrageous. The corners of Jiang Fan's mouth twitched. He could imagine a scene where an alpaca wearing an apron and holding a spatula was looking expectantly at He Fengxian who was eating his food. However, this kind of thing doesn't seem outrageous in this world. After waiting for an hour, Lu Long and Qian Yi slowly woke up. The 2 of them started cursing as soon as they got up, and then asked Jiang Fan and He Fengxian about the beast taming eggs. I just got up like you guys, and I don't know anything. Jiang Fan shrugged, looking confused. We've all been tricked, and a middle school student like you is definitely not immune. But where's the beast taming egg? Li Lulong looked at He Fengxian with doubt in his eyes. Don't look at me. How would I know? He Fengxian became unhappy when she noticed Lu Long's suspicious look. After another quarrel, the 2 of them calmed down and continued their mission. These bats come in groups and are not easy to catch. Let's go find Teacher Tion first. At this time, Lu Long was no longer worried about capturing the beast. He released the spirit-sniffing mole again. As the mole continued to move deeper into the stalactite cave, everyone had to bite the bullet and quietly follow the black bat. Listen, there seems to be a sound of wind. Is there a passage ahead that connects to the outside world? Lu Long's ears moved, and he walked forward quickly. If it was really a passage leading to the outside world, then there might be more exits for evacuation. Thinking of this, Lu Long stopped walking for a while. Because in front of him there was no so-called passage connecting to the outside world, but 2 dark holes, with no way to see the inside. Chapter 106, Dr. Tion's voice, blood spouting out. A fork in the road? The sudden appearance of the 2 holes made everyone stunned for a moment. The sniffing rat wanted to continue moving toward the right side of the cave, but was stopped by Lu Long. The reason was simple, because at this moment, there was a big, scarlet word, death, written on each of the 2 holes in front of everyone. This bizarre scene stunned everyone present. Why are there words here? Could it be true, as Teacher Tion said, that someone has come down to this space before? He Fengxian's eyes widened in surprise, and she didn't dare to think any further. No, there is wind coming out of both holes, so it shouldn't be a dead end. Lu Long's clever little brain turned a few times, and then he looked at Jiang Fan. How about you go ahead and explore the way? Lu Long, are you crazy? How can you use a living person to explore the way? What's the difference between what you are doing and murder? Fengxian raised her eyebrows when she heard this and immediately spoke out to stop him. Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed quietly without him noticing. He was not sure whether Lu Long was just joking or expressing his inner thoughts in a joking way. But no matter what, Jiang Fan felt it was necessary to be wary of this guy. Hey, I was just joking. Why are you so excited? Lu Long scratched his head and smiled, then threw out a beast-taming ball. A white ant as big as a dog with a horn on its head like a unicorn appeared on the ground. This is my second-level beast, the unicorn ant, and I call it the Snow Queen. The Snow Queen's tentacles can sense what is happening a kilometer away if they touch the wall of the cave. If there is danger, her tentacles will drop, otherwise nothing will happen. Lu Long said this proudly, and then asked his unicorn ant to explore the stone wall extending from one of the holes. Just as the unicorn ant touched the stone wall on the left side of the cave entrance, its antennae dropped almost instantly. The cave on the left is dangerous. The three of them exclaimed at the same time after seeing this, while Jiang Fan just watched quietly from the side, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Okay, since there is danger on the left, let's go to the right. Lu Long was confident and prepared to put away his Snow White Queen. However, at this moment, Jiang Fan's calm voice sounded, also check the hole on the right, just in case. Jiang Fan's words came out of nowhere, leaving Lu Long stunned for a moment. Then he reacted and pouted at Jiang Fan and asked, you don't trust my Snow White Queen? No, I just want to test both sides to see if there are any dangers. Jiang Fan said with a speechless tone. Lu Long's question was a bit puzzling. Wouldn't it be normal to detect both sides? Jiang Fan hadn't expected that he could argue on this point. Yes, there's nothing wrong with listening to Jiang Fan's investigation. Fengxian persuaded, and Qianyi also joined in the persuasion. Humph, there are only 2 cave entrances here. If they are really dead ends, how did the others who went to the middle and lower levels get down? The reason why Lu Long concluded that there must be a way out of the 2 cave entrances was because they had only found this one path along the way, and its location was not much different from the map. In order to let the 3 people see that his judgment was accurate, Lu Long snorted coldly and asked Queen Snow White to try again at the cave entrance on the right. It doesn't matter if you don't try it, but once you try it, everyone will be surprised. After the Snow Queen's horns touched the wall of the cave on the right, their tentacles dropped down as quickly as before. How is it possible? Seeing this, Lu Long stood there in confusion. Jiang Fan, who was able to see the Snow Queen's condition, now had a clear grasp of her situation. Status, fear, curiosity. There are things at the entrances of both holes that make the second-level unicorn ants feel fear. However, the thing in the cave that frightened the unicorn ant did not seem to be aggressive, so the unicorn ant was a little curious. Not showing any aggression? In other words, no danger? Jiang Fan was just thinking about it when suddenly a scream came from the cave on the left. Ah, bugs, there are so many bugs, don't come over here. The sudden sound shocked everyone physically and mentally. Fengxian was the first to speak. This voice is Fong Fong. Jiang Fan was also very surprised when he heard this. Wang Fong Fong, the girl who disappeared with Dr. Tion, was actually in the cave on the left. What on earth had she gone through to make her scream like that? Just as everyone was feeling excited by this voice, suddenly an old, heavy voice with a strong exclamation sounded from the inside of the cave on the right. Don't pick on me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I'm here. I'm really here. Where are you? Don't scare me, I'm afraid of the dark. Woo woo woo. The voice was choked, just like a little child. But everyone could tell that this was Dr. Tion's voice. Dr. Tion. Lu Long and Fengxian were both stunned when they heard 2 shouts coming from the left and right. What is going on? However, before anyone had time to react, the sounds from the 2 holes on the left and right suddenly stopped. Then 2 streams of dark red liquid stained with a bloody smell slowly flowed out and landed at the feet of the 4 people. Oh my God, is this blood? Go out first, go first. 3 exclamations sounded at the same time, and Lu Long was so frightened that his voice trembled and he even stuttered for a moment. After seeing this scene, Lu Long, Fengxian and Qianyi ran back the way they came without looking back. Jiang Fan, hurry up, there's something wrong with this place. Fengxian glanced at Jiang Fan, thinking he was frightened, so she hurriedly reminded him. But to her surprise, Jiang Fan replied immediately, and his reply was, you go first, don't worry about me. Wow, are you a lunatic? Didn't you see the blood gushing out? Qianyi, who had been silent, said to Jiang Fan. Lu Long followed up, "Why are you pretending? Kids your age just have this habit of pretending. If you don't run away, you'll die." Lu Long and Qianni ran very fast, while Fengxian hesitated and fell behind. She watched the sticky scarlet liquid gushing towards her. Finally, she stomped her feet and turned away, leaving Jiang Fan alone. Jiang Fan had his own reasons for not leaving. When he checked the unicorn ants just now, he had noticed that there seemed to be no danger in the two holes. Moreover, Lu Long's sniffer rat also wanted to run to the cave entrance on the right without hesitation. The sensitive senses of the sniffer rat, which evolved out of fear of death, are very powerful. If it finds danger ahead, it will definitely not move forward. To sum up, the word death above the cave entrance is just a scare tactic, and the scarlet liquid gushing out is most likely not the blood of Wang Fangfang and Dr. Tion. After all, a human can't have so much blood. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan grinned. To borrow Dr. Tion's words, perhaps this underground space can only be conquered by true warriors. Chapter 107, Dr. Tion's Experience. Lu Long and the other two kept running back the way they came. They didn't know how long they had been running. They gradually stopped when they looked back and found that there was no movement behind them. No, everything is all right. Among the three, Qianni ran the hardest. Lu Long and Fengxian were both second-level beastmasters. Their blood and energy were stronger than his, so they ran faster than him. What on earth is that? There was a look of surprise on Lu Long's face. He was breathing heavily and looked very embarrassed. The blood plasma that gushed out just now almost scared him to death. Although Lu Long is a second-level beastmaster, he has been staying in Jiling Beast Taming University since he was in school and has basically never gone out for training. Faced with that kind of scene, it was great that I didn't cry. We have to go back to find Jiang Fan. Fengxian calmed herself down. She recalled Jiang Fan's expression just now and vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Jiang Fan was too calm as a dead person. Could it be that he had encountered the same situation before, or did he know something? Still looking for him? That guy Guju has been eaten alive by something now. The director surnamed Lu said he was a beast master before. I have never seen such a stupid beast master. Lu Long curled his lips in disdain, not caring about Jiang Fan's life or death. How did that guy get into our team? Dr. Tion actually agreed to the director's request to let him join. It's unbelievable. Qianni also said, "You all should shut up. Your performance is not even as good as that of a 17 or 18-year-old child." He fainted twice in a row, which is really embarrassing for our Jiling Beast Taming University. Fengxian cursed loudly, and then without waiting for Lu Long and Qianni's response, she walked carefully towards the location of the two cave entrances. The two people whose faces were touched by Fengxian's words twitched twice, and it took them a while to return to normal. Lu Long looked at the direction Fengxian was walking and said angrily, "Let's go and help that kid collect his body." Although he didn't know what happened just now, Lu Long felt that Jiang Fan was dead. Otherwise, how could we have not heard any movement for so long? The three of them walked back and forth, and Lu Long was very cunning and stayed at the back, so that if anything unexpected happened, he could escape immediately. However, Jiang Fan's death, as expected by several people, did not happen. On the contrary, when the three of them returned to the two forked cave entrances, Jiang Fan had no idea where he had found Wang Fangfang and Dr. Tion. At this time, Jiang Fan and the other three were sitting together, and the red plasma that had gushed out before had disappeared. Seeing this scene, Lu Long and the other two couldn't help but widen their eyes. "Teacher Tion. Fangfang." The three of them rushed towards Dr. Tion and his companion who had returned, one after the other, their anxious expressions revealing a hint of concern. Among them, Lu Long was the most diligent. After seeing Dr. Tion, he put on his jacket without saying a word. "Lu Long, I'm glad you have this thought, but I don't like the smell of your clothes, so you should take them away." Even through the oxygen mask, Dr. Tion could still feel the lingering scent on Lu Long's clothes and couldn't help but frown slightly. "Ahaha, sorry Mr. Tion. Oh, by the way, Mr. Tion, we couldn't find you before. Where did you go?" Lu Long asked Dr. Tion after awkwardly taking back his clothes. "I don't know either. The rock spirit that sent me down seemed to be controlled by something. It took me and Wang Fangfang to a strange place and then disappeared. My classmate Wang Fangfang and I were walking together, using sniffer dogs to look for you, but then we got separated somehow. During this time, I encountered some strange things. It was thanks to this little friend Jiang Fan who showed up in time to rescue me. Otherwise, I don't know what to do." Dr. Tion sighed softly, and then habitually adjusted his glasses which had fallen off to who knows where. He rubbed his eyes, feeling quite touched. "Him? What can a little high school kid do to help you? After hearing what Dr. Tion said, Lulong found it a little unbelievable. Dr. Tion smiled and then recounted what had just happened to him. He and Wang Fongfong both encountered a kind of strange insects. Those insects were similar to centipedes, and they began to attack them crazily when they saw them. The two fled separately, then got separated and lost in the cave. Later they experienced some strange illusion and almost had a mental breakdown. Fortunately, Jiang Fan appeared at this time and pulled them both back from the illusion, saving them from danger. Lulong and others also told Dr. Tion about their experiences. What's with the plasma that just gushed out of the hole? Lulong's face looked a little ugly, and he thought of a possibility. Those are just illusions. Jiang Fan, who was leaning against the rock wall, spoke slowly. Damn it! It must be that beast you can bewitch that did this. If I ever meet it, I will definitely catch it and put it in the beast ball to teach it a lesson. Lulong was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. Now that he thought about it carefully, the beast taming eggs he and his people had encountered before might have been caused by that beast. Otherwise, how could the beast taming eggs disappear out of thin air? Without realizing it, he had been fooled by the beast tamer twice. How could Lulong accept this? Indeed, we are now like puppets being manipulated by it. Unfortunately, the night ghost is too cunning and we can't find any trace of it. Dr. Tion shook his head, a bitter smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Night ghost? Teacher Tion, do you know the name of this beast? Fengxian looked at Dr. Tion, whose face was full of wrinkles, with some surprise. Of course I know. Otherwise, do you think I have been doing beast control research for nothing for the past 20 years? The night ghost is a very strange creature. It is different from ordinary beasts. The night ghost has no entity, or rather, its entity is just an energy body that can be seen but not touched. This kind of peculiar beast is hardly ever recorded in the current beast encyclopedia. I searched through the history of beast control from the time of Shanhai Jing to modern times, as well as various folk histories, and finally found a record of it in a book called Remnants of the Earth. Night ghosts are only born under special circumstances, and their number is extremely small. They are even more precious than mutant beasts and shining beasts. It is also said that where night ghosts appear, there are usually huge treasures buried. Whoever can capture and subdue the night ghost will tell the clue to the treasure. Dr. Tion told all the information he knew. Originally, everyone was listening to Dr. Tion's narration with the mentality of listening to a story, but when Dr. Tion said the word treasure, the atmosphere around them suddenly became hot. Chapter 108, Bright Altar. Jiang Fan had no idea about the legends that Dr. Tion mentioned. The system can only provide Jiang Fan with data information on beast taming. The derived myths and legends are not listed. After hearing what Dr. Tion said, Jiang Fan also became quite interested. Because just after entering the two caves and finding Dr. Tion and Wang Fongfong, Jiang Fan heard the system prompt in his ear. Ding, your performance has won the favor of the night ghost, and the night ghost's intimacy has increased by 20 points. When the intimacy reaches 50 points, the night ghost will reveal its true form, and you can take this opportunity to capture it. Current intimacy 40-50. Everything they encountered along the way was caused by night ghosts. It seems to have a keen interest in teasing people, and is also quite fond of those who are brave. Thank goodness there is a system. Otherwise, I might not even notice that I am somehow mastering the beast. Jiang Fan pursed his lips and smiled. And at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out. Lulong, what's wrong with you? Lulong, who was full of energy just now had a flushed face. He pinched his neck with both hands and looked very painful. Fengxian was horrified and rushed forward to check. Soon, she came up with a conclusion that surprised everyone. Why did the air pressure in Lulong's oxygen tank become zero? This is a situation where the oxygen is exhausted. Hurry, quickly give him some oxygen. Upon hearing this, Dr. Tion's face changed drastically and he immediately handed over his oxygen cylinder. Fortunately, the oxygen cylinder is designed very cleverly and even a 3-year-old child can operate it. After a while, Dr. Tion's oxygen was delivered to Lulong's bottle and the latter finally recovered. Ahem, what's going on? Didn't they say that the oxygen cylinder could be used for 3 days? How long has it been and my oxygen cylinder is already running out of oxygen? Lulong's face turned pale. He had just truly felt the sensation of walking through the gates of hell. He never wanted to relive that feeling of being chilled all over. Night ghosts have strange personalities and like to play tricks. They may use up all the oxygen in your oxygen tank without you noticing. Everyone check to see how long the oxygen in your oxygen tank will last. Dr. Tion frowned and gave an order, and everyone immediately began to check. He Fengxian, I estimate that it can last for another day and a half. Wang Fangfang, I can only use it for one day. Qian Yi, my oxygen tank is almost empty. Can anyone give me some? Seeing that everyone's oxygen reserves could last for a day or so, Qian Yi looked sad. You're out of oxygen too? Upon hearing this, Dr. Tion quickly shared the oxygen in his oxygen cylinder with Qian Yi. My oxygen reserves are about the same as Fangfang's. There won't be much left if I divide it between the two of you. Jiang Fan, how much oxygen do you have left in your oxygen tank? Jiang Fan glanced at his air pressure display, which showed enough air to last more than 2 days. Ha, Dr. Tion, just call me Xiao Jiang or Xiao Fan. I think my oxygen tank can last more than 2 days. Jiang Fan did not hide anything in this matter. Even if he deceived them, such a thing would be exposed sooner or later. When your teammates are almost dying from suffocation, but you find that you are still fine, wouldn't you react instantly? By then, the threat of death and the anger of being deceived will come at once. And if he cannot protect himself, he will become the target of Lu Long and others. Although Jiang Fan was not afraid, he still tried his best to avoid this kind of trouble. What? Why are there so many of you guys? Did you take advantage of Qian Yi and I being unconscious to steal our energy? Lu Long jumped up immediately after hearing Jiang Fan's words. Jiang Fan behaved well along the way, did not cause any trouble, and did not make any contribution to the team, which indirectly became the reason why Lu Long targeted him. Because Jiang Fan is too useless. At least in Lu Long's opinion, Jiang Fan is the most useless one in the team. He is not even as good as Wang Fangfang and Qian Yi. Both of them are students of Jinling Beast Taming University, while Jiang Fan is just a high school student. That's why Lu Long took his anger out on Jiang Fan intentionally or unintentionally. Steal your energy? If I really stole your energy, I wouldn't last more than 2.5 days. If Jiang Fan's oxygen consumption was at a normal level, then according to Lu Long, Jiang Fan had taken 2.5 days worth of oxygen from his and Qian Yi's oxygen cylinders respectively. As long as mathematics is not taught by a physical education teacher, you can basically calculate that the equation 2.5 plus 2.5 is equal to 2.5 is not true. Then you might have secretly let us down. Be quiet. You just keep making noise. You are my Tion Heng student. How can you behave like this? As Lu Long was talking, Dr. Tion was like a bomb that suddenly exploded, and his voice came out almost like a roar. Dr. Tion's outburst made Lu Long stunned for a moment. The others looked at each other, wondering why Dr. Tion suddenly got angry. Tion, Teacher Tion. Lu Long looked at Dr. Tion cautiously. Don't call me Teacher Tion. I don't have a student like you. Dr. Tion seemed very angry at Lu Long's behavior. His chest heaved, and it took a long time before it gradually calmed down. For a moment, no one present dared to speak loudly, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Hey, come with me. The oxygen reserves are running low. You should leave here immediately after completing the task. Dr. Tion sighed quietly, and then walked towards the cave entrance on the right before anyone could react. Everyone who noticed Dr. Tion's actions followed him, leaving only Jiang Fan behind. To follow or not to follow? Jiang Fan's eyes flickered slightly, and finally he made up his mind. Let's go and have a look. Along the way, from the information he heard about Dr. Tion from He Fengxian to the person he saw with his own eyes, Jiang Fan always felt that the other party was a little weird. It seems like he is hiding something, but it's just an inference now. If you want to confirm it further, you have to follow up and see. Under the leadership of Dr. Tion, everyone continued to move forward along the cave entrance on the right. During this period, no abnormalities occurred. Soon after, the marching crowd came out of the cave. The whole space suddenly became clear. What caught everyone's eyes was an underground building similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum. However, this building is not attached to the ground, but floats in the air like a platform. The platform is bottomless, like a gaping mouth ready to swallow up any life that falls below. On the platform, dragon lanterns are hung, like a divine altar radiating endless light. A red staircase with a hint of transparency extended from the edge of the platform down to the feet of everyone. Teacher Tion, what is this? Everyone was stunned. Even Jiang Fan had never expected that there would be such a floating building underground. Chapter 109 Warriors Arena, the treasure of the Beastmaster. Warriors Arena. Dr. Tion looked at the platform suspended high in front of him and murmured softly. Teacher Tion, how do you know? He Fengxian had some vague guesses in her mind when she heard Dr. Tion say it so confidently. Could it be that you have been here before? This was the only possibility He Fengxian could think of. Yes, I was here 20 years ago. When He Fengxian asked this question, Dr. Tion nodded in agreement, without even hesitation. Jiang Fan, sure enough. Teacher Tion, you said you have been here? How is that possible? Lu Long's face was full of disbelief when he heard it. He walked in front of Dr. Tion and pointed at the huge platform suspended in the air. You said you've been here, so what is this thing? Warrior Arena. Legend has it that as long as you complete the challenges in the Warrior Arena, you will be able to obtain the Warrior Badge and the Holy King's treasure. Dr. Tion spoke word by word, his eyes looking towards the competition platform suspended in midair, inadvertently revealing a hint of pain that ordinary people could hardly detect. Warrior's Badge, St. King's treasure? Yes, yes. Could it be the beast taming inheritance left by the 9 great beast taming St. Kings? After hearing what Dr. Tion said, Lu Long's brain froze for a moment. The expression on his face went through various changes, from shock at first, to bewilderment, and then to ecstasy. If there really is a treasure of the Holy King here, then I will be rich. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Long trembled all over. His eyes seemed to be filled with lightning, and he looked at Dr. Tion with excitement. Teacher Tion, tell me, how can I participate in the challenge? Looking at Lu Long, whose expression was so excited that he could not express it in words, Dr. Tion sighed softly. I was just like you at the beginning, full of enthusiasm. But later, well, never mind. Since you want to challenge me, I won't stop you. But I hope you understand one thing. This challenge requires you to risk your life. Are you sure you are ready? Gamble your life? Dr. Tion's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Lu Long's head, and only at this moment did he finally calm down. Jiang Fan looked at Dr. Tion with a frown on his face. This Dr. Tion is a pure riddle man. Since he has been here and knows so many things, how could he not covet the so-called treasure of the Holy Beast Master King? The so-called Holy King of Beast Tamers refers to the ancestor of all beast tamers. His status is equivalent to that of the 3 pure ones in Taoism, which can be said to be extremely high. Moreover, the 9 great beast-taming Saint Kings can be traced. Detailed records about them can be found in various historical materials in the world. If this is really the place where a certain beast-tamer Saint King buried his treasure, I'm afraid this small piece of land by the sea will be trampled down. Would Dr. Tion not be moved? Would he selflessly tell others about it? Well, he does. Because Jiang Fan believed most of what Dr. Tion said next. 20 years ago, Linh High City also experienced frequent earthquakes like during this period. At that time, I had just become a 5th-rank Beastmaster and was promoted to the director of the Jiangnan Provincial Institute of Geology. Not long after that, I received an order from my superiors to come to Linh High to investigate the situation. Dr. Tion fell into deep memories. At that time, I was successful in my career. My strength had greatly increased, and I was in high spirits. I brought my beasts and my men into this underground space. At first, although we were alert, we didn't take it too seriously and just treated the mission as an ordinary scientific research mission. But everything changed after we fell into the trap of the night ghost. Just like you experienced, our group was attacked fiercely by a group of black bats when they entered a stalactite cave. But our situation was not as good as yours. In the cave, we encountered a 7th-level wild beast man Black Bolt. Hearing this, everyone felt nervous. 7th-level wild beast man, his group was not enough to fill the gaps in the enemy's teeth, but Dr. Tion/Teacher was able to escape from the 7th-level beast man. This is too amazing. Do you think I'm so powerful that I could escape from a 7th-level wild beast? Yes, Mr. Tion, you were so brave. If it were me, I would have been scared to death. I can't believe you, Mr. Tion, who is so afraid of the dark, can still have your moments of glory. Chinny and Wang Fongfong also gave a thumbs up. Dr. Tion is awesome. Hearing what the students said, Dr. Tion smiled bitterly. Brave? On the contrary, I am more timid than you think. The reason why I was able to escape from the claws of the 7th-level Black Bolt King was because I abandoned my 5th-level beast, the Silverback Wolf King. When Silverback was fighting Black Bolt, I fled the battlefield like a coward. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Everyone's throat choked up, and they didn't know what to say to comfort Dr. Tion. The relationship between the beast tamer and its master is as close as family. Dr. Tion abandoned his own beast tamer in order to save his own life, which is difficult for everyone to comment on. When it comes to life, there are many things that cannot be treated rationally. Afterwards, as if I was being punished, I fell into the illusion of the night ghost. The illusion reflected a scene from a field expedition I had that year. I was pushed to the edge of a cliff by a level 5 golden-haired bear. With the help of the shining flying eagle, I left my lamb Mimi there to fight the bear, and I left alone with the flying eagle. My little lamb, Mimi, cooks for me every day. Although the food she cooks is not very tasty, she always smiles happily after receiving my praise. But I actually... When Dr. Tion said this, he could no longer stop his tears from flowing. Jiang Fan was slightly surprised after hearing what Dr. Tion said. Why did this script feel so familiar? Although he was familiar with the situation, after hearing what Dr. Tion said and seeing him crying like a woman, Jiang Fan felt that he deserved to survive. Behind the illusion were 2 dead holes. I was so frightened that I released 2 low-level beasts to explore the way, but in the end, neither beast came back. At that time, Black Bolt seemed to have dealt with me, and the Silverback Wolf King was getting closer and closer to me. In a hurry, I rushed into the cave entrance on the right and finally came here. During this period, the mentality of the men who followed me also changed. Someone's oxygen tank broke, and they began to scramble for oxygen from others. In the scramble, another one was broken, and they tried to grab it again. Everyone was driven crazy. I left them and came here alone. At this point, Dr. Tion paused. Teacher Tion, what's next? The most torturous feeling is to stop talking halfway. He Fengxian and the others felt as if ants were crawling on their bodies. Dr. Tion's pause was even more terrifying than the dog author's interruption. Dr. Tion's face was uncertain. He glanced at the floating platform inadvertently and then slowly uttered a sentence. You can't say it. You can't say it. He's watching. Chapter 110. Being deceived for 20 years. Dr. Tion seems to be very secretive about this so-called warrior's arena. Under his guidance, everyone stepped onto the steps extending from the platform step by step. Teacher Tion, do we have to go here? After hearing Dr. Tion's story, he Fengxian didn't have much of a good impression of this space. And apart from this single staircase, there was only a dark, bottomless space below everyone. The deep darkness that came towards her made he Fengxian feel suffocated. You can't escape. When you came to find me, your fate had already been manipulated by the big hand on the platform. In the final analysis, it was I who harmed you. Dr. Tion sighed and shook his head. He seemed to know something, but was unwilling to tell others. He was just a pure riddler. Jiang Fan followed the crowd up the stairs. When he looked around, he could always feel that there were pairs of eyes watching him. It's Blackbat. They were hidden in the stone wall above their heads, like surveillance cameras with no blind spots, watching their every move. Finally, after climbing several steps, Jiang Fan and others arrived at the top of the platform. This circular platform is huge. Jiang Fan estimated that its diameter was about 800 meters. Such a platform with a diameter of 800 meters, quietly suspended in the air without any force, can be called one of the 10 famous wonders of the world. There are no guardrails around the platform. If someone falls down accidentally, even God cannot save him. The entire platform is surrounded by pillars with eternal flames burning above, giving people a solemn and dignified feeling. On this wide platform, Jiang Fan and his group could hear the echo of their footsteps if they walked louder. Teacher Tion, there seems to be nothing here. He Fengxian looked around and replied. As soon as she finished speaking, the flames burning on the pillars were extinguished instantly. The high-intensity flashlights in everyone's hands also went out. Before everyone could react to the brief darkness, an ellipsoid emitting a fiery red light and about the size of a tank appeared above everyone's heads the next second. A huge ellipsoid appeared, the platform pillars lit up again, and a series of low hums came from nowhere. What is this? The judge of the arena. Dr. Tion murmured softly as he looked at the oval, egg-shaped red giant ball. A welcome, warriors from afar. Are you ready for the test of courage? Who's talking? The voice came so suddenly that everyone was unable to react for a moment. Don't panic, it's talking. Dr. Tion walked to the side of the crowd, then looked up. My Lord Judge, I have come as promised. Do you remember me? You are the coward who abandoned your beast and ran away alone 20 years ago. Of course I remember. The sound was ethereal, but it sounded very real, and was completely unlike the intermittent synthetic sound that Jiang Fan had heard before. Hearing the voice speaking like this, Dr. Tion suddenly froze and didn't say anything. He Fengxian took the opportunity to pull Dr. Tion's sleeve and asked in a low voice, Teacher Tion, what is this judge you were talking about? The judge is the judge. He is the watcher of the deep darkness. He is the spokesperson of the Beast Master, and he is the keeper of the warrior badge. Everyone, Sigma, A, surprised. Jiang Fan, oh, confused. What the hell? Dr. Tion stopped talking and hugged his hands. Then he put his 4 fingers together and tapped his shoulders and forehead respectively. Mr. Judge, I have deeply repented for the crimes I have committed over the past 20 years. I came here today to fulfill our original agreement. I, Tion Hong, am determined to pass your challenge. If I fail, I will leave my body here and let the judge do whatever he wants. Dr. Tion spoke forcefully and without any hesitation. At this moment, his purpose was clear, which was to meet the challenge given by this so-called judge. Yes, you have grown a lot compared to 20 years ago. Your determination has moved even God. I wish you good luck. A mysterious voice sounded from the red egg. Dr. Tion was slightly stunned when he heard this. God? It's the Beast Master King. What God? Well, are you ready to accept the challenge? As soon as Dr. Tion's doubts arose, a voice immediately interrupted him and diverted the topic elsewhere. Dr. Tion, who believed in this so-called judge, might think it was nothing, and the students of Jiang Beast Taming University who believed in Dr. Tion might think it was nothing, but Jiang Fan thought it was a big problem. I'm afraid there's something fishy going on with this judge. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan tried to use the system to analyze the fiery red oval giant egg above his head. Originally, Jiang Fan didn't have much hope for this, but who knew that after he scanned the big egg, he actually got something. Beast Tamer. Red Devil. Type. Psychic Beast Tamer. Level. Level 39. Level 3 Beast Tamer. Features. Likes to use his unique mental skills to create illusions for the enemy. Through the guidance of illusions, stimulate the enemy's negative emotions and absorb them, and then strengthen yourself. P.S. Pay special attention. The Red Devil likes to play tricks and asks multiple choice questions to prey trapped in traps, which then makes people fall into deep despair and fear. If you find yourself in a situation where you have to make a choice while in the Red Devil's activity area, please retreat immediately, because you never know whether the choice you are facing is real or deliberately misled by the Red Devil. How to capture/eliminate. The Red Devil and the Night Ghost are twins. Where the Red Devil appears, there will usually be a Night Ghost. After capturing the Night Ghost, you can use the Black and Red Fusion skill to merge the two beasts into one. This Red Devil is not that Red Devil. It is not a gaming phone, but a cunning and treacherous beast. After reading this information, Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that this thing that Dr. Tion called the judge is actually a beast in disguise, and poor Dr. Tion has been deceived by it for 20 years? I have to say, this is really a sad story. Chapter 111, Courage Challenge. Then, the Courage Challenge begins now. When the judge's voice fell, everyone felt their scalps tingling. It's not the tingling sensation on the scalp caused by various terrifying emotions, but a real physical tingling sensation on the scalp. As soon as the voice fell, hundreds of black bats attacked the 6 people present. The black bat was coming aggressively. Seeing this, Lu Long turned around and ran back to the stairs he came from. His idea was very simple. With so many black bats, it was impossible for a mere second-level beastmaster like him to defeat them. The most urgent thing is to escape. However, although Lu Long reacted quickly, the referee in the warrior arena was not unprepared. Lu Long ran forward with his head down, but the next second he bumped into a transparent barrier, leaving a mark on his face. The barrier cast by the judge blocked Lu Long's way forward. At the same time, the only staircase collapsed in an instant like a shoddy construction. Humph, you coward. You are really bringing disgrace to the reputation of the arena of valor. The judge's voice was cold, and as his mind moved, countless black bats pounced towards Lu Long and bit him. Amidst the tug of war and chaos, Lu Long's beast-controlling ball fell to the ground. The one-horned ant that Lu Long had previously called the Snow Queen appeared in the arena. The confused Snow Queen saw several black bats rushing towards her before she could react to what was happening. In desperation, the Snow Queen spat out a stream of solution directly from her mouth. The black bat hit by the solution fell to the ground instantly, and painful screams sounded one after another, accompanied by wisps of white smoke coming out of its body, and finally it lay on the ground motionless. Use solution spray on the Snow Queen to kill them. After tasting victory for the first time, Lu Long was not as impatient as before. You are a bunch of wild beasts. I will show you how powerful Grandpa Lu Long is as a beast master. Lu Long's confidence increased greatly, and he even took out a few bottles of mana recovery potions from his backpack, obviously preparing for a protracted war. The Snow Queen is a second-level beast after all, so she is more than capable of dealing with the black bat. However, as more and more black bats swarmed towards the Snow Queen, even the Snow Queen, who had drunk several bottles of mana recovery potions, found it a little overwhelmed. Similar to Lu Long's situation, Jiang Fan, Fengxian and others also had to face attacks from hundreds of black bats, and everyone seemed to be struggling. Just as everyone was nervously fighting the enemy, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from the side. Following the sound, I saw Lu Long with an anxious look on his face, constantly using his flesh and blood to disperse the black bats in front of him. His beast, the Snow Queen, was exhausted and her entire body was grabbed by the claws of several black bats and dragged to the outside of the platform. As long as these black bats loosen their claws, the Snow Queen will fall into the bottomless dark space and there will be no escape. Let it go. Lu Long became completely furious after seeing this scene. He had spent countless efforts in training the Snow Queen, and if the Snow Queen died here, he would be heartbroken to death. But at this time, Lu Long was busy looking at the Snow White Queen and had no idea how dangerous his situation was. While he was running out of strength, several black bats grabbed Lu Long's body and dragged him out of the platform just like they did to the Snow Queen. Looking at the abyss below, Lu Long suddenly felt dizzy, and a feeling of nausea and vomiting rose in his lower abdomen. At the same time, his crotch felt hot and he urinated without realizing it. Cowardly human, I am very disappointed in you. Now choose, do you want to live, or let your Snow Queen live? The judge's voice echoed in Lu Long's ears. At this time, Lu Long couldn't hear clearly what the judge was saying. He just felt that his body was as soft as a pile of noodles. I choose myself. After finally hearing the judge's question clearly, Lu Long spoke without hesitation. As he said this, he didn't even dare to look at his Snow Queen. Beastmasters are spiritual, and although most of them cannot speak, they can understand various things. Now that Lu Long had said this, the Snow White Queen's body trembled violently, and she actually broke free from the black bat's restraints and fell into the abyss below. No. Lu Long watched this scene with his eyes wide open, choking with sobs and unable to utter a word. But at this moment, he saw a figure leap up from the platform at an astonishing speed, shouting one word, "No," and then reaching out to catch the falling Snow Queen. Teacher Tion. Lu Long's eyes suddenly widened when he saw that figure. He Fengxian and the others exclaimed at the same time, "Teacher Tion, use the skill, Devil's Touch." Jiang Fan released his devil egg and gave the order while quickly rushing towards Dr. Tion. Devil's Touch, a move that uses the devil's horns to attack. Effect. While causing a large amount of damage to the enemy, there is a 100% chance that enemies with a lower level than yours will enter a state of fear for 30 seconds, and during this period you can issue commands to the frightened enemies. The Evolved Demon's Touch not only has the effect of making the Beastmaster fearful, but can also issue commands to the Beastmaster during the period of fear. Fortunately, the release of Touch of the Devil is not effective against a single target, but a group. Otherwise, Jiang Fan himself would not know what to do. As the blood-red tentacles of the devil egg spread out red ripples, a blood-red eye suddenly opened in the air. The enormous pressure directly enveloped a large group of black bats. Some black bats died, some were injured, some were trembling with fear. During this period, Jiang Fan could clearly feel that he was connected to those terrified black bats. All he had to do to convey his thoughts was to do it. At this time, Dr. Tion, who had just caught the Snow Queen, was already falling. Just when he thought he was basically dead, he suddenly heard a voice beside his ear, "Hold my hand." Upon hearing this, Dr. Tion was stunned for a moment. The next second he realized that Jiang Fan had also jumped down to save him. Hey, why bother? Now there is one more person to be buried with him. What the hell are you thinking about? Hold my hand. Jiang Fan seldom swears at others, but when he saw Dr. Tion looking so bad and unwilling to lend a hand, Jiang Fan became anxious. After being scolded by Jiang Fan, Dr. Tion was unable to react for a moment and subconsciously reached out his hand towards Jiang Fan. Just when their hands were about to touch, Jiang Fan's figure suddenly paused. Chapter 112, A Sad Cuckold Story. Grass. Dr. Tion only heard Jiang Fan utter a curse word, and then his arm was pulled hard by Jiang Fan, and a Thomas spin was performed and he was thrown directly onto Jiang Fan. How come his power is so great? When Jiang Fan pulled him hard, this thought came to Dr. Tion's mind for the first time. He himself was once a Beastmaster, and he knew very well that it was absolutely impossible for Jiang Fan to have such power at his age. Although his own weight plus the weight of a second-level beast unicorn ant is not heavy enough, in order to pull up such a large weight while suspended in the air, both the strength, the angle of force, and the method of applying force are essential. At least, He Fengxian certainly can't do that when it comes to his student Lu Long. Dr. Tion's thoughts only paused for a moment at this thought, and then he found that his body was actually pulled up by dozens of black bats and finally landed steadily back on the platform. Jiang Fan, who had just saved himself and the Snow White Queen, had disappeared into the bottomless abyss, and no one could see him alive or his body after he died. At this moment, the atmosphere in the whole venue froze. Speaking of Jiang Fan, he actually had the opportunity to return to the platform with Dr. Tion and the Snow Queen. But just as he reached out to grab Dr. Tion, the system's prompt suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding, your performance has won the favor of the Night Ghost, and the Night Ghost's intimacy has increased by 20 points. When the intimacy reaches 50 points, the Night Ghost will reveal its true form, and you can take this opportunity to capture it. Current intimacy 60/50ths. Ding, the Night Ghost's intimacy with you has reached 60 points. The Night Ghost appears. Don't miss the chance to capture it. Count down 3 seconds. You will be pulled into another dimension by the Night Ghost. 3, 2, 1. Jiang Fan only heard a whoosh and felt a strong pulling sensation on his body. When he was about to be pulled into a strange space, Jiang Fan glanced and found that his devil egg also jumped down. Jiang Fan didn't know how the devil egg acted, but he could roughly guess it. Apart from using its tail to push itself over here bit by bit, is there any other way? As soon as Jiang Fan thought of this, his eyes went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dense jungle, and the devil egg also appeared at his feet. Is this an illusion? Jiang Fan was a little unsure. After experiencing the previous trials, he no longer believed his own eyes. The jungle is dense, deep, and quiet. No one told Jiang Fan what to do. Just as Jiang Fan was wondering, a head suddenly popped out from a bush. The head was furry, like an alpaca's head. No, that's the alpaca's head. An alpaca jumped out from the low bushes. Jiang Fan was shocked and quickly used the system to check the information of the alpaca. Beast Tamer. Green alpaca. Category: Grass-type beast tamer. Level: Level 35, Level 3 beast tamer. Characteristics: Stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat. I like to learn how humans cook, but the food I cook every time is always dark cuisine. Is this Dr. Tion's? Jiang Fan was slightly stunned when he saw the alpaca. But according to what Dr. Tion said, wasn't this alpaca dead? How could it appear in front of him? Is it true that everything before my eyes is an illusion? Jiang Fan continued to observe the alpaca with doubts. The alpaca also noticed someone was staring at it. It turned around and saw it was Jiang Fan. Then it broke through the bushes and ran over. Meh. Jiang Fan, meh, what are you doing here? Have you ever seen a pitch-black beast? The alpaca was very friendly to Jiang Fan, so Jiang Fan was willing to communicate with it patiently. The alpaca seemed to understand what Jiang Fan said. It nudged Jiang Fan's trouser legs, then bit Jiang Fan's trouser legs with its mouth and pulled Jiang Fan into the depths of the jungle. You want me to go with you? This imperial beast looked very intelligent, and it nodded after Jiang Fan asked the question. Okay, then you lead the way. Since I don't know what's going on, I might as well go with the alpaca to see if I can find anything. With this idea in mind, Jiang Fan and alpaca continued to go deeper. After walking for who knows how long, the sheep and the man finally stopped at an open space in the dense forest. There was a stream flowing slowly through this open space. Jiang Fan even saw a stove for making fire and various strange knives here. Is there anyone here? Wife, are you back? While Jiang Fan was wondering, he saw a golden bear standing on 2 legs in a tree hole not far away, holding a toothpick in its mouth and walking out. Seeing this scene, Jiang Fan's entire worldview almost shattered. He even wondered if he had mistakenly entered Bear Ridge. And looking at the appearance of this bear, isn't it definitely the one that forced itself onto the cliff in the illusion? Hey, who are you? When the golden-haired bear saw Jiang Fan, a look of surprise appeared on its face. At this time, the alpaca found an apron from somewhere and tied it around his waist, holding a knife in his hand, and said to the golden-haired bear, he is a guest of Lord Yi. Jiang Fan, you can talk? And what's going on between you two? An interracial relationship? Oh, really? So you are here to see Master Yi. I will take you there now. The golden-haired bear was very simple-minded. After hearing what his alpaca wife said, he immediately came over and patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder. It's rare for Lord Yi to have a guest. What's your name, little brother? Jiang Fan. After hesitating for a long time, Jiang Fan finally said his name. Following the golden-haired bear all the way into the dense forest, Jiang Fan learned a lot of information from the conversation with the golden-haired bear. The Lord Yi mentioned by the golden-haired bear must be the Night Ghost. After all, it comes and goes without a trace and has no entity. Every time it appears, it is a ball of black gas with 2 big eyes, which are the characteristics of night ghosts. During this period, Jiang Fan also learned from the golden-haired bear about his experience of getting to know his alpaca wife. My wife and I met here. She was a beastmaster in a human beastmaster's family. We met for the first time when the family went out for a picnic that day. That human beastmaster made things difficult for my wife, even ruining the delicious food she cooked. My wife decided to leave that human beastmaster at my instigation. My wife was unwilling to do so, and even bet with me that the human beastmaster would not abandon her. So I invited my good friend Fei Tiandiao to perform a play in the jungle. When Jiang Fan heard this, he was very upset. Wait a minute, Brother Xiong, let me smooth it out for you. This complicated and bloody plot actually happened to me, and it was a big drama of a man and an animal competing for favor. Poor Dr. Tion became the victim of the love between Brother Bear and Miss Alpaca. You are cuckolded and you don't even realize it, and you even feel guilty about it for many years? Something is wrong. Something is wrong with this world. We need to find the night ghost. It must have made this up. Chapter 113, Dragonclaw, demonstrates power. Nothing unexpected happened during the period, and Jiang Fan saw a dark shadow as he wished. The black shadow in front of me, as big as the window, gave people a vague feeling. Only the two red eyes in the middle give people a sense of life. Jiang Fan clenched his fists. Although the system said that he had a chance to capture the night ghost, he didn't know where to start. And he only has a third-level beast taming ball in his hand. This beast-controlling ball originally belonged to the devil egg, but it was temporarily requisitioned by Jiang Fan at this critical moment. The golden-haired bear that brought Jiang Fan here did not stay for too long and left early. Now only Jiang Fan and Yigue were left staring at each other, and the scene was inevitably a little awkward. But soon the awkwardness was broken. In the air where Jiang Fan and Yigue were facing each other, a blue screen suddenly appeared. The night ghost invites you to a battle. Do you accept? Accept. Ding. The challenge begins. If you successfully beat the night ghost to the point of near death, you can capture it. Jiang Fan didn't know where this blue shadow came from, but he could roughly guess that it was related to the night ghost. When the mechanically synthesized voice announced the start of the challenge, the night ghost, who had been confronting Jiang Fan, changed his shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. But in just a few blinks of an eye, it turned into a human form and appeared in front of Jiang Fan. The figure was very tall. Jiang Fan estimated that he was about 1.9 meters tall. And from the facial outline of the black figure, it is obvious that this is a man. Why did the night ghost transform into a man? Jiang Fan was confused, and at this moment, the humanoid shadow spoke quietly. This underground world has suddenly become lively, and it finally gives me some hope. You are the second person who can stand in front of me in more than 100 years. I hope you will not let me down. The second one. Who was the first one? Jiang Fan was no longer surprised by the talking black shadow. After all, Miss Alpaca and Brother Bear could both talk, so it was not surprising that the night ghost could speak a few words. The first one was a girl, about your age, but she failed. Girl? Jiang Fan frowned. For some reason, he thought of Song Yunshi, who had fallen into the underground and had no news. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to get the night ghost, use your courage to prove that you are qualified. The moment after the black shadow spoke, he actually threw a round beast-taming ball from his hand like a beast tamer. The beast-controlling ball split into two, and a huge dark black bear appeared in front of Jiang Fan. This big bear was exactly the same as the golden-haired bear that had brought Jiang Fan here just now. Jiang Fan used the system to analyze the other party's data. He didn't know until he saw it. He was stunned when he saw it. This bear is actually level 80, a true 8th level beast. You'll have to use your head to fight him. No wonder the first challenger lost. He simply didn't want anyone to pass the level. Use all your strength to defend yourself. I will only use one move. If you don't fall, it will be considered a success. One move? Haha, then you just wait to be taken into my pocket. Jiang Fan had originally been in despair, but after hearing what the black shadow said, a faint smile appeared on his face. You are very confident, but blind confidence can only be called arrogance. The black shadow said lightly. In his opinion, Jiang Fan was just an ordinary person who was powerless. Even with the small beast-taming egg beside him, it could not pose any threat to him. Hey, the woman I met before was a third-rank beastmaster, but this one is only a quasi-beastmaster whose egg hasn't even hatched yet. It seems that finding suitable new owners for you two is still a long way to go, and I don't know if I can hold on until then. Well, let's get rid of this guy quickly. It's a bummer. Jiang Fan was on high alert facing the black shadow, but he had no idea that the other party had this idea at the moment. I'm going to start. The black shadow grinned. Xiaoya. Release, shadow impact. The black figure gave an order, And then the level 80 giant bear he transformed into opened its mouth and spit out a black cylindrical shock wave that was so big that 3 or 4 people holding hands could not hold it together. The power contained in this shock wave is chilling. Under the influence of the energy released by the shock wave, the earth was dragged into a gully several meters deep. This attack that changed the terrain stunned Jiang Fan. The top beast masters he knew were only manhwa, Jack Ma and others, and these big guys were all 7th level beast masters without exception, and their beasts were naturally also 7th level beasts. Now facing the attack of this 8th level beastmaster, Jiang Fan felt that the pressure was even greater than when facing manhwa and others. But he was not panicked because he was confident of winning. It's up to you. Use the skill Dragonclaw. Skill, Dragonclaw. Skill description. Unleash the power of the dragon god to deal a powerful blow to the enemy, and bring down the glory of the dragon god to protect yourself. Effect. The worse your status is, the higher the damage you will inflict. When releasing the Dragonclaw, if you are hit by a fatal attack, the damage will be offset. This is Jiang Fan's Reliance, a skill that allows him to be immune to death. The moment the skill was released, Jiang Fan felt himself enveloped by golden light. According to the description of the skill, this golden light is the blessing of the dragon god. Jiang Fan and the devil egg were both surrounded by golden light, which also attracted the attention of the black figure. However, he did not care about this, because no matter how powerful Jiang Fan's methods were, he was ultimately just a quasi-beast master who had not even hatched a beast egg. Courage is the driving force behind a beast master's growth, but blind bravery does not count as courage. Only courage that is supported by faith, strength, and knowledge can be called true courage. You are not mature enough. I cannot give Xiaoye to you, nor can I give the badge of courage to you. Come back next time when you are ready. The shadow shook his head and sighed. Although he didn't say much, his words revealed a lot of key information. What the hell are you thinking about? Stop looking down on others. You just keep talking to yourself and shaking your head. If someone doesn't know you, they would think you are talking nonsense or your neck is cramping. A huge energy shock wave instantly rushed towards Jiang Fan's body. Although the devil egg's Dragonclaw has the effect of saving one from death, the pain of flesh and bones being torn apart when the shock wave hits the body is real. Jiang Fan grimaced in pain and couldn't help but curse at the black shadow who was pointing and talking beside him in order to ease his pain. Why aren't you dead yet? Jiang Fan's sudden voice stunned the black shadow. Chapter 114. Tough choice. What the fuck are you thinking? The time goes back to 10 minutes ago. After Jiang Fan risked his life to save Dr. Tion, everyone standing in the warriors' arena fell into deep grief. However, Lu Long, the cause of all this, was different from the others. The moment he abandoned the Snow Queen, the judge who kept his word threw him back onto the platform. As soon as his feet landed on the platform, Lu Long's legs trembled with excitement. He ran to Dr. Tion in a panic and snatched the Snow Queen from Dr. Tion's hands. Snow Queen, I'm so glad you're okay. As Lu Long spoke, he wanted to stroke the Snow Queen's head with his hand, but unexpectedly, the Snow Queen broke free from his arms and ran to hide behind Dr. Tion. Snow Queen, are you blaming me? I had no choice. If you were to make the choice under those circumstances, you would definitely make the same choice as me. Lu Long's voice was a little hoarse, and the feeling of being misunderstood that came through his words sounded extremely pitiful. Haha, you are a ridiculous human being. You didn't even hesitate when faced with the choice of death. You are not brave at all. I am really disappointed by this. As punishment, I will extract a bit of your soul. Come back in 20 years, and if you are still as incompetent as before, be prepared to die. After the judge finished speaking, a silk thread suddenly stretched out from the giant red egg and wrapped around Lu Long's body. The silk thread passed through Lu Long's nose, eye sockets, ears, and mouth, and after stirring it, a mass of black and red substance was drawn out of Lu Long's body. When those substances were combined together, they actually vaguely revealed the appearance of Lu Long. Seeing this scene, Lu Long was shocked. He kept murmuring, "No, no, no, I won't dare to do it again." He looked pitiful and helpless, but no one helped him. Your oxygen tank has 2 hours of oxygen left. I hope you can get out of here alive. The judge kindly reminded Lu Long, but the latter immediately fled away like a frightened monkey, only caring about his head and not his butt. At the edge of the platform, stairs appeared. Lu Long ran and yelled, "Mom, I will never come here again, woo-woo mom." When Lu Long left, the stairs disappeared again, and the black bat in the warrior arena also stopped attacking. Tian Hung, I am very satisfied with your heroic performance. As a reward for you, I decided to give you a chance to redeem yourself. As the judge's voice fell, Dr. Tion heard the screams of horror from the students around him. When he glanced sideways, he discovered that Fengxian and the others were entangled by the red threads spreading from the giant egg and were carried into the air. Teacher Tion, save me. Dr. Tion, help me. The students' cries for help echoed in Dr. Tion's ears. He shouted at the judge in a surprised and angry voice. What kind of reward is this? Don't worry. As long as you pass my test of courage, I will let them go. Not only that, I will also give you the courage badge that is related to the treasure of the Beastmaster Saint King. Are you ready? The judge's voice was calm, as if he had already grasped Dr. Tion's grasp and was able to quickly come up with responses to Dr. Tion's various reactions. Are you going to do this? Dr. Tion's body was shaking a little. He was panicked, terrified, and even scared. The sense of bondage and responsibility that other people's lives depended on him made him feel suffocated. You will know in a moment. Before that, I will make some preparations. I wish you all the best. As soon as the judge's voice fell, all the flames in the warrior's arena disappeared in an instant, and the entire space fell into infinite and deep darkness. Everything around was eerily quiet. Dr. Tion could feel his own tense, heavy, and slightly trembling breathing. It wasn't just his breathing, his entire body was shaking. The silent darkness kept attacking Dr. Tion like a man-eating beast, constantly impacting Dr. Tion's psychological defenses. This silent darkness is the most tormenting. Dr. Tion stood there without daring to move. He uttered a few words slowly from his dry throat. Xiao He? Student Qian Yi? Student Wang Fongfong? Are you there? Talk to me. Mr. Judge? Dr. Tion's voice became lower and lower. His psychological defenses continued to collapse just like this voice. I don't know how long it took, but Dr. Tion squatted on the ground, holding his head in his hands and sobbing. He is afraid of the dark. He is extremely afraid of the dark. Darkness was as terrible to him as a flood or a beast. Whenever he faced darkness, he would always think of the beastmen who had lost their lives because of his cowardice. The heart-wrenching self-blame and the feeling of powerlessness in not being able to meet expectations continued to torture his body and mind. It was unknown how long this silent darkness lasted, and suddenly, Dr. Tion felt light rising around him. He tentatively raised his head from deep within his body and found that the light had returned. But before he could be happy, the scene before him completely stunned him. He saw that the Snow Queen he had just rescued was tied with a red line and hung outside the platform. On the other side, 3 of his students were also hoisted up and dragged outside the platform. There was a bottomless abyss beneath them. As soon as the red line was loosened, all the people and the beasts would fall down, and then with a pop, they would be smashed into a pile of rotten meat. Come on, Tian Hong, make your choice. Do you want to save this beast, or do you want to save your 3 students? The judge was extremely vicious, and any of the options he gave were unacceptable to Dr. Tion. You. Dr. Tion's teeth couldn't stop chattering. This wasn't a test of courage at all. It was clearly a torture field that was constantly torturing him. Choice. Does he have a choice? Does he dare to choose? I don't choose. You let them go. Dr. Tion shouted in a hoarse voice. And no, you must choose. The judge's voice sounded, leaving Dr. Tion no way out. Dr. Tion's face froze, and his mouth seemed to be covered with a strong sealing glue, and he couldn't open it no matter what. Choice? No choice at all. No matter which side he chose, he simply couldn't make a decision. At this moment, Dr. Tion thought of Jiang Fan, who died to save himself, and Queen Snow White, and he couldn't help but envy him. It is a blessing to be able to die once and for all like this. Thinking of this, Dr. Tion's heart moved. Everything is caused by myself. As long as I die, everything will be over. And I don't have to bear all these responsibilities anymore. Everything is over. What the hell are you thinking about? Just when Dr. Tion was about to jump down with the thought of committing suicide, suddenly an extremely hazy voice sounded in his ears. Chapter 115. The lowest level of the underground, everyone met. He could only hear the first half of the sentence clearly, but Dr. Tion couldn't hear the rest of the sentence. But just from this half sentence, Dr. Tion was able to tell whose voice it was. Isn't that what Jiang Fan said? When he fell off the platform just now, he also said something similar to this. For a moment, Dr. Tion was stunned. Could it be that the spirit of little Jiang Fan in heaven has appeared? Yes, that's definitely the case. Dr. Tion couldn't think of any other possibility except this explanation. After all, Jiang Fan had already fallen down. Even if he hadn't turned into a pile of rotten meat yet, he was on the way to becoming a pile of rotten meat. It was impossible for him to pass on a message to himself. Dr. Tion grinned bitterly. and Jiang Fan's voice suddenly appeared and woke him up. Yes, what are you thinking? Dying is the most cowardly way to die. I have been preparing for 20 years to come here again. Do I just want to die in such a weak way? No, never. As soon as he thought of this, a gleam of light flashed from Dr. Tion's cloudy eyes. He straightened his back and looked up at the fiery red giant egg above the arena. The judge, who was still absorbing all kinds of negative emotions from Dr. Tion, was stunned. He wondered what this old man was doing and asked him to cry and beg for mercy in front of the desperate choices he had set up, so that he could taste all kinds of delicious food. Above Dr. Tion's head, a barely visible thread was continuously transporting black substance into the dome. But at this moment, Dr. Tion's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented light. He looked straight at the dome and said word by word, "Judge, show your true self. I want to challenge you." Dr. Tion is no longer a 5th-rank Beastmaster, but the words he said now were many times more confident than they were 20 years ago. This kind of spiritual strength and courage may be as ineffective as toxic chicken soup in most cases, but it works wonders at this critical moment. The faint thread connecting Dr. Tion's head was originally only transporting black matter, but suddenly, a fiery red substance as hot as a real flame was sent into the giant dome along the thread along with the black matter. The judge was a little confused when he heard what Dr. Tion said. After he came to his senses, he was about to scold Dr. Tion for being ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, but his voice seemed to be stuck. You, what did you give me to eat?" The judge's heart-wrenching screams echoed in the huge space. Dr. Tion, standing in the arena, was completely confused. Why did the judge scream? Did I defeat him with my courage? As soon as this thought came to Dr. Tion's mind, he felt a violent shaking under his feet the next second. The warrior's arena was cracking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The platform with a diameter of 800 meters collapsed in just 10 breaths. The Snow-White Queen, He Fengxian and others, who were entangled in red silk threads, fell into the bottomless abyss. Dr. Tion was no exception. He fell slowly under the acceleration of gravity along with large pieces of debris. Before his consciousness faded, Dr. Tion had only one thought in his mind: "Damn, I still have to die. Little Jiang Fan, I'm here to accompany you." After an unknown amount of time, Dr. Tion felt himself landing on a body of water. The expected pain and bubbling from falling into the water did not occur. Dr. Tion could even feel his body being salvaged and placed in a warm place to dry. Wait, this isn't an illusion. Dr. Tion stood up with a somersault and looked around with confused eyes. Xiao He, Qian Yi, Wang Fengfeng. One person, 2 people, 3 people, so many people. Why are there so many people? Am I back on the ground? Dr. Tion muttered to himself. Dr. Tion, we are still underground. This is the lowest level of the underground world. My name is Yicheng, and this is a member of our team, Director Zhang Weimin. Except for Dr. Tion, who woke up late, He Fengxian and others had woken up long ago. Yicheng learned about Dr. Tion's identity through He Fengxian's story. What is the situation now? Dr. Tion's memory still remains at the time when the warrior's arena collapsed, and he doesn't know anything else. Dr. Tion, let me tell you. Yicheng didn't have any oxygen equipment on him, and his clothes and hair were messy, but he managed to remain calm and composed. Immediately, Yicheng recounted in detail what had happened to him and others, and what had happened underground. You mean there is a dead person underground, and the reason why Linh High City is shaking is because the beast of this dead person dug a grave for him? After hearing this information, Dr. Tion was completely confused. This kind of thing is really too horrifying. How powerful must a beast tamer be that can cause the ground to tremble? The beast master rank of the deceased man is still an unsolved mystery. Have you seen the beast? No, we are not qualified. Yicheng shook his head, a look of shame on his face. Except Song Yunxi, all of us are trapped here. Zhang Weimin added. Student Song, is she okay? Dr. Tion was speechless when he heard this. Song Yunxi is a prominent figure at Jiling Beast Taming University who jumped 3 levels in 1 year. Even Dr. Tion, who stays in the laboratory all day studying beast taming, has heard of her name. Before leaving school, Dr. Tion heard about Song Yunxi's distress. I heard that because of this incident, the president of Jiling Beastmaster University almost beat to death the department head who assigned Song Yunxi the task. You can imagine how big a fuss this became. Now hearing the news that Song Yunxi was still alive, Dr. Tion breathed a sigh of relief for his colleague who had been beaten. What's going on? Where is classmate Song now? She is accepting the challenge of the beast that can bewitch people. Everything about this place was told to us by the beast. If Song Yunxi succeeds, we can leave. if she fails. Yi Cheng's words came to an abrupt end. Everyone knew clearly the consequence of failure, which was death. Ah, is that so? Dr. Tion did not expect that Song Yunshi would end up in the same situation as himself, and he could not help but feel sorry for him. Hey, we can't help much here. If Jiang Fan were here, I don't know what he would do. Dr. Tion inadvertently thought of Jiang Fan, who brought him strength invisibly, and sighed quietly. What, Mr. Jiang is here too? Chapter 116 Black-Hearted Saint King. When Yi Cheng heard Jiang Fan's name, he was immediately startled. Although there are many people named Jiang Fan in the world, Yi Cheng is almost certain that the Jiang Fan mentioned by Dr. Tion is the Jiang Fan he knows. If it's Mr. Jiang, maybe there's a way to help Song Yunshi solve his current predicament. Yi Cheng thought so. After all, in his mind, Jiang Fan was the beast-taming master who knew the most about beast-taming that he knew. Jiang Fan had no idea how many times better it was than those counterfeit ones in the beast-taming hospital and the beast-taming research center. Mr. Jiang? Are you talking about Jiang Fan? Well, I am sorry for him. If he hadn't saved me, he wouldn't have lost his life. Dr. Tion shook his head bitterly, and his eyes became a little red and swollen. When Dr. Tion thought that Jiang Fan was still in Tianshan to encourage him and help him through the difficult times even after his death, his voice choked up. What? Mr. Jiang is dead? Yi Cheng's eyes widened when he heard that, and then he looked at He Fengxian and others for answers. Mr. Yi, are you talking about Mr. Jiang Fan who is in middle school? He Fengxian asked after a moment of hesitation. She was worried that Yi Cheng might accidentally cry at the wrong grave. That's right. Yi Cheng nodded frantically. Seeing this scene, He Fengxian felt a little amused and curious. What kind of ability does Jiang Fan have that a third-level beastmaster would address him in such a respectful tone? Moreover, after going underground, he behaved very steadily and calmly throughout the whole process. He did not look like a middle school student at all. Could it be that he had another identity? He Fengxian didn't know, but now the person was dead, there was no point in searching further. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry to tell you, yes. Jiang Fan died to save Teacher Tion and Queen Snow White, and I also survived indirectly because of him. If I still have a chance to get out alive, I will compensate his family with the death compensation according to the highest national standards. Me too, Dr. Tion said quickly. Qin and Wang Fangfang said nothing. They really don't have much money, and it costs a lot of money to train and cultivate beasts. Although Jiang Fan did help them, he didn't do it to the point where they had to empty their family savings to compensate him. How is this possible? Yi Cheng was the first one who did not believe this shocking news. If Qin and Wang Fangfang died among Dr. Tion and his group, Yi Cheng wouldn't think it was a big deal. But Yi Cheng would never believe that Jiang Fan, who knew so much about beast taming, died like this. But even if he doesn't believe it, that's the fact. Dr. Tion and others saw Jiang Fan fall off the platform with their own eyes. It is estimated that Jiang Fan's body is now hanging on a protruding rock. The sharp rocks cut his belly and crushed his internal organs. Jiang Fan spent his entire life in torment and pain until his last breath. The more he thought about it, the colder Yi Cheng's hands and feet became. Jiang Fan is dead? What should we do now? Song Yunshi can't deal with that guy at all. While Yi Cheng was stunned, Zhang Weimin, who had been silent all this time, spoke in a heavy voice. He asked Lu Tianfeng from the Security Bureau to call Jiang Fan. Now that the other party is dead, he must also be implicated in part of the responsibility. Of course, this is not what Zhang Weimin is concerned about now. His purpose of asking Lu Tianfeng to invite Jiang Fan here was naturally to see Jiang Fan's ability to taming beasts. Now that Jiang Fan is dead, it is all in vain. Even people like us might die here. What is the situation now? Jiang Fan's death made everyone feel sad, but now is not the time to care about this. The most important thing is to stay alive. Dr. Tion didn't understand the current situation, so he asked Zhang Weimin. Zhang Weimin did not hide anything. After all, everyone present knew very well what was happening underground. He immediately told all of his people what had happened to them. After listening to Zhang Weimin's words, Dr. Tion frowned slightly. Immediately, he took out a folded map from his pocket. The map paper is yellowed and looks quite old. After Dr. Tion spread out the map, everyone gathered around with their heads tilted. Dr. Tion, what is this? Zhang Weimin asked doubtfully. However, Dr. Tion did not speak. Instead, he kept drawing on paper based on his own experiences and the situations of Zhang Weimin and others, as well as his own research on various beast taming and beast taming legends over the years. After about half an hour, Dr. Tion, who had been looking down and frowning in thought, finally let out a long breath. I think I know where this is. Dr. Tion looked deep in the eyes and whispered softly. It is said that when the first generation of beast tamer Saint King was dying, he sent people to choose a place with excellent feng shui to bury his body and treasures. In order to prevent his tomb from being easily discovered, the Beastmaster Saint King had his subordinates and Beastmasters dig and build tombs of different sizes in various places. Buried in these tombs are the beasts that once fought with the Beastmaster Saint King on the battlefield, as well as his most trusted subordinates. For thousands of years, no one knew where the tomb of the Beastmaster Saint King was. A large tomb unearthed in Shinin was once suspected to be the tomb of the Beastmaster Saint King, but it was later confirmed to be the tomb of a guardian of the Beastmaster Saint King. The tomb we are in now might be one of the tombs that the Beastmaster Saint King sent people to dig. The more Dr. Tion spoke, the more frightened everyone became. As an insider of the system, Zhang Weimin obviously has a deeper understanding of what Dr. Tion said. Dr. Tion, according to what you said, this tomb may be the tomb of a beast tamer Saint King? Which beast tamer Saint King is it? Black-hearted Saint King. Looking at what you have experienced, I feel that apart from the black-hearted Saint King and his guardians, no other Saint King would do such a thing. Dr. Tion said word by word. The Blackheart Saint King has an extreme and reckless personality. He hates cunning villains and admires loyal and brave warriors. He likes to put others to the test by giving them all kinds of tests. The judge I met before should be his subordinate, or the embodiment of his will. Under Dr. Tion's thinking, countless things are strung together into a line, and the end of this line involves a person who can make the whole world crazy. The Holy Beast Tamer King. The Holy Beast Tamer King's treasure. Just picking out one word can make people's blood boil. If there really is something related to the black-hearted Saint King in this underground space, the entire Linh High city will probably undergo earth-shaking changes. Dr. Tion's breathing became a little rapid. Chapter 117 Jiang Fan is dead. Dr. Tion, since you know that this is the tomb of the Black-Heart Saint King, do you have any way to help Song Yunqi solve the test? After hearing Dr. Tion's various professional answers, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of confidence. After all, Dr. Tion is a beast taming researcher who has been studying beast taming for 20 years. Moreover, he was a 5th-level beast tamer before. He must know more than people like us. But everyone was obviously overthinking it. Dr. Tion sighed and shook his head. I have no way. No matter which beast master or beast researcher stands here, the answer given is the same. The Beastmaster Saint King is too mysterious. I originally thought they were only recorded in historical documents, but I never thought I would have the opportunity to meet the Beastmaster Saint King so closely. The Blackheart Saint King is one of the most brutal Saint Kings. If Mr. Song were to participate in the Blackheart Saint King's trial, he would have to be prepared to die. Dr. Tion's words made everyone's heart sink. After all of their hopes now rest on Song Yunqi. If Song Yunqi is not able to do it, then they will be dead soon. While everyone was talking, the surrounding stone walls suddenly shook, as if someone was using a large impact drill to repeatedly drill holes in the wall. Yicheng and others were already used to this, but Dr. Tion was a little surprised. What's going on with this vibration? This is the aftermath of the battle between Song and the bewitching beast. They are right next door, separated from us by only a stone wall. Now, through the gap, we can still see the battle between Song Yunqi and the beast. As soon as Zhang Weimin finished speaking, a member of the team who had been peeking through the cracks in the stone wall said in panic, "Oh no, Miss Song is vomiting blood." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone could no longer sit still and rushed forward one after another, trying to observe the situation on the other side through the gap. Although Dr. Tion looked very embarrassed in the warriors' arena, his image was very glorious in front of people like Yicheng and Zhang Weimin. As soon as he asked the people blocking the gap to move aside, everyone immediately made way for Dr. Tion. Through the cracks in the stone wall, Dr. Tion looked curiously at the situation on the opposite side. At first glance, he saw Song Yunqi lying on the ground. Song Yunqi's situation was very bad. There were already 2 dull beast taming balls scattered around her. The loss of luster in the beast taming ball means that the energy inside the ball has been exhausted, and the beast tamer cannot return to the ball to recuperate. If Song Yunqi's beast was attacked fatally again at this time, it would die on the spot. The situation had become so critical that Dr. Tion couldn't help but break into a sweat. Not long after, he turned his gaze to the beast opposite Song Yunqi. Rather than a beastmaster, it would be more accurate to say that there is a red man's figure and a beastmaster that looks like a wolf. When Dr. Tion first saw this group, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. He seemed to have seen this scene somewhere before, and that wolf-shaped beast looked a bit like his own silver-backed wolf king. Where have you seen me before? Dr. Tion frowned and thought. After he couldn't think of any clues, he took out a reader from his backpack. This reader contains various materials and ebooks stored by Dr. Arita. After searching the keyword Black-Hearted Saint King, Dr. Tion found a book called The Chronicle of the Black-Hearted Saint King and began to read it. Many times, books are used to look up rather than to read. The human brain simply cannot remember so many things. Sure enough, after searching, Dr. Tion finally found useful information. Red Devil and Night Ghost? Dr. Tion let out a light exclamation, then continued reading. But the more he read, the more surprised and shocked he became. This was a record that he had forgotten. It not only recorded the relationship between the Night Ghost and the Red Devil, but even clearly stated when they first appeared. Sure enough, it's related to the Black-Hearted Saint King. The beast that fought against Song Yunshi was the Red Devil. The Red Devil is the strange beast that bewitches people deep underground, Dr. Tion said in surprise. Then he turned his gaze to Yi Cheng and Zhang Weimin. Do you know how strong the beast man that fought against classmate Song is? Well, the other party revealed it himself. It seems to be level 80, reaching the 8th level. And it also said that Song Yunshi is definitely not its opponent. Zhang Weimin recalled with Yi Cheng and then said, Level 80, Tomb of the Black-Heart Saint King. I know, that Red Devil must be the first-generation Red Devil. It was once recorded in the Chronicle of the Black-Heart Saint King that among the many beasts of the Black-Heart Saint King there was a twin beast named Red and Black. Red is the Red Devil, and Black is the Night Ghost. If you want to defeat the Red Devil, you must find and subdue the Night Ghost, and then use the skill Black and Red Fusion to merge the two beasts into one. Dr. Tion became more and more excited as he spoke. But the reaction of the crowd was not much of a stir. Dr. Tion, Song Yunshi was almost beaten to death by the Red Devil you mentioned. Now we are trapped here again. Where can we find the Night Devil you mentioned? Zhang Weimin was speechless. Now everyone knew that this method was useless, and they could only watch Song Yunshi being tortured to death. The feeling of counting down one's life with Song Yunshi was not pleasant. Yes. Dr. Tion's expression became gloomy when he heard that. At this moment, the team member who was observing the battle said in a mournful tone, Miss Song's last beast has fallen. After hearing this, everyone's brains suddenly froze as if they were struck by lightning. At this time, on the arena on the other side of the stone wall, Song Yunshi struggled to support himself and climbed up. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, forced a smile, and looked at the other person. You have a really bad character. You can obviously kill me with one move, but you want to fool me like a cat playing with a mouse. The red figure opposite Song Yunshi couldn't help but frown when he saw that Song Yunshi could still stand up. You are about to die. Why aren't you afraid? There was anger in its voice. Song Yunshi's stubborn temper made it very uncomfortable. The Red Devil enjoys absorbing negative emotions, but it did not absorb any negative energy from Song Yunshi, which made the Red Devil very uncomfortable. You were injured by that little snake. Don't you have any resentment towards it? The Red Devil pointed at the wind snake with two pairs of small wings lying on the ground. TSK, it seems you don't understand at all. But I don't want to say more to you. Now I have no power to fight back. Just give me a quick death. Song Yunshi stood up tremblingly, with a faint smile on his lips. Chapter 118 Lulong, and the others are dead. Please point. Court death. The red figure roared, and just as he was about to attack Song Yunshi, he suddenly heard a voice in the air. Xiaohei, use the skill, Black and Red Fusion. What? The next second after the voice sounded, the Red Devils on the field suddenly looked up. At this moment, a figure and a beast egg with a tail and wings fell from the sky, and happened to hit the red figure directly. With a bang, the figure was dropped by the winged beast taming egg, which pierced through the red figure's body and hit the ground heavily. Hiss! There was a heavy gasp, and one could imagine how painful the fall was. The red figure had just uttered a word when he suddenly felt an irresistible attraction climbing towards his body. When it looked up, it saw a beast that looked like a black curtain with two big red eyes in the middle, emitting an ochre light. And the irresistible suction force on his body came from this black cloth. It's you. How is it possible? The red figure just screamed twice, and the whole person and the beast that was transformed were sucked away. The scene suddenly became quiet. Jiang Fan? Song Yunshi, who had already made up his mind to die, was stunned after seeing this scene. Why is Jiang Fan here? Different from her reaction, on the other side of the wall, some people trembled suddenly when they heard Song Yunshi say Jiang Fan's name. Where did this Jiang Fan come from? What method did he use to directly solve the figure that Miss Song had been unable to deal with for a long time? The team members who were observing the situation looked puzzled. Little Jiang Fan, isn't he dead? Quickly get out of the way so I can see if he has resurrected. Dr. Tion pushed the person occupying the gap away with all his strength. After seeing Jiang Fan's appearance, he was completely stunned. It's really him. He's not dead? Get up and let me see. Upon hearing this, Yicheng was so excited that he pushed Dr. Tion away. After seeing Jiang Fan's appearance, a rare smile appeared on his face, and then he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I knew Mr. Jiang was blessed with a long life. It's impossible for him to die so easily. And if he died, who would I turn to for treatment if my little bean sprout had any problems again? When Zhang Weimin heard the news that Jiang Fan was not dead, he breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile and relief appeared on his serious expression. He smiled because Jiang Fan was not dead, and he didn't have to take any responsibility. He was glad that Lu Tianfeng had called Jiang Fan. If Jiang Fan had not turned the tide just now, all of his people would probably be dead by now. Not to mention the others, they all looked confused. When Fengxian heard that Jiang Fan was not dead, she let out a long sigh and looked at her two younger classmates Qian Yi and Wang Fangfang. They are about the same age as Jiang Fan, so why is there such a big difference in their abilities? Fengxian subconsciously skipped over herself. The reason was very sufficient. She was too old to be as good as the young. Jiang Fan, why are you here? Song Yunxi looked battered at this moment, and his legs were shaking as he walked. Jiang Fan looked at her and said with a smile, I must have come here for a mission. If it wasn't for saving you, senior sister, I would have wasted a lot of effort. It was really unfair of you to kick me out that day. Jiang Fan replied with a smile, but Song Yunxi thought it would be good if he could believe half of his words. He might know that he was in trouble, but Song Yunxi would never believe that Jiang Fan would be kind enough to save him. Stop talking nonsense. Where did you take that guy just now? Yes, it's here. Jiang Fan pointed to the sky, and the next second a third-level beast taming ball fell from the sky and landed right in Jiang Fan's hand. You subdued the beast just now? Seeing this scene, Song Yunxi was speechless for a moment. I guess so. Jiang Fan shrugged. He didn't want to explain anything more to Song Yunxi. So, how do we get out of this damn place now? Jiang Fan looked around and asked Song Yunxi. His trip underground was already a success, so naturally he didn't want to stay in this hellish place any longer. Wait, don't move. There's movement underground. Jiang Fan had just opened his mouth when Song Yunxi stopped him from talking. Almost at the same time as Song Yunxi, Jiang Fan also noticed something strange. The ground doesn't seem to be very solid. No, it's not a feeling, it is. Jiang Fan had just started to doubt, but the next second he felt his feet loosen and the entire competition platform collapsed like tofu dregs. Give me a hand. Jiang Fan startled and let the devil egg, which had grown wings, fly over. However, ideals are full, but reality is very skinny. At the moment the platform collapsed, in addition to the work of gravity on his body, there was also a pulling force that was huge enough to pull down a building. The two men, the egg, and Song Yunxi's dead beasts all fell down. The sudden scene stunned Yicheng, who was watching on the other side of the stone wall. On the other hand, after escaping from the warrior's arena, Lu Long ran towards the exit based on his memory of where he came from. During this time, he was attacked by a black bat and fell to the ground full of black bats, where he was bitten hard. He also went in the wrong direction twice and almost angered other wild beasts. Fortunately, as a second-level beast master, his physical fitness was still there, so he didn't have much difficulty escaping. After stumbling and running for nearly 2 hours, Lu Long finally returned to the place where the rock elf had sent him down. With tears in his eyes, he opened his bracelet and sent a signal to the ground. Soon, a rock elf that looked like a cone came floating down to pick him up. On the ground, Lu Tianfeng and a group of people from the security bureau stood at the entrance of the cave, staring at the people who were about to come up. Lu Longren arrived before the smell did. The strong stench of the defense scared the onlookers back more than 10 meters away. Lu Tianfeng endured the smell and waited for Lu Long to come up. As soon as he saw Lu Long, Lu Tianfeng couldn't wait to ask, "Where are the others? Why didn't they come up with you?" Lu Tianfeng retched as he spoke. "What the hell is this old thesis? Why does it taste so pungent, ugh?" As soon as he saw Lu Tianfeng, Lu Long almost pounced on him and hugged him. If Lu Tianfeng had not hid in time, he would have been in trouble. After Lu Tianfeng asked the question, Lu Long said word by word with a sad face, They are all dead. I am the only one who came out alive." Chapter 119, The Buried Man, Black-Faced Guardian. What? How is that possible? When Lu Tianfeng heard Lu Long's words, his first reaction was disbelief. So far, down to the ground. As for those who did not come up, it has not been confirmed that they are dead. Lu Tianfeng couldn't help but frown when Lu Long said this. Tell me, you are. Lu Long was now frightened out of his wits, and without any hesitation he told everything that had happened underground. Lu Long recounted the entire story, from the time Dr. Tion disappeared underground to his later experiences in the warriors' arena. Of course, he never mentioned a word about his mistakes during that time. Anyway, everyone was dead now, and no one knew the details except himself, so he could say whatever he wanted. Black Manta Cave? Fork in the road? Warriors' arena? After Lu Tianfeng repeated Lu Long's experience, he couldn't help but wonder. According to the intelligence obtained by the previous exploration team, we did not find these places. Didn't you explore according to the route planned on the map? Yes, Dr. Tion was missing at that time. We decided to find Dr. Tion first, and then continue the mission. After that, we went deeper and deeper and deviated from the planned trajectory. Lu Long nodded. They were following the spirit-sniffing mole all the way, and he was also holding the map given to him by Dr. Tion, which was slightly different from the detection map given by Lu Tianfeng. What Dr. Huantian meant was that Lu Tianfeng's map was not as detailed as his. If this matter is really related to the treasure of the Beastmaster Saint King, then the matter involved must be quite serious. Since you are the only one who got out alive, please cooperate with our investigation. Lu Tianfeng's voice was somewhat gloomy. After hearing Lu Long say that Jiang Fan fell into the abyss, he also understood that Jiang Fan could not survive. I know everything, and I will say it all. After coming to the ground for a long time, Lu Long's emotions finally calmed down a little. Lu Tianfeng's reminder made him sense a glimmer of opportunity. If I were the only one who could make use of this, I might be able to make a lot of money. This just makes up for the loss of the Snow Queen. Underground space, the lower level of the lower level. Jiang Fan and Song Yunxi, who fell from the platform, woke up almost at the same time. The stone cave they were in was not very big, about the size of an ordinary bedroom. However, there are two things that are eye-catching about this bedroom-sized cave space. One is a coffin and the other is a closed stone door. After Jiang Fan woke up, he looked around and breathed a sigh of relief when he found nothing unusual. The same was true for Song Yunxi. She looked like a woman made of water, but her body was very resistant to falls and blows. Even after falling down with Jiang Fan, she did not look like she was about to die. Are you okay? You still have time to care about others now? Jiang Fan couldn't help but laugh when he saw the scratches on her face and the blood clots on her body. I care about you because you saved my life. Do you really think I care about you, little brat? As the two were talking, there was a sudden noise from the ground again. Jiang Fan and Song Yunxi looked at each other, and both of them turned pale. No way. This kind of ground shaking is clearly a sign of collapse. The two of them don't even have a place to stay in the air now, and if the wall collapses again, they will fall down. But fortunately, the expected thing did not happen. As the ground shook, a faint crack appeared in the middle. As the two men watched, a round stone piece about the size of a fist was slowly rising up with the help of an inexplicable force. To be more precise, this is not a piece of stone, but more like a badge. Is this the badge of courage that Dr. Tion mentioned? Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows, but he did not touch the badge immediately. Instead, he chose to watch quietly like Song Yunxi. The badge rose out of thin air and finally slowly fitted into the groove of the stone door. The entire stone gate was filled with a golden light, and then slowly rose under the surprised gazes of the two people. What does this mean? Song Yunxi was a little unsure. Although she was a third-rank Beastmaster, she was only 1 year older than Jiang Fan, and her experience was not much richer. Behind the stone gate, a thin breeze blew towards the two of them. The beast taming ball in Jiang Fan's bag trembled and started up directly. The two beasts, Night Ghost and Red Devil, emerged from the beast ball at the same time. To be more precise, the two of them are actually one beast. It looks like a pitch-black curtain, half red and half black, and even its eyes are opposite. Jiang Fan didn't know why this guy suddenly showed up. He thought he hadn't completely subdued him, so he took a look at him warily. The beast formed by the fusion of the Night Ghost and the Red Devil kept changing in the air, and finally took the shape of a man. This figure is exactly the same as the one Jiang Fan encountered and the one Song Yunxi encountered, except for a slight difference in color. As soon as he saw the man, Song Yunxi took 2 steps back vigilantly. But the figure just smiled and didn't care. He floated to the sarcophagus and pushed it gently with both hands. A corpse that had long since decayed to the point where only a skeleton remained lay within the sarcophagus. It is hard to imagine that I would lose to a kid who has not yet become a Beastmaster. The figure sighed softly, and his eyes inadvertently fell on the devil egg next to Jiang Fan. Your beast is not ordinary, even I don't know where it came from. Who are you? This question has been lingering in Jiang Fan's mind. Although he has some guesses, he dare not jump to any conclusion. After all, his guess itself is outrageous. Who do you think I am? The Holy King of Beast Taming? Huh, interesting. I don't know how many years have passed on Earth. If even you think so, doesn't it mean that the Saint King has kept it a secret from everyone? I don't know how he did it. Jiang Fan frowned. From the tone of his voice, he knew that this guy was not the Beast Tamer King as he had guessed. Then who could he be? No need to guess. I am indeed not the Saint King. I am just one of his guardians, a watchman buried by time and earth. You can call me the Black-Faced Protector. Tell me about your origins. I haven't listened to a story for a long time. You are the one who has passed the test, and I will listen carefully to the end. Hearing this, Jiang Fan and Song Yunqi looked at each other. It is not known whether the person in front of me is dangerous or not, but he seems to be quite easygoing at the moment. Anyway, my purpose is no secret, so it doesn't hurt to tell him. Jiang Fan began to talk about the reasons why he went deep underground. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, the black-faced guardian, who had been silent for a long time, nodded slightly. Chapter 1: 200 meters of corpses. It can be confirmed that the unusual movement underground was caused by my old friend. Poor old fellow, he took great pains to dig a decent grave for me. But you don't have to worry too much about this matter. I don't think the old fellow will be able to make trouble for many days. It has been 20 years since the earthquake occurred again, and his strength must have been exhausted. The black-faced guardian sighed quietly. Are you talking about your beast? Song Yunqi asked in a low voice. Yes and no. It is probably the same as me now, just a shell with a trace of obsession. Otherwise, the whole sky on earth will be overturned by him. As he said this, the black-faced guardian looked at Jiang Fan leisurely. Little Black and Little Red are the two beasts given to me by the Holy King. They don't have any bad intentions. This type of pure energy beast is different from ordinary beasts. They will undergo various changes due to the influence of the environment. Madness, anger, evil. I have already removed all the negative energy from both of them, which has resulted in their power basically disappearing. When the last trace of my consciousness disappears, they will truly be yours. You can cultivate them as the second generation. After hearing the words of the black-faced protector, Jiang Fan nodded. The other party's meaning was already very clear. The Night Ghost and Red Devil that he had obtained were equivalent to new life forms, and even their levels and strengths were completely starting from scratch. The Night Ghost, Red Devil, and the black and red figures he had encountered before were actually the clones of the first generation. The first generation belonged to the black-faced guardian, but now everything from the first generation has disappeared, and the second generation is a new beginning. Don't underestimate these two. Even in my time, they were extremely rare beasts. The two talking beasts you saw earlier were created by Xiaohe. Aren't they amazing? The black-faced guardian did not forget to praise his former partner. I am a dead man, so I have nothing to give you. Behind the stone door is all my savings. You can take them all. And this badge of courage, keep it safe. It is the key to unlock the treasure of the Holy King. Although I don't know what the situation is like on the ground, if you have the chance, you can go to Tion to take a look. Under that land is the tomb of the Saint King. If you knock on the door with the badge of courage, the Holy King's followers will be happy to open the door for you. The black-faced guardian kept talking endlessly, not giving Jiang Fan and Song Yunqi any chance to interrupt, just like an old man who was arranging his funeral arrangements. Jiang Fan didn't know what to say. He didn't interact much with the black-faced guardian, but now that he had taken over the two beasts from him, it was only right and proper for him to call him Senior. Senior, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Perhaps I can help you fulfill them. Jiang Fan was just about to speak when Song Yunqi next to him spoke immediately. This woman was very shrewd and had a sharp look in her eyes. She spoke sincerely, yet made Jiang Fan feel like a player accepting a quest from an NPC. I don't have any special wishes. Even if you have your strength, you can't help me. After passing through the stone gate, just go straight forward and you will be able to exit from here. You will pass through a stone cave on the way. If you want to do me a favor, please go into the cave, look at the body of my old friend, and burn some incense or something for it. You don't have to bury it, and you can't bury it. Okay, I will do as you say. Song Yunqi nodded with a serious look on his face. After saying these words, the figure of the black-faced guardian began to collapse and turned back into the Beastmaster's original appearance. The fusion of the two beasts entered the beast-controlling ball. After the ball trembled for a while, it gradually calmed down. The badge of courage naturally belonged to Jiang Fan, and Song Yunshi had no objection to this. Entering the stone gate is a stone chamber. The expected gold, silver, and jewelry were not found, and the entire stone chamber was empty, as if someone had emptied it. This made Jiang Fan, who was originally rubbing his hands excitedly, feel a little empty and hard to accept. Why is there nothing? Song Yunshi was also confused. In essence, she and Jiang Fan are of the same kind. Song Yunshi actually thinks similarly to Jiang Fan. Now the two of them saw such an empty stone chamber, they looked at each other in silence and were choked with embarrassment. Let's go. There's nothing worth staying in this place. Jiang Fan felt that he had been cheated. Song Yunshi nodded without saying anything more. The two of them left one after the other from the exit that the black-faced protector mentioned. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they finally found the stone cave that the black-faced protector mentioned. Song Yunshi stopped and gestured to Jiang Fan. Want to go in and take a look? What's so good about it? The two of them walked slowly into the cave along the stone wall. Hey, let's make a deal. I'll go in with you, and you have to tell me your secret to hatching eggs quickly. Jiang Fan had been envious of Song Yunshi's quick egg hatching method for a long time. Jiang Fan still remembered the moment Song Yunshi bought a wind snake egg on the black market and it hatched in the next second. Didn't you say before that it's not good to hatch eggs like this? That's for you. I don't have so many concerns. I have plenty of ways to deal with the aftereffects, just like I helped you solve it last time. Ouch, what are you doing? Jiang Fan touched his head, which was hit by Song Yunshi, and said with an unhappy look on his face, "Don't mention that again." Song Yunshi's voice was sullen, and it was obvious that she was still a little angry. Jiang Fan was too lazy to pay attention to this moody woman. The two of them continued walking along the stone wall, and finally they saw a ray of light in front of them. In an instant, the two of them quickened their pace. Just as Jiang Fan and Song Yunshi rushed out of the cave, the narrow cave space suddenly opened up. It is like a fisherman seeing the peach blossom spring for the first time. The space at the end of the cave is extremely wide, about the same size as a World Cup basketball court. Jiang Fan looked down and saw that it was nearly 10 meters deep. In this deep pit as big as a football field, there was actually the corpse of a giant beast that was over 100 meters in length. The corpse looks like a four-legged lizard. Of course, it is definitely not a lizard, it is just a metaphor. Jiang Fan was completely stunned by the skeleton in front of him. Could this be the old friend that the black-faced protector was talking about? He has become a skeleton, but he can still cause unrest in Linh High City? Unfortunately, we don't have anything to offer. Let's go. After seeing this scene, Jiang Fan didn't think any more about it and said to Song Yunshi with his side face. However, the latter did not move at this time, standing there like a sculpture. Jiang Fan, let's bury its body. Jiang Fan. Chapter 121. Why are they all looking for Jiang Fan? 5 days later. At noon, room 601, building 10, Macau community. The originally quiet Macau community seems particularly lively today. Many residents in the surrounding area gathered downstairs of building 10 and discussed the matter. Antley, who is famous for her big mouth in the community, was the most excited. Hey, why do the police come to Xiaofan's house every few days? Did something happen? Someone just asked in confusion, and then they heard the big-mouthed Antley say in a fierce voice, I guess it's that fickle girl named Tang who lives upstairs. She went out to take a job and was found by the police. Now the police are here to put her in jail. Antley, can you think before you speak? This is the director of the security bureau, Tion, who came to our house in person. When has the director of the police station ever been personally involved in a crackdown on pornography? The director is usually the one who is cracked down on. Some young people around were not happy about this. Tang Ro was like a goddess in their eyes, so how could they allow Antley to throw dirty water on her? Hey, what else could it be if it wasn't what I said? Was the parentless kid dead, or did he commit a crime and stab someone? Antley is not only loudmouthed, but also notoriously vicious. If anyone dares to argue with her, she will definitely fight back without hesitation, regardless of whether it makes sense or not. Are you getting angry because you can't win the argument? Uncle Hui, you've driven for the mayor before, so you must be very familiar with these things. Can you tell me why the chief of the security bureau wants to find the Jong family of 601? Uncle Hui is an old man who is already 60 years old. When he was young, he drove for the mayor and later used this identity to buy a property for himself in Macau community. Uncle Hui has retired, but his stories have not faded away. Whenever the neighbors have anything to do with the authorities, they will consult Uncle Hui. Over time, Uncle Hui became an authority in the Macau community. Now that the director of the security bureau has come to the Jong family, Uncle Hui must know more than the rest of them. So everyone is looking forward to Uncle Hui answering their questions. Uncle Hui, who was sitting on the recliner, cleared his throat and said faintly, "In fact, under normal circumstances, the director of the Security Bureau will not directly intervene in cases such as prostitution, robbery, theft, etc. According to the policy of our Linh High city, there are two possible situations in which the director of the Security Bureau may visit you. 1. Someone has died in the Jiang family, and it involves a criminal case, so the Bureau takes it very seriously. 2. The Jong family has a beastmaster, so the chief of the Security Bureau came running to curry favor with them. However, based on my understanding of the Jong family, the second reason is not very likely, but the first reason is very likely. Have you noticed that Xiao Fan hasn't been in or out of the community for several days? He usually comes back in the afternoon, and even comes to watch me play chess whenever he wants. Why has he been gone these past few days?" Uncle Huey's words were shocking, and for a moment, the people around the community were so surprised that they were speechless. It must be that woman Tang Ro who killed Xiao Fan. This woman is so vicious and cruel that she must have been planning to take Xiao Fan's house for a long time, Aunt Li said angrily, and it was obvious that she had a lot of complaints about Tang Ro. "Hey, we should be able to hear about Xiao Fan's death in a few days. He was such a good child, but he died so unexpectedly." Before Uncle Hui finished speaking, he heard a young man next to him yelling, Uncle Hui, another convoy has entered our neighborhood. Why is the car leading the convoy a white license plate? What does this mean?" "What?" Hearing this, Uncle Hui suddenly stood up. He had learned from conversations between the mayor and others that there was a mysterious organization called the Special Office in Linh High. This special office is responsible for handling matters related to beast taming. The directors of the special office are all second-level beast tamers. The license plate of this mysterious special office is white. But why would the special branch come here? Is there anything here that they would care about? "Hey uncle, I want to ask if there is a resident named Tang Ro in room 601 on the 10th floor, and does she have a daughter named Tang Xiaoxiao?" "What? Are you looking for the Jiang family again? What's going on today?" It's fine if it's the director of the Security Bureau, but even people from the special office came to the Jiang family? What kind of wind did they come up with? Uncle Hui nodded stiffly. "Hey, thanks uncle." The person who asked turned around after getting a positive answer. "Director Jong, you are not mistaken. This is Jiang Fan's home." Jong, Director Jong?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Huey's expression froze. He is the director of the special office and a second-level beastmaster. Even he came to the Jiang family? Uncle Hui stood there blankly, as if he had been struck by lightning. Everyone woke him up and started asking questions. Uncle Hui, why did I hear that man being called the director just now? How high of an official is that?" The residents looked curious, and at this time Uncle Hui let out a breath and told the residents in a low voice what he knew. All of a sudden, everyone present took a deep breath. "Uncle Hui, did Jiang Fan do something big? Like he caught a criminal not long ago?" Those who are interested can't help but become curious. Uncle Hui recovered from his shock and calmed down his excitement. "It seems that my guess was wrong. Xiao Fan may not be dead. Instead, he may have hatched a beast and is being protected by the relevant departments of Linh High." Hasn't Jiang Fan gone to Beast Master University yet? Having hatched a beast egg without attending the Beast Taming University shows that he is gifted. Otherwise, why do you think these big shots would come to curry favor with Xiao Fan? As far as I know, the only family in Linh High that can hatch a beast before the college entrance examination is the Yi family, a beast taming family with a long tradition. Yi Cheng, the master of the Yi family, is a third-level beastmaster and has seen a lot of the world. So he won't be as impetuous and careless as the director of the Security Bureau or the director of the Special Office and lower his status. As soon as Uncle Hui finished speaking, he heard another voice. Uncle Hui, a Rolls-Royce has driven into our neighborhood. Look." "Uncle Hui, the person in the car has gotten off. Can you take a look at who this important person is?" Uncle Hui turned his head slightly when he heard that, and the next second his whole body froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning. He knew the man who got out of the car. Although the other person was much more mature than before, Uncle Hui was still able to recognize him at a glance. That person was Yi Cheng, the current head of the Yi family. Crazy, all crazy. Why are these big shots today appearing one after another like it's a catwalk show? Isn't he here to look for the Jiang family too? "Master, Mr. Jiang's home is on the 10th floor, room 601. Please come in." Chapter 122. The old man is not as hardworking as me when pushing a cart. "Ms. Tang, I'm very sorry that this happened." Jiang Fan played a great role in this operation. I will report this matter to the Jiling Security Bureau and will never let Jiang Fan's relatives and friends down. In room 601, Lu Tianfeng and 2 police officers sat upright. However, there was no one in front of them, only a mobile phone showing that the call was connected. After a while, Lu Tianfeng looked at several police officers. Immediately, someone stood up and walked to Tang Rou's door and knocked. "Ms. Tang, are you asleep?" After asking 3 times in a row, there was no response from the room. Lu Tianfeng also came over at this time. Compared to ordinary police officers, his sense of smell and other aspects are many times stronger. Lu Tianfeng sensed something was wrong as he approached the door. There seemed to be a bloody smell coming out of the room. Noticing this, Lu Tianfeng raised his eyebrows and immediately shouted anxiously, "Knock the door open!" Bang, bang, bang. With the joint efforts of Lu Tianfeng and other police officers, the door was broken open like a piece of cardboard. When everyone saw the scene inside the room, their hearts suddenly tightened. At this time, Tang Rou was cutting her wrist with a paper cutter. Dark red blood was already flowing down her entire snow-white arm. Even though her vein was cut, Tang Rou was still not satisfied and seemed to be looking for the aorta to cut. "Stop!" Lu Tianfeng flashed in front of Tang Rou and knocked the paper cutter out of her hand without hesitation. "Quick, call an ambulance." Lu Tianfeng was anxious. If he had realized it a little later, a big mistake might have been made. Tang Rou was still conscious at this time, and her face remained calm as she watched the people breaking in. She, who usually would cry out in pain even if her finger was cut, was surprisingly quiet. "Ms. Tang, please don't be impulsive. We haven't found Mr. Zhang's body yet. Maybe he is still alive and is just trapped underground. We will immediately send people down to explore and rescue." Lu Tianfeng regretted telling Tang Rou about this. He didn't expect this woman to be so extreme. After hearing Lu Tianfeng's words, Tang Rou's originally gloomy expression gradually brightened up. She pleaded with Lu Tianfeng in a hoarse voice. "Please find Xiaofan back. Find Xiaofan back. Don't worry, Ms. Tang. We will find Mr. Jiang no matter what." Lu Tianfeng said this, but he knew in his heart that this was almost impossible. It was already difficult to find Yi Cheng and others, not to mention that the place where Jiang Fan and Song Yunqi fell was bottomless. The Security Bureau cannot search for it with its current forces, and even if they send more people from Jinling, they may not be able to find it. The structure of that underground space is complex and very strange. "Lu Tianfeng, what's going on?" When Lu Tianfeng was thinking about how to deal with Tang Rou's matter, he suddenly heard a voice from behind. As soon as he turned around, he was slapped in the face. "Zhang, Director Zhang, what are you doing?" "What? This happened right under your nose, and you're asking me why? If anything happens to Ms. Tang, you'll never be able to work in the police department again." Zhang Weiman was very angry. Jiang Fan was his savior, and now that Jiang Fan was dead, if something happened to Tang Rou again, how could he be worthy of Jiang Fan's spirit in heaven? "Not only can you not stay in the Security Bureau, if anything happens to Ms. Tang today, you won't be able to stay in Linh High anymore." Yi Cheng's heavy voice sounded from behind Zhang Weiman. When Lu Tianfeng saw these two people, he felt like crying but had no tears. "I have never offended anyone before, so why should I be treated like this?" However, no matter how angry he was, there was nothing he could do at this moment. After all, Yi Cheng and Zhang Weiman's Beastmaster level is higher than his. Even their personal connections are more complicated than his. If the two of them wanted to crush me to death, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. We have a professional medical team at the Yi family. Bring Ms. Tang to our Yi family to recover first. I will let my daughter take care of her personally. Ms. Tang, what do you think?" As he said this, he was also asking for Tang Rou's opinion. However, when everyone turned their eyes to Tang Rou, they found that she had already fainted. "Hurry up and save them. Harder, harder. Push harder. Slow down, slow down. I can't stand it, ah. Can you please not scream so ecstatically?" In an underground tunnel, Jiang Fan pushed Song Yunqi, who had half of his body stuck in the cave entrance, and couldn't help but complain. "Did you push or not? Why can't I feel that you are using any strength? Didn't you eat? We can get out after passing this hole. Hurry up and use some strength." Song Yunqi's voice sounded a little vague, coming from across the stone wall. At this time, half of her body was stuck on the stone wall. Her upper body had already stretched out of the cave to breathe fresh air, but her lower body was stuck inside. Her 2 feet moved back and forth, making Jiang Fan dizzy. "Why didn't I push? Even the old man couldn't push the cart as hard as I did. It's because you're too fat and your butt is so big." Jiang Fan curled his lips. "You are fat. I tell you, if you don't push me out, you will never be able to get out." Song Yunqi said angrily, gritting her teeth. Then I can just go back? Jiang Fan shrugged and pretended to leave. After waiting for a while, Song Yunqi panicked when he found there was no movement behind him. Jiang Fan, Jiang Fan, Jiang Fan? Jiang Fan, you bastard. How dare you leave me here? Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Song Yunqi almost cried. From the time she came into contact with beast taming a year ago to now becoming a third-level beast tamer, she had never suffered such humiliation. Jiang Fan, just wait for me. When I lose weight and come back, I will never let you go. Song Yunqi roared like a lioness. Okay. If you want to get out, just keep your legs together. You don't mind if I push your butt, right? Song Yunqi, no. Jiang Fan, Okay, I'll endure it since you helped me bury the dragon corpse, but don't think about it happening again next time. Song Yunqi gritted his teeth. Jiang Fan could even hear the sound of her teeth chattering. Wouldn't it have been done earlier? Do you really want someone to touch your butt? Jiang Fan said disdainfully, casually extending his Dragonclaw hand. The soft jade felt so wonderful that Jiang Fan's hand almost sank into it. What are you doing? Hurry up. The moment Jiang Fan touched her, Song Yunqi's body tensed up. Oi! Jiang Fan subconsciously pushed forward, and suddenly Song Yunqi's soft humming sound came into his ears, like lingering sound in the air, lingering for a long time. Chapter 123. Once you go, you will never return. Why are you pushing so hard? You're almost pushing it to pieces. Somewhere at the foot of a cliff near the coast, a plump woman was rubbing her leather drum with a resentful look on her face. Senior Song, look at how fat you are. Can I push you out without some strength? Jiang Fan was speechless. Song Yunqi blushed. Do you think it was me who thought about it? It was this egg that did it. As he spoke, Song Yunqi took out a khaki egg from his beast-controlling ball. She had found the egg when she was burying the huge skeleton. When Song Yunqi first touched the egg, he felt an indescribable attraction towards it. In terms of the theory of beast taming, it means that I am very compatible with this khaki egg. After signing the contract with this egg, my body seems to have changed. Normally, I can enter and exit that hole at will. Song Yunqi pouted, rarely showing the emotions of a little girl. You can drill as you like. But where are we now? I feel like we haven't walked very far. We should still be in Linh High City, right? Jiang Fan glanced at the beach in the distance. The turquoise blue sea is connected to the golden sand beach. There is a small lighthouse in the distance, and many fishing boats are visible on the sea. This is the eastern port of Linh High City. After a brief recollection, Jiang Fan remembered the place in front of him. When he was young, he often came here with his classmates to pick up shells. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Since the exit was in Linh High City, Jiang Fan planned to run to the port highway to stop a car to return to the city. Wait, if you leave now, I have something to tell you. Seeing Jiang Fan about to leave, Song Yunqi stopped him immediately. Have you noticed the location of the black-hearted Saint King's tomb that the black-faced guardian mentioned before? Jiang Fan would naturally keep this in mind without Song Yunqi reminding him. After all, that was the treasure of the Holy Beastmaster King, and he was not stupid enough to ignore it. I know some clues about Tion. During the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang led his troops to capture Jiqing Road, and then renamed Jiqing Road to Tion Prefecture, which is now Jinling. When Song Yunqi said this, she glanced at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes. Are you saying that the Tion mentioned by the black-faced guardian refers to Tion Prefecture? Both are place names, so they must be closely related. It just so happens that I have to go back to Jinling after this incident. I will keep an eye out for you then, and notify you immediately if there is any news. Song Yunqi said this very seriously. You want to join a group with me? Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows. Only he and Song Yunqi knew that the badge of courage was on him. Jiang Fan would never believe that this woman had no idea about the treasure of the Holy Beastmaster King. Nonsense. Why else should I help you find it? But you don't have to worry about me coveting your things. Just give me some soup when the time comes. I don't. Jiang Fan shook his head and refused. I'm a third-rank beastmaster, so I'm more than qualified to be your partner. If I find out that you're looking for someone else to cooperate with instead of me, humph. Song Yunqi clenched her fists. The meaning of her words was self-evident. Pu Xinu, steamed shrimp heads. Whatever you say. Oh, by the way, I'll email you the method for quickly hatching the beast when I return to school. If there is anything else, I will tell you when I remember it. Song Yunqi looked around at her dirty clothes and frowned slightly. Let's go back to the city. I need to take a good bath. Jiang Fan, I'll go by myself. Don't go by yourself. We can save some money by carpooling. Without saying a word, Song Yunxi grabbed Jiang Fan's arm and walked towards the nearby highway. When Jiang Fan and Song Yunxi were rushing to the city by car, on the other side, the entrance to the underground space. Ever since Yicheng, Zhang Weimin and others were rescued, the Security Bureau has not sent any strong forces to explore. But today is different, because the results of the joint entrance examination of 5 schools have come out. In the joint entrance examination of 5 schools without Jiang Fan's participation, Linh High Middle School unsurprisingly ranked last. Originally, Principal Zhou Youfu and Director Wang were counting on Ji Xianxin, but ever since he was severely punished for his last challenge at Yuling Academy, Ji Xianxin has disappeared. Ji Xuanqin's housekeeper came to Linh High Middle School to handle the transfer procedures. Zhou Youfu and Director Wang heard that Ji Xianxin had gone to a high school in the countryside. Needless to say, his purpose was to get a place in the Beast Taming College entrance examination. Ji Xianxin transferred to another school, and Jiang Fan was called away by the Security Bureau. Zhou Youfu and Director Wang were dumbfounded after losing their 2 major helpers. It's a sunny and windy day today. As a punishment for the poor teaching quality of Linh High Middle School, Zhou Youfu and Director Wang have been sent to the underground entrance. They have only one task left. Go down the cave and find Jiang Fan and Song Yunxi. Director Zhang, so many elites have gone down there, but they haven't found any traces. It's useless for us 2 mere first-rank beastmasters to go down there. Zhou Youfu looked at Zhang Weimin, who was standing beside him, his tone filled with helplessness and pleading. We've already received orders from above that if someone is dead, we must see their body. Besides, it was the Education Bureau that arranged for you to go down. It has nothing to do with me, and I can't make the decision. You should just go down with peace of mind. Pa, what do you mean by go down peacefully? It's really unlucky. Since it's arranged by the Education Bureau, I think there's no way for the 2 of us to refuse. Zhou Youfu gave a bitter smile. He was a high school principal, but he never expected that he would end up being a coolie. Jiang Fan, Jiang Fan, why don't you do something else? Why do you have to join in all this fun? Wouldn't it be better for you to stay in school and bring honor to your school and your teacher? Now, his whereabouts remain unknown, which is not good for anyone. Thinking of this, Zhou Youfu couldn't help feeling a little aggrieved. I provided so many resources to Jiang Fan and the students in the school, but I didn't expect it to end up like this. Even people like Yeqing and Zhang Weimin almost died in this cave. Don't worry, I've got a guide for you. With him here, nothing should happen to you. Come, bring Lu Long up here. When Zhou Youfu was about to cry but had no tears left, he saw a man being dragged towards him as if he was being taken to the execution ground. As he walked away, the man shouted, "No, no, I don't want to go down. I know I was wrong, and I will never spread false information again. Let's put an end to rumors, starting with you and me. Don't be a spreader of rumors, just be a narrator of the truth. Promote the blue whirlwind of righteousness and restore a clear sky to society." What is this? Zhou Youfu asked anxiously when he saw Lu Long looking a little crazy. Seeing Zhou Youfu asking, Zhang Weimin did not hide anything and directly told him Lu Long's story. It's bad enough that he abandoned his own beast, but when he returned to the ground, he continued to spread rumors that everyone was dead? What kind of graduate student is this? He's almost stupid. When Zhou Youfu heard about Lu Long's deeds, he felt that they were unreliable. Can Director Wang and I not go with this guy? I'm afraid he might stab me in the back if I'm not careful. Zhou Youfu shrank his neck. If there was an 80% chance that he would never come back after going underground this time, and with this unreliable thing the chance would definitely reach 100%, Zhou Youfu was unwilling to bring this burden with him. What a fool he was. No, he also has his own mission. Zhou Youfu stopped talking. How could I have the ability to work with such a talented person? Maybe the disappearance of Jiang Fan and Song Yunxi has a lot to do with this kid. Thinking of this, Zhou Youfu couldn't help but sigh. Well, it's enough to live for so many years. The wind is whistling and the Yi River is cold. The warrior will never return once he leaves. If you don't come back, then you don't come back. Zhou Youfu was singing when suddenly Zhang Weimin's phone rang. Hey, what? You're back. Oh. Zhou Youfu, stop reciting. You don't have to go down. Zhang Weimin said after taking a look at Zhou Youfu, who showed signs of madness. There are few autumns in life, so I won't stop until I'm drunk. What's going on? Zhou Youfu, who had just mustered up his courage, was stunned when he heard this. Jiang Fan and Song Yunxi came back on their own. Zhou Youfu, Director Wang, Lu Long. Oh. Chapter 124, Harvest Inventory, Devil's Dance, and Choose Punishment. I have to say, it does feel good to be home. At least for Jiang Fan, a wanderer, home gives him an extremely warm feeling. Except for the fact that Jiang Fan was not happy about not seeing Aunt Tang and only seeing Lu Tianfeng laughing at him. Everything else was good. Director Lu, why did you come to my house? Jiang Fan looked puzzled. Mr. Jiang, you are finally back. We were almost going crazy during the days you were missing. Lu Tianfeng then told Jiang Fan and Song Yunxi everything that had happened during the days they were missing. After hearing Lu Tianfeng say that Aunt Tang almost committed suicide by cutting her wrists, his whole brain buzzed and almost exploded. Fortunately, Jiang Fan has lived 2 lives, so his emotions are not as impetuous as ordinary people. Otherwise, Jiang Fan would have rushed up and grabbed Lu Tianfeng's neck to ask about the situation. What's going on? Where is Aunt Tang now? Jiang Fan asked in a deep voice. Lu Tianfeng couldn't help but sigh when he saw that Jiang Fan was more patient than expected. If Jiang Fan was not in high school and his age was 18 as shown on his ID card, Lu Tianfeng would have thought that the person sitting in front of him was an old monster who had lived for decades. Ms. Tang has been sent to Linh High Hospital for treatment. She is currently in good condition and is not in danger of death. Hearing this, Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. This is the best possible ending. I didn't expect that after wasting a few days with Song Yunxi, such a situation would occur. Jiang Fan naturally couldn't blame Song Yunxi for this matter. If he had to blame anyone, he could only blame himself for being too careless and not considering Aunt Tang's feelings. It looks like I'm going to get scolded. Having said this, Jiang Fan picked up his phone and prepared to make a call. As soon as the phone screen lit up, Jiang Fan saw his 99 plus QQ, WeChat information, as well as text messages and phone numbers. Half of them were sent by Tang Rou. The other half is Chen Cixi and Su Jiwei. They must have been worried sick during the time when there was no news from me. Jiang Fan did not reply to each of their calls immediately, but instead found Tang Rou's phone number and called her first. However, there was no one answering the call, so I guess Aunt Tang was taking a nap. Mr. Jiang, I'm glad you're back. I won't bother you anymore. Have a good rest. Oh, by the way, I have already applied for the admission quota promised to Mr. Jiang. It will be approved soon. Okay, thank you, Director Lu. After exchanging a few pleasantries and sending Director Lu away, Jiang Fan was not in a hurry to run to the hospital to be scolded. Instead, he opened the system to take stock of the gains from this underground trip. There are 3 gains. The first one was that he successfully increased the hatching progress of his devil egg from 25% to 75%. During this period, in addition to the invincible skills of the same level, Devil's Touch, he also obtained the skills Dragonclaw and Devil's Dance. The effectiveness of the famous sword Dragonclaw goes without saying. It is worth mentioning this, Devil's Dance. Jiang Fan obtained this skill after defeating the black-faced guardian, who was the incarnation of a night ghost. After he defeated the black-faced protector, he heard the system prompt that the hatching progress of the devil egg was increasing. Soon after, a pair of small devil wings grew out of the devil egg shell. Devil's Dance is a natural effect of the small wings that grow out, and it has a very powerful effect. Devil's Dance, a dance from the devil. Effect: during the demonic dance, 2 pairs of wings will grow from behind. The Beastmaster will transform into the appearance of a 6-winged seraph and bring down divine punishment on the enemy target. The enemy's attributes will be weakened by 100% when attacked by the Devil's Dance, and the holy light will be suppressed for 30 seconds, determined by the enemy's level. The effect will decrease when facing a high-level enemy. This is a complete auxiliary skill, and its effect is obvious. Jiang Fan had previously asked a 3rd-level Beastmaster like her how many seconds her beast control skills could normally control the enemy. But at that time, Song Yunxi simply stretched out 5 fingers. Jiang Fan originally thought it was 5 seconds, but who knew that Song Yunxi's words in the next second shocked him? It's 0.5 seconds. If you add items such as control props, the control can generally be extended to about 3 seconds. Hearing this, Jiang Fan stopped talking. At this moment, he realized more deeply that this devil egg of his was a great treasure. After looking at the devil egg, Jiang Fan looked at his second harvest, the special energy body beast, the Night Demon. This name was chosen by Jiang Fan himself, combining one character from each of Night Ghost and Red Devil. The Night Stalker is only level 1, but its skill set is quite interesting. Skill: choose punishment. Effect: as a special energy beast, the Night Demon can invade the minds of other beasts or people and then ask them questions. Respondents only need to answer yes or no. If the answer goes against your true heart or reality, you will be attacked by the Night Demon. Otherwise, you will be safe. This skill is a bit strange, and Jiang Fan feels it necessary to find someone to try it out. It's a pity that Lu Tianfeng left just now. Otherwise, he would definitely be a good choice. Needless to say, The third reward is the Badge of Courage, which is related to the treasure of the Black Heart Saint King. Jiang Fan's next goal is to search for the tomb of the Black-Hearted Saint King. Dong dong dong. While Jiang Fan was thinking about something, there was a heavy knock on the door of his house. Chapter 125. This is a normal physiological phenomenon. Who is it? As Jiang Fan walked, he wondered if Lu Tianfeng had forgotten to take something. It was just right that he turned back and I could ask him to cooperate with me to test the Night Devil's selection punishment. For this purpose, Jiang Fan specially released the Night Demon. With a creak, the door opened. Jiang Fan was about to speak when he found that the person standing at the door was not Lu Tianfeng, but someone he did not expect. Class monitor, why are you here? Isn't it still class time? The person standing in room 601 at this time was none other than Chen Cece. The reason why Jiang Fan was so surprised was that he couldn't imagine that Chen Cece, who always abided by school rules and was strict with herself, would actually skip classes. Of course, it could also be that she was asking for leave, but it was extremely rare for Chen Cece to ask for leave for no reason. At least Jiang Fan had never seen it. Jiang Fan, I called you so many times. Why didn't you answer? Today, Chen Cece is dressed much cooler than usual. A light blue dress covered her still developing body, but the size of the two small mounds was clearly visible. Jiang Fan thought about it and estimated that it was about the same as steamed buns. It was far inferior to his previous life. Comrade Xiao Chan still needed to work harder. Speak up, are you mute? Don't think I don't know if you don't say it. Did you run off to some underground place with that Song Yunshi? Chen Cece looked very angry, as if there was a big steamed bun stuffed in her cherry lips. Come in and do it first. Jiang Fan didn't know why Chen Cece knew about this, so he asked her to come in and sit down before finding out more about the situation. Is Aunt Tang not at home? After Chen Cece came in, she looked around and asked, Oh, Aunt Tang went to the hospital for treatment. By the way, how did you know about my condition these days, monitor? Logically speaking, Lu Tianfeng would never tell ordinary people about this kind of mission. At most, he would inform the school. Jiang Fan was really curious about where Chen Cece heard about it. Huh, do you think you can hide it from me? I want to ask Principal Zhou, and he told me right away. Chen Cece was quite proud, and the words, I'm awesome, don't I? Praise me, were almost written on her face. After hearing this, Jiang Fan roughly understood what was going on. Given Chen Cece's stubborn and fussy personality, if she found out that she hadn't been in touch with me for a few days, she would definitely find a way to find out about my situation. If she couldn't get the answer from Old Man Lu, she would go to the Dean of Studies or the principal to ask. This was not a big deal for her. I just don't know why Principal Zhou told her the truth. Jiang Fan didn't wonder about this for long. He looked at Chen Cece's little face that was tanned red by the sun and chuckled. Why? Is the monitor worried about me? Chen Cece was a very serious person, so she couldn't stand Jiang Fan's teasing. Who is worried about you? I just came here on behalf of the students in Class 10 to check on you, and to see how my ice flower tanuki egg is hatching. Chen Cece repeatedly waved her hands to deny it, as if she would suffer a great loss if she admitted it. Did you take a leave to see me, or did you sneak out on your own? Seeing her shy look, Jiang Fan immediately took advantage of the situation. I didn't come here just to see you. As soon as Chen Cece finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Night Demon activated the skill, Choose Punishment. Question. Are you here to visit Jiang Fan because you are worried about him? Option 1. Yes. Option 2. No. What is this? Chen Cece was stunned for a moment. How could there be such a sound coming from her ears? She wanted to speak, but the voice in her head sounded again. Please choose. No. Of course not. Even though this sentence was not said to Jiang Fan, Chen Cece still denied it. She was very good at restraining her emotions and would not let people get close to her easily. Ding dong, your answer is not sincere, and Night Devil is very dissatisfied. You will be subjected to a mental attack by the Night Demon. During this 5-minute period, you will be required to speak your true thoughts to any answer you give. As the voice fell, a sharp pain flashed through Chen Cece's mind, and the next second she groaned and fell onto Jiang Fan. The sudden situation made Jiang Fan a little confused. Subconsciously, Jiang Fan hugged Chen Cece's slender waist. Squad leader, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? It's okay, let me lean on you for a while. You smell so good, let me smell it again. While murmuring softly, Chen Cece wrapped her arms around Jiang Fan's neck. She was like a little bitch, her nose constantly sniffing Jiang Fan's neck, arms, and even armpits, looking like a nymphomaniac. Jiang Fan had never seen such a situation before. Could it be that Chen Cece had some special attributes hidden deep in her heart? Jiang Fan straightened his body and tried to pull Chen Cece away, but the latter stuck to him like a piece of taffy. For a moment, Jiang Fan was a little amused. He had agreed to capture his girlfriend from his previous life, but now it seemed like he was being pushed aside. No, the system seemed to prompt that Night Devil activated the skill, choose punishment, just now. Is Chen Cece's current situation caused by choosing punishment? Jiang Fan finally realized that Chen Cece's appearance might be due to a mental attack from the Night Devil. Don't move, let me smell it again. Slurp, what a nice smell. How come besides your body odor, there is another woman's smell on your hands? Who is that woman? Is she Song Yunqi? Isn't she just 1 year older than me? Apart from having a bigger chest, a perkier butt, being prettier and being stronger, how can she compare to me? Since you're here to seduce me, you can't look for other women, do you understand? Otherwise, I will tell Aunt Tang that you are a complete scumbag. Jiang Fan. No matter what Chen Cece said, Jiang Fan just thought she was drunk and talking nonsense. Finally, after 5 minutes of sticking, Chen Cece, who was originally a little mentally disordered, finally regained her consciousness. Her entire body was now hanging on Jiang Fan like a koala. 2 long, snow-white legs were spread apart and casually placed on the sofa, with the mysterious place completely defenseless facing Jiang Fan. If she wanted to, she could easily wrap her legs around Jiang Fan's waist. One can imagine how bad and ambiguous their postures were. Chen Cece just reacted and found that she seemed to be pressed by something. When she looked down, her whole face turned red instantly, and a red glow appeared on her fair skin. Haha, this is a normal physiological phenomenon. Wait, don't just stand up, you stepped on it. You stepped on it, hiss. Chapter 126, still calling me class monitor. Another 5 minutes later. Room 601, on the sofa. At this time, Jiang Fan was holding his treasure and breathing continuously. Chen Cece, who was standing next to him, looked a little embarrassed when she saw him like this. Jiang Fan, are you still in pain? While asking, Chen Cece pointed her finger at Jiang Fan. Nonsense, if this thing grew on you, I'd kick you and see. My poor baby, your happiness for the rest of your life has been ruined by just one kick from you. Jiang Fan was practicing wudong while choking with sobs. Chen Cece, who was originally waiting to see when Jiang Fan would recover, was stunned after hearing these words. She was also a silly girl and believed whatever Jiang Fan said. After hearing Jiang Fan say that she had ruined Jiang Fan's sexual happiness with a kick, Chen Cece almost cried in anxiety. What should I do? What should I do? Is there any bleeding? Take off your pants and let me see. Chen Cece was panicking and wanted to pull off Jiang Fan's pants. However, at this time, Jiang Fan's voice came slowly. I have thought of a solution. It was taught to me by an old Chinese doctor in our hometown. I originally thought that it would never be useful, but I didn't expect it to be useful today. Tell me what you want to do. I'll cover it up for you while you see what to prepare. Chen Cece no longer cared about so many things. She was as anxious as a person who was desperate and tried all kinds of medical treatment. Put your ear close to me and I'll tell you. Jiang Fan looked painful and his voice was hoarse. Chen Cece obediently listened to him and put her ear close to Jiang Fan's mouth. Jiang Fan. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. After Jiang Fan finished explaining the treatment method, Chen Cece just froze in place. Seeing her hesitation, Jiang Fan let out an ouch at the right time, making a sound like a pig being slaughtered. It hurts, the rest of my life. Okay, I get it. Just bear with me for a moment, and I'll help you solve it right away. Chen Cece felt guilty when she heard Jiang Fan's screams. Her face flushed, and she said to Jiang Fan in a tone that was neither angry nor angry, just this once. If it doesn't heal, I will bite it off directly to prevent it from causing trouble again in the future. Well, just this once. If I hadn't had to, I would definitely not let you do this, monitor. Oh, by the way, squad leader, you are not 18 yet. The old Chinese doctor in my hometown said that this method will not work if you are under 18 years old. Humph, I'm 2 months older than you. Chen Cece rolled her eyes at Jiang Fan, then moved closer to him and squatted down. Cough, cough, cough. It went into my throat. Chen Cece closed her red lips, reached out to the trash can with her hands, and then began to dry heave. On the other hand, Jiang Fan was in high spirits and smiling. Ding! The devil egg hatching progress has reached 85%. Jiang Fan. No. Why did the hatching progress suddenly increase? Jiang Fan was a little confused. After looking around, he found a small tail swaying at the corner of the living room and the corridor. For a moment, Jiang Fan seemed to have thought of something and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Not long after, Chen Sisi came out of the bathroom. Her face was as red as a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite. When their eyes met, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. After a long while, Chen Sisi finally spoke first. Are you done? It's all right. With the loving care of the monitor, I will definitely be all right. Jiang Fan stood up without even pulling up his pants. His Tyrannosaurus Rex scared Chen Sisi so much that she covered her ears. Are you still going to call me monitor? Jiang Fan was stunned when he heard this. Then he reacted immediately. Chen Sisi has a very strong and serious personality. Since she is willing to do this today, her attitude is self-evident. Jiang Fan walked over and wanted to hug her, but she pushed him away. You can still call me class monitor in school, but in private, you can call me whatever you want in private. Chen Sisi turned her head away and walked into the kitchen, where her ice flower civet cat eggs were. Jiang Fan couldn't help but smile when he heard that. Chen Sisi is like this. She will be straightforward for a while and then become shy again. Tangro has always taken care of Binghua civet cat Dan. Chen Sisi would come to see him after school every day and gradually became familiar with Tangro. Today, both the police car and the ambulance came here. I was a little worried about Aunt Tang, so I came to check on her. Chen Sisi explained why she came during class time. How can you know what's happening in my neighborhood while you're in class? Jiang Fan was a little skeptical. Uncle Hui downstairs told me. Do you know Uncle Hui? Uncle Hui. He is the man who has driven for the mayor and is the authority in the entire Macao Jiang community. My dad and Uncle Hui served in the army together when they were young, and our two families lived close to each other, so we had some interactions. So you let Uncle Hui monitor me? Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, Go away. Who wants to see you? It was Uncle Hui who saw me here last time, and he insisted on dragging me into your community group, saying that he would help me find a man or something like that. As she spoke later, Chen Sisi's voice became much softer. She even glanced at Jiang Fan to see his reaction. Unfortunately, Jiang Fan had no expression on his face, which made Chen Sisi feel a little disappointed. You are my wife. If that old bastard Uncle Hui dares to introduce you to someone, I will tell his wife about his foot-washing business all these years and let her know how terrible it is to steal my Jiang Fan's girl. Jiang Fan hugged Chen Sisi, but was pushed away by the latter. Who is your wife? You are shameless. Don't talk about this again until you go to college. She said so, but where Jiang Fan couldn't see, the corners of her mouth curled up and her face looked even sweeter. Hey look, the shell of my ice flower civet cat egg seems to have fallen off a bit. Chen Sisi pointed at the eggshell fragments in the boiler and exclaimed, Well, it will be hatched in another day. Jiang Fan looked at the civet cat eggs in the pot and glanced at Chen Sisi again. Why do your qi and health values seem to be higher than when I last saw you? Has the mutation effect of the ice flower civet egg already manifested itself in you? Yes, my current qi and health value has reached 119 points. Except for Ji Xinshin who has transferred to this school, I'm already the best in the whole school. Even the principal Zhou Youfu has to look at my face. Isn't it amazing? Chen Sisi said to Jiang Fan as if to take credit. Originally, she gave the ice flower civet cat egg to Jiang Fan because she trusted him. Although Jiang Fan had promised her solemnly that there would be no problem, Chen Sisi was still a little worried. After all, the beast taming egg is like a family member to a beast tamer. Chen Sisi couldn't help feeling conflicted and uneasy when she handed her family over to Jiang Fan to deal with. Fortunately, this dilemma did not last too long. As her qi and blood values continued to rise, surpassing Su Jiwei, Zhou Ping, and a group of classmates who had participated in the seed plan, Chen Sisi knew that the trust she had given to Jiang Fan was worth it. And it was because she was moved by Jiang Fan's selflessness in telling her such a good idea that Chen Sisi did not refuse when Jiang Fan made the request just now. During this period of time, Chen Sisi felt that she seemed to be more and more dependent on Jiang Fan. As long as he disappeared for a day, she would be restless and worried about gains and losses. However, this feeling of being trapped by Jiang Fan doesn't seem to be a bad one. Chen Sisi decided to keep these thoughts to herself and never tell Jiang Fan about them for the rest of her life. Otherwise, this kid will be too proud, Chen Sisi thought. When the two were kissing in the kitchen, the door suddenly clicked and was opened. Chapter 127 2 QQ Candies in the Dream. Mom, are you home? I heard that something happened to you, so I came back to see you. Why is there a fishy smell in the living room? Mom, did you and Jiang Fan eat fish? Jiang Fan knew who the voice belonged to without even thinking. Who else but Tang Xiaoxiao could come and go from the house easily and freely? Xiaoxiao, shouldn't you be in class now? Why did you suddenly come back? Jiang Fan walked out of the kitchen with a frown. Jiang Fan, you didn't go to school? Tang Xiaoxiao was stunned when she saw Jiang Fan, and then she explained, I saw someone in our community group saying that something happened at home, so I rushed back in a hurry. Tang Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue. When she saw Jiang Fan at home, she wasn't as nervous as she was when she came back last time. Well, did Aunt Tang buy you a cell phone? Jiang Fan's focus was very clear, just like a real parent. Oh no, I watched it on my classmate's phone. Tang Xiaoxiao waved her hand. Oh, I see. But you usually don't bring your keys with you. So how come you remembered to bring your keys today? Ah, do you think I'm the kind of person who loses things? Tang Xiaoxiao pouted angrily when she heard that. She put one hand in her pocket and held a key. Not long after, the key transformed into a palm-sized lizard. If this lizard is not the camouflage lizard, then what is it? Hello? While Jiang Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao were talking, Chen Cece came out from the kitchen. She had heard Jiang Fan say that he had a younger sister before, but she had never seen her. This is the first time the two of them meet. As soon as she saw Chen Cece, Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes widened immediately. Jiang Fan, you are amazing. You actually brought a woman home. Wasn't this what I flirted with you about last time? You scumbag, I'm going to tell my mom. Jiang Fan covered Tang Xiaoxiao's mouth before she could finish her words. Haha, that's just kidding. Jiang Fan glanced at Chen Cece and suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. Jiang Fan knew Chen Cece's jealous personality very well. Now that Tang Xiaoxiao actually said such words, he was afraid that he would never be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Sure enough, just as Jiang Fan expected, Chen Cece's face changed immediately after hearing Tang Xiaoxiao's words. She looked at Tang Xiaoxiao with a dagger in her smile and asked softly, Sister Tang, who was the girl you saw with your brother last time? She's the sister from the building next door. I think her name is Song Yunqi. Tang Xiaoxiao said to Chen Cece with an innocent look on her face. Anyone who saw her like that would unconsciously believe what she said. But in a place where no one noticed, a hint of cunning flashed in Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes. Humph. Jiang Fan, if you have nothing to do, go back to school. If you don't come tomorrow, I'll mark you as absent. Chen Cece shook her head, picked up the small bag she had left in the living room and left without caring about Jiang Fan's reaction. After Chen Cece left, Jiang Fan looked at Tang Xiaoxiao hatefully and said, You definitely did it on purpose. Who told you to have affairs outside and deceive girls' feelings? Lulu. Tang Xiaoxiao made a face at Jiang Fan and went from room to room looking for her mother. Later, Jiang Fan accompanied Tang Xiaoxiao to visit Tang Rou. Tang Rou was not seriously ill and did not need to be hospitalized. So Jiang Fan took a taxi to take her home. There were so many people in the hospital before, and many things were difficult to talk about. After entering the house, Tang Rou hugged Jiang Fan with tears in her eyes without saying a word, and her tears soaked Jiang Fan's clothes. Tang Xiaoxiao was speechless watching from the side. In my opinion, if my mother died, you would not cry so sadly. Shut up. Don't talk like that. As soon as Tang Xiaoxiao said a word, the voices of Tang Rou and Jiang Fan came one after another. This scene is very much like when you were a kid and you were joking but your words accidentally offended your elders' taboos. Instead of livening up the atmosphere, you were scolded. Fortunately, Tang Xiaoxiao has strong psychological ability and a clear understanding of her own positioning. Seeing her mother holding Jiang Fan in pain, she simply shrugged and ran back to her room to have some peace and quiet. After Tang Rou cried enough, Jiang Fan wanted to promise her that he would never put himself in danger again. But Tang Rou hid back in the room like a frightened little rabbit, and then there was no movement. This situation left Jiang Fan a little confused. Since no one was cooking, Jiang Fan simply went into the kitchen and prepared a table of delicious food himself. The two greedy bugs, one big and one small, were soon lured out by the smell. Aunt Tang, you are injured, so don't eat so much meat. Try the chicken soup I made especially for you to nourish your body. And this lotus seed soup can nourish the body and is also good for the skin. Yeah, Jiang Fan said as Tang Rou was about to bury her head in the bowl. Jiang Fan, I want one too. Tang Xiaoxiao reached out her bowl, but was knocked back by Jiang Fan's ruthless chopsticks. This fish is all yours. Didn't you just shout that you wanted to eat fish? Jiang Fan picked up a large piece of fish for her. It's really strange. I didn't see any live fish or fish bones at home just now. Where did that fishy smell come from? Tang Xiaoxiao chewed the fish and started thinking. Ahem, eat. After 3 rounds of drinks and a shower, Jiang Fan shook his head and lay down on the bed relaxedly. During the few days underground, he had been helping to bury Song Yunqi's bones, but he was exhausted. Today, he could finally take a good rest. As he thought about it, Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes and his consciousness gradually became blurred. At this moment, a figure gently pushed open the door. tiptoed onto his bed, and buried Jiang Fan's head in her broad chest. The next morning, Jiang Fan gently opened his eyes. The blinding sunlight shone in through the window. Jiang Fan squeezed his two palms. Last night in his dream, he grabbed 2 balls of QQ candy that were as big and bouncy as watermelons. The elasticity that would return when pinched and the ultimate touch like soft meat made Jiang Fan forget himself a little. It would be nice if I could have this dream again tonight. Jiang Fan murmured a few words, got up, washed, and prepared to go to school. The only thing left for him at this stage is to wait for the Beast Taming College entrance examination. Chapter 128. Clues to the Blackheart St. King's Treasure. Jiang Fan, who hadn't been to school for a few days, found that the atmosphere was a little strange as soon as he stepped into the school gate. After asking someone, Jiang Fan realized that it was because of Linh High Middle School's failure in the joint entrance examination of 5 schools. To this end, the entire school has also strengthened the rectification of school style and discipline. Students who take the Beast Taming College entrance examination will be criticized by the school if they are late or leave early. The punishment sounds scary, but Jiang Fan feels that it is useless. If students' grades can be improved solely by school rules and regulations, then so many middle schools and universities can be directly converted into military academies. Jiang Fan, where have you been these days? Why can't we find you? As Jiang Fan entered the school gate, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind and said, Suji Wei, has your qi and blood value increased again? Jiang Fan's senses were quite sharp, and he immediately determined that the person behind him was Suji Wei. Haha, what's the point of upgrading? I don't think I'll have a chance of passing the Beast Taming College entrance examination this year. Suji Wei walked side by side with Jiang Fan, and then said helplessly, How do you know? Your qi and blood value shouldn't be low, right? It's useless. Do you think your health will soar like you and the squad leader? I have already made up my mind that if I can't go to the top 10 beast taming universities, I will go to study at the new beast taming university opened by Master Jack Ma. My qi and blood values just meet the requirements of their school. Jack Ma's Beast Taming University? What does that mean? Jiang Fan was somewhat confused after hearing this. You must know that Master Jack Ma held a press conference 2 days ago and said that the Ace University built by Ant Group to train Beastmasters will recruit students from all major middle schools at the same time as the Beastmaster College entrance examination. In addition to paying a tuition fee of several 100,000 yuan, the admission requirement is that the qi and blood value must reach a certain level. The peak qi and blood value required for admission is right between the top 10 beast taming universities and an ordinary first-class beast taming university. There are other teaching staff and so on. After Suji Wei's brief explanation, Jiang Fan understood. Master Jack Ma plans to build the 11th prestigious university in the country, and for this purpose he is recruiting talents from various universities. This can be said to be a well-intentioned move. Master Jack Ma has been making a lot of moves recently. First he donated supplies to Linh High, then he launched the inexplicable Ant Guardian plan, and now he has the university enrollment plan. I feel like he's taking a big step. Jiang Fan thought about it carefully and found that Jack Ma's activities were very frequent, appearing far more often than manhwa. Is it possible that he will be as glorious as in his previous life and finally disappear from everyone's sight? Hey, why bother so much? Ordinary people like us shouldn't worry about what these big shots do. Suji Wei shrugged. The two chatted as they returned to the classroom. When Jiang Fan walked into the door, some people were looking at him with strange eyes. You disappeared during the joint entrance examination of 5 schools. Many people blame you for the school's failure in the joint entrance examination. You just don't have to pay attention to them. Suji Wei whispered in Jiang Fan's ear. Oh, this pot is also mine? Jiang Fan felt a little funny, but he didn't think much about it. Instead, he walked directly to sit next to Chen Cece. Chen Cece's face remained calm, as if what happened yesterday had never happened. When Jiang Fan sat down, she didn't even look at him. Jiang Fan knew her character, so he just let her be. The next morning, their relationship was back to normal. After all, Chen Cece's ice flower civet cat eggs are still in Jiang Fan's house as egg material, and it is impossible for Chen Cece to maintain a stalemate with Jiang Fan for so long. Chen Cece's ice flower civet cat egg was successfully hatched as Jiang Fan expected. The result was obvious. The ice civet cat egg had indeed mutated. The ordinary beast taming egg actually hatched a mutated ice civet cat. All of a sudden, all the schools in Linh High City heard of Chen Cece's name. For a time, Chen Cece became a hot figure in Linh High Middle School, and even the school leaders personally invited her to their office to discuss various matters. However, Chen Cece did not seem to realize that she had transformed from an inconspicuous monitor of an ordinary class to an enviable student of the top 10 beast taming university. In addition to doing exercises and attending classes every day, Jiang Fan was asked to do exercises and attend classes. After getting rid of all the mess, Jiang Fan's life returned to normal. This kind of life lasted for nearly a month and a half. For a month and a half, the atmosphere in the entire school, or the entire Linh High city, has remained tense in recent days. One reason was because of the earthquake that happened before, and the other was that the day of the Beast Taming College entrance examination was getting closer. With 1 week left before the Beast Taming College entrance examination, Jiang Fan, who was in class, received a call from Song Yunxi. The quick egg hatching method that Song Yunxi had promised would be sent to Jiang Fan via email, but so much time has passed and Jiang Fan has not seen a single one. During this period, Jiang Fan called Song Yunxi many times to ask what was going on, but the other party's phone was always turned off. This made Jiang Fan suspect that he had become a clown being teased by Song Yunxi. When Jiang Fan saw Song Yunxi calling, he hung up the call directly. During the break after class, Jiang Fan found a place with few people and called back. "Were you in class just now?" Okay then, find a place where no one can hear me. I have found it." Song Yunxi was mysterious. Jiang Fan was speechless and changed the place, going directly to the rooftop of the teaching building. "You haven't called for such a long time, and you're so secretive. If someone doesn't know you, they would think you've gone undercover somewhere." Jiang Fan's tone was slightly dissatisfied. "I'm sorry, I had no choice. But now is not the time to worry about this. These days I have been busy looking for clues about the badge of courage in your hand around Jiangling. Don't tell me, I actually found it." After hearing this, Jiang Fan was no longer sleepy. "Tell me about it." "I'll first explore the various scenic spots and historical sites in Jiangling." Song Yunxi talked a lot, describing how difficult his exploration was, and the last few sentences were the key points. "I have been searching for so many days, but have found nothing. Just when I decided to put this matter aside and go back to school, a stone caught my attention. It's a 2-meter-high stone placed in the school museum. It's full of holes and looks ordinary, but I found a hole on it that is the same size and shape as the badge of courage in your hand. Is it possible that it's just a coincidence?" Jiang Fan was not sure. "Absolutely not." Chapter 129. The inside story of the rapid hatching method, the chaos in Linh High City. That stone is not an ordinary stone, but a stone that can increase the vitality and mental strength of the Beastmaster. Even the principal doesn't know where the stone came from, but the master has already placed it there. Considering the badge of courage in your hand, I can be 100% sure that the stone is what you are looking for. Song Yunxi's tone was very certain, fearing that Jiang Fan would not believe it. "Are there any pictures?" "I found a few from the school history, and I'm sending them to you now. This stone has a special effect and is not inaccessible to students of our Jiangling Beast Taming University. Moreover, even students of our school must obtain qualifications to get close to it. After all, it is a magical stone that can increase one's vitality and mental strength." Jiang Fan nodded after hearing this. This was understandable. After all, in this world, props that can increase blood value or mental strength are extremely scarce, so it is normal for Jiangling Beast Taming University to value that stone so much. Jiang Fan opened the picture Song Yunxi sent him, and a 2-meter-high stone that looked like it was dug out from the surface of the moon came into view. The stone stood there like a statue. Jiang Fan only took a quick glance and saw the small pit that Song Yunxi mentioned, which was similar in shape to the badge of courage. After a brief comparison, Jiang Fan could confirm that the groove mark on the stone was exactly the same as the badge of courage in his hand. If it's not that students from this school are not allowed to approach, then doesn't that mean I have to go to Jiangling Beast Taming University? Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows. He estimated that with his current energy and blood value, he would have no problem going to the 2 top beast taming universities in Kyoto, and he would only need to look at his academic performance. Jiangling Beast Taming University is not bad. It ranks in the top 5, even among the top 10 beast taming universities. Why do you sound unhappy? Song Yunxi was speechless. She was even excited for a while when she was admitted to Jiangling Beast Taming University. You are quite capable, so it's up to you which school you choose to attend. My suggestion is that you apply to Jiangling Beast Taming University. I am now the vice president of the school's Beast Taming Association and can give you the green light in many places. You have a weak foundation, and you have no background like me. There are many hidden talents in a place like Kyoto, and if you are not careful, you may get into trouble, which will be difficult to deal with. And most importantly, I hope you can understand that the treasure of the Beastmaster Saint King is definitely more valuable than going to any school in the world. Song Yunxi's words had made her attitude clear. She was just short of pulling Jiang Fan's ear and telling him, "You should choose Jinling Beast Taming University. I'll think about it." What Song Yunxi said made a lot of sense, but Jiang Fan didn't rush to answer. When deciding which university to go to, you need to consider various factors comprehensively. You can't just decide based on what Song Yunxi says. Okay, think it over carefully. Contact me later if you have anything else. After Song Yunxi hung up the phone, the class bell rang. At this stage, teachers don't lecture much anymore, and students are left to review, summarize, digest, and absorb the knowledge on their own. After returning home that night, Jiang Fan received an email from Song Yunxi. The big words, "Advanced Edition of Beast Taming Egg Hatching," came into view, and Jiang Fan opened it and read it curiously. Jiang Fan spent a whole night reading the advanced version. Until the end, his expression was blank. Because this so-called advanced version can be completely summarized in one sentence. Just hatch eggs quickly and have money. That's right, as long as you have money, it's just like in the game. You can unlock the hatching progress by recharging. The reason why Song Yunxi was able to hatch a beast tamer egg in the blink of an eye was entirely because he used the expensive beast tamer egg catalytic potion. This potion is very expensive. The most common bottle costs 3 million, and the more advanced ones can even cost tens of millions, thousands, or even hundreds of millions. Moreover, this catalytic potion is an imported product with a high price but no market, and the supply exceeds the demand. Ordinary people do not have the channels and cannot buy it no matter how much money they have. This also explains why the general public is unaware of the existence of this catalytic potion. The Beast Taming Egg Catalytic Potion is simply tailor-made for the wealthy. The ebook, Advanced Edition of Beast Taming Egg Hatching, sent by Song Yunxi mainly introduces the advantages and disadvantages, prices, precautions, etc. of various beast taming egg catalytic potions. Haha, no matter which world it is, you can't do without money. Jiang Fan was somewhat helpless. The total amount of assets he had on hand was about 6 or 7 million. And this amount of money could only buy 2 bottles of ordinary catalytic potion. I was cheated by this woman. I helped her bury the bones for several days, but this is the result I got. Jiang Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Next time when I work with that woman, I must pay first and then do the work. Nothing happened that night. After getting up in the morning, Jiang Fan went to school as usual. Such repetitive days continued until 3 days before the Beast Taming College entrance examination, when a big news that shocked the entire Linh High city occurred. At 10 o'clock that morning, a group of masked thugs broke into the Linh High City Police Bureau with guns and indiscriminately shot at the police officers, causing at least 10 casualties. Even the director of the police bureau was seriously injured and is being treated in the hospital. During the same period, the same group of masked thugs attacked a construction site in Linh High City. Fortunately, the construction site was shut down for rectification at the time, so the attack did not affect ordinary people. However, a security employee on duty at the construction site was shot dead on the spot, and the death toll exceeded 5 people. Another incident was a sudden explosion in a residential building in Macau community, which caused the stairs to collapse, burying more than 30 people. The number of casualties is unknown. These 3 events occurred almost at the same time on the same day. The entire Linh High City was filled with constant sirens, and the citizens of Linh High City fell into deep fear. After hearing about the incident in Macau community, Jiang Fan didn't even bother to go to class and hurried back home. Tang Ro did not go to work today. Her supervisor gave her a month-long leave to recuperate. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Jiang Fan kept repeating these words as he hurried home. The peace and tranquility of recent days has made him relax his vigilance. The unusual movements in Linh High City would definitely attract many uninvited guests, and Song Yunxi and he were not the only ones who knew that the underground space might contain treasures related to the Holy King of Beast Tamers. Those people from Jinling Beast Taming University are also insiders. The fact that the police station and the construction site were attacked was enough to explain the problem. But why did it happen in my own neighborhood as well? Could it be that they were targeting me? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy Jiang Fan felt. If anything happened to Aunt Tang, I would feel guilty. Chapter 130 Director Chun blocks capital. Fortunately, the expected tragedy did not happen. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the community, Jiang Fan saw Building 10 standing there quietly. As for the building that was bombed, it was the building opposite Building 10, where Song Yunxi's home was located. Jiang Fan didn't know whether this had anything to do with Song Yunxi. His top priority now was to check on Tang Ro's condition and move out as soon as possible. When Jiang Fan rushed home in a hurry, he saw Tang Ro carrying 4 suitcases downstairs. Aunt Tang, what are you doing? Jiang Fan looked at Tang Ro in surprise. He couldn't imagine how Aunt Tang, who looked so frail, could carry 4 gift boxes. Xiao Fan. Tang Rou was also surprised when she saw Jiang Fan, but her surprise did not last long. An anxious look suddenly appeared on her face. There are still many things left to move at home. Xiao Xiao's 2 large boxes of clothes are still upstairs. We have to move them down quickly. Maybe the explosion will hit us later. Well, you can buy more clothes if you run out of them. But Aunt Tang, have you recovered so well? How can you carry so many boxes? Tang Rou was a little confused when she heard this. When she reacted and looked at what she was holding in her hand, she was also shocked. Hey, I just heard a voice asking me whether I wanted 2 or 4. After I said 4, it was brought up by some mysterious force. After hearing this, Jiang Fan already understood. It must be the night demon who is causing all this trouble. He only had 1 third-level beast taming ball, which he used to hold the devil eggs this morning, so the night demon was left to roam freely at home. Making people make choices about various tangled things is the characteristic of the night demon. Okay, I'll help you pack up, and then we'll buy a house and move in. This place isn't very safe. While Jiang Fan and Tang Rou were packing their luggage, a distinguished guest came to the Linh High City Education Bureau. 11 o'clock in the morning. Chen Hongwei, director of the Education Bureau, was sitting in his office watching the news when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Then a woman in a black lace dress with half her face covered by a black veil walked in. Hey, Ms. Asada Miko, what brings you here? When he saw this woman, the director of the Education Bureau broke into a bright smile. Miko Asada, a native of Sakura Country. He is currently the chairman of Ant Group's Linh High branch. Previously, all the resources provided by Master Jack Ma to Linh High City were managed by this chairman. The other party has made an extremely huge contribution to the development of Linh High City's education. Not only that, as the director of the Education Bureau, Chen Hongwei also got a lot of benefits from it. So he was naturally polite to Miss Asada Miko. Mr. Chun, you saw everything that happened in Linh High City today, right? Asada Miko sat down on the sofa very familiarly, her tone calm and composed. Ms. Asada Miko, what do you mean? Linh High's public security is not good. If our Ant Group's Ant Guardian plan had been promoted earlier, it wouldn't have led to the current situation. You are largely responsible for the chaos in Linh High City, Mr. Chun. I have already notified all the middle schools. How many people you can recruit depends on your own ability. What does this have to do with me? After all, Chen Hongwei is the director of the Linh High City Education Bureau. How could he allow Asada Miko to discredit him at will? Has the notice been sent out? We proposed this plan 4 years ago. In addition to your Linh High City, Luoqing and Yangqing are also progressing very smoothly. This year, some outstanding graduates have even been employed by Ant Group and even the National Security Center. But Linh High City didn't make any waves at all. Don't you feel ashamed, Mr. Chen? Chen Hongwei's face twitched slightly when he heard this. It is indeed just as Michiko Asada said, the Ant Guardian project was launched 4 years ago. It's just that I was blocked in Linh High City, so there has been no progress. At first, Chen Hongwei's idea was that capital groups like Ant Group should not be allowed to undermine Linh High City's education, so he decided to stop it. But after seeing the outstanding graduates cultivated by the Ant Guardian program this year, Chen Hongwei regretted it. It was for this reason that he dug up the matter that had been shelved for 4 years and notified all the middle schools in Linh High City. Ms. Asada Miko, if you came here today just to laugh at me, I can tell you frankly that I regret it. Do you have anything else to do now? If not, you can leave now. Chen Hongwei's face turned dark and ugly. Haha, Mr. Chen. When I came here with the money before, you didn't speak in this manner. Asada Miko covered her mouth with a black veil, smiled softly, and then stretched out 5 slender fingers. As long as you can get 5 people with a blood value of more than 120 points to participate in our Ant Guardian plan and enroll in the Shizith Beast Taming University newly opened by our Ant Group, I can decide to give you this amount. Do you think that students with 120 HP points are everywhere? Chen Hongwei's face darkened. Of course, this is not a necessary condition. I heard that in our Linh High City this year, there was a student whose chi and blood value reached 139 points. His name seems to be Jiang Fan? That's right. If Mr. Chun can get him to join our Shizith Beast Taming University, the price will remain unchanged. There was a smile in Asada Miko's eyes that Chen Hongwei could not detect. Ridiculous. His health is 139 points, almost the same as Song Yunqi last year. He can go to any of the top 10 beast taming universities. Why would he go to yours? We are rich. Isn't that reason enough? And Chun saying, you don't want your previous impure behavior to be known by the higher-ups, right? Miko Asada pursed her red lips and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corners of her mouth. You. Chun Hongwei's face was uncertain, but then he thought of something and his mood gradually calmed down. I can help you, and I'll give you another 20%. Deal. Mr. Chun is really happy. Miko Asada clapped her hands and stood up. I want to hear what Mr. Chun has to do. My beast tamer green mango jelly has a skill that allows him to become invisible for 30 seconds. When Jiang Fan, the beast tamer, takes the blood test, I will have green mango jelly tamper with the machine. At that time, the blood and chi value he tested would be 50 points lower than the actual value. At this point, there is no way any of the top beast master universities would want him. If you extend an olive branch to him at that time, he will definitely not refuse, and may even be grateful to you. Chun Hongwei closed his eyes after he finished speaking. In order to prevent capital from corrupting Linh High City, I stood firmly to fight against capital. I believe that classmate Jiang Fan can understand my good intentions. Chun Hongwei comforted himself in his heart. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chin really has a good plan. 3 days later, I will go directly to the school gate to wait for the outstanding students of our Shizi Beast Taming University. Chapter 131 Asada Miko's Visit. After the last serious terrorist attack in Linh High City, Jiang Fan spent 3 million to buy a fully furnished house and moved into his new home that day. The house was originally chosen in Gihuafu community, but Jiang Fan did not buy a pigeon cage, but a single-family villa. In a small place like Linh High City, 3 million is more than enough to buy a small villa. After Jin Dan and Tang Rou moved the things to Gihuafu community, Jiang Fan received a call. The call was from the Linh High Security Bureau, and the other party claimed to be Ma Bowen, deputy director of the Security Bureau. The reason for the call was because Lu Tianfeng had promised Jiang Fan something before. Hello, Mr. Jiang. We have reported your outstanding performance in the underground space to Jinling. In order to recognize your outstanding contribution, Jinling has decided to reward you. You can choose one of the 2 rewards, 10 million in cash and a guaranteed admission to Jinling Beastmaster University. After you are selected, come to the Security Bureau as soon as possible to pick up the documents and submit them to the Education Bureau, so that the process can be completed as quickly as possible. Is this admission quota only for this year? The quota is valid until 2018, which is 5 years. This is the order from Jinling Beast Taming University. Ma Bowen was talking to Jiang Fan on the phone and couldn't help but feel envious. This quota was originally only available for this year. I don't know if Jiang Fan knows someone at Jinling Beast Taming University, but he was able to extend the period to 5 years. This is definitely a green light. Previously, there was a boss with a net worth of over 1 billion who donated tens of millions to Jinling Beastmaster University but was still unable to get his son in. This shows how terrifying Jiang Fan's power is. Secretly, Ma Bowen put Jiang Fan on the list of people who must not be offended in Linh High. Okay, I'll take that spot. Oh, by the way, how is your director Lu? Jiang Fan knew about Lu Tianfeng's affairs. I heard on the news that Lu Tianfeng was in the office when the Security Bureau had an accident. If he hadn't had the protection of the beast, he would have died like the others. Director Lu is no longer in danger. Oh, by the way, Mr. Jiang, if you find any suspicious people around you recently, please be careful. Linh High City is not peaceful at the moment. I understand. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. Jiang Fan hung up the phone, and Tang Rou happened to come over at this moment. Is there anything urgent? It's okay. Linh High City has been in turmoil recently. Aunt Tang, you should be careful when you go out. I'll buy you a car after the college entrance exam. It will be more convenient for you to pick her up when Xiao Xiao goes to high school as a day student. Well, it is indeed more convenient to buy an electric car. The security in the community was poor before, so I never dared to buy one for fear that the battery would be stolen. After listening to Jiang Fan's words, Tang Rou nodded seriously. This time, for the first time ever, she did not stop Jiang Fan from spending money on her. Tang Rou had been thinking about the electric car for a long time. Aunt Tang, I was talking about the sedan? Jiang Fan rolled his eyes. No, I just bought a house. Where do you have so much money? Besides, I am already satisfied with living in such a big house. Why do I need a car? Tang Rou wanted to continue speaking, but Jiang Fan raised his hand to cover her mouth. It's not much money. I have the final say on this matter. Don't argue with me. Hearing this, Tang Rou blushed slightly and said, in a mosquito-like voice. The 2-story villa that Jiang Fan bought also comes with a dedicated garage and garden. Just as he and Tang Rou rolled up their sleeves and prepared to clean the house inside and out, a car stopped at the door of the villa. It was already 6 or 7 in the afternoon. Although it was not completely dark yet, the sun was setting in the west and the sky was full of orange. Just when Jiang Fan was curious about who was coming, A woman in a black gauze lace dress stepped out of the car. The woman covered her face with a black veil. Although only half of her face was exposed, one could still tell how delicate her face was underneath the veil. "Are you classmate Jiang Fan?" The woman asked lightly, slightly opening her red lips. "Well, who are you and what are you doing here?" "This is Ms. Asada Miko, the chairman of the Linh High branch of Ant Group." "Boy, you are lucky." Jiang Fan had just finished asking the question when he saw a man in a suit and tie getting out of the passenger seat of the car and speaking to Jiang Fan in a defiant manner. The man didn't look very old, and he stared at Jiang Fan with sharp eyes. Jiang Fan couldn't help but feel a little confused. "Student Jiang Fan, can we go in and talk? Please." Although he didn't know the other party's intentions, Jiang Fan still invited them into the house. When Tang Ro saw a guest coming, she quickly put down the work in her hands and ran to make tea. The tea was black tea brought from the Macau Jiang community. It was a specialty of Tang Ro's rural hometown. Jiang Fan had always been drinking this kind of tea. After making the tea and placing it on the table, Tang Ro sat next to Jiang Fan. Although she didn't know what Jiang Fan wanted to say to these two people, Tang Ro felt that they had bad intentions. Especially that man, the arrogance and frivolity in his eyes when he looked at her made her very uncomfortable. "Pa, it's bitter and hot. What kind of tea is this? I can pick a leaf from the roadside and make it taste better than this." The tea was also brewed in a very mushy way, and all the tea leaves were rotten. The man just took a sip of tea and started cursing. Tang Ro's face turned a little ugly when she heard that. She clutched the hem of her skirt with her small white jade hands and said nothing. "If you don't want to drink, get out." Jiang Fan simply opened the teapot and poured all the tea on the man's face. The scalding hot tea instantly stung the man's skin and even his eyes, causing him to scream. "Ah, you bastard." The man covered his eyes and cursed. Ma Tianmeizi, who had been silent, finally spoke. "Ma Tianxiang, shut up." This woman had a very strong aura. As soon as she opened her mouth, Ma Tianxiang immediately stopped daring to speak. However, he still looked at Jiang Fan with resentment, without concealing his emotions. "Student Jiang Fan, I'm really sorry that my subordinates don't know the rules. Well, as long as you don't indulge me on purpose, I might just slip and splash a pot of water on your face." "Haha, classmate Jiang Fan is really good at joking. Then let's get to the point now." Asada Miko laughed and moved on from what happened just now. Jiang Fan didn't say anything. Seeing this, she calmed down and immediately began to introduce Ma Tianxiang, who was splashed all over, to Jiang Fan. Ma Tianxiang is an outstanding backbone of our ant group. He graduated from Los Angeles Middle School last year, but unfortunately he was unlucky and failed to get into Beastmaster University. But Jiang Fan, please don't underestimate him. Ma Tianxiang is now a true first-class Beastmaster. Chapter 132. Asada Miko's Dilemma. After Asada Miko finished speaking, Ma Tianxiang took out a small notebook from the inside pocket of his suit and spread it out on the table. The 5 large gold-plated characters, first-level Beast Tamer, appeared clearly in front of Jiang Fan. Ma Tianxiang looked at Jiang Fan with a joking expression. "This is my first-level Beastmaster certification." "Oh, and then what?" Jiang Fan remained calm. However, Tang Ro's face changed when she heard that the other party was a first-level Beastmaster. She grabbed the corner of Jiang Fan's clothes, fearing that Jiang Fan would bump into the Beastmaster again. It is very unwise to offend a Beastmaster. Tang Ro would rather suffer a little injustice than let Jiang Fan act on impulse. "Put your things back." Asada Miko's face turned stern and she looked very angry, like a parent educating an ignorant child. "Student Jiang Fan, the reason I came here this time is to discuss your college entrance examination application with you." At this moment, Asada Miko put the goal of attracting Jiang Fan to study at Shizih University on the table. After hearing her words, Jiang Fan just smiled lightly. "I'm sorry, Miss Asada Miko. Shizih University is not within my consideration. I'm sorry you made a wasted trip." Jiang Fan now has only 2 choices. One is Kyoto and the other is Jinling. He didn't even look at the other schools, not because he disdained them, but because there was nothing about the other schools that could attract Jiang Fan. There is a 3 million scholarship for admission. "Jiang Fan, are you sure you don't want to consider it?" Miko Asada did not give up and continued to try. "Don't think about it. I have my reasons for not choosing Shizih Beastmaster University. Just go back to where you came from." Jiang Fan stood up, looking as if he was about to see the guest off. "Student Jiang Fan, if you come to discuss this with me after the college entrance examination, you will lose your scholarship. I hope you will think this through clearly." Miko Asada remained expressionless, as if everything was going according to plan. Jiang Fan smiled in his heart. Even if he subtracted 80 points from his 200 points of health, he would still have 120 points left. 120 points is more than enough to get into the top 10 beast taming universities, so there is no need to regret it. I said I don't need it. Our ant group, like other beast taming universities, has the ability to train beast tamers. After failing the college entrance examination last year, Ma Tianxiang joined ant group for an internship. Only 1 year later, he became a first-class beastmaster. There is also his brother Ma Tianyu, who participated in the Ant Guardian program launched by our ant group in Los Angeles 4 years ago, and has now successfully graduated and joined the Los Angeles Police Department. He was the one who temporarily led the team to escort this year's Beast Taming College entrance examination questions and the Beast Taming College entrance examination testing equipment. In this case, does Jiang Fan still not recognize the strength of our ant group? When Asada Miko saw that monetary inducement failed, she showed Jiang Fan the outstanding talents cultivated by ant group. In her opinion, men always value one of money and future, not to mention that Jiang Fanfa is just a child from an ordinary family. It's not that I don't approve, it's just that I don't want to go. Jiang Fan shook his head. Seeing Jiang Fan still shaking his head, a trace of anger rose in Asada Miko's originally calm heart. Your arrogance is completely contrary to Dahua's humble and low-key spirit. I will be waiting for you outside the college entrance examination venue in 3 days. You still have one chance to choose. Ma Tianxiang, let's go. After saying that, Miko Asada got up and left. After walking outside the villa and getting in the car, Ma Tianxiang finally couldn't help but ask, Chairman, why do you have to get that kid to join our Shizit Beast Taming University? Looking at his narrow-minded appearance, I'm afraid he has never seen the wider world besides the 10 beast taming universities. I think it's better to win over other people in Linh High City than this guy. Ma Tianxiang has a deep grudge against Jiang Fan. But after hearing what he said, Asada Miko shouted, Shut up. He is a genius with a blood and chi value of 139 points. Who do you think you are? Until today, your blood and chi value has barely broken through to 130 points. You dare to teach me how to do things? After returning to the car, Asada Miko was no longer as calm as before. After being scolded by her, Ma Tianxiang dared not say a word. Miko Asada tightly grasped the black gauze sleeve on her jade hand, her eyes dim. Ant Group has branches all over the country. Not long ago, the headquarters issued an order to the chairman of the branches in various places, asking them to do their best to attract high-quality students to study at Shizit Beastmaster University. Along with the order, there are also task targets. If the task targets are not met, he will be removed from the position of branch chairman and demoted. This is something that Asada Miko cannot accept no matter what. She herself is a second-level Beastmaster, and this is the critical moment for her to become a third-level Beastmaster. There can be no shortage of resources. Apart from her position as chairman of the Ant Group branch, she has no other channels for remitting funds. Therefore, at this stage, Asada Miko must try every possible means to complete this task target. However, the task was extremely difficult, as it required recruiting 5 students with chi and health values above 120 points to apply to Shizit University. 120 points of health points, that's definitely the level for getting into the top 10 beast taming universities. Even in Linh High City, not counting private aristocratic schools like Yuling Academy, there are only a handful of people who have been admitted to the top 10 beast-controlling universities in the past 5 years. 5. Is it that easy to recruit them? After searching for so many days, I only found Zhou Ping and Zhou Hao, whose health values fluctuated around 115. Miko Asada didn't dare to think about 5 people with a health value of 120 points. However, Jiang Fan, who has a HP value of 139 points, can be kept an eye on. Think about Song Yunxi, who entered Jinling Beast Taming University with 140 points of chi and health last year, and became a third-rank beast tamer in just 1 year. It is possible that Jiang Fan, with only 139 points of chi and health, may be able to replicate her miracle. How could Miko Asada not be moved? Jiang Fan, you can't escape from my grasp. When we meet again in 3 days, I want to see you begging me. Miko Asada pursed her lips gently and then slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 133. The eve of the Beast Taming College entrance examination. The night before the Beast Taming College entrance examination, Tang Xiaoxiao went home for the holiday. She returned to Macaojiang community, but when she got back, she found the place was deserted. Thinking that there was a thief, Tang Xiaoxiao quickly called Tang Rou to confirm her mother's safety. However, after learning that her mother and Jiang Fan had moved into the big villa without telling her, her cheeks suddenly puffed up. After finding the new home according to the address given by Tang Rou, Tang Xiaoxiao originally wanted to express her protest with an angry face. But when she saw the quaint two-story villa, she was stunned. Just after being led in by Tang Rou, Tang Xiaoxiao saw Jiang Fan sitting in the huge living room. She immediately ran over and kneaded Jiang Fan's calves in a flattering manner. "Brother Xiao Fan, are you tired? Do you want some water? And which room is mine?" Tang Rou couldn't help but find Tang Xiaoxiao's appearance a little funny. When she just saw her, she looked half dead, but in the blink of an eye she became like this, which was really funny. "Your room is on the second floor, and Aunt Tang and I have rooms on the first floor." The villa Jiang Fan bought is a duplex villa with 1 kitchen, 3 living rooms, 3 bathrooms, and 5 bedrooms. There are exactly 2 rooms on the first floor, a master bedroom and a second bedroom. Ah, why am I sleeping alone on the second floor? With 1 floor between us, I feel far away from Brother Xiao Fan. You just know how to talk nonsense. You don't have to sleep in the master bedroom on the second floor. I'll trade you the second bedroom on the first floor. Jiang Fan patted her little head and said unhappily. He didn't have much requirements on what room to live in, so he simply let Tang Rou sleep in the master bedroom on the first floor. As for the master bedroom on the second floor, Jiang Fan wanted to sleep alone at first, but he was worried that he would make noises when fiddling with the beast taming eggs at night and disturb Tang Rou, so he gave up after thinking about it. After hearing that her room was actually the master bedroom, Tang Xiaoxiao jumped 3 feet high and kept shouting, "Long live Brother Xiao Fan," and so on. At dinner time, Tang Rou prepared a large table of dishes, and looking around, they were all tonic foods. "I heard from our manager that eating more supplements the day before the Beastmaster College entrance examination will help improve your qi and blood scores. Xiao Fan, you should eat more. Let's drink the old hen soup first. Drink another bowl after taking a bath, and drink another bowl before going to bed." Jiang Fan. "Aunt Tang, don't listen to some people's nonsense. I know my own situation well." Having said that, Jiang Fan changed the subject. "By the way, Aunt Tang, I want to discuss something with you. It's about Xiaoxiao." "What?" When Tang Xiaoxiao, who was drinking soup with her head down, heard that it was related to her, she pricked up her ears. Didn't Xiaoxiao graduate from the 3rd year of junior high school this semester? It's just right for her to go to Yuling College next semester and study as a day student. Also, I plan to have her prepare for the Beast Taming College entrance examination from now on. A normal person's qi and blood value will reach its peak at the age of 18. By then, let Xiaoxiao contract a beast egg. After Jiang Fan described the whole conversation, Tang Xiaoxiao was dazzled. There is no child of this age who doesn't want to become a beast master. However, due to family environment, physical condition, and other reasons, most people have to give up. Tang Xiaoxiao had always thought about it. However, even though she wanted to, she would never ask Tang Rou because the situation at home prevented her from speaking. "Yeah, that's fine." Tang Rou nodded when she heard this. She actually knew that Tang Xiaoxiao wanted to take the Beast Taming College entrance examination. However, because Jiang Fan had basically spent all his savings on buying beast taming eggs and other things, Tang Rou was unable to discuss this matter with Tang Xiaoxiao. Jiang Fan didn't need her to worry about him now, and Tang Rou wanted to make it up to her daughter as much as possible. Xiao Fan definitely can't be asked for money. At worst, he can just borrow some and get through it. Tang Rou thought so, but Jiang Fan seemed to see through her thoughts at a glance. "Aunt Tang, you don't have to worry about letting Xiaoxiao take the Beast Taming College entrance examination. I can take care of it. I have rich experience in preparing for exams." "Will the Beast Taming College entrance examination be very difficult? I heard that the acceptance rate is less than 1%. There are only a few people in Linh High City who can be admitted to the top 10 beast taming universities. When it comes to the Beast Taming College entrance examination, almost everyone assumes that it is the top 10 beast taming universities. Except for the top 10 beast taming universities, most of the other beast taming university students may not be able to hatch a beast from freshman to senior year, so they cannot be generalized with the top 10 beast taming universities. Yes, I heard from my classmate that his brother failed the exam twice and was not allowed to apply because he was over the age limit. There was another classmate in my class whose family even sold their house to allow his sister to pass the Beast Taming College entrance examination, but she still didn't pass." Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't help feeling a little uneasy as she spoke. She was not sure if she could pass the exam. The teachers at school said that the road to the Beast Taming College entrance examination was paved with countless corpses and bones, and only 1 in 10,000 could reach the end. Tang Rou had the same concerns, but for her daughter's future, she thought she could give it a try. Seeing the worried looks on the mother and daughter's faces, Jiang Fan couldn't help but smile. "I'll show you something good." Jiang Fan ran back to the room mysteriously, and soon came out of the room holding a square box. He handed the box to Tang Xiaoxiao. "Open it, and take a look." Tang Xiaoxiao has been living in the school dormitory and has no idea what Jiang Fan has done recently. However, she knew that Jiang Fan was no longer the same person as before, so the things he gave her should not be too shabby. After opening the box with anticipation, Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly focused. I saw a thick gold-embossed notebook lying in the square box. Written on it are 6 large characters: Jiling Beast Taming University. Tang Xiaoxiao took out the notebook with trembling hands, and after finding that it could be opened, she opened it carefully. As she opened the book, the origami inside also opened, and a 3-dimensional gate of Jiling Beastmaster University appeared in front of Tang Xiaoxiao. Jiling Beastmaster University admission notice. Guaranteed admission? Tang Xiaoxiao muttered to herself, feeling as if her head was about to explode. This door, this handwriting, and this big red official seal all told Tang Xiaoxiao clearly that what she had in her hand was the admission letter from Jiling Beastmaster University, and it was a direct admission letter. She moved her eyes to the name column, but found it empty. Why doesn't this have a name? Tang Xiaoxiao looked up and asked Jiang Fan, "When the time comes, I'll have someone write it down for you." Jiang Fan chuckled, but Tang Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. After a long while, she spoke softly and asked cautiously, "Brother Xiao Fan, is this prepared for me? If not you, who should I give it to? Are you asking Aunt Tang to go to college again?" Ah. Tang Xiaoxiao was startled and immediately flew over and pecked Jiang Fan on the face. "Ah, Brother Xiao Fan, I love you so much. This is the admission quota for Jiling Beast Taming University, right? This is exactly the same as the one I saw a blogger unbox online." Tang Xiaoxiao's body was almost hanging directly on Jiang Fan. The extreme excitement made her fair skin glow with a blush. Jiang Fan nodded slightly after hearing her words, and then pushed her away. "Men and women should not touch each other. How can you be so close to me when you are so old?" "I won't." Tang Xiaoxiao was like a kitten. Not only did she not let go of Jiang Fan, but she rubbed against his arms again. Tang Rou, who had been watching from the side, realized belatedly that Xiao Fan seemed to have given his daughter the admission quota to Jiling Beastmaster University. Chapter 134, Song Yunqi's Gift, Devil Egg Hatching. This thing is too valuable. Xiao Fan, you keep it for yourself. Xiao, return the things to Xiao Fan. After Tang Rou understood what was happening, she quickly asked Tang Xiaoxiao to return the admission letter from Jiling Beastmaster University to Jiang Fan. Tang Rou couldn't imagine how valuable this thing was. It would not be an exaggeration to say that getting it would be like reaching heaven in one step. She couldn't let Jiang Fan's future be affected for the sake of her daughter. Tang Xiaoxiao's originally smiling face immediately fell after hearing Tang Rou's words. She looked conflicted, but in the end she obeyed her mother's instructions and returned the things to Jiang Fan. "Jiang Fan, I don't want this thing of yours. I can still be admitted to Jiling Beast Taming University without it." After saying that, she threw the thing directly into Jiang Fan's hand. Facing Tang Xiaoxiao's sudden change in expression, Jiang Fan just smiled. "Aunt Tang, I got the recommendation quota when I went on a mission with the security bureau before. This is an extra one. If you don't believe me, I'll call Director Lu later and ask him to tell you." Jiang Fan was quite helpless about Tang Rou's character. If he didn't come up with some convincing reasons, Aunt Tang would definitely not let Xiaoxiao accept this gift. Real? Tang Rou was a little skeptical, but when she thought about the fact that Jiang Fan had helped the security bureau several times before, she felt that it was possible. "Of course, if you don't let Xiaoxiao accept this admission quota, then I will have to burn it." "No, I can't." When Tang Xiaoxiao heard Jiang Fan's words, she immediately hugged the thing she had just thrown away in her arms like a child, fearing that Jiang Fan would really have this idea. While the three were eating and talking, the doorbell outside the villa suddenly rang. "I'll go and take a look." Jiang Fan stood up and walked outside. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a courier boy handing him a package the size of an urn. "Sir, this is a package sent from Jiling. Please sign for it." Jiling? Jiang Fan was a little confused. Who would send something to him? Although he was a little confused, Jiang Fan still signed for the package. But what made him speechless was that this thing turned out to be a cash-on-delivery package, and he spent $50 to successfully get it. Jiang Fan had just signed for the package and had not yet checked what was inside when his cell phone on the dining table vibrated. "Brother Xiao Fan, it's a woman named Senior Sister Song who called." After hearing what Tang Xiaoxiao said, Jiang Fan frowned and picked up the phone to answer it. Hello. Did you receive the package I sent you?" Song Yunqi's spirited voice rang out in the receiver. "Got it. What did you send me?" Jiang Fan guessed that she had to pay for the postage herself, so the things inside must not be valuable. "The things in there are really precious. I sent them to you because I don't need them right now." They are very valuable. You should open it and use it tonight. Don't forget. Also, have you considered which school to apply to? No, just wait and see. I'm eating right now, so I'll hang up if nothing else. After saying that, Jiang Fan hung up the phone directly, completely ignoring Song Yunxi, who seemed to have something else to say. Who is this senior sister Song? Is she Song Yunxi? Is she? Tang Xiaoxiao looked excited. She had seen Jiang Fan doing something fishy with Song Yunxi, who lived in the opposite building before. Now that I saw a phone call coming, the fire of gossip suddenly burned fiercely and I couldn't suppress it at all. Eat your meal. Jiang Fan flicked Tang Xiaoxiao's forehead with his finger. The latter immediately started to scream. After having a good meal and a few drinks, and watching the Linh High news in the living room for a while, Jiang Fan returned to his room. Song Yunxi was very mysterious and didn't say what was sent. Jiang Fan was also a little curious about this, so he tore open the package and took out the contents. What catches your eye is a square glass bottle. The bottle was filled with dark blue liquid. Jiang Fan found an instruction manual from the package and started reading it. After reading it carefully, his eyes widened. What Song Yunxi handed to him was actually a bottle of beast taming egg catalytic potion. Moreover, this bottle of dark blue catalyst is worth 5 million. It cannot be said to be very expensive, but it is definitely not cheap. Where did this girl get so much money? Could it be that she wants to bribe me with this? The only possibility Jiang Fan could think of was that Song Yunxi had taken a fancy to the badge of courage in his hand and wanted to share a piece of it with him. That's why she was willing to spend so much money to give herself this bottle worth more than 5 million. The cooked duck is delivered to my mouth. I won't refuse it. Anyway, she didn't put forward any conditions to me. If she brings it up in the future, I will just pretend to have forgotten it. Jiang Fan's shamelessness has reached a certain level, and he can calmly handle a gift worth 5 million. According to the instructions, all we need to do is drop the catalytic potion on the surface of the beast egg. Jiang Fan released the devil egg from the beast controlling ball. As soon as it appeared, the devil egg flapped its wings and wanted to give Jiang Fan a warm hug. This is its favorite thing to do since it grew wings. All right, stop making trouble and stand still. Jiang Fan held its horn, then opened the bottle cap of the catalytic potion with his other hand, and poured all the potion down without saying a word. Originally, Jiang Fan was not very dependent on this so-called potion. He had a system that could see all the information about the beasts and train them in the most reasonable way. However, he observed the devil egg several times in the past few days, and its hatching progress remained at 85%. Moreover, the column for training direction was blank, which made Jiang Fan confused. Song Yunxi just happened to send this catalytic potion over, so Jiang Fan decided to try out its effects. I have to say, this catalytic potion is quite something. After Jiang Fan dropped a whole bottle of medicine, he immediately heard the system's prompt voice beside his ear. Hatching progress plus 1%. Hatching progress plus 1%. Hatching progress plus 1%. Hatching progress 100%. Ding! The beast egg has hatched successfully. Ding! The beast master has learned a new skill. Nightmare. Nightmare. During the casting, the beast master will burst out his own blood to oppress the enemy. This skill can suppress enemies that are at most 3 levels higher than itself. The oppression time gradually decreases with the strength of the enemy. Ding! Because the blood value and mental strength have reached the peak of the current level. You can choose to add system points to the endoskeleton or exoskeleton. Please upgrade the beast level to level 10 as soon as possible to evolve it, so as to unlock the corresponding evolution form, evolution ability, etc. The system's voice kept ringing in Jiang Fan's ears. However, Jiang Fan's eyes were fixed on the devil egg whose shell kept peeling off. Tonight, the first beast that I hatched will be born. Chapter 135. Evergreen Forest. The next morning, Jiang Fan woke up with dark circles under his eyes. Today is the day of the Beast Taming College entrance examination. Tang Rou and Tang Xiaoxiao got up early and prepared to go to Linh High Middle School to cheer for Jiang Fan. The former was of course voluntary, but the latter's pouting face showed that she was dragged out of bed by Tang Rou and was still in a bad mood. Xiao Fan, remember to take your admission ticket. Also, remember to try to see if you can write with the refills. Check to see if the 2B pencil is genuine. Don't be fooled by those fake $28 pencils on the market. Tang Rou was nagging while making breakfast. She was so meticulous that if you didn't know her, you would think she was going to take the college entrance examination. Hey Jiang Fan, did you not sleep well yesterday? Why do you have 2 big dark circles under your eyes? Tang Xiaoxiao switched back and forth between calling Jiang Fan, brother Xiao Fan, and Jiang Fan. She had already become very familiar with it. Haha, I actually want to sleep. Jiang Fan felt a little disappointed. According to his qi and blood values, this situation would not occur even if he didn't sleep for 3 nights. The reason why it has become like this is entirely due to the beast that I hatched. After last night, Jiang Fan discovered that what he hatched was not a beast master, but an ancestor. It's normal to be nervous before an exam. I'll give you a massage after breakfast. Tangro put on 2 felt gloves and placed a pot of hot porridge on the table, then casually spoke to Jiang Fan. Thank you, Aunt Tang. After breakfast, the 3 of them went out and rushed to school. Tangro, who had been very frugal today, called a taxi for the first time. By the time the 3 of them arrived at the gate of Linh High Middle School, there was already a busy flow of cars and crowds of people. After finally getting off the car, Tangro and Tang Xiaoxiao originally wanted to send Jiang Fan to the door, but were rejected by Jiang Fan. Aunt Tang, you guys can just find a place to eat or stay nearby and wait for me. Don't be reluctant to spend $100 or so. After giving an order, Jiang Fan squeezed into the crowd. Except for the congested road in front of the school gate, the gate of Linh High Middle School is much more spacious because of the cordon. Jiang Fan was just about to enter the school when someone patted him hard on the shoulder. Jiang Fan. Su Jiwei, you're here too? Jiang Fan turned around and saw Su Jiwei at a glance. But this time he was not alone. His parents were with him. Hello, Xiao Fan. I'm Jiwei's father. He often mentions you to me at home. Su Jiwei's father is Su Bin, who was in his 40s. Although Jiang Fan had seen him before, he had never spoken to him. Hello, uncle. Jiang Fan replied politely. But just when Jiang Fan thought it was just a few simple greetings, Su Bin changed the subject. Xiao Fan, have you ever been to the black market in Blackwater Town before? Yes. At that time, I went there with Su Jiwei and Zhang Biao. Jiang Fan didn't know why the other party asked such a question. No, I'm not talking about that time. It's the second time. Didn't you meet a mad big dog when you went to the black market? Su Bin looked at Jiang Fan with a smile, as if he wanted to get some answer from the latter. Hearing Su Bin's words, Jiang Fan couldn't help but be stunned. This happened a long time ago, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange when he suddenly heard Su Bin mention it. However, Jiang Fan had nothing to hide about his visit to the black market, so he admitted it openly. I went there once afterwards. What's wrong? Haha, it's you. Hearing this, Su Bin's face became a little excited. However, after seeing the puzzled looks from his son and Jiang Fan, he quickly stopped smiling and patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder affectionately. Xiao Fan, let's talk for a moment. Coming to a corner with few people, Su Bin's face turned bitter. Xiao Fan, uncle wants to ask you for something. Do you have time after the college entrance examination? Something's happening? What's the matter? Jiang Fan couldn't help but become alert. Although the person in front of him was his classmate's father, he couldn't completely believe it. It's about the flamehound of the wife of the mayor of Blackwater Town. Su Bin immediately told Jiang Fan what had happened. Let me cure that big dog? Haha, she didn't listen to me when I told her the treatment method. Now it's been so long. The big dog must have been buried long ago, right? No, the mayor and his men are rich, so extending the life of the beast is nothing. But now the flamehound might not be able to hold on for much longer. The mayor's wife remembered you, so she decided to ask you to go over and help out. The reward is not bad. If the disease cannot be cured, you will be given 500,000 yuan as a reward. If you can cure it, the mayor can promise you a teleportation stone that will allow you to enter Evergreen Forest. As Su Bin spoke, he kept checking Jiang Fan's reaction. He came here to lobby for the mayor of Heishui Town. If he could invite Jiang Fan, he would be able to get a lot of benefits. Evergreen Forest? Is that the dimension filled with all kinds of wild beasts? Hearing this, Jiang Fan's thoughts suddenly became active. The name of Evergreen Forest is well known. Even the globally popular Pokemon borrowed this name. That's right. The mayor happened to have found a teleportation stone in the black market he runs. But he's old now and doesn't want to venture into it again. But he had no children at home and couldn't afford to deal with this thing. If you can help the mayor's wife cure the flamehound, he will give you the teleportation stone as a reward. Is that so? All right then. After the college entrance exam, Uncle and I will go take a look. Jiang Fanma rubbed his chin and nodded. Okay, I'll tell the mayor right away. Good luck on the college entrance exam. After getting Jiang Fan's reply, Su Bin turned around and left. There are a lot of people in Linh High Middle School today. In addition to those who take the Beast Taming College entrance examination, there are also those who take the General College entrance examination. The regular college entrance examination lasts for 2 days, while the Beast Taming College entrance examination lasts for 3 days. The first 2 days are all about cultural subjects, and only on the third day is the chi and blood value tested. with Chun Cece constantly urging him to study these days. And with his own strong mental strength, Jiang Fan did not have much difficulty in writing the test paper. I went through the first day of cultural subject exams with ease. In the evening, Jiang Fan came out of the school and saw Tang Rou and Tang Xiaoxiao waiting outside. How did you do on the test? When Tang Rou saw Jiang Fan coming out, she trotted over to ask about the situation. It's okay. There are no particularly difficult questions. Jiang Fan stretched his body and stretched lazily. And at this moment, suddenly a uniform roar rang out around him. Chapter 136, The Changing Situation and Tense Atmosphere in Linh High. The loud noise attracted Jiang Fan's attention. 2 rows of people wearing bulletproof vests, holding electric batons, explosion-proof shields, and wearing helmets suddenly came into view. A closer look revealed that these people were divided into 2 rows of 10 people in a group, totaling 20 people, and were entering the school under the command of a leader. As for the biggest feature of these people, Jiang Fan felt that the Ant Group logo on their equipment was the most eye-catching. Who are these people? Jiang Fan was a little curious. This group of people was obviously related to Ant Group, but he didn't know what they did specifically. I heard that they were transferred from Los Angeles, mainly to ensure the safety of the test questions. I heard that these people were trained by the Ant Group, and the leader seemed to have participated in some kind of Ant Guardian program. He is a genuine beastmaster. Tang Rou told Jiang Fan the information she knew. After hearing her words and recalling that Miko Asada had visited their home before, Jiang Fan suddenly understood what was going on. 3 major cases occurred in succession in Linh High City, and the security force was severely hit, so they had to mobilize personnel from nearby Luoqing. It's quite funny to say that a city actually needs to pull people from other cities in order to maintain order during the college entrance examination. Either there is some unknown PY transaction, or the officials in Linh High City are incompetent. Let's go home. We're a little tired after a day of exams. The 3 of them walked through the crowd and headed towards the road. However, at a certain moment, when a person passed by Jiang Fan's nerves were aroused. A man wearing a tattered denim jacket and a baseball cap, when passing by Jiang Fan, whether intentionally or unintentionally, fell directly onto Jiang Fan. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be overwhelmed by the other party. But Jiang Fan was quick and agile, and he dodged the man in a flash. Ouch! The man in the denim windbreaker fell to the ground with a groan. Although it was only a moment, Jiang Fan saw a flash of sharp light at his waist. It was a dagger. This person's blood and energy aren't very strong, and he's not a beast tamer. But with a dagger on his waist in broad daylight, it was obvious that he had ulterior motives. When he fell to the ground, he was helped up by kind passers-by, but Jiang Fan, Tang Rou, and Tang Xiaoxiao had already disappeared in the crowd, and their whereabouts were unknown. After getting in the taxi, Jiang Fan's originally relaxed mood became heavy. He narrowed his eyes slightly and began to think about what had just happened. There was no doubt that the other party was obviously coming for him. But what exactly is his purpose? Is it for the Badge of Courage? Only Song Yunxi knew about the Badge of Courage. Even if Song Yunxi really turned against him, there was no way he would send this kind of person over. Could it be that the mayor of Blackwater Town wanted to abduct me by force? No, the other party was carrying a dagger and obviously wanted to harm me. The mayor of Blackwater Town wanted a favor from me and would not hurt me. Apart from these 2 reasons, the only last reason Jiang Fan could think of was that his qi and blood values were too high and he was envied by others. This kind of situation does exist. The petty-minded Ji Xianxin is the best example. It seems like Linh High City is really not peaceful recently. Jiang Fan let out a breath. He doesn't ask for anything else now, just that he can get through the college entrance examination safely. By then, no matter how chaotic Linh High City is, it will have nothing to do with me. At worst, I can just take Aunt Tang and Xiao out for a trip. But if someone doesn't want to get through the college entrance examination safely, Jiang Fan will definitely not sit idly by and wait for death. After all, he was now a beast master, and his beast was of SSS rank. Not long after Jiang Fan returned home, in front of Linh High Middle School, on a van covered with advertisements, the cowboy man angrily stabbed the dagger into the seat. Damn it, how come this kid reacts so quickly? After all, he only has 139 HP, so it's normal for him to react quickly. Did he not notice anything? In the passenger seat, a sallow-faced woman pursed her lips and asked the man in jeans. No, he probably didn't even notice me. These geniuses are so proud and arrogant. How could they care about a small character like me? It's good that he didn't notice it. When he shows up again tomorrow, the 4 of us will act together and take his beast taming ball away directly. The woman's eyes were gloomy. Taming beasts gives these beast masters the capital to be proud. When we take their beasts away, They will understand that without their beasts, they are nothing. That's right. These beast masters and prospective beast masters only know how to rely on the power of beasts. But I am a good-for-nothing and can't stand a single blow. It's a waste to keep so many good beasts in their hands. It's better to give them to Dr. X for experiments. A group of people were talking to each other, and each of their words revealed their dissatisfaction with the society and the beast tamers. After all, robbing the beast-controlling ball is a side job. When the acquired chi and blood test comes, Assistant Wong will bring Dr. X's latest research product, the third-level beast-controlling, the Sandstone Giant. By then we can wipe out all the students in Linh High City at once. As the woman spoke, a look of madness gradually appeared on her face. But with Yecheng and the troops mobilized from Luoqing, it's not convenient for us to take action, right? Dr. X has made sufficient preparations. It is not a problem to delay Linh High City's high-end combat power for 2 or 3 days. It is estimated that Yi Cheng has already left Linh High. The remaining rubbish second-level beastmaster like Ma Tianyu can be killed by the Sand Giant in a few minutes, so there is nothing to be afraid of. As expected of Dr. X. Dr. X is wise. Following Dr. X was the best decision we made. Everyone in the van praised the mysterious Dr. X. In the Yi family manor in the center of Linh High City, Yi Cheng received the order conveyed from Linh High City. An abnormal beast was detected in the suburbs of Linh High City. Why at this critical moment? Yi Cheng frowned. There have been so many things happening in Linh High City recently that even a third-level beast master like him is overwhelmed and has a headache. There was a creaking sound, and Yi Euro and Yi Yusin gently pushed the door open. Dad, are you looking for us? Well, I won't talk about the cultural exams these 2 days, but when you go to Linh High Middle School for the blood test the day after tomorrow, you must pay attention to your surroundings. Yi Cheng said, taking out a beast-controlling ball from the drawer and placing it on the table. Little Bean Sprout is inside. Although it is not your beast, it can still protect your safety. If you encounter any danger, release it. Chapter 137 Jiang Fan. Nothing special. The second day of the Beast Taming College entrance examination. Jiang Fan got up early. When he saw Tang Rou and Tang Xiaoxiao also got up, he said to them, Aunt Tang Xiaoxiao, you two don't have to go with me today. You see, there were so many people yesterday, it would be useless to go. Besides, waiting outside is a waste of time, and most importantly, a waste of money. Jiang Fan's last sentence hit the key point. After hearing this, Tang Rou sighed. I didn't expect there to be so many people in the tea and coffee shops around the school. The hourly rooms are also twice as expensive as before. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with saving some money. What's the point of just sitting outside? Tang Xiaoxiao muttered with sleepy eyes. But just as she finished speaking, Tang Rou tapped her forehead hard with her finger. After Tang Rou finished knocking, Jiang Fan stretched out his hand in front of Tang Xiaoxiao. Bring it here. Ah, what do you want? Tang Xiaoxiao, who had just woken up and was hit on the head by Tang Rou, looked confused. I think you have my lizard. I found it a long time ago but never asked you for it. Let me use it for 2 days. Jiang Fan had actually discovered the camouflage lizard on Tang Xiaoxiao's body a long time ago. But seeing that Tang Xiaoxiao was having fun playing with it, he didn't say anything. Something was not right these 2 days. So Jiang Fan decided to use this lizard. Okay, remember to give it back to me after you use it. Tang Xiaoxiao pursed her lips. He then pulled out a large lizard from his pocket and placed it on the table, which scared Tang Rou so much that she screamed. After successfully getting the camouflage lizard, Jiang Fan finished his breakfast and went out. Jiang Fan didn't let the two of them go again, of course, for the purpose of protecting their safety. Jiang Fan was not sure what the guy was going to do yesterday, nor was he sure whether he had any accomplices. In order to prevent danger from coming to Aunt Tang and the others, he could only let them stay at home. When Jiang Fan went out after breakfast, he used a second-level beast taming ball to capture the night demon and carried him with him. This white second-level beast taming ball was obtained by Jiang Fan when he dealt with Zhong Liang, who sneaked into his house. Jiang Fan previously thought that this thing was stolen property and had kept it in the corner of the room uselessly. I plan to use it after the heat of Zhong Liang's incident has died down. As a result, I forgot about it and only remembered it last night. Humph, since you are targeting me, then let's see if you have the ability to do it. Jiang Fan tossed the white beast-controlling ball in his hand, put it away, and went out to school alone. Today's Linh High Middle School is just as crowded and bustling as yesterday. As soon as he entered the school gate, Jiang Fan caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. The figure was talking to the Ant Group security chief whom he had met last night. Jiang Fan recalled for a moment and remembered that his name was Ma Tianxiang. But he didn't care much about it and went straight to school to take the exam. At the school gate, the two brothers of the Ma family frowned at this time. Brother, I heard that something happened in Luoqing and Yangqing. Well, it seems that the other party specifically targets students with high talents. 5 students have been stabbed, and one of them is still in the emergency room and has not recovered. What? So serious? Why haven't you evacuated the crowd yet? There is a shortage of manpower everywhere, and any abnormal behavior now may cause panic. The higher-ups are saying that if it can be suppressed, it should be suppressed. Let's talk about it after the college entrance examination. Silence. The two brothers were silent. They are all talents jointly trained by Ant Group and local agencies. Naturally, they have to obey the orders of their superiors at this time. They'd better not cause trouble at Linh High Middle School. But if they come over and stab that kid named Jiang Fan a few times, I'd be happy to see it. Ma Tianxiang sneered with a crooked mouth. Jiang Fan? Is he the guy with 139 HP points? His brother Ma Tianyu had heard of Jiang Fan before and asked. Yeah, this guy is too arrogant. He even refused to accept the olive branch thrown by the chairman. Does he really think that the top 10 beast-taming universities can compare with the Shizih Beast-Taming University of Ant Group? People like this are usually arrogant. With 139 points of HP, it's no problem to get into the top 10 beast-taming universities, but it's just barely enough to get into the beast-taming university in Kyoto. As far as I know, Li Yi and Yi Yuro from Linh High Yuling Academy and Hu Tianba from Linh High Xingde Middle School are not much worse than him. Their chi and health points are all above 130 points when they burst out with all their strength. Jiang Fan is actually not that far behind those top students. Ma Tianyu shook his head, showing a slightly contemptuous attitude towards Jiang Fan. As a second-level Beastmaster, he naturally felt that he was qualified to evaluate Jiang Fan. Forget it, let's not talk about him. If we can do a good job on this shift and tomorrow's shift, we can retire with honor. You should also pay attention to your side. Ma Tianyu patted his brother's shoulder. The two separated, and each went to carry out their own tasks. On the second day of the Beast Taming College entrance examination, everything went smoothly. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was still scorching. But the candidates have already come out of the school one after another, either taking the bus or walking home. After almost everyone had left, Jiang Fan walked out of the school gate at a leisurely pace. As soon as he reached the school gate, Jiang Fan looked at Ma Tianxiang. The latter also saw him. However, Ma Tianxiang was performing his patrol mission at the time and did not speak to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was too lazy to pay attention to him, and the two of them just passed each other. When Jiang Fan left the school gate, crossed the road and came to the bus stop to take the bus home, his eyes inadvertently glanced at the van covered with advertisements not far from the bus stop. This van was also parked here yesterday. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and reached out for the beast-controlling ball containing the night demon. While he was watching the van carefully, the van door opened. 4 men in denim jackets and baseball caps got out of the car. Judging from their route, they were definitely heading towards Jiang Fan. Is it really coming for me? Jiang Fan's heart trembled, and he decisively turned on the switch of the beast-controlling ball. At this moment, at the gate of Linh High Middle School, the two brothers Ma Tianyu and Ma Tianxiang happened to meet. Both of them are Beastmasters. If they don't know the situation around them very well, they can at least see it clearly. The group of people who got off the van were wearing the same jackets and baseball caps in the middle of summer, which alone made people feel very suspicious. When Ma Tianyu saw these 4 people, he immediately frowned and wanted to rush over. But his younger brother Ma Tianxiang stopped him. Don't worry, brother. That group of people is going after Jiang Fan. When Ma Tianxiang saw this scene, a smile appeared in the corners of his eyes, and they curved into crescent shapes. No, we can't joke at this time. The elder brother Ma Tianyu said seriously, and immediately prepared to break free from his brother's hand and rush over. Brother, he has 139 HP. How can he be injured so easily? Let's wait and see, and then attack him when he is about to collapse. Even if it's just to teach him a lesson and help the chairman vent his anger. Hearing his brother's words, Ma Tianyu immediately shut down. That's fine. I don't think anything serious will happen. It would be good to teach him a lesson. Ma Tianyu calmed himself down. He didn't want to teach Jiang Fan a lesson, but he remembered what his brother said about Jiang Fan being disrespectful to Asada Miko, so he decided not to take action. Miko Asada is the person Ma Tianyu admires the most, and he does not allow anyone to insult or look down on her. Jiang Fan had violated a taboo, so he had to learn a lesson. Ma Tianyu thought so. His eyes fell on the 4 people and Jiang Fan across the road. Chapter 138. Killing 4 people. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of uniform footsteps rang in Jiang Fan's ears. Ordinary people may not notice it, but his health value reached 200 points, and any movement could not escape his senses. I saw the 4 men approaching me, and 2 of them even had their hands reaching behind my butt. At this time, Jiang Fan retreated towards the school gate slowly. The school gate is only a street width away from the bus stop, but there were many vehicles passing by at this time, so Jiang Fan did not rush through. Seeing Jiang Fan's figure retreating, the woman among the 4 people suddenly lowered her voice. "He has discovered us, hurry up." Hearing her words, the other 3 were shocked. The dagger guy from yesterday suddenly pulled out a dagger from his waist and rushed towards Jiang Fan. "Aya, I want your life." Just as Dagger Boy rushed forward, another fat man took out a syringe from his pocket. "Hee, after I inject this sedative, even if Jack Ma comes, he will be carried away. Boy, you got a good deal." "Emph, my poisonous dragon drill coated with venom can shrink your anus and reduce your blood circulation. Boy, don't let me drill you." A perverted smile appeared on the face of the skinny man. The 3 men took a step forward and rushed towards Jiang Fan. After realizing their intentions, Jiang Fan retreated while walking. Just when the 3 of them thought he had been scared out of his wits, Jiang Fan directly threw out the white beast-controlling ball in his pocket. At the same time, he put his other hand in his pocket and pinched the camouflage lizard, used camouflage to turn into a baseball bat. Thanks to the fact that Tang Xiaoxiao had taken the disguised lizard to watch the cartoon, Baseball Prince. After hearing Jiang Fan's words, the disguised lizard turned into a baseball bat in Jiang Fan's hand without saying a word. When the stick came out, the 3 of them were stunned. "Wow, he can take out a stick from his crotch," said the fat man in surprise. "What are you standing there for? Go get him." Skinny Bamboo and Dagger Boy rushed directly towards Jiang Fan. Their actions immediately attracted the attention of students who were waiting for the bus. After seeing the shining dagger in the Dagger Boy's hand, the students on the bus ran for their lives as if they were on Hot Wheels. "Damn it, targeting your grandpa Jiang, right?" Jiang Fan was not polite to them. He could feel that the health values of the 3 people were around 100, which was not very strong. "There is no reason why I can't beat them with 200 HP points. You are the one who wanted to attack me yesterday. I will cripple both of your hands first." Jiang Fan was really angry. If other people were targeted for no reason like this, most people would be equally angry. The only difference between Jiang Fan and most people is that when he gets angry, he will fight back fiercely, no matter what means he uses. And now the method he adopts is to fight violence with violence. Damn it, why is his look more fierce than ours? Which side is he going to hit? When the fat man saw Jiang Fan's angry face, his neck shrank and he could hardly hold the syringe in his hand. At this moment, a voice sounded in his ears. "Do you want to inject the tranquilizer in the syringe into someone else's body? Please answer yes or no." "Yes." The fat man didn't know why he made the choice. It seemed that his mind told him to do so. However, although he didn't know why he made the choice, his mind was clear. How is it possible to inject a sedative that can knock down a cow into the body? Your evil thoughts have displeased the night demon. You made the wrong choice, so accept the punishment. Now stick your syringe into the body of your companion and inject the sedative into it. Inject the tranquilizer. Inject the tranquilizer. Inject the tranquilizer. The fat man repeated it several times in a row, and then grabbed the skinny guy by the collar like a mutant Dr. Zombie. "Fatty, what are you doing?" The collar was pulled and the skinny guy who had just turned around to ask about the situation suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. It was like a needle piercing straight into me. "Do you want to put the dragon drill into someone else's body? Please answer yes or no." "Yes." Your evil thoughts have displeased the night demon. You made the wrong choice. You must accept your punishment. Insert the poisonous dragon drill into your companion's body. When the sedative gradually began to take effect, the skinny guy somehow sent the poisonous dragon drill towards the fat man's butt. Aom! After a groan, both of them fell to the ground. One was protecting his hips with his hands, and the other was sleeping like a dead pig. "What the hell are you two doing?" The movement behind him caught Dagger's attention. He turned around and immediately found that his 2 companions had fallen to the ground. His brows jumped immediately. "Hey, where are you looking?" Dagger Boy turned his head again when he heard the sound, and at this time Jiang Fan's baseball bat, which was disguised as a lizard, had already hit him hard on the forehead. Ah! Although Jiang Fan did not use his full strength in this attack, it was enough to knock Dagger Boy down with one blow. After all, a person with 200 points of chi and health has a natural advantage over someone with around 100 points of chi and health. After all 3 men were knocked down, only the woman with the sallow face was left. She stood there in a daze, seemingly still not realizing what was happening. While she was stunned, Jiang Fan had unknowingly come in front of her. Tell me, what is your purpose? Jiang Fan carried the baseball bat on his shoulder with simple and casual movements. But the woman knew that if she tried to escape, that beautiful baseball bat would instantly hit her head critically, with disastrous consequences. How? How is that possible? It's not like we haven't plotted against students whose HP is above 130 points before. In the past few years and other places, we used this method to solve the problems of 3 students whose chi and blood values were above 130 points. Why did it fail here? Jiang Fan's weirdness puzzled her. Tell her directly that the harm between the fat guy and the skinny guy was caused by the seemingly gentle student in front of her. After all, they have cooperated so many times. It is impossible for such a thing to happen. You look like you don't want to talk? Then keep your words to yourself and talk at the police station. Since he didn't get any useful information this time, Jiang Fan no longer hesitated. He hit the woman on the head with a stick. Chapter 139 Ma Tianyu's Inference. Jiang Fan. So terrifying. Everything comes quickly and goes quickly. Before the people around them could even react to how these 4 people fell down, everything was already over. Looking at the 4 people lying on the ground, the anger in Jiang Fan's eyes finally dissipated a lot. He took out his phone and called the Linh High police station. Hello. Director Liu? Aren't you lying in the hospital? Jiang Fan was stunned when he heard the familiar voice coming from the other end of the phone. Is Liu Tianfeng so dedicated? Hee. With so many things happening in Linh High City right now, how can they survive without me as the director? Let alone just getting injured. Even if I was lying in bed, I would never allow those scoundrels to destroy the stability of Linh High City. Liu Tianfeng spoke righteously, but the sense of helplessness in his words was about to overflow from Jiang Fan's mobile phone through the signal. I beat up 4 guys who were up to no good. They looked like some kind of gang. They were wearing jackets and caps and were driving a junkie van. Jiang Fan briefly told Liu Tianfeng what had happened. After hearing Jiang Fan's words, Liu Tianfeng, who was far away in the security bureau and whose body was wrapped like a mummy, immediately slammed his hand on the table in excitement. The table was fine, but the plaster on his hand cracked, and the pain was so severe that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Mr. Jong is really a brilliant plainclothes policeman from our Linh High Security Bureau. We have been tracking this group of people for a long time, but I didn't expect that you would take care of them. I will send someone over right away. Hearing this, Jiang Fan said, softly and hung up the phone. The people from the security bureau arrived quickly and appeared in front of the gate of Linh High Middle School in about 10 minutes. After they carried the 4 people that Jiang Fan had dealt with into the police car, Jiang Fan took the bus that had just arrived at the station and went home. The entire process was carried out without any interruption. At the gate of Linh High Middle School, the 2 Ma brothers were dumbfounded when they saw what had just happened. Jiang Fan is really lucky. He happened to run into an internal fight, otherwise he would have been in trouble. After seeing that 4 people were taken care of by Jiang Fan in a few moves, Ma Tianxiang couldn't help but curse these 4 idiots as waste. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh that Jiang Fan's luck was so good that it was unimaginable. No, that's not right. Although Ma Tianxiang was disdainful, his brother Ma Tianyu had a different reaction. What's wrong with that? Could it be that Jiang Fan is in cahoots with those 4 people and came to the school specifically to put on a show? No, that's not right. Ma Tianyu still shook his head. Then, under the puzzled gaze of his younger brother Ma Tianxiang, he slowly raised one hand. And on his arm, a red bat was hanging upside down. My red bat's perception is sharper than radar, and no beast can escape its eyes and ears. Just now when Jiang Fan was fighting with those 4 people, the red bat flapped its wings twice. This means that it has detected the presence of 2 beasts in the vicinity. Brother, you mean? The strange scene just now was most likely Jiang Fan directing his beast control. Ma Tianyu said in a deep voice. But we were looking over there just now, and we didn't find any trace of the beast? That's what makes it even more terrifying. Jiang Fan used his 2 beastmasters to silently trap the 4 people right under our noses. Not only do those 4 people not know what's going on, even outsiders like us, such as me, a 2nd-level beastmaster, can't see through it. Doesn't this speak volumes? It is no coincidence that Mrs. Sadamiko thinks highly of him. Mrs. Sadamiko's vision is really extremely sharp. The more Ma Tianyu spoke, the more shocked he became. I was shocked by Jiang Fan's methods, and also shocked by Mrs. Sadamiko's vision. Why do you sound so mysterious? I think this kid is just lucky. Red bats are also living creatures, so it's inevitable that they may be wrong sometimes. Seeing his brother's serious look, Ma Tianxiang couldn't help but want to laugh. My brother is becoming stronger and stronger, but more and more timid. Whether you believe it or not, Don't get into a conflict with him. I know. It's time to get off work. Let's go have some fun. Ma Tianxiang waved his hand and said to his brother, then looked at his men and said. His proposal to be cool and cool was immediately approved by all his subordinates. Looking at his brothers departing back, Ma Tianyu sighed helplessly and immediately led people into Linh High Middle School to prepare to transfer the college entrance examination papers. The third day of the Beast Taming College entrance examination. Today is the last day of examination. The examination content is the Qi and blood test that all students taking the Beast Taming College entrance examination are very familiar with. Today Jiang Fan also asked Tang Rou and Tang Xiaoxiao to stay at home. Anyway, there is a live broadcast of Linh High City's Beastmaster College entrance examination on TV, so you can quickly learn about the college entrance examination without leaving your home. Coming to Linh High Middle School alone, Jiang Fan discovered that many people around him looked at him with something strange in their eyes. Jiang Fan, why are you trying to show off? Why are you doing such a dangerous thing by yourself? Before Jiang Fan knew what was happening, he heard Chen Cici's voice beside him. He turned his head and saw Chen Cici, wearing a goose yellow skirt, standing beside him. Speaking of which, Chen Cici and I were in different examination rooms, and I hadn't seen her for 2 days. Jiang Fan was about to say hello to her when he saw Chen Cici's angry face. What's dangerous? What happened? What happened after the exam yesterday afternoon has now spread. The 4 people you beat up yesterday were important criminal suspects. You beat the 4 of them and performed a great deed. Not only in our school, but even the girls from other schools asked me for your contact information after they knew that I was in the same class with you. Jiang Fan could tell that Chen Cici's voice sounded a little jealous, but he didn't take it too seriously because that was just her personality. Haha, long time no see, monitor. Oh, by the way, where's your ice flower tanuki? Take it out and let me see it. Jiang Fan had always been thinking about helping Chen Cici and Su Jiwei. He still has 26 system points, but he doesn't know if they can be added to other people. The system never said no, nor did it say yes, so Jiang Fan planned to take this opportunity to give it a try. If it is true and feasible, it is no exaggeration to say that Jiang Fan will be able to create the world's strongest ace Beastmaster team. What are you going to do? Chen Cici now cherishes her own ice-flowered civet cat very much. She was too lazy to answer when others asked her, and only when Jiang Fan asked her would she take it out. But before you take it out, you should ask what it is used for. If Jiang Fan just wanted to pet the cat, Chen Cici wouldn't mind stroking all his hair. Whatever it can do, it must be a good thing. I got a pill that can quickly increase blood and energy, so I plan to try it on your ice flower tanuki. Chapter 143 Repeaters and a Drama. Jiang Fan, you didn't buy any illegal drugs, did you? When Chen Cici, who had just taken out her ice flower civet cat, heard Jiang Fan say that there was a method that could quickly increase qi and blood, she frowned into the shape of an 8. She was not unaware of this medicine that could boost qi and blood in a short period of time. When teaching, teachers will also explain to students the differences between banned drugs and ordinary blood and qi potions. Illegal drugs are like drugs and should not be touched at all. Therefore, when Chen Cici heard Jiang Fan say that there was a method that could quickly improve her qi and blood, she immediately became alert. If Jiang Fan really did such a thing, I would help him to mend his ways and restart his life no matter what. Hey, what are you thinking? I bought this medicine from Senior Sister Song. It's not an illegal drug. Song Yunxi, that woman, hey, what are you doing? Before Chen Cici finished her words, Jiang Fan stuffed a few small candy beans into the mouth of the aqua blue civet cat in her hand, which was about the same size as a normal cat. The little civet cat was suddenly attacked by Jiang Fan and swallowed the candy beans without any reaction. Forget it, it even meowed twice. Of course, the so-called candy beans are just a cover. After Jiang Fan caught the ice flower civet cat, he tried to add system points to it. Ding! Ice flower civet cat's HP +1. Ding! Ice flower civet cat's HP +1. Ding! Ice flower civet cat's HP +1. Ding! The ice flower civet cat is not the host's beast, and the current maximum HP value can be increased by 10 points. Please capture the ice flower civet cat and contract it or wait until the ice flower civet cat evolves before trying again. Ding! Your behavior increases the ice flower tanuki's intimacy with you by 50 points. You can briefly command it to fight. A series of system prompts allow Jiang Fan to have a deeper understanding of the system's functions. The system's point allocation system is indeed the same as the points allocation of beast masters other than your own. However, it can only increase the health of a first-level beast by 10 points. After Jiang Fan's move, the ice flower civet's health value directly increased from 122 to 132. As the Ice Flower Civet Cat's energy and blood increased, Chun Cece's energy and blood also increased. The magnitude of this improvement can be felt very clearly. Originally, Chun Cece wanted to say, "You can't just eat anything given by that woman Song Yunchi." As a result, after a while, she felt that her whole body was penetrated, and she was so comfortable that she almost moaned. This was not the first time that Chun Cece's energy and blood had increased so quickly, so she knew exactly what this feeling was about. She looked at Jiang Fan with wide eyes. At this time, the latter looked at her with a smile. "How is it? Is the effect remarkable?" "Humph, that woman gave you this medicine? How much does it cost? I will give it back to her later." Chun Cece originally wanted to agree to Jiang Fan's words, but then she thought about Jiang Fan saying that Song Yunchi gave her the medicine, and she immediately became serious. 2 to 3 million, Jiang Fan said casually. "Wow, what?" Chun Cece almost dropped her jaw in shock, but she was stubborn. Not to mention 2 or 3 million. Even if Jiang Fan said it was 2 or 3 million, she would still agree to it. 2 or 300 is 2 or 3 million. I will pay her back when I make money. Jiang Fan. He chatted with Chun Cece for a while, and when he met Su Jiwei, he did the same thing and added 10 points to the other party. It was much easier to lie to him than to Chun Cece. Jiang Fan didn't even tell him that the small pills he gave him could increase his blood and energy levels. He just lied that they were used to refresh his mind. Su Jiwei's blood and energy are not high now, only around 105 points. A month ago, this score might have allowed him to be among the top students in Linh High City. But in today's situation, it can be considered as neither high nor low at best. It is very difficult to enter the top 10 beast taming universities. His beast taming eggs also failed to hatch, and everything seemed to be going poorly. "After taking your little pill, my whole body feels much clearer. You have such a good thing. Why don't you take it out earlier? Why didn't your dad come today? Didn't he send you here the past 2 days?" The day before yesterday, Subin told him something about Changpan Forest, so he paid some attention to Subin. "My dad is the type who tends to fail at critical moments. He even took leave to take me to the cultural exams the previous 2 days, but he disappeared when it came to today's most crucial blood and chi test." Su Jiwei spread his hands helplessly. Jiang Fan was about to say something when the crowd gathered at the school gate suddenly parted ways. Several Hongqi H9 cars slowly drove out of the crowd and then drove straight into the school. Originally, Jiang Fan didn't care much about these cars. But in a car in the middle of the convoy, Jiang Fan saw a familiar face. Miko Asada? Today is a blood test. How can a social person like her enter the school? Who gave her a backdoor? Not being able to come up with an answer, Jiang Fan simply ignored it. Not long after the three of them walked into the school together, several buses drove into the school gate one after another. The bus was full of students from various high schools in Linh High City who were taking the Beast Taming College Entrance Examination Chi and blood testing test. Linh High Middle School is an independent middle school in the city and a blood testing test site certified by the Education Bureau. Although a private middle school like Yuling Academy is stronger than Linh High Middle School, its private nature means that it is impossible for it to snatch Linh High Middle School's qualification as an examination center. The bus stopped at the basketball court of Linh High Middle School. The students got off the bus one after another. In the team of Yuling Academy, Li Yi, the president of the Yuling Academy Student Union, stretched out his arms as soon as he got off the car. Linh High Middle School. Including last year, this is my second time here. This year, I must be the one with the highest chi and blood value in this class. Get out of the way, don't block our sister Xion's way. Li had just finished stretching when an impatient voice sounded from behind. Chuang Jun, you were just taking advantage of others, right? Li turned around and looked at the vice president under him and said with disdain, "Aren't these Li Yi and the Yi sisters? You look healthy, so I guess your chi and blood values should be pretty high, right?" In the team of Shengda Middle School, a dark-skinned, 1.8-meter tall bald man smiled at the Yuling Academy with his white teeth. "Hu Tianba, your Shengda Middle School was beaten by Ji Xianxian and screamed in pain, yet you have the nerve to stand out and bark. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Li said with disdain when he saw this person. "You're wrong. I'm a repeater like you, so how can I get involved in that kind of thing? If I have to fight, I'll fight with you. Today, let's see who has the higher chi and health value. Count me in. The three of us are repeaters. We should compete with everyone else." In the Xuanyang Middle School team, a girl with twin ponytails wearing a sailor suit stood up. Chapter 141. Principal Zhou and Director Chin's bet on the test site. Feng Caixia? Oh, you haven't started working in the factory yet? When Li saw the girl, he immediately grinned. He, Hu Tianba, Feng Saixia and Song Yunqi were assigned to the same group last year. At that time, the three of them were still feeling complacent about their health values of over 110 or 120, but they didn't know that the seemingly insignificant Song Yunqi's health value had soared to 140 points, shocking the entire audience. Last year, based on their performance, they were able to enter the top 10 beast taming universities. However, none of the three of them chose to enroll in the beast taming university, but chose to repeat their senior year. This is puzzling to many people. Li Yi, Hu Tianba, your energy and blood seem to have increased a lot. Feng Saixia, with twin ponytails, squinted her eyes and looked at the two of them, with a hint of envy in her tone. Haha, it's still increasing. The peak state of qi and blood value is only at the age of 18. After 18, it will gradually decrease. I'll be fine if I can keep my qi and HP from dropping. Hu Tianba laughed and did not feel complacent because of Feng Saixia's praise. As Hu Tianba said, a person's qi and blood values will reach their peak at the age of 18. However, this peak will not last long, and will fall back to the normal level of ordinary people as people age. The path of a beast master is to either move forward or regress. Many people will give up after their first beast taming college entrance examination when they realize that they have no hope of success. Only some wealthy families can make a second attempt. In the beast taming college entrance examination, the more times you repeat the exam or the more experience you have, the more advantages you will have. Every one of you likes to hide things. Be careful that another Song Yunqi will pop up and grind down your spirits. Feng Saixia laughed and said no more, and left with the Xuanyang Middle School team. The same is true for Hu Tianba. Over at Yuling Academy, Yi Yuro had been looking around since she got off the car, as if she was looking for something. Sister, what are you looking at? No, nothing, just getting familiar with the environment. After casually saying this to her sister, Yi Yuro looked around with a vigilant look on her face. Although Yi Cheng didn't say much to her that night, the meticulous Yi Yuro was able to guess something from her father's few words. In addition, Yi Cheng gave her the third-level beast taming Xiaoduya, which made her have a bad feeling. Hey, I wonder if Mr. Jiang knows about this. If he knows, what will he do? Yi Yuro's brows relaxed and then frowned again, and this expression lasted for a long time without any relaxation. On the other side, in the principal's office, Principal Zhou Youfu and Dean of Studies Wang Tian respectfully welcomed Linh High Education Bureau Director Chen Hongwei into the house. Zhou Youfu, Wang Tian, you were lucky enough to escape the 5-school joint exam, but you won't be so lucky with today's blood test. As the director of Linh High Education Bureau, Chen Hongwei has great power. He only needs to hold a brief meeting to decide whether Zhou Youfu and Wang Tian stay or go. The previous punishment on Linh High Middle School and Zhou Youfu and the other two was his warning to them. It generally means something like, you did a bad job, or, I don't like you. Chen Hongwei really doesn't like Zhou Youfu and Wang Tian. He has been annoyed with these two idiots for a long time. As the leader of a middle school directly under the city, the students he taught had grades that were crushed by schools in various counties and districts. No one would be happy about this. A few days ago, leaders from the education supervision team came to inspect. They were very dissatisfied with the results of Linh High Middle School and even scolded me for it. Now listen to me, both of you. If after the results of the beast taming college entrance examination come out, if no more than 5 students from your Linh High Middle School are admitted to the top 10 beast taming universities or the Shizhe Beast Taming University, you will have to wait to go to the West to teach. Chen Hongwei's words were left here directly. Zhou Tianfu and Wang Tian didn't know why Chen Hongwei wanted to compare Shizhe Beast Taming University, a newly established private beast taming university, with the top 10 beast taming universities, but they knew that the admission requirements of Shizhe Beast Taming University were not low and could almost catch up with the top 10 beast taming universities. Why don't those whose scores are hovering below the admission score of the top 10 beast taming universities choose to fight for another year and go to your newly established and private school in Shizhe? Insufficient qualifications, low social recognition, and extremely expensive tuition fees. Anyway, Zhou Youfu and Wang Tian would never let their children go. Director Chen, this condition is too harsh. Can we change it? Zhou Youfu said with a bitter face. Change one? Okay, as long as a student from your Linh High Middle School ranks first in the blood and qi test today, I will let you go. But the prerequisite is to bet on Linh High Middle School's qualification as a college entrance examination test site. Do you dare? Chen Hongwei narrowed his eyes slightly. He had been waiting to hear Zhou Youfu say this. Linh High Middle School's qualification as an examination center will not need to be reviewed for another 3 years. But Chen Hongwei had already wanted to withdraw it. After all, the principals under him gave him money and plasma TVs as gifts. Chen Hongwei's words made Zhou Youfu stand there in a daze. It would be a big deal if the test center was gone. If the test center of Linh High Middle School was gone, then it was gone. It had nothing to do with a person like me who was exiled to the West. Good. Zhou Youfu was just halfway through his words when Wang Tian interrupted him. Zhou Youfu, if you really agree to this, you will be the sinner of Linh High Middle School. Wang Tian gritted his teeth and stopped calling Zhou Youfu the principal. Director Wang, don't worry. Isn't Jiang Fan here? He can always create miracles. But, Director Wang, you have always trusted Jiang Fan. Why have you become so timid now? This matter is settled. No need to discuss it further. Zhou Youfu broke free from Wang Tian's restraints and looked at Qin Hongwei solemnly. Okay. If the highest blood and qi value in today's blood and qi assessment does not appear at Linh High Middle School, I will take the initiative to submit a review request to the Bureau and ask the Bureau to re-evaluate Linh High Middle School's qualification as a test site. Even though Zhou Youfu said this in a loud voice, he actually felt very weak inside. Although Jiang Fan's qi and blood value was high, reaching 139 points, his beast egg had not hatched yet, and the situation was not optimistic. Moreover, the blood and energy test in the college entrance examination is different from the previous challenge. The qi and blood test in the college entrance examination is taken by all the top graduates in Linh High City. As far as I know, Li Yi from Yuling Academy, Hu Tianba from Shangda Middle School, and Feng Caixia from Xuanyang Middle School are all very strong. They were the top students in last year's Beast Taming College entrance examination. Apart from them, the students in the entire Linh High City have made obvious progress compared to before. Can Jiang Fan withstand it? Different from Zhou Youfu's worries. When Qin Hongwei heard Zhou Youfu agree immediately, his heart was filled with joy. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. It's really 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only can I solve the problem of Jiang Fan, but I can also transfer these 2 obstacles away. The most important thing is that I can also take back the qualification to take the exam. I really made a great move. Chapter 142. Joining in the fun is not as interesting as watching his painful and twisted expression. Chairman, that student named Jiang Fan is definitely not a simple person. If you can let him join Shizhi Beast Taming University, you will be able to complete the assessment indicators given to you easily. In a guest room at the Beast Taming and Training Center of Linh High Middle School, Ma Tianyu stood beside Asada Miko and spoke respectfully. He was not on duty outside the school today. When Miko Asada came, she brought some people to replace him. Ma Tianyu's current job is to protect the safety of Miko Asada. Miko Asada did not respond. She has always been very confident in her decisions and does not need flattery from others. Soon, Qin Hongwei, director of Linh High Education Bureau, walked in from outside. I have already done it. Students will enter the school's Beast Taming Training Center one after another to take the qi and blood value assessment. In theory, one can enhance one's own qi and blood through drugs, qi and blood resonance, and other actions, except for illegal means. If Jiang Fan's health value is 139 points, it will become 89 points under my operation. However, he can temporarily improve his qi and blood by taking medicine or resonating his qi and blood with the beast taming egg. If improved through these means, his final health value may reach the range of 110 points. I want to make this clear in advance. Yes. Asada Miko nodded and then asked, can we observe his condition through surveillance? Of course, no problem. I'll have the technician transfer the surveillance to the laptop later. You can watch it as long as you want. But then again, didn't something happen around Linh High City? How come you still have time to come all the way here? Qin Hongwei didn't go with them because there was a Beast Taming College entrance examination today. He didn't expect that Ant Group, which always likes to take part in any event, would make a special trip just for the established assessment results. Hee. The red lips of Miko Asada curled up under the black veil. Of course she's coming. She wanted to clearly see the painful and distorted expression on Jiang Fan's face when he saw the results of the qi and blood test, even though he had dared to reject her a few days ago. This is much more interesting than running to the suburbs to join in the fun. The qi and blood test will start in 10 minutes. You just wear it here. I'll be outside to take charge. Qin Hongwei gave an order and left. After a while, someone brought a laptop computer displaying the surveillance footage to Asada Miko. On the playground of Linh High Middle School, students stood in an orderly manner, just like the military training for freshmen. Many people were whispering to each other, while some people did not say a word and remained silent from beginning to end. Linh High Middle School, Yuling College, Shangda Middle School, students from each school formed a team. Those at the front of the team are, without exception, the best students from their respective schools. Jiang Fan and Chen Cixi naturally stood in the front row without any dispute. Behind them, Zhou Ping, Zhou Hao, Long Kuan and others lined up in order. They stood in the second row of the team. Just like in novels where you can sit at a certain table depending on how much money you have, Zhou Ping and his friend's qi and health values did not reach 120 points, so they could only fall behind Jiang Fan and Chen Cece. Damn it, why is it so difficult to hatch the beast? My dad clearly expected the red flame dragon lizard to be hatched before the college entrance examination. Standing behind Jiang Fan and Chen Cece, Zhou Ping was so angry. Not only Jiang Fan, but even Chen Cece, whom he looked down upon before, has transformed into a top student who has hatched a beastmaster. The gap created by the contrast between the past and the present made Zhou Ping feel ashamed and angry. You don't have to worry too much about it. Hatching a beast too early is not necessarily a good thing. Although hatching a beast can greatly increase the blood value, it also loses an opportunity, that is, blood resonance. Zhou Hao heard Zhou Ping's muttering and whispered to comfort him. The qi and blood booming can only be performed by those who have not yet hatched the beast-taming egg. Chen Cece hatched the beast first, so her qi and blood values would be roughly stable and would not fluctuate too much. But we may be able to surpass her by increasing our qi and blood through qi and blood resonance. What do you have to worry about? Zhou Hao's words awakened the dreamer. Zhou Ping clapped his hands fiercely. Yes, how could I have forgotten this? His startled movements attracted the attention of the students around him. During the discussion, the order of qi and blood value assessment had been announced. Linh High Middle School was honored to be drawn last. Ranked first is Yuling Academy. Haha, looks like I have to go out first. Don't be scared after hearing my results. Li Yi stood in the front row and led everyone from the Yuling Academy to the Beast Taming Training Center. When passing by the square formation of Linh High Middle School, he suddenly stopped and wiped his neck and raised his middle finger to Jiang Fan, who was at the front of the formation. He did not conceal his actions, and everyone could see them clearly in broad daylight. The students who saw this scene all gasped. Li Yi's move is undoubtedly a declaration of war on Linh High Middle School. This declaration of war has nothing to do with material things, but is linked to the spirit. Since no one in Linh High Middle School has a higher blood and qi value than Li Yi this time, they won't lose anything substantial. It's just that the scene just now was remembered by those who saw it and became a topic of conversation after dinner. As time went by, when people around me talked about Linh High Middle School, they would say, Linh High Middle School? The rubbish that was given the middle finger and looked down upon in their own school in 2013? How can such a school possibly produce good students? I bet you that this kid probably spent the whole night thinking about these two gestures. Faced with Li Yi's provocation, Jiang Fan remained calm and even joked with Chen Cece beside him. It's already this hour, and you still have the mind to talk about this. Chen Cece quietly pinched Jiang Fan's arm, and when she glanced at the team from Yuling Academy, she unexpectedly found a girl smiling at her and waving at her. No, not to myself. To the person next to me, Jiang Fan. When Chen Cece looked at Jiang Fan was waving and greeting Yi Euro. Now, Chen Cece's face turned green with anger. What did you just say? Jiang Fan, who had just greeted Chen Cece and didn't notice what she said before, asked her questions without realizing it. I'll let you elope with that vixen. Chen Cece stamped her feet in anger, then stretched out her green jade hand and twisted Jiang Fan's soft waist fiercely. Chapter 143 Li Yi, Qi, and HP value 142 points, the highest in the field. Because there are many people taking the Beast Taming College entrance examination at Yuling Academy, it takes longer to enter the Beast Taming Training Center of Linh High Middle School. Jiang Fan and his friends started waiting at 9 o'clock in the morning and waited until 11 o'clock in the morning, when all the students of Yuling Academy came out. Today's qi and blood assessment will last until the afternoon, with no rest in between. However, the students who are able to take part in the Beast Taming College entrance examination all have good qi and blood values, so there will be no problem standing for a day occasionally. When the students of Yuling Academy came out one after another, many people from other schools who knew the students of Yuling Academy began to inquire about the assessment situation. The results of the qi and blood test can be obtained immediately after the test. So everyone is very curious about the average strength of Yuling Academy, curious about who has the highest score and who has the lowest score, curious about the assessment process and precautions, etc. Li Yi is really amazing. His qi and blood can reach 142 points. Senior sister Song Yunxi only has 140 points. How can a repeater like him be compared with senior sister Song? I heard from the people at Yuling Academy that Li Yi has the highest qi and blood value in their school. The qi and blood values of the two sisters of the Yi family are only around 135 points. Except for these three, the rest are below 130 points. That's very strong too. After hearing the news, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Yuling College is indeed a school for wealthy families. It has quietly cultivated 3 students with a chi and health value of over 130 points. Let's not talk about Li Yi, the repeater, but just the 2 sisters from the Yi family. Their strength is simply too amazing. I heard that Yi Euro's Articuno was almost dead. How come it still has such a high HP value? Hey, you didn't know that right now. I heard from a friend of mine who is studying at the Yuling Academy that Yi Euro's frozen bird had been cured by a mysterious beast-controlling master a long time ago. Not only that, the master also formulated a plan for the 2 sisters to increase their beast-controlled chi and blood values, and the effect was remarkable. I see. That makes sense. But I really want to meet this master of beast control. Envy came one after another, and the discussion spread to the Linh High middle school team. Jiang Fan could clearly hear his classmates talking behind his back, and they seemed to be talking about him. In my opinion, the master of beast control they mentioned is not as good as you. Chun Cece also heard the discussions among her classmates and pursed her lips. What do you mean not as good as me? Are you praising me or insulting me? Jiang Fan's forehead was covered with black lines. Chen Cece, you can't be more frank when you praise people. You really can't change your temper, isn't it? I think if I gave my ice flower civet egg to that master, he might let me take my time. Maybe even when I'm in my 70s or 80s, I still won't be able to see any results. Chen Cece has seen too many so-called masters. Her family was not well off, but her parents were very keen on having her become a beast master. I took her to visit various masters, fortune tellers, divination masters, praying to Buddha, drawing lots. All the masters' statements to their parents were ambiguous. He also doesn't say directly whether he has talent or not. From that time on, Chen Cece knew that all those crappy masters were just packaged liars and were not even a bit comparable to Jiang Fan. While he was thinking in his mind, many people in front of the other school formations had already congratulated Li Yi, who had just walked out of the beast taming breeding center. Li Yi, you are amazing. I didn't expect that in 1 year your chi and blood not only didn't decline, but improved so much. In addition, you have hatched a beast, so you have a good chance of getting into Kyoto Beast Taming University this year. Feng Saixia from Xuanyang Middle School said to Li Yi with a smile. Congratulations to Li Yi, in addition to being a polite remark, was actually a way for her to win Li Yi's favor. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Li Yi, who has a HP value of 142, will definitely have a bright future, so there's nothing wrong in saying a few good words to him at this time. Thank you for your good wishes. I will arrive at your Xuanyang Middle School soon, so don't let me down. Li Yi laughed and replied to Feng Saixia. The two exchanged a few words of greeting, and then Feng Saixia, under the guidance of the teachers, led the people from Xuanyang Middle School into the Beast Taming Training Center. Li Yi, did you know that your chi and HP value had reached 142 points long ago, so you dared to provoke Linh High Middle School like this? After all, I remember that Jiang Fan, the person with the highest HP in their school, only had 139 points. Ahahaha. Hu Tianba from Shangda Middle School laughed heartily, so loudly that almost everyone present could hear it. Although what he said sounded like just idle chat, there was nothing serious about it. But it sounded different to the ears of the people at Linh High Middle School. Everyone knows that Li just raised his middle finger to provoke Linh High Middle School. And now his blood and chi value is 3 points higher than Jiang Fan, who has the highest blood and chi value in Linh High Middle School. There is a 140-point mark between these 3-point gaps. The gap between Jiang Fan and him was immediately apparent. Damn, this Hu Tianba keeps talking about everything. I feel like he discussed this with Li Yi and is here to mess with us. Zhou Ping said angrily, clenching his fists. Haha, who told that idiot Ji Xianxian to challenge others? It's a tit for tat, and now he's standing at the door to provoke and shout, right? Didn't Jiang Fan have the ability in the beginning? If he had the guts, he would have surpassed Li Yi. Zhou Ping had some grudges with Jiang Fan, so he couldn't help but laugh sarcastically at this moment. When he saw Jiang Fan's blood value tested at 139 during the challenge, he almost vomited blood out of jealousy. But now, haha. The waste that was highly anticipated by everyone but ultimately powerless to recover is about to reveal its true colors. 140 points of chi and health is a hurdle. How can it be so easy to break through? Moreover, Jiang Fan used the chi and blood resonance method to increase his chi and blood to 139 points. His chi and blood value was just a false value. It is not comparable to Li Yi's chi and blood value of 142 points. Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled bitterly. That's his problem too. Everyone will just blame him for being useless anyway. Zhou Ping shrugged. He was now very much looking forward to seeing the scene where Jiang Fan failed to live up to everyone's expectations. The expression on his face will definitely be amazing. The number of students from Xuanyang Middle School who took the Beast Taming College entrance examination was not as many as that from Yuling Middle School. It only took about an hour for all the students from Xuanyang Middle School to come out. Their results were much worse than those of the students from Yuling Academy. Only Feng Saixia was stuck at the 130-point health value barrier. This way, Xuanyang Middle School will not appear to be too bad. Chapter 144. Fortunately, my good brother loves me. 130 points, a lot more than last year. Congratulations. Li Yi clapped his hands after hearing Feng Saixia's results. Hey, I know my level well. I'm not as good as Jiang Fan, my junior from Linh High Middle School, who has 139 HP points. Feng Saixia spoke from her heart. Her family background is not as good as Li Yi's, and the resources she has for training beasts are just average. Being able to upgrade to 130 points is already the result of help from a noble person, so she dare not hope for anything more. Haha, his chi and blood value was very weak. I guess he was in a better condition that day, and it was only raised to 139 points through chi and blood resonance. Today, it may drop below 130 points. Li Yi has seen too many students who performed well in mock exams, but could not perform even half of their abilities in the actual college entrance examination. Jiang Fan is probably not much different. Feng Saixia smiled and didn't respond. She didn't want to say the wrong thing and offend anyone. After all, those who funded him value Jiang Fan more than himself. Haha, it's finally our school's turn. I've been standing for too long and I feel like my condition has dropped. Hu Tianba's rough voice was heard, and then he entered the Beast Taming Training Center with the students from his school. His results came out quickly. Hu Tianba, with a chi and blood value of 140 points, is currently the person with the highest chi and blood value except for Li Yi. Hu Tianba, you are really a hidden talent. 140 points, not a point more or less, just a little more than Jiang Fan. I even suspect that you are targeting him on purpose. Li Yi laughed out loud after hearing Hu Tianba's results. What do you mean by targeting me? He is not good enough, and he is blaming me for stealing his limelight. Today's result is good. Let's go drink together tonight. Hu Tianba forced a smile on his dark face to respond to Li Yi, and his words showed a sense of mutual respect between heroes. Good. In addition to Li Yi, Hu Tianba, Feng Saixia and their schools, there are other city middle schools, town middle schools, etc. ranked ahead of Linh High Middle School. By the time all the schools had finished their assessments and it was Linh High Middle School's turn, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Students from Linh High Middle School, please follow the teacher's lead to enter the Beast Taming Training Center. After hearing the instructions, the students of Linh High Middle School walked in the designated direction. But this direction requires classes that have been assessed before. As they walked past, they could clearly hear people from other schools whistling, shouting, or directly swearing at them. This situation is very rare. This kind of thing would only happen if the school became hated to a certain extent. Linh High Middle School just meets this condition. After all, the massive kick-out action by Linh High Middle School offended almost all the middle schools in Linh High. The middle school that was kicked out doesn't like Linh High Middle School. The middle schools that were not kicked out were even more angry at Linh High Middle School's partial attitude. Why do they kick them and not us? Is it because we don't deserve it? There are many people who hold this mentality. The energy these people radiate when they gather together is enough to be frightening. Don't pay attention to them. The more you are affected by their words, the more likely you are to have emotional fluctuations. Anger is okay, but if emotions like fear and hesitation accumulate in your heart, it is very likely that your state will decline and lead to failure in the college entrance examination. Don't think too much, just treat them as the people you hate the most. Think about their disgusting behavior, their ugly faces, and their mouths full of shit. Release this pent-up emotion completely during the chi and blood assessment. The people who took the lead in speaking out were the directors of various disciplines. When it comes to motivating people, they are 100 times better than ordinary teachers. Sure enough, after their guidance, the somewhat depressed atmosphere among the students of Linh High Middle School instantly became much more lively. We're finally at our school. It's worth it that we've been here for so long. Principal Zhou Yufu stretched. But Chun Hongwei laughed after hearing this. Just pray that there is someone in your school whose chi and health value is above 142 points. Zhou Yufu looked quite relaxed just now, but his face suddenly fell after hearing Chun Hongwei's words. There should be a chance The assessment has begun. Director Wang, who had sharp eyes nearby, had already seen students entering the chi and blood assessment room one after another. Wait a minute, this person looks familiar. Is his name Su Jiwei? He seems to be a classmate of Jiang Fan. Director Wang glanced at a screen. Qi and blood assessment tests are conducted simultaneously in multiple examination rooms. Under normal circumstances, Director Wang would not notice Su Jiwei. However, as soon as Su Jiwei entered the examination room, he took out a few small pills from his pocket, which attracted Director Wang's attention. What was his qi and blood value the last time he was tested? It seems to have just reached about 100. Zhou Youfu asked questions, and Director Wang answered. It's only 100 or so. Even if you take medicine, it can only increase your qi and blood value by 3 or 4 points. Even with the qi and blood resonance, it can't even reach 120 points. Nothing to see. Chen Hongwei shook his head, not wanting to pay too much attention. However, not long after he finished speaking, 2 surprised voices rang out beside him. What? 123 o'clock. How is this possible? How much did this kid's qi and blood resonance with the beast tamer egg increase his qi and blood? I'm afraid it's already over 10 points, right? After hearing the voices of Zhou Youfu and Director Wang, Chen Hongwei turned his gaze back to Su Jiwei. Over 120 points? Not bad, not bad. It seems I underestimated him. He should be able to go to a good university. Chen Hongwei was not stingy with his praise. In the qi and blood assessment classroom, Su Jiwei was dumbfounded after seeing his qi and blood value results. What's going on? Why has my qi and blood value increased so much? According to estimates, my qi and blood value should only be around 110 at most. Su Jiwei was confused. Wait, is this the pill Jiang Fan gave me? Su Jiwei seemed to suddenly think of something and recalled the scene of his contact with Jiang Fan today. At that time, Jiang Fan stuffed some black pills into his pocket, saying that they could refresh his mind. I ate a few of them myself, and the effect was good. Fortunately, I left a few to eat when the assessment began. Those little pills are not for refreshing the mind, but for increasing the blood and qi value? Su Jiwei's suspicion is well-founded. First, he knew his own strength. Second, the only thing he had eaten today was the small pill Jiang Fan gave him, and his body reacted after he ate it. As for the third, Su Jiwei finally remembered where Chen Cici's resentful and angry expression came from when Jiang Fan gave him the little pill. It seems that the monitor thinks it's a waste for Jiang Fan to reply to me? Damn it, monitor. You really treat me as an outsider. Fortunately, my brother loves me. Su Jiwei was so moved that his eyes filled with tears, and he even had the idea of asking his father to adopt Jiang Fan as his godson. Chapter 145. 150 points of health. Everyone is dumbfounded. If Su Jiwei's results were somewhat unexpected, then Chen Cici's test results almost shocked Chen Hongwei and the other 2 who were checking the situation in front of the surveillance camera. 132 points of qi and health? Wasn't her qi and health only 122 when she was tested a few days ago? It has increased by 10 points in just a few days? Why does it feel like the increase in qi and blood has become a bit random? Is there something wrong with the machine? Zhou Youfu stared at Chen Cici on the screen with wide eyes. He knew this person too well. He dares to slam the table in front of me, and he also owns a mutated beast. His health value has been soaring like a rocket in recent days. Isn't this definitely Song Yunqi number 2? Her qi and blood value had been stagnant before, only around 80 points. Even after it increased by 30 or 40 points, it still didn't make a big difference with other students. Now it has increased by another 10 points. Could it be caused by her mutated ice flower civet cat? Director Wang lowered his head in thought. He had no idea how Chen Cici's energy and blood had improved so much. Why do I feel like there's something wrong with everyone who has anything to do with Jiang Fan? Their qi and blood have increased so dramatically. Could it be that Jiang Fan has contributed to this? Zhou Youfu muttered to himself, but Chen Hongwei beside him glared at him fiercely. Don't make such false statements. People who are close to Jiang Fan have abnormally improved qi and blood. Why didn't you say that Jiang Fan's family members had abnormally increased qi and blood? Why didn't you say that Jiang Fan's dog had abnormally increased qi and blood? After being scolded by Chen Hongwei, Zhou Youfu felt a little embarrassed. This Chen Cici is a promising talent. I hope she can return after completing her studies and make contributions to our Linh High city. After making a few brief comments, Chen Hongwei said no more. After a long while, Jiang Fan slowly appeared in the middle of the surveillance screen. Almost everyone gathered in front of the surveillance screen looked at him. They all had their own plans and were waiting to see the results of Jiang Fan's qi and blood assessment. Ba, Tathagata Buddha. May the heavens and the earth bless Jiang Fan so that his qi and blood can exceed 142 points. Zhou Youfu clasped his hands together, closed his eyes and prayed. He looked so serious and cautious. Even when he was kneeling to worship his family ancestors, he was not so enthusiastic. Seeing this, Chen Hongwei grinned slightly. He had already arranged for green mango jelly to ambush at the ventilation vent of Jiang Fan's Qi and Blood assessment classroom. As long as the green mango jelly is used, Jiang Fan's Qi and Blood value will definitely be reduced by 50 points. By then, let alone 142 points, it would be difficult for him to reach 120 points. Chen Hongwei stared at the screen. After seeing Jiang Fan start the test, he turned on the switch to make his beast-taming green mango jelly. His strength was not enough to communicate with green mango jelly across such a distance, so he could only rely on some physical means to improve. But this is enough. Jiang Fan, I'm sorry, but going to Shizit Beastmaster University is not a bad choice. After all, their school has plenty of money. In another room, after waiting for half a day in disinterest, Miko Asada finally saw the person she wanted to see. Chairman, Su Jiwei and Chen Sisi are both good. I think they are candidates for pursuit. Who? Asada Miko was puzzled. She didn't pay attention to other people, but instead focused her attention on the room where Jiang Fan was undergoing the Qi and Blood test. They are the two people who are close to Jiang Fan. I noticed their scores for you. One is 123, and the other is 132. What? It's so high. Miko Asada gently covered her mouth. After the surprise, a look of joy appeared on his face. That's good too. Bring those two over so they can keep Jiang Fan company. Young people just like to get together, and with the two of them around, Jiang Fan shouldn't be too resistant to our ant group. Miko Asada had a smile in her eyes. She could already anticipate Jiang Fan's next expression in the surveillance footage. Seeing the arrogance of young people being ruthlessly crushed, she always felt a sense of joy in her heart. Ma Tianyu, who was beside him, was even more arrogant than Jiang Fan 4 years ago, but now he is completely obedient under his control. How could you, Jiang Fan, escape from my palm? A smile gradually appeared on Asada Miko's face, but just as her eyes moved to the surveillance screen, her whole face froze instantly. 150 points? Ma Tianyu, who was next to Asada Miko, even started to stutter. Bang! There was a sound of a teacup falling to the ground. Zhou Youfu and Director Wang looked at Chen Hongwei in surprise, not knowing what was going on. 150 points, 150 points, 150 points. No, it's impossible. It's impossible here. I clearly already got the green mango jelly. Why? Why are there still 150 points left? It's the instrument. Someone must have tampered with it. Chen Hongwei muttered to himself in a daze. With 150 points of health points, he could even study at the two beast-taming universities in Kyoto. This is horrible. How long has it been since Lin High City has seen such a person? Check. How could his Qi and Blood value be so high? Chen Hongwei said with trembling hands. Zhou Youfu, who was originally somewhat afraid of Chen Hongwei, immediately frowned after hearing his words. Director Chen, you can't check the equipment just because you say so. Jiling has already sent someone to check the equipment, and there is no problem. You are doing this because you can't afford to lose? After seeing Jiang Fan's blood value reach 150 points, Zhou Youfu released all the anxiety that had been accumulated in his chest. 150 points equals notification letters from two beast-taming universities in Kyoto equals future beast-taming master equals the best of the best equals Jiang Fan equals equal to his own student. Just thinking about it made Zhou Youfu feel his blood boiling with desire. Before, he had only seen on the internet how glorious it was for those schools to have presidents who could attend the two beast-taming universities in Kyoto, but he never thought that it would be his turn today. Although he usually says that students' grades are their own business, whether they do well or badly, it is the school's business and has nothing to do with himself. But that is absolutely not the case. Zhou Youfu could already foresee the various intangible benefits involved. The joys and sorrows of all people are not shared. While some people were happy or sad about Jiang Fan's results, Jiang Fan in the Qi and Blood assessment classroom frowned. One of the reasons is that the Qi and Blood value results are lower than expected. But a more important reason was that he touched a sticky substance. And this sticky thing seems to be a royal beast. Chapter 146 Qinggang Grand Canyon. Afternoon, 4 o'clock. Qinggang Grand Canyon, on the outskirts of Lin High City. The entire canyon was now surrounded by a cordon. Many uniformed law enforcement officers and military personnel are guarding every exit of the canyon. And deep in the canyon, a fierce battle was going on. Damn it, even though these swift bees are only first level, they are numerous, fast, and most importantly, poisonous. They are really hard to deal with. Yicheng placed a 2-meter-high steel plate in front of himself. But the steel plate was already covered with densely packed small punctures, and it looked as if the damage had been reduced to 0. Is there any good way? We can't hold on any longer like this. There was a constant buzzing sound in his ears, and Yicheng shouted back to Zhang Weimin, who was not far away. Find a river and hide in the water. After all, Zhang Weimin had more contact with beast taming, so he did not seem too flustered at this time, but kept giving orders to others. They were now trapped at the bottom of the canyon. The surrounding area was densely covered with jungle bushes, and they would easily trip if they were not careful. As they kept running towards the nearest water source, people kept falling behind. Screams and wails rang out one after another. Most of the people who went on the mission were not beastmasters, but they had to face the ferocious first-level beastmaster swift bees, and even with guns in hand they were somewhat powerless. Signs of defeat began to emerge. Seeing this, Yicheng's face turned red and he flew into a rage. Damn it, Grandmolly, tentacle jellyfish. Use water spout. He threw out a beast-controlling ball, and then an ice-blue transparent jellyfish floated in the air. The jellyfish had countless tentacles. Under Yicheng's command, its tentacles deformed and finally woven into the shape of a hollow cylinder. A torrent of water shot out from the hollow cylinder, continuously rushing towards the swift bees that were rushing towards Yicheng and others like crazy. Because the number of swift bees was too dense, they covered the sky like a swarm of locusts. Therefore, the effect of the water tornado was surprisingly good, and it immediately eliminated some of the swift bees that were chasing behind. We're almost there, right in front. Let's jump down together. The clear lake water came into view. The people, who had been forced into no way to retreat by the swift bees, jumped into the water one after another like monkeys. Hello, Director Zhang, please reply if you receive this. Just as Zhang Weimin was about to jump, the microphone in his ear rang. This is a message from the Temporary Combat Command. Receive. The person who controlled the swift bee in the Qingang Grand Canyon has been found. The other party called himself Dr. X. In the early years, he had carried out hostage kidnapping, animal taming, and theft in various cities and counties in Jiangnan province, which had an extremely bad impact. This person hates beastmasters extremely, and has even conducted illegal research on beastmasters' bodies. He is an S-level wanted criminal issued by Jiangnan province. The swift bees you encounter now should be the species he developed after researching, which are ferocious and brutal. If you go into the water, be prepared to be surrounded by them. Existing data shows that these swift bees have great endurance and are even more patient than a cheetah waiting for an opportunity to hunt. They will keep watching over you until you are exhausted. Zhang Weimin was shocked when he heard this information, but the swift bee behind him didn't give him time to react and came towards him with its hips raised. To jump or not to jump? Zhang Weimin said this to Yicheng. Besides him, Yicheng also received the communication just now. Don't worry, we have requested reinforcements from the neighboring city. The reinforcements are expected to arrive at 10 o'clock this evening. A voice came from the headset. Then why are you hesitating? It's better to soak in the water for a few hours than to be pierced like a sieve. Yicheng gritted his teeth and jumped into the water decisively. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weimin followed closely. However, both of them were careful and left their beasts on the shore. Compared to humans, beastmasters are obviously much more relaxed in dealing with swift bees. After all, Zhang Weimin's beast can burrow into the ground, and Yicheng's tentacle jellyfish can enter the water at any time without any fear. Sure enough, after everyone jumped into the water, the swift bee did not rush into the water. Instead, a black curtain was interwoven in the air, covering the water surface. It might be okay to stick your head out to take a breath, but if you want to get ashore and escape, that would be simply a pipe dream. Hee hee hee, do you think hiding in the water will help? I had already guessed that you would do this, so I made preparations in advance. In addition to the swift bees on your side, there are small green butterflies in the south, army ants in the north, and multi-legged centipedes in the east. Who can't make your forces in Linh High go around in circles? A cold voice sounded in the woods. No one could be seen except the sound. It's okay for you to wait for rescue here, but it will be a pity for the children in Linh High City. They will be ravaged by the sand giants soon, which is a pity. The voice was weird, as if he was teasing a 3-year-old child. The sand giant is an ancient beast that has 2 types of elements, earth and stone. Did you know that when the great mage Lucio summoned meteorites to attack Wang Meng's army, those meteorites that fell from the sky were sandstone giants? Even though mine is the weakest, it should have no problem destroying a small Linh High middle school. The sand giant was born for battle. Unless you can effectively attack it mentally and physically and make it fall into a deep sleep, otherwise, you will just have to wait and see those children being captured one by one and become my research subjects. Dr. X did not hide anything from Yicheng and others and directly told them his plan. His plan can be completely described by the 4 words, luring the tiger away from the mountain. Even though Yi Cheng and others have realized it, they are powerless to do anything now. They can only stare blankly and worry. Beast Tamer. Green Mango Jelly. Type: Water Beast Tamer. Level: 25. Features: it looks like a large tin bucket of jelly pudding, and it exudes the scent of mango. It likes to attack its opponents with sticky solutions. Status: feeling guilty, doing something bad, and preparing to escape. Tip: maybe you can use its psychological coercion to force it to do something for you. Jiang Fan glanced at the large mass in his hand. Could it be that this guy is the one who caused my health value to not reach 200 points? Teacher. Jiang Fan wanted to use the green mango jelly to signal to the invigilator that his grades might have been affected by it. However, the next second, the green mango jelly in his hand dripped from his hand like water. The green mango jelly dripped onto the ground and then kept moving towards the crack of the door outside the examination room, just like a child who has done something wrong and wants to run away. Chapter 147, Linh High Middle School, loses its reputation. Stop! Seeing that the big jelly was trying to escape, Jiang Fan immediately shouted at it to stop. This jelly seemed to be a timid creature. After Jiang Fan called out to it, its squirming body stopped instantly. Then, under Jiang Fan's gaze, its body continued to condense and finally changed color into a green jelly about the same size as an ordinary red plastic bucket. Come here. Is it you who caused the problem with my chi and blood value? Jiang Fan pretended to be furious, trying to scare him. However, at this moment, the door of the Qi and Blood Assessment classroom was pushed open by Chen Hongwei, director of the teaching bureau. As soon as he appeared at the door, he threw out the beast taming ball and sucked away the green mango jelly. Where did this wild beast come from? How dare it disrupt the order of the exam? How do you invigilators do your job? Chen Hongwei looked at the bewildered invigilator with anger on his face. The invigilator admitted his mistake in a daze. Then Chen Hongwei looked at Jiang Fan and gave him a thumbs up. Classmate, you are very good. 150 points of chi and health are enough to go to the 2 top beast-controlling universities in Kyoto. Come out as soon as the test is over, don't take up seats and delay other students. Jiang Fan originally wanted to report the situation, but when he heard this person say that 150 points were enough to get into the beast-taming university in Kyoto, the idea of reporting the situation faded a lot. Of course, this is not the only reason. Another reason is that Jiang Fan feels that being too ostentatious is not a good thing. What happened at the school gate yesterday is still vivid in my mind. If you don't want to be noticed by all kinds of weird people, you still need to hide some of your strength. Good. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan nodded and left the examination classroom. When he appeared in the hall of the Beast Taming and Breeding Center, Su Jiwei and Chen Sisi were already waiting there. It's just that their expressions are different. Su Jiwei laughed happily and immediately hit Jiang Fan's shoulder with his fist and shouted, "You are really good. It's 150 points. Oh my god, I have never seen such high health points. There is a monster inside your beast egg, right?" Compared to Su Jiwei's noisy voice, Chen Sisi was much calmer. She forced a smile at Jiang Fan, but it seemed a little forced. Congratulations. I heard from the teachers that your health and energy are high enough to go to Kyoto. That's amazing. It's not certain whether I'll go or not. Jiang Fan waved his hand. Although he often heard the names of the 2 universities in Kyoto, Jiang Fan felt that the latter was more attractive than the black-hearted St. King's Treasure at Jinling Beastmaster University. After our school's exams are over, I really want to see the expressions on Li Yi and Tiger's faces. Just thinking about it makes me feel better. Su Jiwei laughed out loud. At this time, the people from Linh High Middle School who had completed the assessment of their chi and blood values all turned their eyes to Jiang Fan. The envy and jealousy in his eyes were hard to conceal. Hey, I originally thought there wasn't that big of a gap between him and me, and I could always catch up if I worked harder. But once he used up his 150 HP, I was powerless to catch up with him. Zhou Hao shook his head and sighed, glanced at Zhou Ping who was trembling beside him, and said nothing more. Outside the square of Linh High Middle School, a group of people were chatting animatedly. Because the assessment was over, some people had smiles on their faces. It goes without saying that they are the group of people with good chi and blood values. Hey, did you hear about what happened yesterday? It was Jiang Fan from Linh High Middle School, who was chasing 4 people with a baseball bat. The scene is spectacular just thinking about it. Did you hear wrongly? I remember it was for 10 people. Do you think he might have been injured yesterday, which would have caused his chi and blood values to not perform well in today's test, and he wouldn't have been able to achieve the best result? It's possible. After all, humans and beast men cannot be compared. If they really fight to the death, it will take 100 days to break their bones. 139 points of health value. Wow, with this score, you can go to a good university. It would be embarrassing if the score was less than 130 because of this. Everyone was talking at once. After hearing their conversation, Li Yi and Hu Tianba smiled even more. Li Yi, it seems that you are the person with the highest qi and blood value this year. Hu Tianba looked at Li Yi, and his words and expression already showed congratulations. After all, I have tried my best, so repeating a year is worth it. However, my current health value is only 142 points. Last year, I was able to get into the 2 universities in Kyoto, but this year it is not certain. Unfortunately, there is not enough time. If I can improve it to 150 points, I will be 100% sure to be admitted. Li said it was a pity, but he felt proud in his heart. The qi and health values of everyone present were worse than his, which naturally gave him reason to be proud. 150 points? That's an unimaginable number. Even Song Yunqi didn't reach this number last year. I think only big cities like Jinling, Kyoto, Shanghai, and Haidu have such numbers. Lin High? Let's wait and see when the physical fitness of the country's population improves in a few years. Feng Caixia interrupted at the right time. She found what Li Yi and the other man said interesting, so she just started talking. It's a pity for Jiang Fan. He was targeted for no reason yesterday. Do you know what happened? Feng Caixia was quite interested in Jiang Fan. After all, the person who sponsored her was also interested in Jiang Fan, so she wanted to get to know him better. I don't know. I usually go home in my dad's Land Rover and don't interact with bad people. Hu Tianba shrugged. I don't know. I drive a Porsche to school. The school has a special garage. I don't usually have anything to do with those low-level thugs. Li also smiled and expressed his opinion. Feng Caixia? Well, now I know you have money. Look, the people from Lin High Middle School are coming out. While the 3 were talking, the qi and blood assessments of all the students at Lin High Middle School had been completed, and they were led by their teachers back to their original positions. The results of qi and blood value will not be announced immediately. The Education Bureau needs to sort them out and publish them together with the results of cultural subjects. However, the results of the qi and blood test can be obtained immediately, so when students from other schools saw people from Lin High Middle School coming out, they couldn't help but curiously ask who the person with the highest qi and blood value in Lin High Middle School was, and whether it exceeded 130 points. 130 points? Jiang Fan from the ordinary class in our school has a health value of 150 points. 130 points is nothing. These are the exact words of a student from Lin High Middle School. As soon as he finished speaking, this sentence spread to the people in the square as if it had wings. The noisy sounds in the square suddenly disappeared, and it fell into deathly silence. Chapter 148, Ancient Beast Taming Sand Giant. It's a lie. It must be a lie. How dare you, Lin High Middle School, tell such a big lie? I guess they were driven crazy by Li Yi. It's a pity they can say 150 points. Do they really think the teachers are blind? After a moment of silence, a tsunami-like wave of condemnation rang out across the entire Lin High Middle School square. Lin High Middle School lost face last time when they were challenged, but now they have to tell such a lie that can be seen through at the first hearing. Don't they feel ashamed? Students from other schools all think the same way. Compared to other excited classmates, Li Yi and his classmates seemed much calmer. With serious faces, they asked the old man from their own school who had just come out of Lin High Middle School about the situation. Teacher, what is the highest qi and blood value in Lin High Middle School? Everyone looked at the teachers, but the teachers shook their heads and sighed, remaining silent. A teacher with a big mouth spoke up quietly, with envy in his tone. Why is Lin High Middle School so lucky? It was fine that there was Song Yunqi last year, but today there is also Jiang Fan? Their principal must have accumulated virtue for 10 lifetimes to have these 2 students, right? What do you mean? Jiang Fan's HP is the same as Song Yunqi's, 140 points, but that's not as high as mine. Li felt a little confused after hearing what the teacher said. However, just when everyone was still guessing what Jiang Fan's blood and energy value was, the ground in the square of Lin High Middle School suddenly shook violently. Again? This was everyone's first reaction after feeling the tremor. After all, the earthquakes in Lin High City were very frequent before, and they only eased up in recent days. Everyone thought the earthquake had passed, but they didn't expect to feel it again today. Hey, look at the school gate. What is that? A trembling voice sounded in surprise. Everyone looked towards the school gate. The next second, everyone was petrified on the spot. So, what is that? A stone monster as tall as a 2- or 3-story building, made up of pieces? When they saw the huge monster at the school gate, everyone was dumbfounded. They were just high school students and had never experienced such a scene. After the shock, everyone screamed and ran away like frightened mice. Don't panic, it's just a statue. Everyone calm down. This is just a 3D image projected by the school. There is no danger. Everyone followed the teachers from Linh High Middle School and evacuated in an orderly manner from the back door of the school. The teachers tried their best to maintain stability at the scene, but it was of no use. Bubu seed. Use dissipate dust to remove the students' impatience. Suddenly, a voice came from the door of the Beast Taming Research Center. Jiang Fan looked over when he heard the voice and found that the person who spoke was actually Asada Miko. Her Bubu seed looks exactly the same as the Bubu seed on the spaceship, except that the skill is something Jiang Fan has never heard of. I think Taming Company made some changes when making the spaceship. Although we don't know how strong Asada Miko is, the fact that she can calm down everyone on the basketball court in an instant with her shot shows that she is very capable. Don't be nervous, students. There is nothing to be afraid of. This beast is harmless. Zhou Yufu's voice rang out over the school loudspeaker. Then, just as he finished shouting, the next second he saw the stone man, which was 2 or 3 stories tall, uprooted the security booth at the school gate and threw it directly into the crowd. King Kong, stop him. A King Kong gorilla suddenly jumped out from the crowd. The security booth that was about to hit the students was intercepted in midair. It's Li. Li has taken action. His King Kong is so powerful. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Li Yi with admiration. Those who are not capable of fighting should leave with the teachers and do not stay where you are. Yi Yuro also stood up. Compared to Li Yi, her attack seemed even more terrifying. Of course, it's not the strength that's terrifying, but the money. Yi Yuro gently threw an ice blue scroll towards Tion. When the scroll opened, the sky of the entire square was covered. The sun disappeared, and a steady stream of rain began to fall. An 8 million weather change scroll is not bad. Luckily, my dad gave me one when he left. But I didn't expect that something would actually happen. Yi Yuro's heart sank. The stone man not far away is unfathomable. There is no way to solve it by relying on one's own strength. I can only take one step at a time. 1,000 miles of ice. Yi Yuro released Articuno. The ice blue Articuno flapped its wings violently. With the power of the rain scroll and skills, the mighty stone man was frozen for a moment and couldn't break free. Yi Yuro's actions bought a lot of time for the ordinary students of Linh High Middle School. After the situation was gradually under control, the students began to retreat in an orderly manner under the organization of the teachers. This stone man is a bit weird. Could it be related to those 4 people yesterday? Jiang Fan's mind moved, and the stone man's information appeared before his eyes. Beast Tamer. Sand Giant. Series, Earth and Stone. Level 38. Level 3 Beast Tamer. Description. The ancient beast seems to have just awakened from a deep sleep. Status, furious. Its body seems to be controlled by some strange drug. Uniform plan. Its body is hard, and few beasts of the same level can break its defense. Can be subdued by using psychic attacks. P.S. You cannot blindly use mental attacks to stimulate the sand giant. You must control it first and then kill it with one move. Otherwise, the mentally stimulated sand giant will become even more violent and use the skill Taishan Meteorite Drop that can summon meteorites from the sky. A frantic 3rd-level beast? Controlled by drugs? Are there any hidden skills after going crazy? After seeing this information, Jiang Fan was basically certain that someone must have been planning this commotion for a long time. Jiang Fan had no idea of the other party's purpose. Judging from the 4 people yesterday, it is very likely that the other party has set their sights on me. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Fan would definitely be the first to escape if he encountered this situation. But this time he didn't run. Since we all know that the other party might be coming for us, there seems to be no point in running away. Jiang Fan still didn't know how powerful this 3rd-level Beastmaster was. But with so many people on my side, plus the school leaders, we shouldn't be too passive, right? Jiang Fan thought so in his heart, but after a while, he deeply felt how unreliable the school leaders he expected were. Chapter 149. I will stay in the rear, you go first. What kind of beast is that? Why is it so big? Hurry up and check the beast encyclopedia. In the beast taming breeding center, Chen Hongwei was stunned when he saw the situation outside through the surveillance camera. Under normal circumstances, the strength of a beast can be reflected from many intuitive aspects, such as body size, species, various exoskeletons, etc. The sand and stone giant that has now appeared at Linh High Middle School gives people a feeling of being invincible just from its size. I found out. This is a sandstone giant, an ancient imperial beast. It has only been recorded in text and pictures in history books. Director Wong looked at the entry of the sand giant on his phone and gave an explanation. Sandstone giants are also known as war machines. In ancient times, when weapons were not yet developed, they played a very important role in combat. Their sizes range from 8 meters to 100 meters, and the shortest sand and stone giants are all third-level beasts. Moreover, the entire body of the sand giant is made up of strange rock and soil materials and is extremely hard. The sand giant is an earth and stone beast tamer. You can use water and grass beast tamers to deal with it. The beast that is invading our school now should be a third-level sandstone giant. After Director Wong finished speaking, he looked at Chun Hongwei. Director Chun, we must act immediately. We cannot just watch these students suffer. If we talk about the combat effectiveness of the entire Linh High Middle School now, Director Wong, Zhou Youfu, and Chen Hongwei are definitely among the top ones. Therefore, no one else except them can take on the task of stopping the sand giants. An ancient beast man? A third-level beast man at that. Chen Hongwei's expression was uncertain. As the director of the Education Bureau and also a second-level beastmaster, he naturally had no choice but to take responsibility in the current situation. But the problem is that the beastmaster on the opposite side is a third-level beastmaster who is coming with great momentum. If he acts rashly, he will definitely get into trouble. You two go outside and stabilize the situation. I'll call for reinforcements now. Chen Hongwei thought for a while and said this. Director Chin, we can't wait. This sand and stone giant has already reached the school gate, and it will probably tear down the school soon. If you don't come with us, we won't be able to handle it on our own. Director Wong was aware of his own strength. He looked at Chen Hongwei with a bitter face, wanting him to come out and fight the enemy together. Zhou Youfu stood by and said nothing. His meaning is slightly different from Director Wong's. Rather than resisting the terrifying third-level beast, it is safer to organize the evacuation of personnel. If a school is destroyed, it can be rebuilt, but if people are gone, everything is over. Being pressed step by step by Director Wong, Chen Hongwei showed an unhappy look on his face. When something like this happens, doesn't someone need to be in charge at the back? If I also take action, who will take charge of the situation on the scene? I understand what you mean, but I can't get away now. This is my Beast Tamer Green Mango Jelly. With it, you will be able to deal with that third-level beast more easily. Without saying anything, Chen Hongwei took out his beast taming ball and handed it to Zhou Youfu. If you handle this matter properly today, I will not cause trouble to your Linh High Middle School in the next 10 years. Zhou Youfu looked at the beast-controlling ball that Chen Hongwei placed in his hand, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. Director Chun, this is your beast. If you don't command it yourself, I'm afraid it won't be able to exert even half of its combat power. Zhou Youfu is not a fool. He doesn't believe Chen Hongwei's words that he won't cause trouble for the school for 10 years. Moreover, in this situation, is it time to think about the next 10 years? If I go out, I'm afraid I might even lose my life. Okay, let's do as Director Chun says. While Zhou Youfu was still thinking about how to refuse, Director Wong next to him had already grabbed his hand and rushed out. Director Wong is very powerful. Zhou Youfu finds that he are both first-level beastmasters, but he cannot defeat him. Wang Tion is such a good hidden guy. In the square of Linh High Middle School, Yi Yuro's freezing effect did not last long. The sand and stone giant was restrained for about a minute or two before breaking free. Its huge stone fists were huge and long, hanging straight down even past the knees of its stone thighs. Roar. After being frozen for a while, the sand giant let out a roar of hatred. Then everyone saw dust being blown up on the surrounding land. Yi Yuro and Li Yi were the first to face the attack of the sand giant. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but be stunned. Be careful. It's about to release its skill, raising sand. This skill will have a blinding effect, so quickly get your beasts to retreat. Jiang Fan, who was familiar with the various information panels of the sand giant, shouted to Yi Yuro. When Yi Yuro heard Jiang Fan's voice, she let her Articuno retreat back to her side without hesitation. But Li Yi sneered after hearing Jiang Fan's words. This big stone man is obviously a rock-type beastmaster, so how could he use the sand-raising skill that is exclusive to the earth-type? King Kong, use Earth Shatter to block his path. King Kong swung his fist and smashed the ground, changing the terrain. Li Yi felt that this move was enough to block the sand giant's retreat. His gorilla King Kong heard the command and attacked quickly. Compared with the sand giant, it is much smaller and appears to be particularly flexible. When he saw that King Kong was less than 2 meters away from the sand giant, Li Yi roared, "King Kong, now is the time. Dig a big hole under its feet." Roar, roar, roar. King Kong pounded his chest angrily, and just when he was about to use his skills, his eyes suddenly blurred. The chaotic dust entered the eyes and caused them to feel piercing pain. King Kong narrowed his eyes, trying not to let the dust affect him. However, this makes it lose its direction, and its fists, which are gathering strength, don't know where to hit. King Kong, be careful. Just when King Kong was about to smash it down based on his feeling, Li Yi's voice came. But it was all too late. In the dust, the sand giant punched directly at King Kong. The huge force caused King Kong to fly backwards dozens of meters, and finally left a long trail on the ground and stopped next to Li Yi. King Kong was seriously injured and turned into a stream of light and returned to the beast taming ball. How is that possible? Why is it blowing up sand? Li Yi looked at the beast taming ball in his hand and felt extremely distressed. He spent a lot of effort in cultivating King Kong. I was seriously injured the first time I faced the enemy today. Judging from King Kong's appearance, he will not be able to recover in a short period of time without special medicine. Jiang Fan, everyone in your school said that your chi and health value has reached 150 points. I'm afraid you have already hatched a beast, right? Why don't you come, you wimp? Li was feeling angry and depressed but had no place to vent it. He happened to remember Jiang Fan shouting at him, so he simply took out his anger on him. Chapter 150, The Sonic Impact of the Knocking Monkey. Damn, you idiot. Jiang Fan just reminded you, but you didn't listen. Now you're taking your anger out on someone else? Are you putting the blame on me? Su Jiwei, who was beside Jiang Fan, immediately became unhappy after hearing what Li Yi said. Jiang Fan is his deskmate, his good brother, and a great benefactor who helped him increase his energy and health by a full 10 points. If anyone dares to say bad things about Jiang Fan now, Su Jiwei would want to find a knife to chop the person into pieces and feed them to the dogs. How can you blaspheme our second parents? The sand giant is an ancient beast that possesses both earth and rock attributes. Its sand-raising skill can really get you into trouble. At this time, Director Wang and Zhou Youfu had already come out of the beast taming breeding center. He looked at the sandstone giant that was as tall as a 2-story building and said to Li Yi and others, "Leave in an orderly manner as instructed by the teachers. This is not a place for you to interfere." But Director Wang, Li wanted to say something else. His King Kong was severely injured, and there was nothing to be gained by retreating now. Originally, he wanted to get some experience by hanging around school leaders to increase his chances of being admitted to the Beastmaster University in Kyoto. No buts. Director Chun of the Education Bureau has seen your efforts. The leader will not forget you. How could Director Wang not know what Li Yi was thinking? Hearing that his actions just now had attracted the attention of Director Chun, Li Yi's originally gloomy expression suddenly turned into great joy. Really? Director Chun is also at Linh High Middle School? The only responses he got were rolls of the eyes from Director Wang and Zhou Youfu. Knowing that it was boring, Li stopped trying to show off after the excitement. After all, the purpose of my performance has been achieved, and there is no point in staying here any longer. Jiang Fan, you guys should leave quickly too. This sandstone giant is very dangerous. Don't stay here. After talking to Li Yi, Director Wang also said the same thing to Jiang Fan beside him. Now, all the students of Linh High Middle School are still retreating in batches. With people like us blocking here, we should be able to delay the sand giant for quite some time, giving the students a chance to retreat. Good. Jiang Fan was not being pretentious. Since Director Wang and others were supporting him, there was no need for him to show off. I just hope that Director Wang and his team can hold on a little longer and not get knocked down in such a short time. Oh, Director Wang, before you are absolutely sure you can control the sand giant, don't use mental attacks on it. Doing so will only anger it and cause it to release terrifying skills. Before leaving, Jiang Fan did not forget to remind Director Wang. Although he didn't know how powerful the so-called Taishan meteorite drop was, just by hearing the name he knew that this skill was of great importance. If it were used, it might cause a large number of casualties. Good. Director Wang nodded. After all, he has been engaged in beast taming education for many years, and he claims to know much more about beast taming than Jiang Fan. Director Wang was not aware that Jiang Fan's mental attack would anger the sand giant, so he simply assumed that Jiang Fan had confused the sand giant's weaknesses with those of other beasts. So he didn't pay too much attention to Jiang Fan's words. Ms. Asada Miko, the complete defense of Linh High City's college entrance examination is carried out by your ant group. You can't escape in the middle of a battle. Director Wang turned his head and looked at Asada Miko, who was not far away. Of course not. Which domestic company doesn't know that Ant Group is the most trustworthy? It's just a third-level sandstone giant. It can't cause much trouble. Miko Asada is very confident. She herself is a second-level Beastmaster. Ma Tianyu is also a second-level Beastmaster, and Ma Tianyu's younger brother is a first-level Beastmaster. This lineup is stronger than the leadership team of Linh High Middle School. No one in Linh High Middle School is afraid, so why should I be afraid? After this matter is over, the defense expenses we agreed on before must be increased. Otherwise, the Ant Group will lose more than it gains. Okay. Director Wang nodded in agreement. Principal Zhou and I don't have strong mental strength, so we can only command one beast at a time. It's up to you guys to handle it. Green mango jelly, come out. Director Wang waved his hand, and green mango jelly appeared from the beast controlling ball. Do your best. Bubu seed, fire fist monkey, come out. As she spoke, Miko Asada threw two beast controlling balls onto the ground. Ma Tianyu, red bat, prepare for a new battle. Ma Tianxiang, knocking monkey, it's up to you. Several beasts appeared at the same time, and the scene felt like everyone was fighting against a big boss online. I remember that the knocking monkey has a move called Sonic Shock that can directly attack the beast's spirit, right? Don't use it casually later. The sand giant will go crazy if it encounters a mental attack, which is not good for us. After Director Wang saw Ma Tianxiang's knocking monkey, he remembered Jiang Fan's words and spoke up to remind him. Director Wang knows so much about the sand giants? Asked Miko Asada in surprise. What do you mean by understanding or not understanding? This is what Jiang Fan told me. This kid has his own unique insights on beast control. There's nothing wrong in listening to him. Director Wang's trust in Jiang Fan did not come for no reason. When Jiang Fan was basking in the sun with the beast taming egg in the school playground, many students and teachers knew about it. Many people even secretly called Jiang Fan an idiot. But in the end, Jiang Fan's energy and blood soared all the way and crushed the entire school. Who else dares to laugh at him? As far as Director Wang knew, even Zhou Hao and Zhou Ping had secretly imitated Jiang Fan's behavior. But the result is unknown. Jiang Fan, that guy has no real ability except being arrogant and looking down on others. Why would you trust him? When Ma Tianxiang heard Director Wang say that he could use Sonic Impact himself, he suddenly felt embarrassed. You should know that his knocking monkey passed the first-level Beast Tamer assessment with the help of Sonic Wave Shock. If he couldn't use Sonic Wave Shock, then he and the knocking monkey might as well go farming. It never hurts to be cautious. Director Wang sighed, then turned his gaze to the sand giant. Ms. Asada Miko, use the entanglement of the bubu seed to bind the sand giant's thighs. I will have green mango jelly spray the slippery solution at its feet later, and the rest of you will wait for the opportunity to act. When the sand giant falls, we will have a good chance of taking him down. Director Wang has rich combat experience. The battle plan he proposed was immediately agreed upon by everyone present. We must hurry while the rainy day scroll is still effective. Chapter 151 Meteorites falling from the sky, please point. While Director Wang and others were discussing a strategy to capture the sand giant, on the other side, Jiang Fan was retreating among the crowd. However, because there were too many students and the back door of Linh High Middle School was not large, the evacuation became very slow. During this period, Yi Euro found Jiang Fan. Mr. Jiang. Hearing Yi Euro's words, Jiang Fan, who was evacuating, turned back. Jiang Fan felt a little awkward being addressed as Sir by Yi Euro since he was surrounded by students of the same age. You can just call me Jiang Fan or Xiao Fan. Jiang Fan was speechless when he saw Su Jiwei and Chen Sisi looking at him with doubtful and curious eyes. Okay then, I'm probably not as old as you, so calling you Xiao Fan won't work. So I'll just call you Jiang Fan. In fact, the reason why Yi Euro calls Jiang Fan Mr. Jiang is, firstly, that Jiang Fan's ability is worthy of the title of Mr. Secondly, it is due to his family education. We were all just students who had just graduated from high school, and it was always a bit awkward to call each other Mr. or Ms. Then I'll call you Yi Euro too. Mr. Jiangba, Jiang Fan, you don't have to be polite to me, just call me Euro. The two of them corrected each other's way of addressing, which made the people around them dumbfounded. Oh my god, Jiang Fan is such a good kid, hey? Why are you stepping on me, monitor? Su Jiwei just wanted to praise Jiang Fan for his family's red flags flying high, but the colorful flags outside were sanctioned by Chen Sisi. Sister, this is not the time to talk about this. Yi Yusin, who was standing by, was also very speechless when she heard the conversation between the two. Oh yes. Yi Euro blushed when she came back to her senses, and immediately took out a beast-controlling ball and handed it to Jiang Fan. This is Dad's beast-controlling bean sprout. I wanted to ask Xiaoduya to help me deal with the sand giant, but it didn't want to listen to me. Do you have any ideas? The bean sprouts were given to Yi Yuro by Yi Cheng. At the beginning, Xiaoduya behaved very well and was sensible. But just now, it kept attacking the beast-controlling ball, trying to escape from it, which made Yi Yuro a little helpless. Through the beast-controlling ball, Jiang Fan saw the small bean sprouts inside. Just by scanning the system, he found out the reason why Xiaoduya was irritable. It's your father's beast, and it should be the kind that has a contract, so it can sense your father's condition. The reason why it is so anxious to run out now is probably because it senses that your father is in danger. By the way, where is your dad? How dangerous must he be to cause this kind of reaction from the Beastmaster? Ah, then, what should we do then? After hearing Jiang Fan's words, the sisters Yi Yuro and Yi Yusin were stunned for a moment. Just as Jiang Fan said, their father was away on a mission and hasn't called home yet. Could it be that? The more they thought about it, the more anxious the two sisters became, and they almost cried. Your father should be fine at the moment. If anything happens to him, the little bean sprout that has a contract with him will also be in trouble. Rather than worrying about your father, you should restore Xiaoduya's abnormal condition. After hearing Jiang Fan's words, the two sisters calmed down a little. Since Jiang Fan said nothing happened, then there must be nothing wrong. After seeing Jiang Fan's abilities, they had complete faith in him. So what do we do now? It's actually very simple. Just release the bean sprout and communicate with it. The beast tamer understands human nature. If you explain the current situation to it clearly, it will definitely not make trouble again. Communication is an effective way to solve problems between beastmasters and beastmasters. You can try it more often in the future. The reason why beastmasters are called beastmasters is because they are different from ordinary wild animals. They are fully conscious and more like humans. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuro hurriedly released the bean sprouts. The noisy little bean sprout was held down by Yi Yuro and Yi Yusin at the same time, and then the two girls began a brainwashing-like communication. After a while, the noisy little bean sprouts finally calmed down. It really works. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuro just wanted to thank Jiang Fan. But just as she raised her head, something strange happening in the sky caught her attention. Then, what is that? Why are there so many black spots in tion? Yi Yuro stuttered and finished the sentence. As soon as she finished speaking, other screams were heard one after another. In the sky? Is that a black hole in the sky? Something came out of the hole. It looks like a big rock. Why do I feel like that stone is flying towards us? There were exclamations of surprise from the crowd. Jiang Fan also raised his head and looked upwards. When he saw the scene in the sky clearly, his pupils shrank. Ding! The sand giant is furious and activates the skill, Taishan Meteor Fall. Tarzan Meteorite Drop. Summons a meteorite from the sky. The size of the meteorite is determined by the strength of the sand giant, causing a large range of damage to enemies on the ground. Note: the current attack range is detected to be 200 meters around the sand giant. Please be careful to avoid it. The system's voice rang in his ears, and Jiang Fan was so angry that he almost swore. Didn't I tell you already? Which idiot did this? As soon as he thought about it, Jiang Fan no longer cared about so many things. We must evacuate immediately. Stay away from the sand giants. Rocks from the sky are about to fall. Jiang Fan shouted with all his might. His 200 points of health are not to be underestimated. He roared with all his might, and his voice echoed throughout the campus. Stay away from the sand giants. Rocks from the sky are about to fall. There was no response after shouting once, so Jiang Fan shouted several more times in a row. But there are too many people after all. Amid the chaos, many people ran around the school square like headless flies, always staying within the attack range of the sand giant skills. Damn it, you really don't understand what I'm saying. Jiang Fan rushed over angrily to pull people away, taking action with the attitude of taking as many people as possible. His chi and health values are very high, so running back and forth is not only fast but also does not consume much energy. This is not a solution. We have to find a way to stop the rocks from falling. Jiang Fan didn't think he could really stop the meteorite from falling. However, he has a life-saving skill, Dragonclaw, so it won't be a problem for him to withstand the damage from the meteorite. Now we can only give it a try in this situation. Otherwise, if a meteorite falls, let alone a radius of 200 meters, the shock wave from its fall alone will be able to blow away everything around it. It looks like it's time for her to take action. Jiang Fan's hand reached for his trouser pocket. There is a beast taming ball there, and inside the beast taming ball is the beast taming that has been hatched from the devil egg. Chapter 152. Knocking Monkey, Sonic Impact. Go back in time a little. Faced with the third-level beast controlling sand and stone giant, Director Wong and others began to wait for an opportunity after deploying the battle plan. Thanks to Yuro's Rainy Day Scroll and Articuno's skill effects, the sand giant's movement speed slowed down a lot. When it was only 10 meters away from him and his companions, Director Wong suddenly shouted angrily, "Go, green mango jelly. Use the slippery solution. Bub seed. Use entanglement." Two voices, one male and one female, sounded at the same time. Then, on the slippery ground, several green vines broke through the soil and went straight to the feet of the sand and stone giant. At the same time, a mass of green solution was shot out from the body of the Beastmaster Green Mango Jelly, landing right on the broad sole of the sand and stone giant's feet. Pull hard to break its balance. Miko Asada gave instructions to her boob seed. Unlike what ordinary people see, she is not just giving verbal commands. The spirit in the body must also be connected to the bubu seed in order to maximize the power of various skill effects. The vines released by the bubu seeds are not big, about the same thickness as a normal bamboo. It is not easy to use a few vines like this to trip up a sand and stone giant as big as a 2-story building. If it weren't for the slippery solution released by the green mango jelly, Miko Asada wouldn't have been sure she could do it. The vines on bubu seed's body continued to spiral up the legs of the sand giant. It had used up almost all its strength, and the sand and stone giant was about to fall down. Fire Fist Monkey, use the Flame Fist to attack its chest. Miko Asada's mental strength is not weak, and she can command 2 beasts at the same time. At her command, the Fire Fist Monkey, whose fists were swollen like boxing gloves, let out an "Aya," and then quickly punched the sand giant's chest. The Fire Fist Monkey's punch hit the sand giant's chest hard. This punch was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The sand giant stepped on the slippery solution one after another, was pulled by the vines and lost his balance, and was finally hit in the center of gravity by a punch. He fell backwards like a collapsed building. Success. Director Wong was overjoyed when he saw this. Principal, hurry up, let your bird release ice mist to freeze it. Zhou Yufu was not ambiguous when he saw that the advantage was on his side. As soon as the beast taming ball was thrown out, a bird-tamed beast as big as a dog appeared. Beep, 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 beep. The reason why this bird is called the beeping bird is because its call sounds just like its name, beeping nonstop. The beeping bird appeared, and as its mouth opened and closed, white mist spread towards one of the legs of the sand giant. No, the ice mist of the beep bird can only freeze one of its legs. This is already the limit of the beep bird. Trying to use a first-level beast tamer against a third-level beast tamer is a bit unrealistic. Red Bat, unleash a crazy claw attack on its head. Ma Tianyu was not ambiguous when he saw the situation on the scene, and immediately ordered his beast to attack the sand giant. However, the Red Bat's attack effect is unexpectedly weak. There was no substantial damage done to the sand giant at all. The body of the sand giant is too thick. It is difficult for a non-restraining beast tamer to effectively control it. Green Mango Jelly, launch a water tornado. After seeing this scene, Director Wong also realized that normal means would not be able to deal with the sand giant. So he simply let the green mango jelly, which belongs to the water system, attack the sand giant, which would have a better effect. However, he had just commanded green mango jelly to launch a water tornado when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. This is a sign of mental exhaustion, which can also be understood as the Beastmaster's mana bar being empty. Green mango jelly is a second-level beast, and it is not Director Wong's own beast. The current situation is actually foreseeable. Director Chun, come out and help. Director Wong shouted at the top of his voice towards the Beast Taming Training Center. But there was no response for a long time. Fuck you, Chinbei. If I can't survive today, I will definitely report you, you bastard, to Jinling. Director Wong is usually amiable, but at this moment, it was as if he had taken off his disguise mask and started cursing in the direction of the Beast Taming and Breeding Center. But it didn't work. No, the sand giant is about to stand up. Miko Asada, Zhou Yufu and others screamed in surprise. Quick, retreat quickly. Seeing this, Director Wong could only continue to command green mango jelly to release the water spout. However, as the number of water spouts released increased, Director Wong only felt his head buzzing. Everything I saw was spinning around, and I couldn't even stand steadily. Knocking Monkey, use Sonic Shock. In a daze, Director Wong heard such a voice. No, no. Before you completely control the sand giant, no. Don't stimulate it with mental attacks. Director Wong wanted to say this, but he found that he didn't even have the strength to open his mouth. The next second, His eyes went dark and he fell to the ground. Director Wang. Director Wang's situation also brought back everyone's memories. Ma Tianxiang stepped forward and stood in front of Director Wang. Director Wang has fallen, but I'm still here. Sound Monkey, continue to use Sonic Shock. Ma Tianxiang had just finished speaking when the sand and stone giant, who had already been hit by a wave of sound, froze. Ma Tianxiang thought that his sonic impact was effective, and a look of joy instantly appeared on his face. He was even more disdainful of Jiang Fan, who was giving random advice. But the next second, when he was about to use sonic attack again, red flames suddenly rose from the sand giant's body. What's going on? Everyone who saw this situation was puzzled. The next moment, there was a whoosh sound, and the huge sand and stone giant disappeared. The square where it had just stood was now empty. Run away? Ma Tianxiang murmured softly, and then he heard exclamations and gasps from all around. He looked up and was stunned for a moment. Why is there a hole in the sky? And it seems like a big rock is coming out of the hole, coming towards you like a meteorite? There is no way to avoid it. There is no way to avoid it. After seeing the meteorite getting closer and closer, Ma Tianxiang had this idea in his mind for some reason. Could this be the violence that Jiang Fan was talking about? Like Ma Tianxiang, Asada Miko and others had the same thought when they saw this scene. The power of this meteorite is beyond the ability of these people to withstand. They are completely finished now. Just when everyone was in despair and the meteorite was less than 100 meters away from the ground, a small black dot suddenly appeared in the sky. Chapter 153 Beast Tamer, Little Devil. When it comes to the first beast he hatched, Jiang Fan can only describe it in 2 words, weird. Let's talk about her appearance first. Jiang Fan first thought of a few keywords. Demon, humanoid, scales. It is only natural that a demon will hatch from a demon egg. Jiang Fan had already prepared for this. But when Jiang Fan saw that a small humanoid demon hatched from the devil egg, he was still a little shocked. But that's nothing. Although humanoid beastmen are uncommon, it does not mean that they do not exist. Take Song Yunxi's snow shadow doll for example. It is in human form and as cute as a porcelain doll. When people see it, they can't help but want to hold it in their hands and take good care of it. Moreover, the snow shadow dolls are all female, and their lethality to male compatriots is even stronger. So when Jiang Fan discovered that his beast had 2 small bags, he was not too surprised. He had even seen beasts that looked 80% similar to his own in many film and television works, and even in anime and comics, people affectionately called them succubi. However, Jiang Fan's little succubus is different from the succubus that most people like to see. In addition to the common features such as devil horns, devil wings, and devil tail, Jiang Fan's little succubus has something else on its body, namely scales. Scales like black crystals covered the triangular area between the little succubus's buttocks. The 2 small bags on her chest were half covered by scales, and the valleys on her peaks were empty. Extending from the ravine to the navel is the smooth skin commonly known as bronze. Her bronzed complexion was as smooth as if a fitness expert had smeared oil on her body, almost reflective. As for the rest, there is no need to explain too much. As long as most people see Jiang Fan's beast, the image of the succubus they have seen before will always emerge in their minds. Jiang Fan currently doesn't know much information about this little beast-taming succubus of his. Even the system only has a brief introduction. But there is one thing that Jiang Fan is very clear about. This little succubus of his had completely inherited some of the tricks that the succubus in the legend was accustomed to performing. For example, being good at stirring up others' passions. For example, the inexplicable fragrance emanating from the body is like a strong favorite drug. For example, they like to get into other people's dreams and make trouble, add spring colors to other people's dreams, etc. On the night of hatching, Jiang Fan was dreaming when she took advantage of his opportunity and messed him up in his dream. When I got up, I was distracted and ran to change my pants in a panic. A being with 200 points of health and energy was actually made so embarrassed by her. It can be seen how terrifying she is. Moreover, Jiang Fan had every reason to suspect that Aunt Tang's recent series of strange behaviors were the work of his own little succubus. After all, when she was still in the egg, she was able to release an inexplicable force to suppress the beast of a low level. If she wanted to use some special means, it would definitely be simple. It was precisely because of these reasons that Jiang Fan was reluctant to release her from the beast taming ball. After all, this evil beast will not only seriously affect your own health, but may even destroy family harmony. So you must be on guard at all times. That's probably what you get from buying eggs on the black market. All sorts of weird stuff. Jiang Fan had thought about this more than once. After talking about the weirdness of the little succubus, we have to mention her skills. Touch of the Devil, Dragon's Claw, Devil's Dance, and Nightmare. These 4 skills correspond to the Succubus's Devil Horns, Devil Tail, Devil Wings, and Devil Body respectively. Devil's Touch, fear and command the enemy. Dragonclaw, a famous sword, increases damage. Jiang Fan feels that this skill is no different from Xiang Yu's ultimate move in Glory of Kings. Devil's Dance, reduces the enemy's attributes by 100% and can also suppress the enemy. Nightmare is a powerful suppression skill. It is also applicable to enemies that are 3 levels higher than itself, and the effect is also suppression. What can I say about these 4 skills? They are basically pure auxiliary skills. Only Dragonclaw has a bit of a dying counterattack flavor. The rest have an aggression of approximately 0. Jiang Fan had reviewed these skills several times in the middle of the night. Does he have to wait until he is about to be killed before he can fight back and fight for a chance of survival? Obviously, Jiang Fan's idea was right. Because during the Sand Giant's ultimate attack, his Beastmaster Succubus used the skill, Dragonclaw, to great effect and saved countless people. Little Devil. Use Dragonclaw. Little Devil is the name Jiang Fan gave to his own beast. It is simple and easy to remember, and Jiang Fan is very satisfied with it. When Miko Asada and others looked up at the meteorite in the sky with despair on their faces, a small black dot suddenly appeared in the sky, in the direction of the meteorite's movement. What is that, and what does it do? Many people cannot see clearly at an altitude of 100 meters. At the scene, except for a few people who could see that the thing in the sky seemed to have a tail and wings, the rest of the people just regarded it as a small stain in the blue sky. After Jiang Fan gave the order, his body began to emit golden light. These rays of light belong to the protection of the dragon god mentioned in the skill description of Dragonclaw, which can ensure that Jiang Fan and the beast-taming demon will be safe and sound under a fatal blow. As the golden light radiated from Jiang Fan's body, the little devil in the sky also gathered all his strength. Her dark wings flapped rapidly, and soon a faint golden shadow of a dragon appeared on her back. The appearance of this evil dragon is not the 5-clawed golden dragon in Eastern legends, but is similar to the evil dragon that represents evil in the Western magical world. At the same time as the shadow of the evil dragon emerged, the Tarzan meteor drop, released by the sand giant, has already hit the little devil. The violent impact caused the little devil's body to move backwards continuously. Jiang Fan, as a beastmaster, was not feeling well either. When the little devil was hit, his head was buzzing and the veins in his temples bulged with pain. The blood inside seemed to be about to burst through the skin and spill out. Jiang Fan squatted on the ground with his head in his hands. Although the Dragonclaw is immune to death, the pain caused by the attack cannot be reduced in the slightest. He has to rely on his strong physical fitness to endure it. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. When the damage caused by the meteorite to the little devil reached a certain level, the shadow of the evil dragon behind her suddenly stretched out its claws and slapped the meteorite. Crack! A shattering sound was heard, and the huge meteorite kept falling off like the soil wrapping around the chicken when it was kiln. The figure of the sand and stone giant inside was exposed to the air. Chapter 154 Mummy. Come out, Black Bear Spirit. Boom. There was a sound of something heavy falling to the ground. A big hole was instantly smashed into the tiled plaza of Linh High Middle School. Waves of air surged towards the surrounding crowd. Ma Tianxiang, Ma Tianyu and others were blown away before they even had time to react. Zhou Yufu was much more conscientious than Chen Hongwei. When he saw the gust of wind coming, he did not forget to take the unconscious director Wang with him and run away. However, even if they ran, they were still shocked unconscious as they were in the center of the air wave. The expected devastating scene did not happen. Apart from Zhou Yufu, Asada Miko, and others who were knocked unconscious by the air wave, there were no substantial casualties. Jiang Fan stood up with the help of the people next to him. When he saw the little devil falling from the sky, he rushed over in 2 steps and caught it. The little devil's condition wasn't very bad, except that his energy and blood seemed a little thin. Originally, her full health was 200, but now she probably only has about 100 left. Roar! Jiang Fan was just about to say a few words to comfort her when the sand and stone giant that fell to the ground suddenly jumped up. The crisis has not been resolved. The sand and stone giant walked towards the crowd like a never-stopping war machine. Sand giant. Health status, 15%. Magic power, 50%. Mental state, rage. Jiang Fan scanned the sand giant's condition from top to bottom. The opponent's condition is not good, but it is definitely not bad. Looking around, Jiang Fan discovered that none of the people, including Asada Miko, could stand up steadily. If you want to stop the sand giant, it is very difficult to do it by yourself. Just as Jiang Fan was thinking about a countermeasure, a beast taming ball rolled to his feet. Jiang Fan, I'll leave the bean sprouts to you. No one here can make the best use of it except you. Our battle with it is not over yet. As she spoke, Yuro released her Articuno again. She is one of the few fighting forces in the whole field, so naturally she has to stand up in this situation. And me. Yusin was not willing to be outdone. The beast-controlling ball was thrown, and a colorful butterfly appeared. And I, the Ice Flower Tanuki, will soon be facing my first actual combat. Since you have all worked so hard, it would be embarrassing if I didn't make some effort. Come out, Russell Snake. Feng Saixia from Xuanyang Middle School also squeezed to the front. Behind her, Li Yi and Hu Tianba looked at her like idiots when they saw this scene. Silly woman, don't you understand what the situation is now? The sand and stone giants are simply not something we can resist. Hu Tianba crossed his arms and said disdainfully, let's go and protect Director Chun. He should be at the Beast Taming Breeding Center now. Li Yi waved his hand. Hu Tianba hesitated for a moment and then quickly followed. As long as Director Chun can be protected, it would be a good thing for him to embellish his academic record and add icing on the cake. Watching people stand up one by one, although Jiang Fan didn't say anything, he still looked at these young faces with admiration in his heart. If it were me, if I didn't have a second chance to live my life and my mind was much stronger than these students, I don't know if I would have the courage to stand up. But there are not so many ifs in the world. It is best to be pragmatic and live in the present. I used the bean sprouts to hold it back and used the freezing effect on it before the effect of the weather scroll wore off. Jiang Fan's arrangement is no different from Director Wang's, but he believed he could do better. Just now, when Jiang Fan was communicating with the little devil, he had a bold idea. That is to use the other 3 skills except Dragonclaw on the sand giant at the same time to suppress it. At the same time, Yuro and others also restrained them from the side. After the sand giant is under stable control, he will let the night demon launch a mental attack on the sand giant. Of course, mental attacks alone are not enough. It takes both mental and physical attack at the same time to stop this huge rock from working. Although this method is feasible, it has many risks. Jiang Fan has never tried to release the little devil's 3 skills at the same time. Maybe he might overdraw his physical condition. After all, the injuries he and the little devil had just suffered were not fake. When doing such a big move while injured, no one knows what the consequences will be. Jiang Fan passed on the task arrangement to several people, and then took out the beast-controlling ball that contained the little devil. It's up to you, little devil. Jiang Fan threw the beast-controlling ball out, and the little devil shook his head and flapped his wings to fly out of it. Little devil, use the skills Devil's Touch, Devil's Dance, and Nightmare together. AA. The little devil screamed, and his horns and wings lit up at the same time. The dark red skill halo swept directly towards the sand giant. The little devil's control and suppression skills are very effective. After releasing skills on the sand giant one after another, the sand giant was indeed suppressed. Like a knight kneeling on one knee, he lowered his head and did not move. After the little devil used 3 skills, he made a woo sound and went straight back into the beast-controlling ball. Jiang Fan felt a sharp pain in his head, as if someone was stirring his brain nerves with a stick. The pain was clear and sharp. But Jiang Fan can't care about so many things now. He used his rare mental state to communicate with Xiaoduya. Xiaoduya, use entanglement to tie up the body of the sand giant. Fortunately, his communication received a response from Xiaoduya. The spores on the bean sprout's head bloomed, and then everyone saw tender green grass popping up under the body of the sand giant like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. They grew rapidly, intertwined with each other, and wove into a cage that trapped the sand giant. A 3rd-level Beastmaster is worthy of being a 3rd-level Beastmaster. Even its skills are much more fancy than Asada Miko's Bubu Seed. Take advantage of now to attack the body of the sand giant. Jiang Fan roared, throwing out the beast-controlling ball to release the night demon, and commanding it to invade the spirit of the sand giant. Articuno, use Chidori Freeze. Colorful Butterfly, use Collision. Ice Flower Tanuki, use Water Tornado. Shasha Snake, use Rock Strike. Several voices sounded one after another. Jiang Fan communicated with the night demon while observing the condition of the sand giant. Health status, 15%. Health status, 10%. Health status, 5%. Health status, 1%. Tip: continue to launch mental attacks on the sand giant until its health is reduced to 0. External attacks and mental attacks should be carried out at the same time. The latter will trigger the skill Unyielding Stone to restore health. With this thought in mind, Jiang Fan no longer hesitated, commanding the night demons to continuously inflict damage on the sand giants. His head was about to explode. The intensive mental attacks put a heavy strain on his mind. Seeing the sand giant's health getting lower and lower, Jiang Fan roared in his heart as he felt his consciousness gradually dissipating. Faster, faster, faster. In fact, the attacks of Yi Yuro and others were not slow, but the sand and stone giant had thick skin and flesh, making it difficult to deal with him. This 1% of health has not yet been reached, which makes Jiang Fan sigh in his heart. It would be great if he had another helper. Just as Jiang Fan was looking forward to it, he glanced over and seemed to see a guy wrapped like a mummy pushing a wheelchair towards him not far away. How dare you, the evil creature, disturb the public order of Linh High City. I will teach you a lesson. Come out, Black Bear. Chapter 155, Capturing the Sand Giant. Just looking at the figure, Jiang Fan couldn't tell who the person wrapped in countless bandages was. But when he heard the 3 words, Black Bear Demon, Jiang Fan reacted instantly and laughed out loud involuntarily in a trance. Isn't the person who came none other than the director of the Security Bureau, Tion? Black Bear. Use Black Whirlwind. In the bandages, Tion bared his teeth and roared angrily. What is speechless is that not only is he wrapped in bandages, but even his beast, the Black Bear, has a bandage wrapped around its head. That look was unexpectedly funny. Tianfeng's Black Bear Demon's attack came at just the right time. When the health of the sand giant dropped to 0.5% and Jiang Fan was about to collapse, the Black Bear Demon used a Black Whirlwind shockwave to directly clear the health of the sand giant to 0. At the same time, Jiang Fan also controlled the night demon to launch a full-strength attack on the sand giant's spirit. Boom! The body of the sand and stone giant collapsed with a loud bang. Jiang Fan had no strength to defend against this terrifying wave. He was directly blown away. His eyes went black, and he lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness, not much time had passed. But everyone around him looked at him strangely, as if they were looking at something new. Jiang Fan, why is there a red light coming out of your body? Chen Cece ran over and helped Jiang Fan up. Compared to before, Jiang Fan felt that his spirit had recovered a little. After hearing Chen Cece's words, he also looked at his body in confusion. It was indeed as Chen Cece said, her body was covered with red light. Not only himself, but also the sand and stone giant that fell down beside him had the same red light. It's the sand giant's recognition. You have the sand giant's recognition. Hurry up and use the beast taming ball to capture it. Not far away, Tion, who was wrapped in bandages, danced and shouted to Jiang Fan. He was so excited that he accidentally fell off his wheelchair. The clang sound was so painful that people felt it just by hearing it. Ding! You have gained the recognition of the sand giant. Ding! Please use the beast taming ball to capture the sand giant. Please capture it before the red light disappears. Ding! It is recommended to use a level 3 or higher beast controlling ball to capture the sand giant to increase the chance of success. The system's prompt sounds rang in Jiang Fan's ears one after another. Just as Tion said, this red light represented that he had been recognized by the sand and stone giant. In that case, Jiang Fan no longer hesitated and directly took out the beast taming ball from his pocket. After searching for a while, Jiang Fan's originally happy expression suddenly froze. He only had 2 beast taming balls on his body. One was a 2nd-level beast taming ball for holding the night demon, and the other was a 3rd-level beast taming ball for holding the little demon. There is nothing else besides this. The beast taming ball has the function of zooming in and out. When zoomed in, it can become as big as a coconut. When zoomed out, it can become as small as a glass ball. Therefore, the price of each beast taming ball is very expensive. Jiang Fan didn't expect that he would have the opportunity to capture the beast on the day of the college entrance examination. Now the night demon and the imp are both overexhausted and cannot be released. Seeing the red light on his body getting dimmer and dimmer, Jiang Fan couldn't help but feel a little anxious. The sand and stone giant is extremely intimidating just by its size. Jiang Fan couldn't help but feel it was a pity to miss this big guy. I have a 3rd-level beast controlling ball here. You can try it. If that doesn't work, my sister also has 2 2nd-level beast controlling balls. I'll give them all to you. The wealthy woman Yi Yuro was very aware of Jiang Fan's difficulties. She handed an empty 3rd-level beast taming ball in her hand to Jiang Fan, and at the same time took 2 2nd-level beast taming balls from her sister and gave them to him. There is no limit to the number of times the beast taming ball can be used. However, it cannot be used a second time within a short period of time. There are only 3 beast-controlling balls here. Whether you can succeed or not depends on you. Good. Jiang Fan was not a pretentious person. After taking the beast-taming ball from Yuro's hand, he casually threw a second-level beast-taming ball at the sand giant. The second-level beast-controlling ball emitted a golden light that enveloped the sand and stone giant. After a while, the golden light disappeared, but the sand giant remained in place. The first capture attempt failed. It seems that it is true as the system said. The probability of capturing a sand giant with a beast-controlling ball below level 3 is very low. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment, then threw out the third-level beast-taming ball. Success or failure depends on this one move. If the sand giant still resists, then forget it. Just like before, the golden light enveloped the body of the sand giant. Everyone held their breath, fearing that any sound they made would ruin the situation. The golden light of the third-level beast-taming ball lasts much longer than that of the second-level beast-taming ball. Staring at that golden ball of light would make anyone feel dazed. Jiang Fan couldn't help but blink his eyes, but the next second he saw the golden light ball being retracted into the beast-taming ball like lightning. The sand and stone giant was no longer visible on the ground. The beast-controlling ball closed, then fell to the ground and shook a few times. Finally, under the excited and nervous gazes of countless people, the beast-taming ball emitted a soft light. Capture successful. Ding. You have new beast information entered. Beast Tamer. Sand Giant. Series. Soil Series. Rock Series. Level. Level 39. Level 3 Beast Tamer. Status. Injured. Please seek medical treatment immediately. Success. A look of surprise appeared on Jiang Fan's calm face. This novel experience of capturing a beast was something he had never experienced before. It is more real and exciting than the games like Rock Kingdom, Seer, Pokemon, etc. that I played in my previous life. The Sand Giant can be said to be the first beast that Jiang Fan has captured since his rebirth. The Night Demon doesn't count. It drilled into the beast-taming ball on its own when the underground challenge was successful. While Jiang Fan showed joy on his face, everyone around him who saw this scene showed expressions of envy and jealousy. Except for the teachers, all the people present were students taking the beast-taming college entrance examination. Who doesn't want to one day be able to hold the beast-taming ball and challenge himself to capture all kinds of new and interesting beasts? But now, Jiang Fan experienced this pleasure before them. Not only that, the beast that Jiang Fan captured was an absurdly large sand and stone giant. The envious looks from all around were enough to pierce Jiang Fan's body countless times. Congratulations, Jiang Fan. Yuro walked up to congratulate Jiang Fan. She expected Jiang Fan to successfully capture the sand giant. After all, since Jiang Fan knows so much about beast taming, it must not be difficult to capture a third-level beast taming. Other people around who were familiar with Jiang Fan also came forward to congratulate Jiang Fan. Not long after, Zhou Youfu and others who had been blown away by the air wave also woke up from their coma. When they heard that Jiang Fan had successfully captured the sand giant, the expressions on their faces were as weird as they could be. Chapter 156. The Retreating Swift Bees. The shock of everyone in Yeqing. On the outskirts of Linh High City, Qinggang Grand Canyon. At this time, the sun was setting in the west. The outline of the moon gradually emerged. It has been about 2 hours since Yicheng and others hid in the water in the afternoon to avoid the attack of swift bees. The swift bees were still flying in black masses above the river, as if they had endless energy. During this period, Yicheng and others occasionally floated to the surface of the water to breathe in and out, so that they could barely hide in the water without being attacked. But this hiding method is not easy to do. During the journey, several ordinary team members were attacked by the swarm of swift bees because they were exposed to the water for too long and finally died. Beastmasters like Yicheng are better. Their strong qi and blood allow them to do many things that are difficult for ordinary people to do. But hiding in the water all the time is not a solution. As time goes by, more and more people will be unable to bear it. Not only that, the situation at Linh High Middle School is equally serious. While soaking in the water, Yicheng was able to distract himself and worry about his daughter. I don't know if the bean sprouts worked. If I were there, the sand giant wouldn't be able to hurt anyone no matter how powerful it was. What a pity, oh. I hope we can avoid casualties as much as possible. Yicheng thought bitterly. No one knows better than him how powerful a third-level beastmaster is. There is a huge gap in strength between the beasts of different levels. At least in Yicheng's opinion, the sand giants were wreaking havoc. It was already a remarkable achievement that Linh High Middle School was able to control the death toll to around 50. The third-level Beastmaster is terrifying, and the huge third-level Beastmaster Sand Giant is even more terrifying. Just as he was thinking this, Yicheng suddenly felt that the light in the water had become much brighter. The moon is out? Yicheng couldn't help feeling puzzled. He squinted his eyes and looked up, then was stunned. The swift bee swarm actually left? Make a feint to the east and attack in the west? Pretending to evacuate, but actually preparing to ambush in the dark? The moment the swift swarm of bees left, Yicheng was alert and did not choose to take any action. But he could bear it, but some people couldn't. Those people's physical fitness was not as good as his. After soaking in the water for too long, their bodies became a little swollen. Plop. After the swift bee swarm retreated, one person was the first to stick his head out of the river. Ah, I'm suffocating. Come on, even if I get stung to death, I don't want to suffocate to death in the water. The man shouted loudly, looking like he was ready to die bravely. His eyes were closed and his eyelashes were trembling. It seems to be expecting the arrival of the swift bee. But after waiting for a long time, I still didn't notice any unusual movement. He quietly opened his eyes, looked around, and found that there was no movement around except for various bushes. Unconvinced, he ran directly to the shore, but was still not attacked. Now, he could finally be sure that the swift bee swarm was really gone. The swift bee is gone. Everyone hurried ashore. After he shouted into the river several times, heads emerged one after another like potatoes growing out of the water. Yicheng was also among these people. What's going on? Why did the swift bees suddenly retreat? Zhang Weimin spat out a few mouthfuls of river water from his mouth and asked Yicheng in confusion. I don't know either. Contact the command office first. After the headset received the information from the only one again, Yicheng and Zhang Weimin immediately asked about the reason why the swift bee retreated. According to news from Lin High City, the sand giant released by Dr. X has been defeated. So he seems to have given up his plan to encircle you? Knocked down? Yicheng and Zhang Weimin looked at each other, and surprise flashed in their eyes at the same time. Did the city's beast master go over to help? This was the only possibility that Yicheng could think of. After all, he basically knew all the beast masters in Lin High City, and it was impossible for any of them to have a higher level than himself. It must be other cities or high-level beast masters who came to help. No, not really. I heard that they were defeated by a group of children, and one of them was recognized by the sand giant and successfully captured the sand giant. Defeated by a bunch of kids? Yicheng and Zhang Weimin's first reaction after hearing the news was that it was nonsense. It is impossible for ordinary people to defeat the sand giant. The person who was called a child by the people in the command center was at most 18 years old. At the age of 18, even if one starts training beastmen from the womb, he may not be able to defeat the sand giant. Moreover, one of them has been recognized by the sand and stone giant. Doesn't that mean that the person's strength is extremely strong? So strong that the sand and stone giant feels that there is a future in hanging out with him? Who was the kid who successfully captured the sand giant? Yicheng asked curiously. Well, his name is Jiang Fan. He is a student at Lin High Middle School. Today he happened to take the Qi and blood test for the Beast Taming College entrance examination. According to rumors, his Qi and blood value has reached 150 points, and he is likely to be the student with the highest Qi and blood value in this year's Lin High City. As soon as Yicheng heard the name Jiang Fan, a figure appeared in his mind. If it was him, things would seem to make sense. Wait, you said his Qi and blood value reached 150 points? Is that true? Last year, Song Yunxi's Qi and blood value just reached 140 points. 150 points is enough to get into the two Beastmaster universities in Kyoto. Zhang Weimin was also surprised when he heard Jiang Fan's name. But what surprised him even more was Jiang Fan's blood and energy values. A full 150 points of health. How could a student with a Qi and health value of 150 points appear in a small 4th or 5th tier city like Lin High? Even if you look through the school history of all the middle schools in Lin High City, you may not be able to find one, right? This Jiang Fan not only has a deep understanding of beast training, but even his Qi and blood strength is far beyond expectations. Is he a monster? The two were so shocked that they were speechless for a long time. After coming to his senses, he uttered, I'm glad you're okay. By the way, how many casualties did the Sand Giant's riot cause? Compared to Jiang Fan, Zhang Weimin cares more about this matter. If too many people die, he will be held accountable and even suspended from work and without pay. Zhang Weimin only hopes that the death toll will not exceed the 50 he expected. Anymore, and he would be unable to bear it. The death toll is 0, there are some injured, but they are all minor issues and not life-threatening. All this is thanks to the hard work of leaders such as Principal Zhou and that group of young beast masters. Oh, by the way, Captain Yi, Your two women also played a significant role in this. A voice came from the headset. Zhang Weimin, who was originally a little afraid to hear the reported numbers, suddenly stopped breathing. After a while, he grinned and said to Yiqing, "Now I owe you a big favor." Chapter 157. The director of Jiling Education Bureau invites Jiang Fan. Lin High City, Lin High Middle School. In an office at the Beast Taming Training Center, Chun Hongwei observed the situation outside through the surveillance screen. He had to stay in the rear and could not act easily even if he heard Director Wang's call. On the battlefield, generals and commanders cannot meet each other. Who knows if there is a mastermind behind the sand giant waiting for him to get out and give him a fatal blow? Chen Hongwei's thoughts were like this, which further strengthened my unshakable determination. He has refused to show up. When Zhou Youfu and others were exhausted, he remained indifferent when Jiang Fan and other younger generations came up. But when Chun Hongwei saw Jiang Fan successfully capture the sand giant, he felt jealous. That's a genuine third-tier beast. It's not like the ones in games that automatically downgrade after being captured. Jiang Fan was just a small figure who hadn't even passed the first-level Beastmaster certificate exam, and he couldn't bring out the true strength of the sand giant at all. If the sand giant was handed over to me, maybe I could move up a level, leave Lin High, and be transferred to Jinling. It would be a lie for Chen Hongwei to say that he did not regret missing such a great opportunity. If I had been brave enough to join the battle before, would I have been the one recognized by the sand giant? Chen Hongwei was fantasizing when the office door was knocked open. "Come in." He calmed himself down and spoke to the people outside. As the door opened, the faces of Zhou Youfu, Director Wang, Asada Miko, and others appeared before him. "Hey, aren't these the great contributors to our Lin High city? You must be exhausted. Come in and sit down." Chun Hongwei put on a friendly attitude. He knew that what happened today could not be concealed. Zhou Youfu and Director Wang had made great contributions in stopping the sand giant, and it was unrealistic for him to deal with them again. "Director Chun, Director Wu is calling." After Zhou Youfu came in, he did not sit down, but handed his mobile phone to Chen Hongwei. "Director Wu? Which Director Wu? What are the identities of the people Zhou Youfu knows? How dare they call themselves the director in front of him?" Chun Hongwei took the phone with disdain. He thought that the person who could contact Zhou Youfu must not be a very high-ranking official. Chun Hongwei. As soon as he put the phone to his ear, Chen Hongwei heard a voice that was so familiar to him. He hated this voice extremely but could do nothing about it. Because the other party is not only his immediate superior, the director of Jinling Teaching Bureau, but also a real 5th-level Beastmaster, Wu Yufan. Hearing Wu Yufan's bad tone, Chun Hongwei asked tremblingly, "Director Wu, what's going on? Explain to me clearly what happened at Lin High Middle School. Don't try to lie to me." The Jinling Security Bureau had already sent a specialist there before the Beast Taming College entrance examination began. "They have recorded everything clearly about your situation." Wu Yufan's voice was very stern. It was like the cold wind in the dead of winter that made Chen Hongwei shiver. After hearing these words, Chun Hongwei dared not hide anything and immediately repeated everything that had just happened. Of course, while retelling, he did not forget to wrap himself in a gorgeous coat. What Chen Hongwei meant by this was probably that although I, Chen Hongwei, have no credit, I have worked hard. "Humph, you are still not honest. Go to Jinling and report your work immediately. Your position will be temporarily taken over by Zhou Youfu." Upon hearing this, Chun Hongwei was completely stunned. What about reporting on work and taking over temporarily? Isn't it obvious that they want to remove me? Why? Chun Hongwei had a huge amount of resentment in his heart, but he dared not speak out. Okay. After a friendly exchange with Wu Yufan, Chun Hongwei hung up the phone and sat dejectedly in his office chair. "Principal Zhou, oh no, I should call you Director Zhou now. Director Zhou, we at Ant Group cannot work in vain. We will send you a list of expenses later, so please don't think of cheating us," Miko Asada said to Zhou Youfu with a smile. The latter was also very pleased when she heard this. "Ha ha ha, don't worry, Ms. Asada Miko. I will definitely take care of the expenses." After saying that, Zhou Youfu looked at Chen Hongwei and said, "Xiao Chun, why are you still standing there? Why don't you go to Jinling to report on your work?" "Ha ha ha." Zhou Youfu laughed unscrupulously, revealing the look of a smug villain to the fullest. Li Yi and Hu Tianba on the side looked extremely ugly. They had just started licking Chen Hongwei's thighs for a short while, and in the blink of an eye, Chen Hongwei was pushed down. How could they accept this? "Imph, a villain is getting ahead. You are just a first-level Beastmaster. Do you really think you can hold the position of Director of the Education Bureau?" Chun Hongwei stood up slowly, his body sinking a little, but he still didn't look at Zhou Youfu well. He had just taken a few steps when his foot suddenly slipped and he fell directly on his butt. What is that? Zhou Youfu held his butt and looked down and found that he had stepped on a pool of slippery solution. Isn't this solution exactly green mango jelly? Is it a draft? You blind man, get out of here. Chen Hongwei is in a terrible mood now and is worried about where to vent his anger. When he saw his green mango jelly, he took out all his anger on it. Green mango jelly originally wanted to take credit from Chen Hongwei, but Chen Hongwei's kick directly pissed it off. Even clay figures can be temperamental, let alone jelly. Immediately, the green mango jelly sprayed a sticky liquid directly at Chen Hongwei. The damage is not great, but it is extremely insulting. Chen Hongwei's pleas for mercy continued in the office. 10 minutes ago, Jiang Fan, who had successfully captured the sand giant, was stopped by someone when he was about to study the sand giant carefully. The man claimed to be the commissioner of the Jiling Security Bureau and said that Director Wu of the Jiling Education Bureau wanted to speak to him. Jiang Fan felt a little puzzled, and only after confirming with Zhou Youfu did he pick up the phone to communicate. The content of the communication is actually not that complicated. First, it was to express cordial condolences to Jiang Fan. It was just like the expression and tone of a senior leader going to the countryside. Secondly, he hopes that Jiang Fan can join Jiling Beast Taming University and contribute to the development of his hometown. Third, Wu Yufan promised that as long as Jiang Fan joined Jiling Beastmaster University, he would give Jiang Fan a letter of introduction. As long as Jiang Fan takes the letter of introduction to the president of Jiling Beastmaster University, he will be arranged to study under Professor Mei, the most knowledgeable and capable professor in the entire Jiling Beastmaster University. In the final analysis, he simply valued Jiang Fan's potential and wanted Jiang Fan to stay in Jiling. Jiang Fan was a little conflicted at first, but after hearing what Wu Yufan said, he felt that going to Jiling Beast Taming University was not a bad idea. After returning home, I will ask Song Yunxi about the specific situation to see if Wu Yufan is trying to help me. Jiang Fan thought so in his heart, and when he had nothing to do at school, he went straight home. Chapter 158, Replenishing Magic. Just as he was thinking about going home, Jiang Fan saw Tang Rou and Tang Xiaoxiao standing anxiously not far from the school as soon as he stepped out of the school gate. Jiang Fan didn't know how they ended up here, but he tidied his clothes to be on the safe side. He didn't want Aunt Tang to know what had just happened and then be nagged by her. As soon as she saw Jiang Fan, Tang Rou rushed over impatiently, her eyebrows furrowed, her eyes red and swollen. Just now, what was that just now? I thought you were going to have an accident. The sand and stone giant is by no means small. At least it can be seen clearly outside the school gate. It wasn't just Tang Rou who was present. Many parents of other students were so anxious that they burst into tears and almost fainted. Today is the day for the qi and blood assessment. It can be said that each of the students here is the hope of their family, who would not worry about their children being in danger. But these had nothing to do with Jiang Fan. Although he felt a little tired, he still pretended to be calm and said to Tang Rou with a smile, "That was a somewhat frantic beast just now. Thanks to the school leaders, it was tamed. I was watching from the side, but I couldn't help much." Jiang Fan shook his head regretfully. After hearing that Jiang Fan was fine, Tang Rou's tears finally stopped flowing from her watery eyes. She then rolled her eyes at Jiang Fan. "You still want to help? Why do you like to show off so much?" Tang Rou rarely complained about Jiang Fan, but she said this at this moment, which made Jiang Fan feel a little amused and helpless. "I was not paying attention and said the wrong thing again. Jiang Fan, I heard that the results of the qi and blood test are known immediately. What is your qi and blood test score?" Compared to Tang Rou, Tang Xiaoxiao's tears seemed a bit fake. Jiang Fan knew at a glance that she had forced it out, or maybe it was left over from yawning. "Why are you asking? Who would ask about grades right after an exam? If you don't get an A+ in the final exam this semester, I'll beat you to death." Tang Rou glared at Tang Xiaoxiao fiercely. "Mom," Tang Xiaoxiao pursed her lips in silent protest. "It's not much. Just 150 points. Let's go home quickly. I'm a little hungry." "What? How much?" Tang Xiaoxiao thought she had misheard for a moment and questioned Jiang Fan. 150 10 points. Jiang Fan pulled her tender red ears close to her and yelled, Isn't this higher than that of senior sister Song Yunxi last year? She only scored 140 points in the qi and blood test last year? Are you making up the numbers to make me and my mom happy?" When Tang Xiaoxiao heard the number 150, she was stunned for a moment. Although she was only in the 3rd year of junior high school, she had learned a lot about taming beasts from hearsay and had a very comprehensive understanding of it. Jiang Fan's health value of 150 is so terrifying that even if he were placed in one of the top 10 beast taming universities, he would be highly sought after, right? I just don't know if I can get into the Beast University in Kyoto. How can you talk like that? Is Xiaofan going to lie to us on purpose? Tangro was very unhappy with what her brainless daughter said. Yeah, how can you talk like that? I'm trying to make you happy on purpose, but you should just keep quiet about your behavior. Jiang Fan was in a good mood today, and it was rare for him to say something to Tang Xiaoxiao. You guys. I'm so angry. I'm going to go home by myself and I won't care about you anymore. Tang Xiaoxiao's face flushed red. She stomped her black leather shoes hard on the bricks on the ground, then turned and left. Hey, you kid. Tang Rou hurriedly chased after him, and Jiang Fan followed closely behind him, heading home. Before returning home, Tang Rou went to the vegetable market to do some shopping. I bought all the Australian lobsters, Kobe steaks, hairy crabs, etc. that I usually don't want to buy. The purpose is naturally to celebrate the end of Jiang Fan's college entrance examination and let Jiang Fan relax. After dinner, Jiang Fan hid in the bedroom and called Song Yunqi. The phone kept beeping for a long time, but no one answered. She looks busy. Let's call her again in a couple of days. Jiang Fan originally wanted to call Song Yunqi to ask about the fact that Wu Yufan, director of the Jiling Education Bureau, had said he would provide him with the best tutor in the school. But now this question cannot be asked. Phew, I'm so tired. Let's have a good rest. Jiang Fan didn't even take a shower and just lay down on the soft big bed in a tie shape. Just as I was about to fall asleep, the phone next to me suddenly buzzed. Hello. Jiang Fan, come out and have fun. The sound was a bit noisy, with the faint sound of wine bottles colliding and the loud howling of ghosts and wolves. Jiang Fan recognized the voice as Su Jiwei's and asked, Where are you? Bar, where else? In a pretty girl's bedroom? Ha ha ha. Jiang Fan. Su Jiwei would never talk like this on normal days. Jiang Fan guessed that the boy was drunk, and the pressure of the college entrance examination was released all at once today, so he was talking nonsense. I'm not going. You can have fun by yourself. Jiang Fan had no idea how many times he had been to that kind of place in his previous life. Naturally, he had no interest in it now. It's a pity if you don't come. I told you this bar is awesome. They actually have a cat that can play DJ. Can you believe it? Besides, before Su Jiwei could say anything else, Jiang Fan hung up the phone. Let this kid go crazy on his own. Jiang Fan closed his eyes speechlessly. But just when he was about to fall asleep, the beast taming ball he placed on the bedside table became restless. One of the beast controlling balls swayed, sometimes getting bigger and sometimes getting smaller, and then it suddenly exploded like a punctured balloon. The little devil, whose body was covered with black, crystalline scales, cried, woo woo woo, and then sat on Jiang Fan's stomach. Hiss, what are you doing, ouch? Even though the little devil was only half a meter tall, when she sat down she pressed down on Jiang Fan so hard that his eyes bulged out. Woo 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 woo. The little devil didn't know how to speak, so he pointed at himself and then at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan had no choice but to use the system to check what serious illness this guy had. Status: magic power is missing. Please replenish the magic power of the little devil. Tips: to replenish mana, the imp must be close to the Beastmaster. The closer they are, the higher the efficiency of replenishing mana. Lack of magic power? Won't your magic power recover by yourself if you stay in the beast controlling ball? Jiang Fan was stunned. Although his little devil had been hatched before, he had never used her in actual combat. It stands to reason that other beasts that enter the beast sphere can replenish their own magic power, so there is no reason why she can't. Hearing Jiang Fan's question, the little devil's long silver hair swayed up and down along with his little head. The elf-like pointed ears also became firmer. Chapter 159. Su Jiwei is drunk. Su Bin is shocked. Okay, but don't come into my dream and mess with me like you did last time. Otherwise I will lock you in the beast-controlling ball. Jiang Fan glared at the little devil and threatened her, and only after she nodded in agreement did he let her sleep next to him. I don't know if it's because of the succubus's physique, but Jiang Fan felt his blood boiling just by smelling the faint fragrance emanating from the little devil. Fortunately, the little devil did not touch Jiang Fan after lying down next to him. He just stayed next to Jiang Fan quietly, without moving a single step, and fell asleep after a while. Seeing this, Jiang Fan, who was exhausted, closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the entrance of a bar in Linh High City. The drunk Su Jiwei was dragged into the car by his father Su Bin. Before Su Bin found him, Su Jiwei was hugging a telephone pole, looking dazed and grinning, obviously having a good dream. You spendthrift, how many points did you get in the chi and blood test? How dare you drink like that? Do you really think you don't have to worry about anything after the beast taming college entrance examination? It was rare for Su Bin to be so angry. He was very strict in disciplining Su Ji-wei. Although his family had more money than ordinary people, Su Bin never spent money on Su Ji-wei without it. He had high hopes for Su Ji-wei, hoping that Su Ji-wei could become a beast master and support the family business. Now, regardless of Su Ji-wei's performance, just seeing Su Ji-wei's appearance made Su Bin's temples bulge with veins. Get up, get up. Su Bin slapped Su Ji-wei twice in the face, which finally awakened Su Ji-wei's consciousness a little. Come on, why are you here, Dad? Su Ji-wei raised his hand to raise his glass, but his hand suddenly touched Su Bin, and he was stunned for a moment. Why am I here? I want to ask you why you are here. Are you proud of the blood value of just over 110? Did you know that the admission scorelines in various provinces this year are much higher than last year? Without 120 points of health, it is impossible for you to enter the top 10 beast taming universities. I understand that you want to relieve the pressure, but look at what you are like now. Take a good look at yourself. Su Bin pulled Su Ji-wei onto the rearview mirror of the car and was about to press his head on it. Hey, Dad. Wait a minute. I have something to say. The result of my chi and blood test yesterday exceeded 120 points. Su Ji-wei was babbling, and after Su Bin heard what he said, the hand that was holding Su Ji-wei's collar paused for a moment. But he immediately became furious again. Well, you dare to lie to me. Don't I, your father, know what level you are at? Dad, it's true. Let's go test it and we'll know. An hour later, at the gate of Linh High City Hospital, Su Bin changed his previous attitude of being disappointed with his friend and grinned at Su Ji-wei. Son, are you sober yet? I've asked your mom to prepare some hangover soup at home. Let's go back and drink it now. I told you that my health value is over 120 points, but you still didn't believe it. Su Ji-wei adjusted his glasses angrily. Son, tell me, what happened to your chi and blood value? It was clearly over 110 when I checked it the day before the chi and blood test. How come it increased by 10 points in the blink of an eye? Su Bin was really curious about this matter. Could it be that his son is gifted and is born to be a beast master? This is all Jiang Fan's help. Immediately, Su Ji-wei explained the cause of the incident and his own speculation. Those jelly beans are definitely not ordinary jelly beans. They can increase your health by a full 10 points, the value of which is simply unimaginable to me. Only my good brother Jiang Fan is willing to give me such a valuable thing. We must thank him very much. After hearing that Jiang Fan had increased his son's health by 10 points with just a few candy beans, Su Bin was petrified on the spot. When he found Jiang Fan and told him about the invitation from the mayor of Heishui Town, he actually didn't take Jiang Fan too seriously. Adults always have a sense of contempt when facing children. That's Su Bin. Jiang Fan is so young. He doubts whether Jiang Fan has real ability. But after hearing what his son told him today, Su Bin immediately knew that he had found the right person. Jiang Fan might actually be able to solve the problem of the mayor's wife's beast-taming flamehound. As for what Su Ji-wei said about the candy beans that could increase the health value by 10 points, Su Bin thought it was pure nonsense. If Jiang Fan really had this thing, he would have become rich long ago. Why would he stay in this small Linh High city? Su Bin guessed that Jiang Fan might have noticed that there was something wrong with his son's beast-taming egg, and then used the right medicine to cure the beast-taming egg, which was why his chi and blood values increased so much in a short period of time. This guess can also prove that Jiang Fan is very good at treating beasts. It seems that I have found the right person. Let's go to Xiao Fan's house now. In addition to thanking him, I have something else to discuss with him. Thinking about the commission from the mayor of Heishui Town, Su Bin drove much faster. Bringing Jiang Fan to Blackwater Town is one price. If Jiang Fan really cures the Flamehound, it will be another price. Su Bin could already see the money and trust of the mayor of Heishui Town waving at him. Jiang Fan had previously told Su Ji-wei his new home address, so the two of them went straight to the door of Jiang Fan's villa without any detours. Ding dong. After the doorbell rang, Tang Xiaoxiao opened the door. Jiang Fan, someone is looking for you. As soon as Tang Xiaoxiao saw Su Ji-wei and Su Bin, she shouted directly to Jiang Fan in the living room. Little sister, how did you know we were here to look for Jiang Fan? Jiang Fan said he had a lewd classmate and told me to be careful. I think he was talking about you. Also, I'm already in the 3rd year of junior high school. I'm not a child anymore. Don't call me little sister. Tang Xiaoxiao grunted twice and was about to turn around and leave when Jiang Fan flicked her head, causing her to scream in pain. It's just kid talk. Don't take it seriously. Jiang Fan chuckled, but his voice was a little hoarse. Seeing Jiang Fan's 2 big dark circles under his eyes, Su Bin was shocked. Ji-wei, Go to our car and get 2 bottles of Nutri-Express and a box of Luei Huang pills for Xiao Fan to nourish him. Jiang Fan, Suji Wei. After entering the house, the father and son went straight to the point and told Jiang Fan that they wanted to give him money to thank him for his help. In this regard, Jiang Fan naturally accepted everyone who came. During this time, Subin tentatively asked Jiang Fan if he could go to Heishui town. After all, the time they had agreed on was after the college entrance examination. And since we are going to Blackwater town to get treatment, of course the sooner the better. Tomorrow, I will go with you tomorrow. Okay. Chapter 160 Golden Left Hand, Touch the Hand. Replenishing magic consumes a lot of energy, blood, and mental strength. After a day of rest, Jiang Fan's spirit finally recovered a little. At the beginning of the night before yesterday, he and the little devil were sleeping separately, but halfway through, the little devil sneaked into his dream and started messing around. As for what he tinkered with, Jiang Fan couldn't quite remember. Anyway, he got up early the next morning and changed the bitter tea seeds. Yesterday, Jiang Fan promised Subin to accompany him to Heishui town, so after getting up he sat in the living room waiting for Subin's call. Subin is a flexible person. After agreeing on a time with Jiang Fan yesterday, he got up early and came to Jiang Fan's house. It was just 8 o'clock in the morning. Sitting in Subin's Mercedes, Jiang Fan and he headed towards Heishui town on the outskirts of Linh High city. It took nearly half an hour to reach Heishui town. As soon as Jiang Fan and Subin got off the car, a group of shamat thugs were waiting outside to greet them. These people were the unemployed vagrants in the town, and they depended on the mayor for their livelihood. Naturally, they were very polite to Subin and Jiang Fan, who came to help the mayor solve problems. One of the leaders, a yellow-haired young man, seemed to be very familiar with Subin. As soon as he saw Subin getting off the car, he walked up to him and said, "Boss Su, you're a little late at this time." "What's the meaning?" Manager Wang went to Nanjing to visit Dr. Hong of the Imperial Medical Hall yesterday evening, and he has brought Dr. Hong here today. When Subin heard this, he was shocked. Yuyatang is a national chain of pharmacies specializing in the treatment of imperial beasts. It has a history of over 100 years and is known as the Tongrantang of the imperial beast world. Dr. Hong? Could he be the golden-handed doctor that has been rumored in Jinling recently? Subin knew a little about Dr. Hong. This person suddenly emerged in recent months, claiming to be able to cure all kinds of beast-controlling diseases in the world. A golden arm can bring new life to dead trees and grow flesh over bones. Subin doesn't know the details. All we know is that the so-called Dr. Hong has a golden left hand. As long as he touches the beast's body with his golden left hand, he can find out where the beast's illness lies. It's incredibly magical. Why would Lao Wang, who is a black market manager, leave his job to join in the fun? Subin felt helpless and speechless about Manager Wang mentioned by Huang Mao. Unfortunately, Manager Wang became suspicious of me when he saw that I was getting closer to the mayor. What's speechless is that he not only doubts me, but also likes to say bad things about me in front of the mayor. It's just like eunuchs currying favor with their masters and excluding dissidents. Forget it. I'll go in and take a look. Subin waved his hand and asked Jiang Fan to follow him into the mayor's house. The mayor's house is similar to the layout of a Kyoto courtyard house, with a flat roof, which is unexpectedly different from the 3- or 4-story villa that Jiang Fan had expected. As soon as he and Subin entered the courtyard, they saw 2 rows of men in black suits and sunglasses lined up neatly outside the room on the east side. Subin was about to walk towards the house to the east when he was stopped by these people. "What do you mean? I want to see the mayor." Subin's face turned slightly cold. Seeing that they were indifferent to his words, he had already guessed that it was that bastard Manager Wang who was deliberately targeting him. Forget it. He retreated to Jiang Fan and whispered in Jiang Fan's ear, "Xiao Fan, this Manager Wang doesn't get along with me. Do you want to use the beast to suppress him? If he knew you were a beast master, he would definitely not dare to embarrass us again." Jiang Fan nodded upon hearing this, and directly threw out the night demon to launch a mental attack on the men in black standing in 2 rows. These people are all ordinary people, and their health values are between 80 and 90, so it is very easy for the night demon to deal with them. The bodyguards, who were shocked by the night demon's spirit, fell to the ground in a daze. The sound of them falling alerted the people in the house. What's going on? A short man who looked only 1.5 meters tall, but as fat as a ball, jumped out of the house. "Wang Defa, your men don't know manners. I helped you educate them." With Jiang Fan's support, Subin felt much more confident. He stood up straight and was actually 2 or 3 heads taller than Wang Defa. "Are you a beast master?" Looking at the beast-controlling ball in Jiang Fan's hand, Wang Defa frowned. During the stalemate between the 2 sides, a voice came from inside the room. "Come in, everyone." Snort. Snort. Su Bin and Wang Defa both snorted at the same time and walked into the house. The furnishings in the entire East Room are extremely simple, so simple that it can be described as nothing. While observing, Jiang Fan found several iron chains in the house, with some blood stains on them. The expected flamehound was not seen, but instead a middle-aged man with half-white hair and wearing a Zhongshan suit and an old man with a long beard and wearing a blue-gray Taoist robe was seen. Jiang Fan made a simple guess about the identities of the two. The one wearing Zhongshan suit is the mayor, and the one wearing Taoist robe is the so-called Dr. Hong. Looking at Dr. Hong's left hand, Jiang Fan saw his golden arm as expected. But when Jiang Fan carefully observed the golden arm, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Beast Master detected. Beast Tamer. Touch your hand. Level 12, first level Beast Tamer. Section, Rock Series. Features, Touch Hand evolved from Gold Mine. It likes to appear in various gold mines, silver mines, diamond mines, and other places. The touching hand loves to collect money. It often takes advantage of the miner's inattention and secretly reaches into the miner's pockets to take money, but usually gets nothing. At the same time, it also likes to touch the bodies of other beasts, hoping to touch shining treasures from them. Because they like to touch things everywhere, many beasts don't like to be touched. Skill, Detection. Detection, Touch the Hand, is a skill learned after touching countless beasts. During the release of this skill, the tissues of each part of the beast's body will be analyzed immediately. P.S. This skill can be used to find the enemy's weaknesses, but the success rate is average. Even when facing a beast of the same level, there is a high probability of failure. But after seeing this information, Jiang Fan had a clear connection between touching the hand and Dr. Hong in his mind. Dr. Hong probably used the Feel the Hand detection skill to diagnose and treat the beast. In fact, this detection skill is similar to the X-ray film used in the veterinary hospital. Just because Dr. Hong can complete the work of a machine without relying on a machine, it is spread more and more mysteriously. Just imagine, if an old Chinese medicine doctor takes your pulse and knows that you have cancer, and then you go to the hospital for a checkup and indeed find cancer cells and tumors, will you think that the old Chinese medicine doctor is a god? Humph. Where did this kid come from? He keeps staring at others and has no manners at all. Chapter 161 Hong Xian's Plan. Mayor Shun, this is my nephew Jiang Fan. He has quite a unique understanding of beast control. Didn't you look for him a few days ago? Now I've brought him here for you. Su Bin said to the mayor in mouse suit. But after hearing this, Dr. Hong next to him suddenly snorted, "Humph. Mayor, since you asked me to come over to treat the beast, why did you ask a young child to come over? Are you teasing me? Do you not believe in my name, Hong Xian, or my mentor, Lian?" Dr. Hong was fussing and glaring, his unhappiness written all over his face. Seeing this situation, Mayor Shun Jin could not help but smile bitterly. He had asked Su Bin to find Jiang Fan before, but he didn't expect that the two of them would bump into each other by chance. Ahaha, let's not talk about that for now. My wife just brought Flamehound back from the Royal Veterinary Hospital. Let's wait for a while. Shun Jin apologized to Dr. Hong and did not pay much attention to Jiang Fan. From his expression, you can tell that he trusts Dr. Hong more. This old guy is obviously not a good guy. He pretends to be a decent person, but who knows if he is a charlatan? Su Bin muttered to himself and was very displeased with Dr. Hong. Dr. Hong was invited by Wang Defa. Now the mayor Shun Jin was only concerned with comforting Hong Xian, but did not pay any attention to himself and Jiang Fan for even half a minute. How could Su Bin not be angry? Uncle Su, who is this Lian? Lian is the consulting physician of the Imperial Medical Hall. I heard that Lian's ancestor was Li Shizhen, who wrote the Compendium of Materia Medica. So many people respect him very much. Isn't Li Shizhen a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Could it be that he also dabbled in veterinary medicine? Jiang Fan was puzzled. Treating beasts is different from treating humans. As for the things in Compendium of Materia Medica, they were originally written specifically to treat humans, and not much has to do with taming animals. I don't know. After so many years, maybe the Li family changed their profession to become veterinarians. If he didn't have any real skills, how could Li In become a consultant physician at the Imperial Medical Hall? Jiang Fan nodded when he heard that. That's true. Not long after, the mayor's wife came back with the Flamehound. Not to mention the fat mayor's wife, Jiang Fan was immediately shocked when he saw the Flamehound. I saw that Flamehound had many densely packed tubes inserted into his body, just like a patient in the ICU. The scene was extremely weird. The Flamehound originally had flames burning on its body, but now all the flames are gone, and its skin is dull and lifeless. Even an outsider can tell that the dog is dying. Hubby, what should I do? The veterinary hospital said they have tried their best. My baby only has 1 month to live. What should I do? The mayor's wife grabbed Shinjin's sleeve and burst into tears, as if she didn't care whether this was a public place or not. How can you cry and make a fuss? It's just a dog. If it dies, it dies. Are you still raising it as your own son? Shinjin snorted coldly. The Flamehound is a level 50 beast, and its level has reached the 5th level. This 5th level beast man does not belong to Shinjin or his wife. It is a completely wild beast man and is extremely difficult to discipline. In order to suppress the beastly nature of Flamehound, Shinjin has already wasted a lot of time and effort on a daily basis. Now his unreasonable wife is crying and making a fuss, embarrassing him in front of outsiders. How can Shinjin not be angry? Bah, you old thing. It's not you. You should be happy that I didn't go out to borrow sperm. Woohoo, you useless old thing. I want to go back to my mother's home. Shinjin had the mayor's wife pulled back into her room while she was crying and locked the room to prevent her from coming out and embarrassing herself again. As for what the mayor's wife said about the mayor, everyone present tacitly pretended not to hear it. Shinjin's face was twisted into a knot. He waited until his wife was taken away before he smiled again. The beast has been delivered. Dr. Hong, please help take a look. Dr. Hong, I'm counting on you. Shinjin and Wang Defa spoke to Hong Xian one after another. Hong Xian stroked his beard calmly, then stretched out his golden left hand and stroked the Flamehound. The Flamehound, which was like a dead dog, suddenly shook a few times the moment it was touched by the golden left hand. This situation couldn't help but surprise everyone. Shinjin and Wang Defa showed joy on their faces, and the latter said quickly, Dr. Hong is truly the living Hua tool. This Flamehound was clearly weak just now, but you just touched it and it twisted its body and even regained a lot of vitality. Nothing, it's just a little trick. Dr. Hong answered calmly and immediately began to feel around Flamehound's body. His golden left hand seemed to have static electricity. Whenever it touched Flamehound's body, Flamehound would involuntarily move its body a few times. To ordinary people, this seemed like an amazing move, but Jiang Fan could see the trick at a glance. Many Beastmasters hate being touched by patrol hands. This Flamehound may have been touched by patrol hands before or may have a natural reaction to patrol hands, so it behaves so strangely. Hong Xian's hand groped up and down the Flamehound, and finally stopped when his hand reached a small fiery red diamond-shaped crystal on the Flamehound's forehead. The diamond-shaped crystals are not large, about the size of a thumb, and are not conspicuous. If the flames were burning on the Flamehound's body on a normal day, this small diamond-shaped crystal would not be visible at all. This is also the reason why Jiang Fan did not notice this thing on its forehead when he first saw the Flamehound. This is the root of the problem. Dr. Hong snorted coldly, and just as the 5 fingers of his golden left hand were about to grab the diamond-shaped crystal, Dr. Hong's body stepped back a few steps and his palm grabbed nothing. His movements were extremely uncoordinated, but everyone's attention was attracted by the diamond-shaped crystal on the Flamehound's forehead. No one noticed him at this time, except Jiang Fan. This diamond-shaped crystal is the energy core of Flamehound. The energy core on his forehead was so violent that it backfired on his body, causing the current situation. Hong Hyun talks nonsense with a serious face. Jiang Fan could see that the old man was not here to treat his illness at all, but came for Shinjin's money and the diamond-shaped crystal on the Flamehound's forehead. And Flamehound's body didn't become like this because of any energy backlash. When Jiang Fan first saw the Flamehound, it had just entered the dominant stage from adulthood, that is, from level 4 to level 5. At this stage, Flamehound had not yet adapted to its own strength, causing its body to be burned by the fire. While the Flamehound was being burned by the fire in his heart, Jiang Fanming happened to throw an aphrodisiac potion at it. The fire in his heart turned into fire of desire. At that time, Flamehound could extinguish the fire of desire by soaking in water for a day. But the mayor's wife didn't understand, and Flamehound himself didn't understand either. One only knows that his baby is in pain. The other only knows that his body is in pain. The longer you delay, the more likely you will develop a disease. Chapter 162. This golden glove is actually a beast tamer. Flamehound's physical condition couldn't be said to be very good, but in Jiang Fan's opinion, it wasn't beyond help. How to describe its situation? Jiang Fan concluded through systematic observation that there were too many rushes. Those who understand the meaning will understand it, and those who don't understand don't need to understand it. In short, Flamehound's current condition is caused by the lust in his body that has nowhere to go. The ultimate result is that too much rush will hurt your body, and you will have no strength left in the whole body. As a fire-type beast, he couldn't even spit out a little fire. The solution is also simple. Just roast the flame hound over the fire for 5 hours. This is the fastest way to heal it. Allow it to fully absorb the energy of the flame. Although he has not fully recovered, at least he is in good spirits and no longer needs to be intubated. Dr. Hong, what do you think we should do? While Jiang Fan was thinking, Shunjin asked Hong Xian for help. The method is simple. All we have to do is dig out the diamond-shaped crystal on Flamehound's forehead. Hong Xian pursed his lips and said, but the diamond-shaped crystal is like the lifeblood of Flamehound. If you are not a professional, there is no way to take it out. If you, Mayor, agree, I don't mind giving it a try. After all, I'm the only one here who knows how to do it. Hong Xian was neither hurried nor impatient. Although he wanted the diamond-shaped crystal, he still asked Shunjin to beg him for it. His character was really bad. This crystal grows from the beast. Will it cause any harm to the beast after it is removed? Shunjin was hesitant. Although his feelings towards Flamehound were not very good, Flamehound was a 5th-level beast after all, and it was a treasure no matter where it was placed. Can it be worse than death? If I don't take action, this flame dog will not survive for more than a month. Secondly, if I take away its diamond crystal, there is still a 50% chance of survival. Hong Hyun's words made Shunjin fall into deep thought. A probability of 50% is not low, and Flamehound has been sentenced to death by the veterinary hospital. There is nothing wrong in giving it a try. Gritting his teeth, Shunjin looked directly at Hong Xian. Okay, I'll do as you say. That's right. No one in Linh High knows how to tame beasts better than me. Don't worry about me. Hong Xian smiled and immediately stretched out his golden left hand to scratch the diamond-shaped crystal on the Flamehound's forehead. If you're not afraid of death, try picking one out. Be careful that the Flamehound will attack you before it dies and bite your hand off. Jiang Fan's voice suddenly came out, and immediately everyone present was stunned. Hong Xian turned around and saw that it was Jiang Fan. He grinned. Do you really think you are a master of beast training? You are just a young boy, what do you know? I'm afraid it will attack me before it dies? You probably don't know that I'm a beast tamer. Hong Xian sneered, and his golden left hand was ready to touch Flamehound's forehead, and his fingers had already touched the diamond-shaped crystal. Xiao Fan, are you just trying to scare him? This dog looks like it's dying. How can it have the strength to fight back? Subin felt that Jiang Fan was just trying to scare Hong Xian on purpose. After all, if Hong Xian really wanted to cure Flamehound, then their trip would be in vain. Uncle Su, haven't you heard of the skill, Turning Point? The worse the beast condition, the higher the damage will be. Just wait and see. Su Bin was not a beast master and only had a vague understanding of beast taming. But seeing Jiang Fan so confident, he felt relieved. At the same time, he was silently praying that Flamehound would suddenly bite Hong Xian to death. Of course, it would be better if Wang Defa, who was next to Hong Xian, was bitten to death as well. Watch this. Hong Xian snorted coldly and exerted force with his left hand. However, the next moment, the Flamehound, which was originally listless, suddenly burst into flames all over. At the critical moment, the Flamehound directly bit Hong Xian's golden left hand. Hong Xian had never seen such a situation before. He was so frightened that he staggered 2 steps and fell backwards. And just as he fell, his golden left hand fell off like a glove. Golden's left hand was bitten hard by the Flamehound, and Hong Xian's 2 intact hands were exposed to everyone without any cover. Mayor Shunjin was stunned when he saw this scene. Su Bin and Wang Defa felt the same when they saw the situation, and their expressions were not much better than Shunjin's. What's going on? Dr. Hong, your hands, your skin, ugh. What on earth is going on? Wang Defa spoke incoherently. He was the one who invited Hong Xian over. He originally thought that the other party's golden left hand was natural, but at first glance, it seemed to be just a thing similar to a human leather glove. Have you been fooled? This golden glove is actually a beast tamer. This beast is called Touching Hand, and its body shape is adapted to human hands. The Touching Hand loves money and shiny treasures. It will do anything to get them. When everyone was surprised, Jiang Fan revealed the detailed information about Touching Hands. Afraid that people would not believe him, Jiang Fan pointed to the Touching Hand in the Flamehound's mouth. You see, there is no wind at all, but this golden glove is moving as if it has life. If I am not mistaken, if you turn the inner layer of this golden glove inside out, you will find 2 eyes and a mouth on the palm of the glove. Flamehound seemed to have run out of energy. By the time Jiang Fan finished speaking, The beast had loosened its grip on the golden glove and lay back down. Jiang Fan was able to take over the golden glove and then directly turn the inner layer of the glove outside. Just as Jiang Fan said, the inner layer of the glove actually had a pair of eyes and a mouth. My God, this is amazing. I have never seen such a strange beast in my life. Shun Jin walked forward to see, and when he found that Touch Hand was glaring at him with bared teeth, he immediately burst out the qi and blood in his body to suppress it. After feeling his energy and blood, Jiang Fan was a little surprised. Shun Jin's qi and blood strength is actually almost the same as Yi Qing's. Doesn't that mean he is also a third-level beast master? Such a master was actually hidden in the small town of Heishui. Jiang Fan did not find it strange that the black market could continue to operate here. Chapter 163, Beast Taming Battle. Come out, Sand Giant. You just said that this beast called Touch Hand has a detection skill that can detect the physical condition of other beasts? After hearing Jiang Fan suddenly tell him the information about touching hands, Shun Jin basically believed what Jiang Fan said. If Jiang Fan wasn't so young, he wouldn't have asked a few more questions to confirm. Jiang Fan nodded. Shun Jin immediately looked at Hong Xian in anger. So this guy is a liar and he doesn't know how to heal Flamehound? Shun Jin was not a fool. After understanding the situation, how could he not know that he had been fooled? Seeing that his plan was exposed, Hong Xian did not dare to stay any longer and tried to escape. But Shun Jin is a third-rank beastmaster after all, and he is still on his territory. How could he do as Hong Xian wishes? Silk-spinning spider, tie him up for me. Shun Jin snorted coldly and threw out a beast-controlling ball. A black and white spider that was the same size as a dining table spit out silk directly at Hong Xian and wrapped around his hands and feet. Imph, you dare to cheat me. I'll deal with you later. Mayor, this is none of my business. This liar deceived me. I didn't mean to deceive you on purpose. After seeing this scene, Wang Defa knelt down immediately. Hong Xian has really put him in great trouble now, and he has to protect himself quickly. You? Don't be a black market manager for now. As soon as Shun Jin said this, Wang Defa's face suddenly turned pale. But Shun Jin didn't care about that. He turned to look at Jiang Fan, and a smile appeared on his stern face. Little brother, I see from your appearance that you must be very knowledgeable. Is there any way to heal this Flamehound? There is indeed a way, but I don't know if Mayor Shun can accept it. Jiang Fan nodded and expressed his thoughts. Once he heard that Jiang Fan really had a solution, Shun Jin's face showed a look of ecstasy. Okay. As long as this blazing dog can be cured, everything will be easy. Seeing that Jiang Fan was only halfway speaking, Shun Jin thought he wanted to ask him to add more money, so he understood and agreed. It's not about the money. It's just that you may not be able to accept this treatment method. Little brother, just ask. Now that the blazing dog is about to die, Shun Jin doesn't care whether the treatment is acceptable or not. No matter how difficult the treatment is, it is still better than watching the blazed dog die. My method is to roast the flamehounds over a blazing fire, just like you see lamb chops on TV. After 5 hours of burning fire, the flamehound's illness will be cured. After seeing Jiang Fan's ability to recognize the beast by just touching the hand, Subin already admired this student who was the same age as his son. At least he believed that Jiang Fan would never do anything without a purpose. But what Jiang Fan said now made Subin dumbfounded. Put it on the fire? Are you curing a disease or opening a barbecue restaurant? Subin had reason to suspect that Jiang Fan was hungry and was joking on purpose. Little brother, are you kidding me? Shun Jin thought he was old and hard of hearing and must have heard it wrongly. But Jiang Fan seemed not to notice their reactions and continued to repeat his words loudly. Tie up the flamehound and roast it over the fire for 5 hours. Jiang Fan's expression was extremely serious. Subin and Shun Jin looked at each other to make sure they had not heard wrongly. At this time, Subin was already sweating coldly. Xiao Fan, do you know what you're talking about? Don't harm your Uncle Su. Subin glanced at Shun Jin, only to see the latter's dull eyes. After a long while, he spoke to Jiang Fan and asked, Little brother, who is your teacher? I am just myself. There is no teacher for me. Jiang Fan shrugged, looking speechless. Without a teacher, how could you possibly know about touching hands? You usually read books. Have you seen this kind of beast? Jiang Fan was able to recognize beast masters that he himself did not know. In this respect, Shun Jin indeed felt that he was much better than his peers. But the problem is that knowing how to tame beasts and being able to cure them are two different things. If this young man hadn't given me such an outrageous treatment plan, I might have believed him. But now Shun Jin feels it necessary to investigate Jiang Fan's background again. This is also the first time I've seen this kind of beast. Jiang Fan answered honestly. How is that possible? How could someone be able to explain the various situations of a beast master so clearly when seeing it for the first time? Do you think your eyes are as sharp as fire? Shunjin felt that Jiang Fan's words were a bit exaggerated. He turned to look at Su Bin and signaled him with his eyes. Mayor, I believe in my nephew. After Su Bin finished saying this, he walked to Shunjin and whispered to him that Jiang Fan had increased his son's health value by 10 points. Is this true? After hearing Su Bin's words, Shunjian had to look at Jiang Fan with a serious look. Jiang Fan is young and certainly doesn't have such good means. Shunjin felt that there must be someone standing behind Jiang Fan who was planning for him. That person must be extremely close to Jiang Fan, and they must be family members or master and disciple. Moreover, the method that Su Bin mentioned to increase the qi and blood value must have been done by the person behind Jiang Fan. It's not surprising that Shunjin is suspicious. The current situation is like a 3-year-old child standing in front of Shunjin and saying that he hammered a cow to death. Shunjin saw that the cow was indeed dead, but he certainly did not think that it was killed by a 3-year-old child, but rather someone else. Who is your nephew usually close to? Shunjin asked Su Bin in a low voice. Su Bin didn't have much contact with Jiang Fan, but he heard some things about Jiang Fan from his son Su Jiwei. He rolled his eyes and said faintly, "It seems that he is close to Song Yunxi from Jinling Beast Taming University." Song Yunxi is a well-known figure in Lin High. As soon as Shunjin heard Song Yunxi, he understood something. Song Yunxi had just been a beast master for a year, and he had already jumped 3 levels. His strength was extremely terrifying. If Jiang Fan is related to a monster like Song Yunxi, then all his unexpected behaviors can be explained. But even so, Shunjin did not immediately adopt Jiang Fan's outrageous plan. He slowly looked at Jiang Fan, then took out the beast taming ball from his pocket. "I can't completely trust you. Let's have a battle between beast masters, and let me see how much you know about beast mastering. I will only use 3 moves. If you are not defeated after 3 moves, I will believe you." Perhaps because of his age, Shunjin's style of doing things is quite similar to that of traditional beast masters who would start fighting at the slightest disagreement. All undecided matters will be decided by beast taming battles. This is also part of the charm of beast taming. A beast tamer who knows how to tame and train beasts will not be weak in strength. If Jiang Fan can't even take 3 of my moves, he should just go home and drink milk. Beast control and fighting? All right, come out, Sand Giant. Chapter 164, Shun, Jin's Little Thoughts. The Sand Giant is a 3rd-level beast. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for Jiang Fan to subdue him. If you want to control a powerful beast tamer, you must equip yourself with strength that matches the beast tamer. Jiang Fan subdued the Sand Giant by crossing levels, and even if he let the Sand Giant come out to fight, he would not be able to unleash its full strength. Of course, having said that, there is no problem in using the Sand Giant as a background board. When the Sand and Stone Giant appeared, Shunjin, who had claimed to be a senior and wanted to defeat Jiang Fan, was dumbfounded. The tall building, as big as a 2-story building, blocked out the sky and completely occupied his courtyard. The pouring sunlight was completely blocked out and darkness enveloped. What kind of beast is this? Shunjin's hand holding the beast taming ball was shaking slightly. He was afraid that if he released his beast, it would be crushed by the stone giant in front of him. Mayor, don't panic. The Sand Giant is a 3rd-level beast that I just tamed yesterday. The cooperation between him and I is not very proficient yet. You may not lose to me. Xiao Fan this? Su Bin, who was following Jiang Fan, was a little confused. Didn't my son's classmate just take the Beast Tamer College entrance examination? How come he managed to get a 3rd-level Beast Tamer? It's no wonder Su Bin didn't know the situation. What happened at Lin High Middle School that day has long been covered up by the authorities with various excuses. Even if pictures, videos, etc. happen to be circulated online, they will be deleted immediately. Some platforms cannot even pass the review. The country has always strictly controlled all kinds of information related to beast taming. This is also the reason why it is difficult for ordinary people to come into contact with beast tamers, and why they find beast tamers very mysterious. No need to compare. I believe you are the one. After seeing Jiang Fan's Sand and Stone Giant, Shunji no longer dared to release his own beast. If anything happens to your own beast, you might not even have a beast to see it off in its later years. That would be a real crime. No need to compete? It's rare to meet an opponent of equal strength. I just want to test the power of the Sand Giant. Jiang Fan shrugged, looking disappointed. What the hell are you doing? You are such a big beast. Where are you standing? Who dares to challenge you? I am no longer young and energetic. If you want to fight, Go to Jinling and find someone else to fight you. Shun Jin complained madly in his heart, then turned his eyes to the flamehound on the stretcher. I'll leave this flame dog in my hands, little brother. After saying that, Shun Jian couldn't help but look at Flamehound twice, then sighed for a while and went back into the house to comfort his wife. Shun Jian had said all that, so his men naturally took great care to get Jiang Fan the props for treatment. Ropes, firewood, iron sticks, racks. After everything was ready, the Flamehound was tied to the iron sticks, like a lamb to be slaughtered, being put on the rack, ready to be roasted. Little doctor, it's all done. A man ran over and said in front of Jiang Fan, now start. Make sure to burn for a full 5 hours. The fire cannot weaken during this time, otherwise it will affect the treatment effect. Okay, I'll start the fire. The man excitedly took a bucket of gasoline and poured it on the wood, with a gleam in his eyes. He probably had never done such an exciting thing before, so his hands were shaking a little. Swish. As the fire source was thrown down, a raging fire burned under the Flamehound. Jiang Fan supervised for a while, and seeing that the midday sun was getting hotter, he said, remember to turn it over, and then went back into the house to escape the heat. Inside the room, Shun Jin was calling someone. Although he had no children, he had an old classmate whom he was familiar with at Jinling Imperial Veterinary University. Shun Jin had consulted his old classmates about Flamehound's situation before, but the answer he got was that there was nothing he could do. Shun Jin didn't blame him, but he still had some doubts about Jiang Fan's treatment methods, so he called his old friend to ask. After Shun Jin explained Jiang Fan's situation in detail, a sound of slamming the table came from the other side of the phone. Hey, you were kidding me. How can you treat a beast like this? I have been practicing medicine for more than 30 years and have never seen such a bizarre treatment plan. You have been deceived by him. Ah, that shouldn't be the case. I see that he is full of confidence and has many tricks up his sleeve, so I feel safe handing the Flamehound over to him. Upon hearing this, Shun Jin panicked. His mood was very similar to the mentality of someone who usually struggles with something, then makes up his mind to do it, and then regrets it after doing it. Should I ask him to stop? Stop? How long has it been? Your Flamehound has probably been roasted into smoked dog meat by now. The Flamehound can't be saved. I think you can blackmail him later, since he was the one who killed the Flamehound anyway. You have to recover some of your losses. What if this is cured? That's even easier. Once you're cured, just use the Flamehound to get him out of here. Not only can you save the teleportation stone in Evergreen Forest, but you can also get a level 5 Flamehound back. Isn't that great? The voice on the other end of the phone seemed full of temptation. Shun Jin frowned and thought, isn't this a bad idea? Haha, old friend, have you forgotten where you came from? Why, now that you're old, you want to clear your name. Can you clear your name? Just look at your current black market, there are too many dirty deals. Why didn't the Lin High City Police Department come to trouble you when they knew about this place? It's all because of your ability and bribes. You've done so many things, why are you hesitating now? People like you are usually called a whore who wants to be a saint. The voice on the phone woke Shun Jin up. After staying in Blackwater Town for a long time, he had forgotten many things from the past. Okay, I'll do as you say. You're welcome. The consulting fee is 1 million. Shun Jin, day? Angry. The treatment process started at 10 o'clock in the morning and lasted until the afternoon. Jiang Fan went out several times to check on the progress, and the results were good. Not only that, Jiang Fan also found something interesting from the Flamehound. This 5th-tier Flamehound is wild and can be tamed. Jiang Fan saw the situation of Flamehound through the system. Flamehound status: awake, angry. The raging fire has restored a lot of its memory, and it remembered many things. Can be tamed. Try to find out about the Flamehound's situation and satisfy its demands, then you can tame it. Chapter 165. Shun Jin, you are such a beast. Is there any story behind this Flamehound? Jiang Fan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw this information. However, he did not delve into it further, nor did he have the desire to tame Flamehound. After all, the Flamehound is the beast of the Mayor Shun Jin's family, and now my own strength is not enough to control the Flamehound at all, so it is useless. It would be better to do Shun Jin a favor and tell him how to subdue him. Jiang Fan thought about it and thought it was feasible, so he stood up and wanted to communicate with Shun Jin, but who knew that Shun Jin had already arrived at the room where he was. Little brother, how is the progress of my Flamehound's treatment? Oh, it's the mayor. I said before that the flame dog needs to burn with flames for 5 hours. Now there is still 1 hour left before the 5-hour limit. We can't be impatient. I see. Sit down, little brother. I want to discuss something with you. Shunjin had a smile on his face, but Jiang Fan felt that his smile was a little fake, so he sat down with some doubt in his heart. Little brother, Subin told you before, right? If you can cure my flamehound, I will give you the teleportation stone to Evergreen Forest, plus 500,000 for medical expenses. Yeah, Jiang Fan nodded. This is the reward for the cure, but if it fails, not only will I lose a 5th order flamehound, but I will also have to give the teleportation stone and money to my little brother? Having said that, Jiang Fan already roughly understood what Shunjin meant. This guy was obviously afraid that I had harmed the flamehound, so he came to discuss with me about compensation for killing the flamehound. Don't worry, Mayor. I guarantee that I can cure this flamehound. So far, Jiang Fan has been speaking to Shunjin calmly. He had seen too many people like this in his previous life, so it was impossible for him to get angry because the other party suddenly changed his mind. Little brother, your confidence is one thing, but whether you can be cured is another. How about this? I'll take the loss. If you can't cure my flamehound, how about giving me that sand giant you just mentioned? You are definitely making a huge profit by exchanging a 5th tier for a 3rd tier. Mayor. Su Bin, who was sitting nearby, suddenly changed his expression after hearing Shunjin's words. Even as an outsider, he knew what a beast tamer meant to a beast master. Beast taming trading is strictly prohibited in all countries. What the mayor is doing is completely against the law. Wait, that seems to be what the mayor does. Su Bin suddenly remembered Shunjin's old profession, and his face changed suddenly. Mayor, do you know what you just said? Jiang Fan was not annoyed, but looked at Shunjin with some amusement. I had grumbled about him before. I thought he was just an old man, but I didn't expect him to be a bad old man with a bad temper. But come to think of it, how could Shunjin, who was involved in the black market business, be so easygoing? Haha, little brother, just say whether you agree or not. Although your sand giant is very strong, but since I have a way to control a 5th order flamehound, it is not impossible for me to control your sand giant. After talking it out, Shunjin came clean and stopped pretending. He is the sand and stone giant who plotted against Jiang Fan. Okay, but there's one condition. Mayor, you need to tell me about the origin of that 5th tier flamehound. I am quite curious about that flamehound. When Shunjin heard that Jiang Fan wanted to know where the flamehound came from, his eyes narrowed and he immediately smiled. Being able to catch a 5th level flamehound is something he will be proud of in his life. Now that Jiang Fan wants to listen, what's wrong with me telling him? When people get old, they like to talk about the past, and Shunjin is no exception. Besides, capturing a 5th order flamehound is a big deal, so how can we not spread the news well? With this thought in mind, Shunjin began to talk about the flamehound. This matter is actually simple. It was probably that Shunjin and his team entered the Evergreen Forest and planned to catch some beasts and get some eggs to sell, but they happened to run into a family of injured flamehounds. At that time, the flamehounds seemed to have fought with a certain beast, and its combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Shunjin took this opportunity to catch the flamehound. Originally, he and his gang wanted to capture the female flamehound and the little flamehound, but they all ran away. As for why the flame bitch didn't fight with Shunjin and the others, it was mainly because she was pregnant with her 2nd child and was about to give birth. The subsequent development was simple. The flamehound was taken out of the secret realm by Shunjin, and then suppressed with drugs after a period of time. The last time Jiang Fan was in the black market, flamehound went berserk, and the drug had failed as well. Shunjin, you are such a beast. After listening to Shunjin's boasting, Jiang Fan clapped his hands, not disguising his sarcastic tone at all. Jiang Fan, who was originally so friendly, suddenly said such words, and Shunjin was stunned for a moment. After he realized what was happening, his face twitched. If it weren't for Su Bin's sake, I would have had you chopped off long ago. You have to have this ability. After listening to you talk so much, the time is almost up. Let's go out and check on Flamehound. Jiang Fan grinned. He already knew how to make Flamehound listen to him. Well, let's wait and see. Shunjin snorted coldly. He was quite annoyed by Jiang Fan's ignorance. Even if you can cure it, what does it matter if you can't? In the end, you will still be in my control, right? I want to see what waves you can make. Hey Mayor Shun, this is my Master Lian's phone number, Mayor Shun. As soon as the group of people came out of the door, Hong Xian, who had been left undisposed of, handed a phone to Shunjin. Shunjin originally didn't want to pay attention to him, but after hearing Lian's name, he still picked up the phone to communicate. Yeah, okay, then I'll give you some face. After Shunjin finished speaking, he threw the phone back to Hong Xian. Get as far away from me as you can. Upon hearing this, Hong Xian hurriedly took the phone and communicated with Lian before leaving. Master, that boy named Jiang Fan is so evil. He actually recognizes the beast-controlling, touching hand. Shut up. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Get back to Jinling quickly. Wait a minute, master. I'm going to take a look at the blazing dog. See how it's been roasted. Shunjin is really old and confused. He actually agreed to Jiang Fan's treatment plan of roasting the beast for 5 hours. He is really stupid. It's good that you know it. One of you is a sleeping dragon, and the other is a phoenix chick. Don't laugh at each other. Come back to me immediately. Master, wait a minute. I'm here. Shit. Chapter 166. Hey, talk to me. What happened? Hey. On the other end of the phone, Lian's puzzled voice continued to be heard. At this time, Hong Xian's hand had loosened and the phone fell to the ground, and no one could respond to Lian. Hong Xian was dumbfounded. He originally wanted to come along to watch the fun and find a chance to take advantage of Jiang Fan's misfortune. But what did he see when he first arrived? Instead of seeing the flamehound that was roasted into charcoal as expected, I saw a big flame dog with flames all over its body. Could this dog have been swapped? Why is it so energetic? This is my flamehound. This is my flamehound. Shunjin originally had no hope for Jiang Fan, but after seeing the flamehound, he seemed to have taken stimulants and jumped up and ran towards the flamehound. However, just when he was about to run within 5 meters of the flamehound suddenly shot a fireball from its mouth and forced him back. Flame dog, what are you doing? When Shunjin saw that the flamehound dared to attack him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Because Flamehound had been seriously injured recently, I didn't give him a sedative, but instead made Flamehound more erect. I'll teach you a lesson later, you bastard. Shunjin's heart sank, and then a smile appeared on his gloomy face. It's really admirable that little brother has such ability. Shunjin, now that I have cured your Flamehound, according to our previous agreement, you should give me the money and the transmission stone of Evergreen Forest. Jiang Fan looked at Shunjin with a smile. This isn't right. You just set my Flamehound on fire, and you want 500,000 plus a teleportation stone from Evergreen Forest. How can such an easy deal be made? I don't agree. Shunjin's face immediately turned cold. He is a businessman and is very sensitive to value. In his opinion, Jiang Fan had only made a suggestion, and it wasn't even Jiang Fan who started the fire. Why should he hand over so many good things to Jiang Fan? Not right, not worth it, not okay. Mayor, didn't we agree on this before? How can you break your promise? Subin became anxious when he saw this scene. He was the one who brought Jiang Fan here, and now that things have turned out to be like this, it is really difficult for him to deal with it. Don't talk anymore. If you continue talking, I will have someone kick you out. So you want to regret it? Jiang Fan smiled playfully when he saw Shunjin's expression. Even if I regret it, what can you do to me? Don't think you can do whatever you want just by relying on that sand giant. You are not able to bring out the full strength of the sand giant. I was tolerant of you just now because I admired your sand giant. Don't push me around here. Shunjin started to curse loudly, as if he was scolding someone on the bus for not giving up his seat for him. Spinning flower, come out. And you, giant crab? Shunjin threw out 2 beast-controlling balls without saying a word. Spinning flower, level 3, grass type. Giant crab, level 3, water type. Your sand giant is a rock-type beastmaster, right? I have a grass-type and a water-type beastmaster, and I can't defeat you? Shunjin forced a very ugly smile onto his wrinkled face. After seeing Shunjin release 2 beasts, Subin wanted to beg Shunjin for mercy immediately, but was stopped by Jiang Fan. Why don't you release your sand giant? If you don't release it now, you won't have a chance. Shunjin folded his arms across his chest and smiled coldly. 2 third-level beasts? Haha, I guess with your mental and physical state, commanding a third-level beast is quite difficult, right? Upon hearing this, Shunjin's expression changed. He saw through it. Humph, so what? I have 2 beasts. One is the main attacker and the other is the auxiliary. Can I defeat you? Shunjin was not scared by Jiang Fan. He is taking advantage of the power of others, and Jiang Fan is even more so. No matter how weak I am still a third-level beastmaster. Jiang Fan is at most first level, no more. Who said I was going to use a sand giant to defeat you? Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. It's not a sand giant? Do you have another level 3 beast? How is that possible? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Shunjin immediately let out a long roar towards the sky. But Jiang Fan shook his head. No, I don't have another third-level beast. It's just that the beast I want to use is far away in the sky and right in front of me. Jiang Fan slowly walked towards the Flamehound. When the Flamehound saw him, A defensive look appeared on its face, as if it was about to attack. Don't be afraid. I'm here to help you. Beastmasters are able to understand the general meaning of human speech. After Jiang Fan said this, Flamehound was stunned for a moment. You were brought out of Changpan Forest by Shunjin. Did you miss your children and wife? I can take you to Viridian Forest to find them, but only if you obey me. This verbal contract does not have the effect of a professional contract. Even if Flamehound nodded, he could leave Jiang Fan at any time. But this is enough for Jiang Fan. He didn't really want to tame Flamehound. Instead, he wanted to have an extra helper after entering the Evergreen Forest. He had to give Shunjin the Evergreen Forest teleportation stone whether he wanted to or not. Since the relationship has already been broken, Jiang Fan naturally won't be polite to him. Flamehound did not respond to Jiang Fan and stood there like a stone. Are you hesitating? Apart from me, who else can you trust among these people? Who will help you? Shunjin? Jiang Fan said calmly. He knew that Flamehound's current situation was not good. He also knew that although Flamehound looked better, in fact his strength had not recovered much. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as using a fireball to force Shunjin back, but he should have spewed out flames to burn Shunjin to death directly. Only I can help you. Only I can understand your needs, and only I can see into your heart. Jiang Fan slowly reached out his hand towards the Flamehound's head. Everyone was shocked to see this. Subin immediately rushed over to separate Jiang Fan and Flamehound. Everyone had seen the ferocious look of the Flamehound, as it forced Shunjin to retreat just now. Now, seeing that Jiang Fan was so bold as to reach out to the Flamehound, everyone's pupils shrank. Subin just stretched out his hand and wanted to grab Jiang Fan's arm to separate Jiang Fan from Flamehound. But the next second, he just stood there in a daze. Because after Jiang Fan's hand touched the Flamehound's head, he actually received a friendly response from the Flamehound. When this unbelievable scene happened right before their eyes, everyone was stunned. Subin stood there like a stone. He suddenly felt that he couldn't quite figure out his son's classmate. Was he really 18 years old? Shunjin's mouth opened as wide as a goose egg. Having been in contact with Flamehound for a long time, he knew best how ferocious Flamehound was. He usually had to rely on injecting sedatives to calm Flamehound down, but he actually did it directly and even got a response from Flamehound? No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Not far away, Hong Xian, who had just picked up his cell phone from the ground, chatted with his master Lian for a few words before the phone fell to the ground again. Hey, talk to me. Chapter 167, Don't I Have Any Face? Jinling, Imperial Physicians Hall. It was the afternoon break. However, there was a constant stream of people coming and going in the Imperial Medical Hall. The Imperial Physicians Hall is just a clinic, but at this moment, basically the entire clinic is packed. There was even a long queue outside the door, stretching endlessly. Lian, who sits in the Imperial Physicians Hall, is an old man with a wrinkled face, gray hair, and a long beard. He pressed one person's pulse with one hand, and with the other hand he held the latest model of Apple phone and kept shouting, Hey, speak up, where did the dead person go? Fuck. Lian slammed the fruit phone on the table, and his action immediately scared everyone present. The man whose pulse he held shrank his head and asked tremblingly, Dr. Li, can I have my hand back? Wait a minute, your pulse is a little strange. It doesn't look like the pulse of a beast master. Let me check it again. Although Leon was receiving medical treatment, his mind was already elsewhere. But Dr. Li, is it possible that I am indeed not a beast master, but a real person who lives up to my name? The man saw that Lian was in a bad mood and spoke stutteringly. He was afraid that Lian would burst the blood vessels in his wrist in a hurry. Oi! After hearing his words, Lian finally reacted. He quickly let go of the man's hand, stroked his long white beard and laughed awkwardly. Sorry. After apologizing, he looked at the large group of people in the room and bowed. Everyone, I have something important to do today, so I really can't treat or diagnose your beasts. Please come back tomorrow. Lian has said this, and everyone has to leave even if they are unwilling. After all, if Lian didn't want to watch it, it would be useless for them to force him. Besides, looking at Dr. Li's murderous look just now, something big must have happened. It would be better not to disturb Dr. Li and come back tomorrow. After asking his apprentice to send everyone out of the house, Lian put 2 fingers together and rubbed his temple. An apprentice who looked only 15 or 16 years old came to help Lian massage his shoulders and back. Master, why don't you do this good business? If we don't meet our performance targets this quarter, those bastards will kick us out. Upon hearing this, Lian became even angrier. Chu Siyuan is such a bastard. Does he really think that he, the boss behind the Imperial Physician Hall, is so great? He even threatened to replace me. I wonder who else can support the Jiangling Imperial Medical Hall if he replaces me. Although Lian is old, his eloquence is no weaker than that of a young man. That cursing attitude was just like an employee cursing his boss behind his back. Good luck to you. I wish you good luck. Good luck brings joy and love. A DJ version of the song Good Luck sounded from the fruit phone on the table, and the apprentice quickly took the phone and handed it to Lian. Hey, you idiot. Why do you always stop talking in the middle of a sentence? When Lian saw that it was his apprentice Hong Xian calling, he immediately answered the call and cursed back. After venting his emotions, he calmed down and said, You just said that the young man named Jiang Fan cured the flamehound? Even the Royal Veterinary Hospital in Jiangling couldn't cure that flamehound, but he did it easily. Let him get on the phone quickly. I want to have a good chat with him. When Lian first heard about Jiang Fan's method of treating the flamehound, he was full of disdain. But when he found out that Jiang Fan had actually cured the flamehound, his disdain suddenly turned into shock and confusion. Judging from Hong Xian's tone, the boy named Jiang Fan should be quite young, probably in his 20s or 30s. He has such strong knowledge of animal taming and medical treatment at the age of 20s or 30s. He must have an expert guiding him. If I could find the master behind him and learn a few skills from him, would that bastard dare to talk to me about performance then? It's almost like worshipping yourself as a god. Master, no. What's not to say? Could you please stop stuttering? It's so annoying. Did you lie to me just now? No, master. No. This kid is too amazing. Not only did he cure the flamehound that was sentenced to death, he even successfully subdued the 5th level flamehound. Master, isn't it true that beast masters recognize their masters based on their strength? Jiang Fan is just a high school graduate. How can he be worthy of such a title? How can he be worthy of such a title? Hong Xian's tone was full of envy and jealousy. He only hated why he was not Jiang Fan, and why the flamehound did not recognize him as its master. He only hated. That was the long hatred in life, like water flowing eastward. Hey, master, why don't you speak? On the other end of the phone, Hong Xian asked questions frantically. But he didn't know at this moment that his master Lian was also standing there like him, and even his cell phone had fallen down. A high school student? Taming a 5th level beast? Lian repeated this sentence several times. As a veterinarian, he understood exactly what this concept was. This man named Jiang Fan must be the most gifted person in ancient and modern times. He refuted the veterinary doctor's doctrine of returning to the truth and has entered the realm of the unity of beast and man. Not only was he healing the beast, but he was also communicating with it. While healing the beast, he was also communicating with it. Otherwise, how could it be possible that Flamehound was tamed by him right after he was cured? It's outrageous. Too outrageous. No, I must meet him. Even if you can't meet the big boss behind him, you will definitely benefit a lot from meeting Jiang Fan himself. Lian hurriedly picked up the fruit phone from the ground. Quick, let Master Jiang answer the phone. Hong Xian didn't react for a moment. No, that's not right. Master Jiang is still busy now. When he's done, go and ask him to answer the phone. Lianxi thought about it and felt that it was a bit abrupt, so he simply added a sentence. Begging him to answer the phone? I'm a grown man. Begging a little brat to answer the phone? Then what am I? Don't I have any dignity? Hong Xian's face twitched twice. At this moment, he really wanted to shout out that famous quote to his master Lian. Lian stretched out his tone when he heard that. Yes, I understand, master. I will go find him right away. Between dignity and respecting teachers, Hong Xian decisively chose the latter. It doesn't matter if you lose face, but if you lose your master, you will lose your livelihood. Shunjin, do you still want to fight me? The flamehound standing next to Jiang Fan had fierce eyes and stared directly at Shunjin. Hey. How could Shunjin have the courage to fight a 5th level flamehound? As the saying goes, the moon goes backwards as time goes by, and Shunjin is the most vivid example. He was young and fashionable and might have had some courage, but now that he is old, he really doesn't dare to fight. Shunjin bowed dejectedly. Forget it. You guys go now. Leave? I haven't got my things yet. Chapter 168, Any crime will be brought to justice. What do you mean, kid? After Shunjin promised Jiang Fan to leave, this guy not only did not leave, but also said such words, which made Shunjin very confused. Where's the stuff you promised me? 500,000. In the teleportation stone to the evergreen forest. Jiang Fan counted on his fingers, then grinned at Shunjin. Oh my, this is outrageous. You took my beloved dog away, and even dared to ask for a reward. Do you have any shame? A surge of heat rose in Shun Jin's forehead. He felt that he was not facing a high school graduate, but a street vendor who had been out in society for a long time and was very particular about all kinds of things. How dare he, a high school student? Who gave him the courage? Fish Liang. You old bastard. Don't be so shameless. It's Flamehound's business if he wants to be with me. My helping you cure your Flamehound is another matter. How can the two be confused? If you don't give it to me today, I will burn down your whole house. How could Jiang Fan be polite to him? To deal with this old rogue, he had to use some special methods. Both words and actions must be aggressive in order to make the other person feel afraid. You are really going too far. You are really going too far. Eeyore. Shun Jin's face flushed, and he turned around to leave. Don't move. Where are you going? Hand over the things. Jiang Fan scolded him harshly. At this moment, Jiang Fan was even more gangster than a gangster, and even more robber than a robber. The thing is not with me. I'll go back to the house and get it for you. Shun Jin shouted at the top of his voice, but his tone was full of grievance. Hearing this answer, Jiang Fan nodded slightly. Go quickly, I'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't come back, I'll burn your house down. After all, Flamehound doesn't seem to like you very much. You don't want your wife to be burned alive, do you? Jiang Fan patted the Flamehound with an innocent smile on his face. Humph. With a cold snort, Shun Jin turned and left. After a while, he left and came back. There is 500,000 yuan in this card, and the password is 6 zeros. And inside this bag is the Evergreen Forest Teleportation Stone. Are you satisfied now? Shun Jin's face was twisted into a ball, and water was almost squeezed out of it. Yoshi, well done. Jiang Fan laughed, then put the card back into his arms and took out the teleportation stone from the bag to look at it. Uncle Su, can you help me check if this is true? It was Jiang Fan's first time to come into contact with the teleportation stone, and he couldn't figure out what it was. I thought that Su Bin was hanging around in the black market, and even if he wasn't a beast master, he must have seen this thing more or less. Jiang Fan's guess was correct. Su Bin did know something about the teleportation stone. After he took the palm-sized light blue teleportation stone from Jiang Fan, he took out a magnifying glass from his pocket and looked at it. After a long while, he said to Jiang Fan, Xiao Fan, this is indeed the teleportation stone of Changpan Forest. I have seen some on the market before, so I recognize it. Is it sold on the market? Jiang Fan was surprised when he heard that. It's definitely not available in the regular market. It's usually circulated on the black market or at auctions. Hearing this, Jiang Fan felt much more relieved. After struggling for a long time, he still thought it was some common thing. Okay, that's it for today. Shinjin, we'll see you later. Jiang Fan took Su Bin and Flamehound away under everyone's gaze. After seeing that he had finished his work, Hong Xian hurried out from the crowd. Mr. Jiang, my master is looking for you. He handed the phone over with both hands, and the call was still connected. What do you want from me? Don't turn me over. Hong Xian was holding the phone. Jiang Fan hung up the call for him and then walked out. Seeing this, Hong Xian was stunned where he was. Not far away, Jiang Fan and Su Bin got into the car. Originally, Jiang Fan wanted to let Flamehound get on the bus and squeeze in, but Flamehound shook his head. He didn't really tame Flamehound, so it was a bit difficult to put Flamehound into the ball. Moreover, Jiang Fan did not have a beast taming ball in his hand that could accommodate a 5th-level beast. Seeing the Flamehound waving its 4 paws towards him, Jiang Fan guessed that he wanted to run, so he just let it go. All the way back to Linh High City, Jiang Fan laughed and said to Su Bin, who was driving, Uncle Su, I acted on my own initiative and ruined your relationship with the mayor. I'm sorry. It's okay. I don't rely on your Uncle Su for a living anyway. I just make some extra money. I don't have to make the money. Anyway, Jiwei's grades are basically stable, and he is in the top 10 beast taming universities. I can start to play badly and enjoy life with him. Su Bin laughed out loud. You did a great job today. I have been annoyed with that old man for a long time. When I worked for this old guy before, he always relied on his status as a 3rd-level beastmaster to squeeze my commission, and sometimes he even made me work for him for free. Today, you helped me vent my anger. It's just a pity that although the bad temper was released, it didn't hurt the old man, and he didn't feel so happy at all. Uncle Su, don't worry. I've already made preparations. Shun Jin runs the black market in Heishui Town and is very powerful. The reason why Linh High City doesn't dare to touch him is, first, because he is a 3rd-level beastmaster, and second, because of the 5th-level Flamehound. But now the 5th-order Flamehound is in my hands. Do you think Shun Jin will have a good ending? Having said this, Jiang Fan directly dialed Lu Tianfeng and Yi Cheng's numbers. With the two of them here, it won't be a big deal to solve Shunjin's problem. Hey, Mr. Jong, you really helped our Linh High Security Bureau a lot. I will contact the mayor and apply for the title of Outstanding Citizen for you. With you here, the crime rate in Linh High City continues to decline. You are the superhero sent by God to our Linh High City. Lu Tianfeng was very excited on the phone. Although the words were a bit exaggerated, Jiang Fan still accepted them with pleasure. Any crime will eventually be brought to justice. Director Lu doesn't need to thank me. After saying that, Jiang Fan hung up the phone and continued to study the Changpan Forest teleportation stone in his hand. Although Subin had come into contact with this thing several times, he had never used it, so he couldn't help Jiang Fan much. Jiang Fan thought for a while, then took out his phone and called Song Yunxi. I have to say that Song Yunxi is a very useful tool. Jiang Fan was somewhat dissatisfied with the fact that she occasionally didn't answer the phone. Beep, beep, beep. The phone continued to ring for a long time, but Song Yunxi still didn't answer it. What are you busy with? Not getting a response, Jiang Fan frowned and hung up the phone, then simply closed his eyes and stopped thinking about it. Chapter 169, The Little Devil's Changing Tale. It was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I got home again. Jiang Fan had just gotten out of Su Bin's car when he saw Tang Ro getting ready to go out to buy groceries. Aunt Tang, buy some more food. We need one more mouth to feed tonight. Jiang Fan had just finished speaking when he saw Tang Ro rushing towards him with an anxious look on her face. Jiang Fan thought that she hadn't seen him for a long time and wanted to come over and hug him. I just opened my arms and prepared to welcome Aunt Tang's hug. But just as he raised his hand halfway, Tang Ro's voice rang in his ears. Xiao Fan, be careful behind you. Behind? What the hell? Jiang Fan looked back in confusion and saw a huge dog covered in flames standing quietly behind him. Oh, you mean Flamehound? It's okay. It's just a dog. Hey, Aunt Tang, don't hit him. Be careful not to piss him off. When Jiang Fan saw Tang Ro raising her fist to hit the Flamehound, he suddenly came to his senses. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and stopped Tang Ro. Otherwise, if Flamehound goes crazy, I might lose the villa I bought with my own money. Xiao Fan, run. Seeing Jiang Fan stopping her, Tang Ro was so anxious that tears were about to flow out. This big dog looked scary, and Tang Ro herself didn't know how she mustered up the courage to rush over. Aunt Tang, calm down. This is the Beastmaster Flamehound. It's not dangerous. Jiang Fan hugged Tang Ro tightly and explained in her ear for a long time before Tang Ro stopped. However, Jiang Fan, who was hugging Tang Ro, noticed that Tang Ro's whole pretty face had turned red. Moreover, his hands were tightly wrapped around the 2 marshmallows in front of her, lifting her entire body up. This action is as ambiguous as it can be. Jiang Fan was stunned for a moment. Don't put me down yet. After a while, Tang Ro spoke timidly to Jiang Fan. Oh. Jiang Fan came to his senses and put Tang Ro down and pretended nothing had happened. He leaned forward and told Tang Ro about the Flamehound. After hearing about the Flamehound's experience, Tang Ro, overflowing with maternal love, gently placed her hand on the Flamehound's head and stroked it. The strange thing is that Flamehound didn't resist at all. Instead, it looked like it was enjoying it very much. Is this dog nature? Jiang Fan felt puzzled. After chatting with Tang Ro for a while, he took Flamehound into the house, and Tang Ro went to sell vegetables by herself. It is worth mentioning that Flamehound can control the temperature of its own flame. Even if it is on fire, it will not harm things in the house. After showing Animal World to Flamehound, Jiang Fan returned to the bedroom alone. He threw the beast-controlling ball and released the little devil. Ever since he got the teleportation stone from Evergreen Forest, this little guy has been moving non-stop in the beast-taming ball. The little devil that came out of the beast-controlling ball took a deep breath of air. The 2 tender tips covered with dragon scales rose and fell slightly, which was very eye-catching. As soon as she came out, she held Jiang Fan's teleportation stone in her hand, looked around, but didn't seem to figure out anything. The little devil pointed at the teleportation stone, flapped his wings, and flew up to the ceiling, then fell to the floor, and then flew up to the ceiling again. The little guy can't talk. He holds the stone like a little white rabbit holds a carrot and can't let it go. Jiang Fan couldn't figure out what she was going to do, so he simply opened the system to check her status. Beast Tamer. Little Devil, Succubus. Level, LV3. Type, Demonic. Racial value, 100 points, can be further increased after the beast evolves. Chi and Blood, 200 points. Spirit, 85 points. Exoskeleton, 29. Endoskeleton, 0. Skills, Devil's Touch, Dragonclaw, Devil's Dance, Nightmare. Status: growing vigorously. Please help the little devil improve her strength and let her comprehend more skills. She seems very interested in the Evergreen Forest teleport stone in your hand. There is a spring of extreme in Evergreen Forest that can help the little devil level up and break through the level cap. Try to find it. After reading this information, Jiang Fan finally understood why the little guy reacted so violently. It seems that she knows the purpose of the teleportation stone and can feel that the teleportation stone is a great opportunity for her. I have to say, this little gadget is really amazing. Okay, don't fly. I know what you want to do. I'll take you there when nothing else happens. Upon hearing this, the little devil jumped up and down and was immediately overjoyed. Her tail bent into a heart shape, and then she came close to Jiang Fan and kissed him on the face. Okay, let's go back to the beast taming ball. Jiang Fan was afraid that this little guy would do something weird and ambiguous, so he was quite wary of him. But the little devil did not go back into the beast-controlling ball as usual, but instead made some babbling sounds, and no one knew what he was saying. Her tail was very clever. When Jiang Fan couldn't understand what she meant, the little devil's tail would bend into strange shapes to tell Jiang Fan what she meant. This time her tail curved from that of a little man, and at the same time curved from that of a little dog. The two confronted each other, and then the villain kicked the puppy away. The smug little man threw himself into the arms of an even bigger little man. Jiang Fan roughly understood what she meant after seeing her tail demonstration. Is this little guy jealous of Flamehound? It's okay if you don't enter the beast-controlling ball, but if you dare to do anything to Aunt Tang and the others, be careful or I'll spank you. Jiang Fan picked up the pillow on the bed and patted it with his big hands. He only stopped when the little devil's tail temporarily formed a heartbroken pattern. By the way, Aunt Tang and the others haven't met you yet. It's time to bring you to them. Jiang Fan muttered to himself and walked out of the room. The little devil above her shoulder flapped its wings and followed him out. At this time, Flamehound was lying on the sofa in the living room, watching TV with great interest. It's not like it hasn't watched TV before at Shinjin's house, but it finds it boring to watch TV without freedom. Instead, she felt at ease at Jiang Fan's house. The little devil who had just come out with Jiang Fan saw Flamehound lying on the sofa. 2 lumps appeared on his face, and he angrily flapped his wings and rushed over, then kicked Flamehound on the butt. The Flamehound howled in pain as it was kicked hard in the anus. It turned to look at the little devil, who was standing with his hands on his hips, looking at Flamehound with his head held high. For some reason, Flamehound instinctively shrank his neck. However, it was extremely strong, and the next second it stood up and barked at the little devil. Jiang Fan was just thinking about whether he should go over and stop the fight when the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. I took out a phone and saw the caller ID, Song Yunqi. Chapter 170 Underground Palace, Black Turtle. Busy man. Are you free to call me back? After answering the call, Jiang Fan spoke sarcastically to Song Yunqi. I've been a bit busy these days, so my phone has been turned off. Let's not talk too much, let's get down to business. Do you know what I've been busy with these days? I'd like to hear more about it. It's to help you check the status of the warrior badge in your hand. After searching for clues for several days, I finally found the relevant records about the warrior badge in your hand in the top secret archives of our school. While talking to Jiang Fan on the phone, Song Yunqi sent several pictures to Jiang Fan's QQ. Look carefully at this photo. It was taken more than 100 years ago when the foundation of Jinling Beastmaster University was being dug. Jiang Fan downloaded the picture to view it. In the picture, a group of people are gathered around a large deep pit. The huge, dark green stone covered by yellow soil in the pit is very eye-catching. Moreover, there were some patterns on the stone that Jiang Fan seemed familiar with. Thinking about it carefully, Jiang Fan discovered that this stone and the patterns on it seemed a bit similar to a turtle. What is this? Don't worry, I'll show you another one. Song Yunqi sent another photo to Jiang Fan. This time the photo is very blurry, as if it was taken at night. In the blur, Jiang Fan could only extract 2 pieces of information from the second photo. One is the many large pillars that stand up. The second is a huge turtle-shaped black shadow as big as a truck. The second photo was taken of an underground palace. This palace is located right next to the stone I told you about before that can improve your blood and spirit. Has anyone gone down there? Jiang Fan frowned. If you can go down without the warrior badge in your hand, then the warrior badge seems meaningless. Yes, in the 10th year after the Qing dynasty ended, some people did go down there. That person is Gao Hong, the first president of Jinling Beast University and the eunuch of Empress Dowager Cixi. As he spoke, Song Yunqi's breathing became a little rapid. These matters are extremely secretive, and all the former presidents of Jiangling Beast Taming University are unaware of them. It was only after I had been squatting for a long time that I was able to enter the top-secret archive room to check. In addition to these 2 photos, I also have more detailed documentary records about the underground space of Jiangling Beastmaster University. These things are not convenient to be spread on the internet. I will show them to you when I have the chance. Did you see that turtle? I am sure that is the beast of the Black Heart Saint King, the black turtle. Anyway, I can tell you without hesitation that you are a successful guy. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must officially become a student of Jiangling Beastmaster University. Song Yunqi was very excited, just like a little girl who encountered something happy and wanted to share it with others. So, I have to go to Jiangling Beast Taming University? Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows. Jiangling and Kyoto, these 2 places are almost the same to him. What he lacks now is just some common sense about the world of Beastmasters. Whether going to Jiangling Beastmaster University or Kyoto Beastmaster University, I can make up for this aspect. Since I am from Jiangling Beast Taming University, I've heard about it. Your health is only 150 points. Even if you go to Kyoto Beast University, you won't be taken seriously by the school. On the other hand, it is different when you come to Jiangling Beast Taming University. Our school is very eager to recruit students with 150 points of health points. Not only that, but we will also allocate you a considerable amount of resources. You definitely won't get this treatment if you go to Kyoto. Jiang Fan, listen to my advice. It is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Jiangling Beast Taming University is also a good choice. Song Yunqi tried to persuade Jiang Fan earnestly on the phone. Okay, I understand. Speaking of Jiangling Beastmaster University, I have one more question to ask. Jiang Fan immediately repeated the words of Wu Yufan, the director of Jiangling Education Bureau, and the benefits he promised to Jiang Fan. Teacher Mei? Wu Yufan actually wants to introduce you to Teacher Mei? I don't even have this treatment. Last year he said I was the pride of Linh High City, but it was only after a year that I worked hard enough to qualify to study with Teacher Mei. Song Yunqi's tone was somewhat resentful. Jiang Fan understood some of the meaning behind the words. It turns out that this Teacher Mei is really amazing. Even Song Yunqi is learning under her. Jiang Fan pondered for a while, and then suddenly remembered the matter about the teleportation stone in Changpan Forest. He continued to ask Song Yunqi about the matter in Changpan Forest. Tokiwa Forest? It's very dangerous. Not only are there beasts that hate humans, but there are also beast thieves and even criminals who have taken refuge there. What do you think this place is for? I just got a teleportation stone by chance. Jiang Fan answered truthfully. Teleportation stone? It's not cheap. It's not available on the market. Even on the black market, it's sold for tens of millions. How could you have this thing? It just so happens that I need to collect some materials in the evergreen forest to evolve my Geodrake. Let's go together. Come with me and I can protect you. But you have to be prepared. This trip will probably take a month. Jiang Fan. Although I am just a newbie beast tamer who has just hatched, I have the support of Flamehound, a 5th level beast tamer. Do I need your protection, Song Yunqi? Okay, let's go together after I finish filling out the application form. Although Jiang Fan secretly criticized Song Yunqi in his heart, he was very honest in his words. Being with Song Yunqi, it would be wonderful to have someone tall enough to hold up the sky when it falls. After I hung up the phone, it was almost time for dinner. Tang Ro had just come back from shopping and found a humanoid monster flying in the living room. She immediately ran to Jiang Fan's room and hid with tears in her eyes. He was obviously very scared. Aunt Tang, it's okay. The little devil is my beast. She won't hurt you. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, the little devil flapped its wings and flew over, making a scissors gesture to Tang Ro with its tail, with a smile on its face. Ah, she was hatched from your egg? No wonder she feels familiar. Can I touch her? Tang Ro stretched out her hand cautiously, and the little devil quickly offered his head over upon seeing this. Poochie, haha, so cute, just like Xiao Xiao when she was a child. Tang Ro felt close to the little devil when she saw him. Mom, what do you want me to do? Tang Xiao Xiao suddenly opened Jiang Fan's door. Suddenly, many eyes met. Ah, it's the flying monster.